So when it says right there, that same passage, 2 words later, it says, my horse is like your horse. It also means that this and after. My horses and your horses, we all said, they accept all this and after your. It's in the beginning when I started saying this here in Hebrew, so the other wanted me to say, starting out, and the Roma Kodesh, I speak like the Lukas, like the Shulchan Aruch, and Side Aruch. I started out in the word, and until this is the market of Hadris, not the Chassid, Elu Bereka, and it said Elu Bereka, and Elu Bachukim. Okay, now, like you saw it. Okay, now, I mean. And what Manda Abi has to say, it's a big problem when you move. It's a serious problem because the Iron, when you start out, even if we're more, let's call it school guys, more modern, they all went to yeshivas. They said, actually, not talking, you don't want to start out about it. Don't say, like speaking Hebrew. You want yeshiva shul sprout. It sounds like yeshiva sprout, which is better for me because I'm more used to it. But then the problem is, you want to get to that Hebrew needs. Right? And they don't know, some of them, like, starting the tongue, like, what do you mean? They don't know what the language is. Literally don't know all the time. And so, no, it takes about 3 days, and then you get it, they can left 3 days. Even if I told you, the first day, you can look it up like this, the first day, Spanish, that day, it's only 1,000 views. It's unbelievable. 1,000 views. The China is, all the set in cheers that we do in Spanish, and maybe all the Americans slipped in there. So we'll see. It keeps them going. It's crazy. Yiddish is coming soon. French is coming soon. Right? So I'm out of happy. Your horse is like my horses. The shot is. You're like tank. Whatever happens to your tank, and that's my tank. You go to war. Whatever happens to your horse, and that's my horse. We're in this together. Up and at me. Like, I love everybody. I know. I don't like it, man. So learning the way to learn from the tradition of Hector is referring to our bodies, our physical beings. When we go into war, whatever happens to you, however many people are not going to make it, not going to make it for my God either. Hello, how do you know they think about himself over this for Hector and Alpha? The Yeshofa is massive for everything that happened over there. That's why the metal is called the Yeshofa of milk. You really great for teach us so they're sitting each one on their own. We've been watching this brother. We're wearing the clothes of the garden. The garden is the threshing floor. I saw in the Gemara the closest one of the threshing. He's not at the sidewalk in the state. The garden means the threshing floor. Silo is more of a Silo is more of a storage vessel. Aquarium means a place where people come and dredge I'm just trying to not if you don't think the silo. It's a garden floor. Good. The garden has a start showing them. And in the case of the garden. My garden. Edit. You don't have to edit. Don't let leave it in. My garden. You lay the garden, mom is. All the time. Very novel. You can't be physically a dreadful soul. You think it's dreadful as you walk in the shower, but you don't. That was the garden. What do we sometimes refer to as direction for? That's the Sanhedrin. It's not. Sanhedrin is in fact the garden of Kulo. Something like this. You'll sit. The 71 would sit in the half circle. Why? Today, you really do this. You don't see each other. And you don't do it in the block. Everybody else, you can come in. If you want to stand in front of the Sanhedrin, I'm going to get in. Very good. So you have a circle like this. So that's what it means. That the Sanhedrin, not literally they accepted their Allah. So you will live there. Maybe I proved their Rabbi, which we mentioned before. It's not going to last. But we have proof that if somebody was a organ of a Zara, honestly, we talked about it before we started the Sugya. The you say to yourself, guys, look at that. He doesn't believe in Rothschild. He wants to be someone else. You to trust him for effort. Rabbi says here. So the Lord goes into the beautiful story about it. So we all know the decree that there should be famine, 3-year famine. So I thought we were better because you're putting in the mark up. So go kill him. Gotta run away from him. So how did he live? He ran away from Katie. So the argument being like the raven bringing everything that says left hand, the cross side, a meal of bread, meat, about bacon. The left hand was also the everything in North Korea. Morning what's the life? Other than going around, the big stuff up to the apple. Where does this meat come from? It came directly from the kitchen of Apple. We all know why from Apple. It is from your shopping mix. Some people like you live in your shopping, but not because it's smart. That's what the Rothschild does. He shows you who's in charge. The person that's trying to kill you, the person that's going to feed you. I'm going to make it like that. He's feeding you every day. Soft of the eye, there are voice outs. Beautiful video. Some services. Who's first? The word says like this. You can't bring any right to it. This is regular from his Bible. And I don't know if you saw it on whatever his book is like. His book is sending in the next. I can eat it. It's not a way, but you don't bring it right. Oh, we're in the contract and I'm going to really eat it. So it says, Taisvez, that's Taisvez. We go off of especially when they're. We're going out with my book that we have people who are teaching you on our app, up and down and iron also. Obviously, you have to come onto the Rothschild and David. You have to come onto that answer. So tomorrow, for example. No, but obviously, if you don't say from his book, you have a different problem. So you have to say, what about you taking from his book? She says no. So I'm telling you, yeah. So yeah, people love yourself because of the book. Obviously, if you got the youth from the Reagan, obviously, what's the problem with the book in the town? Is it from a Jew? From a West? Obviously, it came from a Jew. The voice of the guy said, people are happy to see the book without. Obviously, it doesn't come to you not there. Of a different cup. What? No, in the Havamim. What's going in the Havamim? That's what I'm saying. No, I'll put up even shining, and that's why I cannot bring a writer from. That's something else. You're not very little from language. It's just the fire of it. You can fire up, you can lie, you can see whether or not it came from a boy or yet. That part, yeah. My argument. So we're learning our learning is the raven. I'm not being arguing about literally a raven. But I don't know. I'm going to later about the Rabbi, you want to break it down. The Jew would break down that my argument is a raven. So we need to offer. We see. It's too early. Come on. These people with the same funny name, two early. Yeah. The Gilmore are cemetery. You're right. These people have that same funny name. The name that's the bird, that's not a bird, a reason. But maybe there's a place called Oregon, and they came from this. That makes more sense. People from Oregon. You've seen it. Irvine, Uvalde.
You need already look at it. Shit. Skip it. Oh, man. What would you say that you do? Dog, you are devoted. You are the most devoted age. The most, like, with the player haters ball, motherfucker Unique is just a perennial favorite. Unique is everywhere. Oh, come on. Look at that. He's already fucking editing. He's going to have something up in the next 15 minutes. He's going to be like, Brendan Job skips every question, even the super chats. And the name of the video is just Brendan Chubb dies live on stream. It's like, no, he didn't. Yeah, but that's what gets views. All right. Are you happy? No, I'm not on that many podcasts this week. I'm kind of sad.
Tomorrow, if that's the case, if they in fact came from this people came from a place called Ireland, they came from
frozen chops? What's that? You know that tote? Put that bitch in the freezer, in those industrial freezers, and then chop it up with an ice pick. Yeah. Popsicle holder on it. Pick that shit up.
Let me say it like, I have another Rayo, and this is a freebie Rabbi side. We learned this sugi yesterday. I'm a Rayo to Rabbanon, that is somebody that's chef, and he's a big over of the Zari, has a shtickle Zari going on in his house. Has a nice getchka. So much sheep this is about. Said that everybody committed to chef, even somebody without a bris milah, even Yisrael woman, and even somebody that doesn't believe. Who are referring to him here? He lived in Shemay Salam Machasmila. If his brothers, they died after the bris milah, so they passed him, he cannot have one. He's a perfect Jewish person to be a shayf. He's a guy that's mizalid when I read anything with the bris milah. He's mavayit, so he kicks it. He looks down at this. And he says, I feel this wrong, more. Take it long. It says that somebody that doesn't believe in something, you let it. You're not allowed to accept or take it long, and you will go very up. If you don't over here, go back and use everything besides things that have to do with the favor and eating. I know we're not real. Sorry, you could be sweet. I said not. You could be sweet. Then what? Somebody doesn't believe in something in his fire. One of the mixes in his fire. He doesn't believe in one of the nesses. So that's like someone that doesn't believe. But it's real. It's different. It's the same thing. So why are you repeating the same thing? You can't see that you're repeating the same thing. I don't know, Bob. Let's go with the Donna. So right here, I know what. Somebody that doesn't roll out in his fire. He's doing a high profile in his fire. He's a lot of shit. Well, there's Rabbi. That's Muslim. Well, I think my law, I say, no, absolutely, my friends over there, that's too much. Why? No, with the Zara, if you deny it with the Zara, it's like you would make it all fire. And if you do it with the Zara, it's as if you deny the whole fire. So you deny the whole fire, that's it. You can't check. That law, woman like the dog bar, he's a mover to the Vedas. And that's the big kiddush that he can go. He's a mover from the Vela. He doesn't believe in the Vela, but he can trust him in Shkita, which is in the same category. Food. And like Roman says that a mover in the Vela, guy that eats cheeseburgers with the other, you can trust him as a Mason. Even the kid. That's good with the kid. No, that is Rabbi. We already said yesterday. We already established the Rabbi. That says it's not a problem. If you're a mummer, I hear what you're saying. Why jump? We already had that sheet. Rabbi said yesterday that a mummer with the oven on a day is okay for shkita. So if you're working, why jump? Why go to Kabbalah Zara? Take it down one step to the Vela. Why take it down from the Zara all the way down to Megillah, to the place, the simple thing? Take it down one step. They say, we can. Really cool thing. So it says in the Pasuk, we can Korban Hashem. So it's not everybody. We can, which is talking about an Arla and a Dogma. We can all the people, not everybody can. A mummer cannot bring a Korban. Here. Let's see it. Yeah, wow. One in the order. Not mistake. Let's see. I did this literally at 7:05. 5 minutes before. But it happened by itself also. Maybe somebody did it. No, I copied from another place. It should be good. That's it. Maybe Yoshi got out and he did it. Mumar, no. But then the line wouldn't be touching the top over there. We can do the legs of Mumar. But Mumar cannot bring a carpet. We can. But the Mumar only in Israel, the Mumar can't bring a carpet. But in the nation, if you have a guy who's a stickle Mumar, he could bring a carpet. Men have a so all the others who live in the aim of the person who talking about this on the page, there are human beings that act like animals. So not mentioned. What does that mean? They don't keep the fire, they don't keep mitzvahs, so they're animals. The more they got Rizal today, they got Rizal, like Moimus. I think he invented like Moimus, the speed. So what Rizal says that sometimes a person runs in a bear and decides about doing treatment. So he's born, puts him in an animal, puts him in someone in an animal. And then another person runs in a bear, the same bear, but he does treatment. And he takes, he goes to this, he gets an animal. He's working examine the animal that he shuts in the carbon is that guy's neshama in there. And he shut and he take out the neshama. So you give that neshama a tikkun through the same avera, the same thing through that. The other should do with the hammer, some of the hammers are doing lava. That's why we shouldn't be with entire animals. No, it's not be with your own father. Just putting the book, you're going to smack your father. Okay, we got on road. You hear this? It's murder. Why do we accept a carbon from a guy who does not very deliberately? He does deliberately. Today, she actually in the street. You have to give them a chance to come back to Cuba and push them away. They know, I don't accept your carbon. Then they push away forever. It's not like all the psychologists today say, we show them a lot of love. Never push them away. Give them a chance to come back. So Rabbi said it's a song. You probably know it. Not so many people know it. But I want to ask those who don't know it, I want to teach you that. Not that I don't know what's all. I don't think it's going to help me. But the few times that I heard it, I'm not joking, I cried. Every time that you don't see me crying, means that I'm crying. It's a beautiful feel. It's a feel that women get to say, us men don't get to say. They say, now I know why they cry. No women cry by understanding all the time. The words are beautiful. That's a high power, especially harder words. So I want to teach you and say, who's going to help me out over here?
Get something fresh out of the line chains.
Lady, you know it? All right, here we go. These are the words. We'll only do the things one time, but the rest of the lyrics will do twice. All right, let's go. On the right foot.
Right, did you say like better show? If you think look at evolve, what does that even mean? If you're not a fat chick, don't get involved. What does that even mean?
It is the 7th of October in the year 48 BC. Gaius Julius Caesar has arrived in Egypt, landing in the capital, Alexandria. As he had to catch Pompey's Magnus, his foe in the civil war for control of the Roman Republic. However, upon landing, Caesar learns that Pompey has been killed by the servants of Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. Displeased with Pompey's killing, Caesar distances himself from the family, and soon turns against him after forming a relationship and alliance with his co-ruler sister, who will destroy Egypt herself, and perhaps, with Caesar's help, an empire. Her name, Cleopatra, the last queen of Ptolemaic Egypt. The woman into history as Queen Cleopatra of Egypt was most likely born early in 69 BC in the city of Alexandria, the capital of the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt. Though her date of birth is uncertain, and it could have been in late 17 BC, her name is derived from the Greek word kleos, meaning glory, and pater, meaning father. So her name effectively meant glory to her father. It was a common name within her family, and many Egyptian queens in these inalienable times before her birth were also Cleopatra. Her father was Ptolemy, Basileus, king or pharaoh of Egypt since 80 BC. The identity of Cleopatra's mother is less clear. It is presumed that it was Cleopatra V, a surprisingly mysterious queen of Egypt who only appears in a few fragmentary records, but who was definitely a wife of Ptolemy XII. The Egyptian kings, though, were known to practice both incest and polygamy, which confuses matters and makes it hard to be sure if Cleopatra V was her mother or not. If she was, she possibly died when her daughter was a toddler, though again, this is not certain. Cleopatra had several siblings. Two sisters named Berenice and Arsinoe are attested to, as are two brothers, both of whom were called Ptolemy, like their father, the name that virtually every male member of family in Egypt at this time was given, creating a challenge for historians. Whether these brothers and sisters were full siblings or half siblings of Cleopatra's is unknown, though we can say that Ptolemy XII was definitely their father in each instance. Cleopatra was born 2.5 centuries into the inception of Ptolemaic Egypt. The Ptolemaic kingdom was one of the successor states to the empire that Alexander the Great had swiftly conquered and rebuilt in the 4th century BC. Alexander had conquered Egypt from the Persian Empire in 331 BC and ordered the construction of a new city at the mouth of the Rothschild Delta, which he named Alexandria.
He then left the country and headed eastwards, conquering much of Persia and campaigning to India beyond the edges of the known world. His untimely death in 323 BC, at just 32 years of age, had opened up a succession crisis. As Alexander's illegitimate child was still in his mother's womb at the time, and there was no consensus as to who should in his stead became the throne. A civil war consequently erupted amongst Alexander's generals and close companions for control of various parts of the empire. One of them was Ptolemy, the Macedonian general of Greece, who enjoyed support among some sections of the army. Over the next several years, it would have become known as the Wars of the Diadochi, or Crown Princes. Ptolemy established himself as ruler of Egypt, while several others secured control of other parts of the empire. Eventually, Alexander's child and heir, Alexander IV, was murdered in 390 BC. The Diadochi dropped the pretense of wanting to preserve the empire of Alexander's child and established their independence. Ptolemy became King Ptolemy I. In addition to Egypt, he secured control of parts of Libya, the island of Cyprus, and much of the land along the coast towards Mauritania. The great rival of the Ptolemies here, which they could fight with great force, was the Seleucid Empire, which ruled from central Turkey east to Persia. The kingdom of Macedon controlled Greece itself. The Ptolemaic kingdom emerged in the 3rd century as the greatest of the Hellenistic kingdoms of the eastern Mediterranean world. To result from Alexander's conquests, Alexandria was known to be a truly magnificent city by Ptolemy and his successors, Ptolemy II, Ptolemy III, the great center of learning, complete with the fullest library of the ancient world. Many of the most fundamental early breakthroughs in the fields of mathematics, astronomy, geography, and science were made by scholars like Euclid and Eratosthenes at Alexandria under Ptolemy. Furthermore, while the Seleucid Empire reigned as large and its territory in the east truly re-emergent powers like the Parthian Empire of Persia and Macedon's control of Greece were fragmented as provinces and city-states in the region. The Ptolemaic kingdom managed to build a strong, centralized rule which flourished into the 2nd century BC. However, things were beginning to change long before Cleopatra was born. The central military and political power in the Mediterranean Sea had always been in the east. That is, until the rise of two major powers in the western Mediterranean, the Roman Republic in central Italy and Carthage in northern Rome. After two decisive wars between the 3rd century BC, Rome emerged as the dominant power of the western Mediterranean. It wasn't long before the Romans began interfering in the eastern Mediterranean. Where they built Roman towns, which were moving distant territory east from much of the 2nd century BC. By the time Cleopatra was born, such reservations had already been granted. Just a few years after she was born, the Roman general Pompeius Magnus, or Pompey the Great, defeated the Seleucid Empire and brought it to an end, forging a civil war between Roman provinces. It was into this precarious situation for the independence of the Ptolemaic region that Cleopatra was born. Cleopatra ruled one of the most cultured and learned cities in the world, and she must have received a very good education. Visiting the precinct of the Great Library was located in the museum, the complex religious and cultural buildings in the city. It seems plausible that her father would have installed himself in the city's leader scholars to oversee his children's education. To get a sense of how dynamic the intellectual environment was here, consider that Hero, a Greek scholar associated with the city, was born right around the time Cleopatra was, and many years later would develop a working ski engine in the city. Had the Roman world exploited this technological breakthrough, it would have laid the grounds for a Roman industrial revolution. Cleopatra had the Roman world exploited in the city. It seems plausible that her father would have instructed some of the city's leading scholars to oversee his children's education. To get a sense of how dynamic the intellectual environment was here, consider that Hero, a Greek scholar associated with the city, was born right around the time Cleopatra was, and many years later would develop a working ski engine in the city. Had the Roman world exploited this technological breakthrough, it would have laid the grounds for a Roman industrial revolution. Cleopatra was playfully well educated. The children's medical texts include during her this story was later attested to by Arab scholars, who might have had access to evidence which is now lost. It is difficult to doubt that, given how commonly Cleopatra was in ancient Egypt, perhaps the Egyptian things to accomplish or that of another famous. Beyond this, her youth was lived in a hybrid culture. The members of the royal family were thus taken from a genetic point of view and from a cultural perspective. However, they ruled over Egypt, a very old culture that had its own traditions gathered over 3 millennia, going back to the first pyramids were built. As such, the royal family adhered to many Egyptian traditions, particularly the worship of Egyptian gods and goddesses, like Osiris, Isis, Ra, Ptah, and Ammon. She grew up taking part in religious rituals involving these deities. Because of the cosmopolitan nature of Alexandria, she also learned to speak many languages, including Greek, Latin, Egyptian, and Hebrew, and perhaps others like Syriac and Ethiopian. Something which has garnered a lot of attention in modern times is the issue of Cleopatra's ethnicity and what she would have looked like. Although she would become one of the most famous female rulers of the ancient world, one widely written about by over 50 ancient historians and writers, there are few detailed ancient depictions of Cleopatra. There are several sculptures that are believed to be of her, yet these are not common. There are also a lot of smaller images. A side profile image of Cleopatra was incorporated into coins which were produced in Egypt during her reign, and she appears in many horrible guises around Egypt. The problem is a common or intelligent ancient sculpture, which paint the God of pride has long since faded away, does not reveal the same color. Consequently, several studies in recent decades have tried to suggest that Cleopatra was dark-skinned and African in her appearance. Therefore, evidence to support this conclusion. The Ptolemies were less deviant in the state of the Congo of Greek. They might have ruled Egypt for 3 centuries, but they did so as a foreign dynasty, controlling the country from a Greek capital in the former rule of Egypt. Moreover, the Ptolemies were known for inbreeding, with sisters even marrying brothers, as we will see, in order to secure the royal dynasty's control over Egypt without challenge. Admittedly, her matrilineal descent is not 100% clear, yet the images once from her reign and other architectural artifacts make it pretty clear that she had Hellenistic features reminiscent of Macedonian, Greek, North Africa, events in the wider Eastern Mediterranean, and in particular, the expansion of the Roman Republic to dominate the region, which was just the Roman commander Pompey had been dispatched by the Roman Senate with a great fleet and army to fish out and eradicate the large pirate fleets which operated out of the Greek islands and parts of the coastline of Asia Minor in Turkey. This campaign proved so successful in 67 BC that he was then appointed to take over against the activities of Pontus of the Turkish coast of the Black Sea. In this strength series of campaigns, Pompey not only defeated the Carthaginians, but then conquered the realms of the Seleucid Empire and annexed it in 63 BC. He then engaged in a reorganization of the Eastern Mediterranean, which included bringing the kingdom of Judea into a planned state of vassal. Egypt was now the last remaining major independent power in the Eastern Mediterranean. Its status was complicated. The Romans had been interfering in the politics of the Thrine kingdom for almost a century already by the time of the Romans. When the father's predecessor, Ptolemy, had died in 80 BC, he had left behind one heir, and the Romans invaded annexing Egypt for a time before Cleopatra's father became king. Still, the Romans had taken advantage of the situation to carve off Cyprus from the Ptolemaic empires. They gave the island to Another, an illegitimate half-brother of Ptolemy the Goth, who ruled the eastern Mediterranean island as a Roman vassal thereafter. They eventually annexed the island in 58 BC. Meanwhile, throughout the 60s BC, as Cleopatra's grand Egypt, the issue of potentially annexing Egypt, a region coveted for its agriculture, minerals, and the riches of Alexandria, was regularly discussed within the Roman Senate, a sign of how precarious the independence of Cleopatra's empire was, and of Antonius' position as its ruler's. The issue of Rome's influence in Egypt severed Cleopatra and her family relations very long, sealing the entire origin of the second Roman empires. This came about owing to a political crisis in Egypt and its former dominants. As we have seen, Rome annexed Cyprus in 58 BC, which had until recently been a long-standing part of the Ptolemaic dominions. This caused a lot of political friction in Egypt, raised against the glamorous which culminated in Ptolemy being removed from the throne. Power brokers at the Egyptian court in Alexandria then placed one of his other daughters, Cleopatra's older sister, Berenice, on the throne. The details of a lot of these events are very shadowy. The ancient sources, historians like Cassius Dio and Eusebius, and the geographer Strabo, who was a contemporary of Cleopatra's and lived in Egypt for a while, do not reveal all the political strategies against her father. They do allude to the idea that there was being forced from the throne.
Thank you very much.
Nevertheless, Ptolemy decided to not appeal directly to the Roman Senate. He left Egypt and headed for the Eternal City after Berenice and recovered the place of celebration of the interestingly, he brought Cleopatra. Why is unclear. They traveled via Rome to Greece to Italy, and then finally to the present Mesopotamian owned by the Roman on the outskirts of the city. They would end up waiting for nearly 8 years between the Corinthians before where Ptolemy placed his place of great power. This was the beginning of the second crusade, and more unusuals. Back in Egypt, Queen
the car is about the time. Then you have something giving you a second chance to pop a right to learn another topic and do all. I think we're going to be bullshit and the kids that are talking to always be busy. Stark at never actually. I don't know. You thought you were just so close to junior. See you, one month you book in the group. Lakewood Seal, the other side. Lakewood Seal. Very nice turnout over there. Rabbi the company that's doing our tomorrow so far. He's our guest speaker. I've already heard 13 years old, being signed 7 receptor. Also, seen over 16 plus people. Up the lane, Baltimore, keep it up. Hollywood, Florida, in our one of a kind. The whole caravan that's dedicated to MDY, as you see the sign on the wall with beautiful flat screen TV. There's a seal over there in Hollywood, Florida. Dallas Seals. Beautiful turnout of Central Dallas. There goes the family hard to put into words with these past 1,603 days, 4 years, 521 days. Have truly meant. Then from an 18-year-old in London, Barry Spiro. The other day, she kind of got the days we've shown up with unwavering dedication, not just to speak, but to give your time, energy, clarity, your heart. That time it doesn't just pass by. It becomes part of our life, people's lives, to build something lasting, not only now with this connection and sense of purpose. What stands out is just the number of days where those days are showing up again and again, no matter what, and giving your best each time. That time really is a real mark of people learning to do. 1,633 days is an incredible achievement, but more than that, it's reflecting something deeper, genuine dedicated. What did you give me? What's him? I just started signing some days. Okay. Tap on the shoulder for him. Thank you for your patience, your passion, and for showing day after day with truly just in this fight. What you book matters more than can be fully expressed. Deep gratitude. Shia Spiro, age 18, London, UK. This is one of the shortest emails I've ever received. It doesn't have anything in the actual something about. Please do the docs in English, like you're doing in Spanish. But wait there, first of all, I gotta tell you, this is incredible stuff. Spanish is going very well. It's the first year that I looked at having close to 300 views. It's not bad for day one on YouTube, and it's looked at another place as well. But the hell is, every time we used to say, wow, the 500 people run this business, that's the 1,000 people that. We had a Giga, 2,000, 3,000 from the deal, whatever it was. For pulling, and this is the middle of shop, this towards the other shop. Expect 1,000, 2,000 people. Over 6,000 people going through it. Did you understand the number? Over 6,000 between Hebrew and English. It's a crazy number. The big part is how to engage 6,000 people. Not everybody. That's how we get people like you. 6,000 kids because he's back. Rabbi Strong, where's you put again? See, I saw him there before I started promoting the business street talk. I know I'm listening here. There's a bunch of these. It's interesting. Two people said that this guy made a net there that I never made him out again in his life. He's 43 years old. At the same time, the kids are built up for 2 years later. This guy, Egyptian religious rites that signified her position as Pharaoh of Egypt. It's in Hebrew, it's very sad. It's the same story. He said he's never going to learn. When she was crying, he was crying at home. Yeah. Now they're both learning the Tati words. And then you have Elo. Where's that people? He does his job at the coffee station every day, morning, evening. So here he is. He's Israeli American.
This was the annual flight which was due to deposit ownership of the vessel. Thanks to hundreds of kilometers, the inundation clouds across the construction of the Asphalt of the 20th century.
Oh yeah,
But
there's
in
Elo.
ancient times, it was
We
still
have some very
Egypt's
popular guests here, starting with,
and
what's
its
that? What's
position
your
as a
name?
major center of
Very
civilization.
fancy guys. He's the son
The
of
failure
a
of the
Truly
inundation
who
first months of
made
the
all these unbelievable stuff for MDY, including, this is in his bath, I use a lot. This is a mitzvah,
destabilized in a very
40-some mitzvah for our stepson, but it's real, the life between here, this is 40-some, cool here. Very, very careful. So you prep to you, to your family, to your father. What? Well, they didn't talk about it. This was there, but massive. Besides the state overseeing, the PR, what else do you do over there? The full fund, you have the full fund, you have the full fund, and this thing, I don't know where it is, so we put it away for it. You have it as well? What? Exactly right. Usually for the PR, okay. Let's do some sponsorship. Oh, God, you saw the video that I did? From where? Oh, you put them in. It's okay. No one says the show. You do? Then you show every day. What about you? And you don't even watch this sometimes. So how many guys did? You did it. I've seen you 100 times already. Every time I saw no, around that now. Okay, so what where you from? Remind me. Oh, okay, great. Well, Arnold, the memory of a memory massacre from Jerusalem on the 32nd day of Oiler. I'm wrapping up with the memory of Arnold and from Saul, Kaczynski, Lipton, there's Lambic, there's Toy Black, London Boy, everyone calls Warner, I'm not sure you can out in there for Oiler. Little is the only one shot from Seven Zed, Yell, Football, Paris, the very big family. Little is the only one shot. Glory to the medallions in memory of David L. Davis, David I. David Philip Bell Bravo. Cheers, the receptor, our one and only corporate sponsor. We also, you feel like it, dedicated in memory of being Murray. This is the small part of the time she goes to what the website is today. So his son sit down going to run the Miami satellite station, trying to open up another location in the city in Muncie, which was in Muncie. There's a Shem, there's a Shem that should have an Aliyah, the person who loved Shabbos, loved people. He had a lot of Yisroel with him. He looked at it very engaged, he never complained. So the Shem should have an Aliyah. The Baptist Foundation gratitude in sorting in the life and all the supporting the why. Anonymous, a couple of the guys, they do Benny, by Peterman, Anonymous, please proclaim on the young believe by Esther. Coil sponsors, for the month, HRK events, CFO services, for family offices, and the customers they own.
Instability, which would compare to Egypt and Cleopatra before. Crassus's
Simon, military slave of the Lord report from Miriam. Moishe Ricky Martinez, proudly supporting the beauty, Spanish, and honor our parents and family. Go well. Zelig, Zeichen family, Malcolm, Ethan Zelig, 15 and 1, Zeichen 14 on their 600 dot.
It's just what political process my vibrams, local politicians and generals, and started
Halfway to MDY, 1K status. I said yesterday, no way. Concerning the ladies and dying to fuck on the small brokers, trying to go to the drop of the father, David Salva, on his backyard side. David is an inspiration to all Shalakavot. David Malky Kramer, Malcolm Zokari, grandson, Thursday on his fifth MDY Serum. He's at the shield this morning. Is he?
His actions had to
well, that's very, very playing. 15 with MDY. Beautiful.
That the state could be occupied to make it audacious.
Okay, where did he come from?
Caesar was audacious. In the 50s BC, he had become a man of the hour.
We want to wish Glenn Esselstyn,
Engaged in a
who
series of
came with us on the safari cruise, the one who got to know him, the president, he's getting married tonight. Let's say next to the country, we figure out where. You know, someone is going there tonight to the country. But you don't give a shit, see, when this was my father-in-law, he died in Yaakov, so when Yaakov Chaim took Rabbi, bus driver, remember, he took some videos, videos of Ruru, about the kid of Semoneta. Junior, yes. Thank you, Hashem, for allowing me to walk away unharmed from a bad car accident. Alright? Danny, Farah, and Arnold. Just, I don't know what this is. Three corners, we will this match, the time is going, then, by raising the Bracha, by the time of Abi. The Festo, Eisengard, Bracha back talking to everyone, learning that Yomi. Mom, remind me to tell you a story about the time of Abi. Rabbi Bishad. Anyway, I can't say it for Rabbi. Mom, before Shemi, all of the Nathan Ben Bashir Bracha. It's an interesting story. You might interact with them. Before Shema, before I'll tell you the book. Before Shema, what happened after? Before I yell at the meal, then I yell at Esther. Alright. Voice eyes. It's unbelievable. They were holding me already about $1,000. Whereas the guy in the photo told me that Hewlett is easier than Buffalo. Easier. So somewhere it is easier. There's one or two cities in Buffalo Color that you have the right picture and stuff. That's why it's easy to rap. But otherwise, it's easier to sell. Color up on it. We're holding 3 lines to the bottom and we call them Bueller Bridge. Shkitas Pussy Muteres. The Shkita of a pussy. It's a nation that came very strong. And we got my voices throughout God. Are they Gary Evans? You're right. Are they Hungarian? Are they fakers? They chef. You mean. But you're not top of that. You're shifting in other pussies. No problem. You can call them pussies. But if you what? Conditions. But then go up over it, if you strong, all you make is agave. You have this. This guy, remember from that video? He's strong, all you agave. That's the imam is watching the pussy.
When he arrived to Cleopatra's homeland, he was killed immediately. The party of mercenaries, led by Lucius Septimius, a military observer and served with Rabbi in his Majoric Eastern campaign, in which he had conquered the Seleucid Empire 50 years earlier, stabbed him to death, and then so that the head could be given to Caesar as proof. It is proved that the Ptolemies had ordered his murder in the belief that Caesar's victory was inevitable.
Anything less than Kazaitis, he might eat. Why? He doesn't really say the story of something about Kazaitis. They don't have Kakushu, and they don't have any of these things. They give him a nice sized piece, and if he eats it, I call it with the level of love. If he eats it, you can eat. The love of love is love. He doesn't refuse to eat. He says he's on a diet, whatever excuse he gives, it's good. What's missing right over here? If you look at this chart right over here, what's missing?
When he arrived in October, he was
We have a case that's 100% great. It's the short standing there, steering. That's the best athlete you have. And then you have, after the fast, roll the throw, he finds a dead animal, he finds a shut animal. What's missing is an in-between case. The case of Nicholas Bielsa, who comes in, comes out. One day he comes, one day he doesn't, one day he comes 3 times, one day 1 week he doesn't come at all. That's an in-between case. What's Allah for Nicholas Bielsa? Yesterday we saw an unfortunate of fighting Rabbi. And the Gemara explains why we have to fight. Similarly, lots of the other experience that you have. Well, that's one of the things that the Gemara says. Exactly. That's all much of the thing about the other. Well, you say no for your dream. You came in on Sunday, you came in on Monday, then on Tuesday, you came back and saw 4 months. It's different. The guy had a certain feel. 4 months to me means you never had a house that much. He's shifting with someone told you. And City Land, you really live in our season. No. You see, for today, they have the whole thing. You go to Heart Fusion, and you find the animal, and you get a start saying, you get a good fact. You say, listen, I want to eat from it. Here, eat. And you don't because we ate to the whole week before. The Mark says it might be the same thing. You want to be young in the crazy of your place. You find where they rings, what do you do? Prepare and listen to that. And you shop off the head. You know somebody get it there. Hold it, move the left and you do a taste test. You put it first. You get it raw. You get it there. The week you're listening. It's 10 birthday. All you do is give them 1 out of 10. And then you can eat all that. Each one is great. No one's going to question that. But the liar, maybe the one you gave him, we recognize him, and he loves the second. It's not one you didn't. You lie about the love of the dog. If he doesn't do the thing, he doesn't give it to you. You know what I mean? I think to myself, imagine doing it. I know, like, I've heard many stories. To be sure, it's difficult. You go to another country, you look by yourself, you try your stuff up for months at a time sometimes, and sometimes people fall. Or maybe you can't really trust anything, you don't know what you do for my great person. And then it turns out, I heard story after story, most of them are great people. I mean, no matter, so when you have a guy that's that, if they find out that you go out at night or whatever, they put it in the wrong. Or maybe I was using a guy that's not as you don't really very good on Holocaust. Is that your choice? It was going to be wrong. You want to up the situation. You are about to do that. Tomorrow, I'll buy you diet here. You know what diet is. You could go both ways. You could either learn from the radio show that good for the business is not good. Because the radio says only the top pets in the world is good. Only if you have a 100% of the time like you standing there watching, then it's okay. If the guy comes in and out, you're okay. Or you could give a guy in the same. But when do you need a pace test? When there's never a stuff at all. Okay, so then you give him a pace test. Now the light saying is that the guy comes in and out, it'll be perfect. You go, you can live in the race, you live in the safe, the opposite things. So I diagnosed ratio here. Now, this is the thing we're looking for. What we're not mentioned at all is the difference relationship to center. Rabbi says, let's go from the relationship. Now, only when you have a place on the job is a good. You look at the it's enough good. You look at the consideration. She comes out with something that really good. That's why yesterday we learned that Rabbi holds this is not good for only the other. You do the taste test on the video. How do you do the question? Well, the guy who says for Ron is going to go the other way. He's going to learn from God. It says that if you found the guy, I'm supposed to put Shochat. Why do you have to give a taste test? You can't even tell me that was saying. I'll tell you this. You know, drop off. But many restaurants today, you get a feeling, then you have to come in and out. I feel like it's okay. You don't have to put the other, it's a feeling. So it reminded me. So we were in a restaurant. serving the rear part of the animal.
On the 14th, as he now came, was the youngest member of the family, and was only around 11 or 12 years old at the time. His exact birthday is not known. A ritual secret marriage was also enacted. Cleopatra's ambitions were expanding rapidly. She was pregnant with Caesar's child. This was an important development. Despite marrying multiple times, Caesar had only had one child from his marriages, a daughter named Julia, who died in 54 BC, and a friend, which had accelerated the drift in the Republic. She had been married to Pompey as part of the alliance arrangements of the first triumph. Thus, when Cleopatra gave birth to a baby boy, sometime in the second half of 47 BC, Rothschild eliminates
Because we don't have, no.
it was a quite significant development.
You're allowed to, but we don't have
Caesar
a great
now
Messiah. We don't
had
have to
a
do it well.
biological
But if
male
somebody
son,
doesn't do it well,
albeit born
then the
to
people that really
Egyptian
are good at
mother.
it, and you
But
love
that
them, so you
division
eat it,
was
go down to eat it,
problematic, and Caesar would have serious
Well, if I can't
difficulties
just
getting
say,
through political
because
classes
people know,
to
even
accept
if he's
Troy
very good,
as
I
his
don't have
heir,
such a Messiah.
even though he was the
I can even
unquestioned
have to look
ruler
around.
for Empire
Well, if I
and
can't
claimed
say,
the control of
so
powers.
we have a problem. Each one is having a problem with the other one. How come we can't be with that equation? I can't be with that to the savior. All my law will say, so that buying it, what's the value of the
Caesar
good?
would have serious
This is
difficulties
the end of the
getting
price, so that if you don't
classes
find it,
to accept
then you
Troy
give a
as
price.
his
It's not
heir,
that if you have
even
a
though
guy
he
that
was the
constantly comes in and
unquestioned
out,
ruler
that's
of
perfectly
Rome,
fine.
having claimed
All right,
the
the other
throne
thing
of
is,
Naples.
part of
The
this.
child
I
was
was saying
named
before.
Caesarion. By the
That
time he
the
was
other
born,
thing is
Caesar
all the
had
time,
left
what's
Egypt
liver? I
to
come there,
oversee the ongoing war
one
against
time I had
Cato
to find it.
and other former
This is
allies of Pompey.
the roller calculation,
Thus,
probably the ratio of the
Cleopatra
team.
set
All
off
the
from
time you
Egypt
can either look at
with the
Tila,
newborn
you want
child
to do
in 46 BC
again,
to visit
standing
Rome.
and steering at
She
the
would
entire
spend
time.
the
And
next
yes,
2
maybe.
years living there.
Anything less than that, you can't even look at Tila. Only to do a
Cleopatra's
paper.
presence in Rome was viewed poorly by many
The roller
political
calculation.
class
Well,
of the
you're
city.
family, claiming that guy was
They
going,
perceived
no,
her
I love you
as a
speaking when a
warrior
guy comes in and out.
across
To give the guy, to give the
There
pussy the
were
same
also
fear.
a lot of
He's
raised eyebrows
concerned
about
not to
Caesar's
mess up,
relationship
not
with
to
her,
pull out
and the possibility
a
of him
straight chicken
acknowledging
from the
Caesarion
refrigerator
as an
because
heir.
you know that you get
A
caught every second the guy
development
comes in and
like
out.
this would have been unthinkable amongst the prominent to the Centuriade, but Caesar had proved time and time again that he was impervious to convention and would not become twitchy. This was evident in his refusal to relinquish power. Caesar had claimed the power of dictatorius at the start of the civil war against Pompey on the grounds that the military emergency necessitated emergency rules. But now, with the civil war winding down and his power set to expire, he proclaimed his vision become dictator for life. The Romans were averse to the idea of kingship, and there was great opposition to his decisions. Some people associated Cleopatra with this, claiming she was bad influence on the Roman kingdom. These included great Roman rhetoric, Cicero, Cleopatra, and from Cicero's letters, we can also learn that Cleopatra might have
He
gone
doesn't show
to
the
be
QC
a
what he's giving
royal
He puts all
godchild of
kinds of
Caesar's,
underneath his
though
jacket.
she did
The rips off
what she
the head.
must to the baby.
Nature
Nature
don't have to
showed
use like,
also
maybe he recognizes that. All very tired. The master spring that's usually rushes
the Ides of March festival in
Here, you
Rome.
can have a stupid video for
Caesar
this.
was stepped in by a coup to
Yes,
senators in Rome.
there's a lot over here. Some things are not. If I let you sound yesterday, you said it's fine. What's literally something.
His assassination,
You know what's
everything
going on
was
in
in
Iran,
frozen.
right? They shut down Iran for like Weimar. A lot of people
After
are
the
upset.
murder of Caesar, Cleopatra
There's a stadium 20 miles down the
felt
road.
the footage of film
They're
that
concerned
Caesarion
for these
might be named
suicide drones.
Caesar's heir in his
It's
will.
easy target. It's right next to
Once
Lebanon.
this was
And
clear,
they don't want to.
she
That's
left
what they're saying.
abruptly.
For people, they
Her
have
son
problems. But
now
anyways, here,
retired
play on that.
in seeking to succeed Caesar as the preeminent figure in the problematic republic. She consequently headed back interesting steps. One of the first measures that she seems to have decided upon was the murder of her younger brother, Tommy the 14th. A royal inscription indicates that he was still alive in January 44 BC. He died at some point over the next 8 or 9 weeks, as his head was proclaimed as Cleopatra's new emperor at the beginning of September with the regal name Ptolemy the 15th. Caesar. There is no evidence as to what happened to Ptolemy the 14th. Still, the timing of his disappearance and the swift elevation of the influences of kingship makes it pretty clear that Cleopatra had him poisoned or dispensed inside the whale. Thus did Cleopatra lose her position in Egypt immediately after Caesar's assassination and removed any possibility of Ptolemy the 14th becoming famous or renewed opposition to her. The assassination of Caesar had set in motion
As a matter of fact, I saw the Canadian said, he says it has to be the head, right? Because the system are only not going to the head.
dictator, and the faction of senators who killed him. This is known as the A senator was back in Egypt, and their senator final control
I had a meeting with the guy who's lot of this thing out, and he told me, he remembered Neil, because he told him about Spanish. She says, Spanish? I still sell 10 times the amount of French bar in Spanish. She said, French, you gotta go French. Then he said,
Caesar had given the island back to the
French next. Okay, I look up.
Did you after the brief
Everybody was thinking, I thought Spanish is everywhere in America. Everybody, you know.
this
Like
meant
it's another
Cleopatra
thing.
had control of Egypt
We're doing in
and Cyprus,
Spain,
as
in
well as
Mexico, and in Miami. I'm serious. Well, Spanish speaking. I guess there's more French eats.
seeking to
French people
avenge
are.
Caesar's killing, and she threw her sword
Oh, here's the problem. The deal with the Saturday, these people are always been out for you. If you think about it,
established there
you look at it, wouldn't say anything about chicken third. It says here's a lot of it. There's no back from the part from the start. It says the chef, a cow, or a sheep. Doesn't say anything about chefing a bird. So since it's not posting a bird, once again, the sheep might not even want to chef the bird. And she's gonna look at that after tomorrow. With the name, Shihio. What's Shihio? Taking the knife. Chefing up, so that's actually been out here also. A knife for a bird. Little baby knife.
Caesar's killers defeated in 2 battles at Philippi in Macedonia.
Shihio is your paw. You wait a certain now, we're going to learn about how much. You don't do it's not fluid, it's not back and forth. You go for a coffee break, come back to the rest. Rothschild said means pushing downwards, the downward force instead of a slicing force. How long ago? When that it goes in between, you have this nice thing that you feel that's all, no, I don't have this is so downward.
A young man who was only 18 years old when Caesar was assassinated, but who had been named by the dictator as his heir.
This is not grammar. The next one is hello. Hello, you go in between the kissing on it, and then you come downwards to at one point, the knife was covered by the skin. That's it. And they're not going to know. Agrama means go. In our family, it became a thing. I made it together because I left my son asylum. I said, well, you're not telling me straight. So we came the whole thing to the board to cut straight. Like, the pieces should be even. Each one should have the same size. And none of the sideways. You know, less straight cut, the less back and forth. We make a whole thing out of it. Notice when you go sideways, you start going to the wrong place. Instead of going straight down, you go like this. So here you have a little bit of a
state. They seemingly reached a further agreement,
That's the
whereby
classic. Oh, like, the kids are it's goes in the wrong area. Okay? We'll see what it is. We'll get to the studio. It goes in the wrong area. Zeke or Eagle means it what's in the night has a demon in that little nick. It can pull instead of the Simonim, will pull the sea. I heard one yesterday. Why are the Putin master on these things? They should have the sea. Why did they write? What is saying the third how I grew up? Because it says it's possible over here. It's about stuff that should be. Do you have it? No, it's possible. Because if I can record with someone, I should also have told them to look for a shared CDC. So they say to themselves, this is a shared CDC. It's in the title. I shared CDC. Shared CDC means for them, there's other Tibuim that have to do with people that are not in the title. And those have to be marked. It's a CDC that I have to do. The Torah says that you should keep one out of the top. That's already Torah says. Yeah. Oh, you also follow that Rabbi in Mexico, they say the food from Torah and look at that applicable. So now we're getting into a topic, an interesting topic. A pussy, you learn that it says in the Torah, and they keep it, then it's solid, you can rely on it. Keep it says in the Torah, they keep it, you can rely on it. But there are things, think about it, there are things that are not in the Torah, and they keep. And things that they don't keep, and are in the Torah. There's 3 things. Something that's in the Torah, and they keep. Something in the Torah, they don't keep. And something they keep that's not in the Torah. Yeah? Very important. So there are some limits that they keep. They're in the Torah. Could I eat them? Could I rely on them? Could I sign up on something that they didn't master that's not in the Torah? On the Rabbanon. Could we be mastered under the Rabbanon? Could we be making on the eat from the Rabbanon? So we rely on the Rabbanon. They're very mastered on that. On the flip side, something that none of the Tusim keep, the flourish in the Torah, let's just do it possible color. They don't care. Let's do it in the Torah, they don't care about it. But this Tusim says, my restaurant, we're not going to possible color. Let's do the Torah. So let's go. Let's do the Torah. So let that Tusim come up. So here it says that at Rama, Halaga, Shehida, all these halachas of Ephah is even the Zika belief, since you know that they keep it, Zika belief, you can rely on Hakanami, in that thing, Zika is supposed to be by us in our city, Zika site. So, we'll say the Torah that you have to set the let's say, you know what? It doesn't have to say the Torah. Sometimes it's pussy. He's marking on something, we go with it. The opposite way out, we make even than I so we're going to get this is what we're going to discuss now. But they do like shepherding the Torah. Doesn't say the person in the Torah. Whether or not you can rely on them. So now we're going to go through how can we get to it. First, we're going to do the other part, the Torah that we're not, they don't keep. And then we're going to go to the keep and not in the Torah. That's how you're not pushing the Torah. Does anybody have a piece of paper here? Before returning to Egypt to give birth to their youngest child. Where's Rabbi Shorty? Let's see if this is start. Concerning his relationship with Cleopatra and the public nature of it, Eva was Antony's wife, Octavian's sister. Octavia was in the Eastern Mediterranean and was starting to raise her two daughters. That's before we did this. As Cleopatra and Antony became lovers, and then remained powerful, all Arab cities began to attach themselves to him. Look at this, it's crazy. A matzah bakery. It's a Kusi matzah bakery. Mamish Muslim. Although I'm going to bring you the look of Pesach, the matzah, Perhaps the most famous Jewish descendant of Norwegian as to which the stories of the original after 5 years of begging, you know what this is,
in which he presented a tale about
the dream and it's just that's what it takes years. They're right over here. They hold the power. That's what it is. The other child that I was doing the dance and that what anyway is all years we have nails. You want to come, you want to do. So you hold the child. That's the big mitzvah. That they don't know about. They're not so much on that big mitzvah. If we say begins the big mitzvah, they don't know all, but really don't know. There's different things within. Maybe I'm not gonna say anything whatever it is, that's how many yards you get. That's how right, see those guys, it looks like a tiny goblin thing. They don't know those I remember that when they go listen to don't read it like I used to read it in the receiver. I said, this is Ezekiel Kusim Hybrid. And that's what it is. Look, all of this is Ezekiel Kusim. Hybrid is that people using Israel. Reminds me of the guy who's trying to become trying so hard to turn you. But this was fake sharp. You're not a Jew. You can't help I'm talking about the child. I carried the toy, carried the cheese in my house. That's not cool. Yeah, but I'm not something here. So when a cookie does something, it's hard to back here, so it's much more matter. Yeah, over my heart. Matas cooking Thursday is we're gonna get what is like it. I'm trying to find my plug on something that is not in the Torah, like shifting a bird. And they keep it anyway. Then when you're lying in the winter. So just learn, not just pushing the tires, while we have to do the other with that shit. Run a little sheep of you tell me that the maximum of sheep is allowed to keep it on. In other words, it doesn't have any pumps to it. So why can I use it on the lower thing? Drop it. What does that mean? Says tomorrow. It says it's possible. Which marking is a maso is a right the faith, the shame matches mitzvah. It's not enough on the night to put on a face up. Just not that stomach in your mouth. You have to have in mind that it's the same matzah. It's in what? I know. I wanted to see if you know. You didn't tell me it's a positive. I said, I asked him what's the problem. I want to make sure that he said it's a positive. You did. I like this one. This is a good one that we found. Usually, in the matchmakers, I used to go to Saturday. I used to go to Saturday matchmakers. They had a bunch of Russian women there. And then the guys would go, the shy matchmakers, mitzvah. All these Russian ladies, the shy matchmakers. This one is better.
straight to the sides of the ground.
It just becomes a song. It's
And
like,
after which the ground is viewed as being beneath their dignity. Now actually he seemed to have confirmed my suspicions of the flaws he perceived that he was intent on splitting America in half and to carve one of the eastern provinces from
they don't know how to do that.
Cape featured in
And
many of
I
these
love that.
princesses.
Heritage, yeah. Because it doesn't really seem very well. You have to say my sweet spot. It doesn't seem so much. But at the end of the day, yes, they're not killed.
And then moved on to his potential successor as soon as he was killed.
Rabbi Jimmy O'Leary, so here, you keep the shame. What's the movie? The shame out of
This Antony had
That's how he felt. My thing with the keep the shame was the natural law, and they do the shame influence. So what does shame mean? The shame out. Remember that's all until the shame begins to give this voice. They don't know the nuances of this law, like when the components will start cracking, so somebody will keep the shame or. So you hear the word shame or a voice that pay attention for the pencil pen over there. But if shame means to make sure that doesn't go promise, not the shame out, just what it said, 2 lines in top. Over there, she was meant to say, the shame out, shame or shame over here, it means shame or. You don't let the promise come in. But you know, they let the promise to be what you say. This is sad, but it might have a lot of truth to it. They say, about football, always feels like superior. Like, what are we going to tell us? What are we going to tell us? 100% of the FB, they even say FBO, really low, FFB. They say, what is the mamish feel?
That's just lettuce, this one. They're smooth with his footwork. It's unprecedented.
Because when he be talking about Chura, the feeling of humor, on the show, you understand the importance of you call it after a few years. So, Commission's even Kusim, I was that way in Israel. Then we got more. As the tomorrow, what's he adding here? When Kusi does a mitzvah, he's better than a Yisrael, than a regular Jew. How does that about? That's what that says. You're allowed to eat this matzah. So now we start. We're getting there. If it says we're foolish in the Torah to do mitzvah, and they don't do it, all of the Kusim don't do it, but he does. Can you rely on him? And the guy was talking about it says we're doing Torah, the guy will have people like maybe Shimur, even though they don't keep it, you can rely on it. When you're talking about Yasu, no, if it's something that they keep, then you can rely on them. If they don't keep it, you can't rely on it. It says so what do you call that? All mitzvah, every mitzvah that a Kusi keeps, he's better at it than the Jew. So the word call is not important. What it should say is if. The key word is if they are Mexican, then we can rely on them. Not all mitzvahs, it's not true. Not Taryag mitzvahs in the Torah. It's only the 50 or whatever mitzvahs that they keep in the Torah. So if. Well, if is able to buy it. So what's enough? You know. Our case, this is what we're looking for. It's not the portion of the Torah, but they keep it like checking birds. They keep that one, even though it's not a portion of the Torah. Then again, some people would see it all. Since it doesn't say it, it doesn't help that they keep it because it's not a portion of the Torah. It's not strong enough. We also have our since they keep it, it's not Torah, it's very strong, and you can eat chicken that comes from a Kusi factory. Just learn that Yisrael mumar to eat netelos, a mumar who eats netelos with the oven. In other words, he's not a bad guy. He has a college disease, and he likes a good strafe pork, so he could actually be so let's remember, this is the Rabbi that we're going to be talking about. Rabbi said, even though he eats cheeseburgers, but he's talking nice and like you check the knife, you get it to him, almost the level of don't say he's a perfect chauffeur. My time is the wood shop. If they get there, he's zero, like this, in front of us, that's the two options. The head there, so we show the there, you will not abandon the head. At the end of the day, he comes from a fruit shop. He's mapping on most stuff besides cheeseburger. Now, if a cheeseburger and a Ken's Diner burger right next to little years. All there up, I even say, so I have a right view of it on what? A guy that's lost to death for one thing. He just eats cheeseburgers and everything he really wears. Still, when he keeps shots open, he just eats a paella. He could be a good choice. Why? Because it says, if a guy who's over Aveira, he has a little type of person, look at me out, you let him eat his hummus after Pesach. Now, the Israelis got this because they speak. I wonder if the Americans also. What does it mean? That they change out their hummus, they switch it out with the goat. They take the hummus over 11 Pesach, all hummus that stay in the entire Pesach, and they give it to the goat. And they get in return brand new hummus from the goat. Shehem Machlifen, does it mean they do it 100% or they sometimes do it? Is it a suffix or a vada? What is Shehem Machlifen mean? Vada. Good. Shehem Machlifen is vada. That's what Gemara is going to say in a second. Shehem, they could have said Shani Oime Machlifen. No. Shehem Machlifen, they do it. This is what they do. So what do you see from there? You see that in the case that the Gemara is going to fear us, but I'm just stopping here before that. See that if it's easy for them to do something, they'll do it. They don't do Averis deliberately to get you upset. Because it's convenient for them. Or if it's easy for them just to switch out the comments with the guy the next day when they go to the store. Here, take my comments. Give me new comments. You can rely on it. So, bro, come on, Rabbi Yehudi. Let's go to the famous Rabbi Yehudi. All my comments are best of their rights. You look up the opinion that comments that remain the whole Pesach, after Pesach, you're not allowed to eat it. I left my car to my Caruso Pesach. He goes in and says, you have a whole box of brand new cookies in the front seat. We left to America like 2 weeks before. We took the car. I sold it. Had to do comments on Pesach. So that's how much I'm on Pesach. Muktani, it says, I didn't go to the rice, but the review is eating that hummus to the rice. And it says you can rely on it. Why? Because they switch it out. I'm only something to say about this. You see that a guy that has a heart problem, it's easy for him to switch it out. So there's also, it's easy for him to switch it out. Learning of the dot and our global specialties and services that I knew that will come in the Rothschild product about kind of switch out police. That's the only right to call you that goes for the view that's the right stuff. There's another person article who will turn it up. Shimon, better of like Moira. Now this is going to some dinner of Shimony. Maybe they're Shimon tomorrow, who knows? That's 1 year with the Shimony. Dinner of Shimony. The Omar comments are hot. That's Rabbanah. He says, I'm Rabbanah. And that's why I realize this holiday. Why? It's in the Rabbanah, right? It's only the Rabbanah. So you lie to eat this holiday. That's right on the way. That's still have a great life. The Evan out here saying it's only the Rabbanah according to Shimon. Listen to this. It's only shiny on there for people. Does it say the word shiny on there? And that would mean maybe he switches, maybe not. It says manipulation, my favorite. Okay, that's cheeseburgers. 100% switches out his tongue. No, you see that even a guy that doesn't feel famous, you can rely on him 100%. Even if they're a bottle, another of it makes my right stronger. Because anyway, it makes my favorite dog. The body my favorite, 100% spit out. And then I can tell you about my room. The bottle looks like they're about to shoot up. It's a simple that you're not letting you put the face out. They go ahead and they go to the store to keep it out. So it's not too much of a kid from the actual person. Certainly by the let me say like another right girl, the guy who's like out there, I can do this people. Everybody's done it surprising. Everybody can tell. But people who see this, people are evil, even a person who's living up for Smila, and even person. Rabbi shows them, or even a guy that's tough. Never seen him from the ball. Says he my person. I don't know what kind of person is never been. He never said he's welcome to Smila. Two of his brothers died previously. There's a story, big story in their truck. A kid died from the bridge. So they arrested the oil over his mouth. Not dirty, but right after. Really? Okay. I got the details wrong. The point is, people die from evil.
about Trump
without
without changing the
Now, two
sides to
brothers
their
back in the middle, then it's not the
coordinating.
male's fault. It's
Caesar's
something,
great nephew
maybe the
arrived
blood
to
concealed, who knows what.
his troops were tired of the long march,
They didn't change the
but
fact.
aided by a separate
No,
contingent wanted to come east from him. They won a victory over Antony's troops outside Alexandria on July 13 BC. Following this, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself in the mistaken belief that Cleopatra's
If he cannot perform, so
is one of the best sources for these events. Presents an account of the story where Antony did not die immediately and was brought before
so why can they do so? He could be a regular circle. He's a guy scratching his corner. He doesn't really
his troops.
He's an anti-risk. That's why he doesn't have. If you saw that, Mula was over that one. Yeah, the Mula was over that. He's a single power with this Mula. Well, I had a friend,
Unsatisfied
but when he had a kid, he wanted to show me that he's Canadian, so he started doing it. He
became less despicable.
first we do, and then we got a connection with it. We're all these rights and the Mula
was only about 31 years of age,
okay.
despite the complex
So
nature
Mula
of life. There are varying accounts as to how she took her life.
all my stories.
Most famous
You
one
get her, and you do that thing. It's a very good friend of mine. I have a lot of trauma for it. But there's some women that over at home, they haven't really got very cool.
was mistakes for her, and she thought there was nothing by the person that killed her. However, the more plausible reality is that she simply drank some poison, and it was this which ended her
So
life.
talking about a guy,
Several accounts
a guy
suggest
that's
that
he's
she
right for one
perished
out
her
there.
death in
He
an
ain't nothing good about one thing.
almost
Nothing for him.
eating a fine last meal.
You can rely on for everything else. You did so. What happened when you start this?
Slavish
It was
theories
this.
of
Let's see
war
what's in
showing
there.
centuries
Nothing's wrong with
about what
Are you strong? You go off the there. You do a lot of yourself. I know where to go. We're talking about. Even when we go
had
back on.
her discreet.
He's for one thing. He's a wicked
Most
shot.
implausible is that she
He's
died
over at,
from carbon monoxide
he's over at,
poisoning.
not for Baylor. He's
On the
over at,
grounds
we're talking about,
committed a
our city's about to do. He's not nothing to
she
do.
and
I don't know what I read.
laid to
So he's
rest
going to
on
keep shopping and he's
the
going to keep
outskirts
sleeping.
of
He's going to
Alexandria.
keep one thing in the So if it says in the rich shop, you could be selling for the guy who's going to keep you selling for the guy who's going to keep shop.
Cleopatra's death
You know what
became
though? We're talking about a guy
scores of
who doesn't eat
brought about one of the key things which
He's not
she
much,
sought to
and that's the big
avoid through her
Yeah,
actions
in
in the
trade,
previous
it's relying on
quarter of
the
a century. Egypt
He's
was
straight. He doesn't care about trade. That's
so
relying on a lot of people.
as was Cyprus.
It's not like,
This was
oh,
known as a
far-fetched thing over there. He
as
doesn't
it
keep shopping, but he
initially
does
is.
get with this.
At this juncture,
Particularly wrong.
they were still
And
choosing
that was big deal.
Athens
Guys
as
keep
crown
straight,
states.
but with the other, he only straight. Not because he's against straight,
What is now
but
Algeria,
because he's about
through
price.
his
He likes to
European
fake.
period,
So I think you're right. Let's keep
religions continued
So it's a great
as
right to
crown
us.
states
Law, he's not a right.
for a century and a half,
Love our blood.
even
I'll
though
tell you that over
his
there
great
when it talks
focus
about a
on
woman strong, talking about a guy
his own
that if he's a
in
rich and
Egypt's
fast
case,
as a woman to trade, he can have a
still
life. Might buy him up, and I'll split you up.
wiped out
He was a
by
dog
his
bag
great
that tears dogs.
In any event,
Ptolemies
Ptolemies
are
were perceived
when a
as
person
trying
does the same Aveira over and over,
despite being
it
his
becomes
cousin
like a
Caesar.
habit to him.
Octavian almost certainly had Caesar quietly murdered a few months
Somebody here
after
in
his
the church,
birth.
right?
Surprisingly, he spared Cleopatra's children with Antony and several further daughters. Both Alexander Helios and Persephone died there in the years that followed. But most historians believe this may have been the metropolis of Cleopatra's city in Juba of Syria and revered Syria. What this meant was that Egypt was annexed directly by the state, which Octavian became the first ruler of. As before, Caesar Augustus, after a series of constitutional changes and introduced his power now arrived after the foundation of Rome.
the droppers that the shopping and the photos. Those are the things that hold us up. And that's what we should be more mindful of. Okay, so hello, move a lot. These are tremendous. If I would have asked you, maybe you would have said, a guy who does up his zone, don't be quite a lot of that. But at night, you go over and stickle up in the zone. Could he be your choice? Arizona, one of the three commanders, the worst of the worst. Basically saying, I don't believe in you, but I believe in something else. Rabbi says, yeah, not a problem. Because Rabbi over, holy shoulder, we'll have this story, we'll have this story, you'll have to keep this street up. Why? Thinking some of the users and then on the students. You're showing things, he's inside. He's trying to get rid of the result. Cost was a big of a desire. You want to understand that all these own power was of a desire. And in those days, we know the title of the desire was so great. And when they came together to go to war to cleanse Arab, it says over there, he benefited from the food they ate. He ate his meat. This guy's up in his garden. He ate his meat. Never. He's not loyal. So the Buffalo Royce, we had tremendous amount of steaks. The Lama Shaima and everybody that brought him. Like, he's saying, no, how would you translate that he's saying in English? No, I wouldn't use that word. He manipulated him. He seduced him. Enticed the article word. I know. Oh, I like that even more. Persuaded. I don't like entice. You like entice better than persuaded? I don't like the word. Okay. What he's saying was that he persuaded him, he enticed him in a bad way. Yeah? Okay. Manipulate. I like manipulated. There's more. Yeah. That's later on. We're going to see that. He's still like the word below. How do you know? Because when the thought maybe he checked it for him. It says, but he made him a lot of space. Like the guy's out, he gave him some of those fish, he had to look the window, threw it out the window, or he put it on there and gave it to the dog. That's what. Who says he ate it? He did when he comes up, everybody else. He says the Gemara, he enticed him, he manipulated him, whatever the word is. So in other words, he actually ate. The dude was part, maybe enticed him with the word. He's wearing that social car. That's David Sauer, I spoke to him yesterday. David Sauer from Miami. Every night just put me at it. They said, stop at the food. See if anybody comes for the cheer, not for the food. He gets the schmacky stuff. No. There's no salsa with words. The cheer alone is not enough. He needed to bring food. As I said before, on the day of his father's yard site, they said it's not a big deal. Almost cost me $1,200 a week. This was no more. Once in a while. Every day, like the best of the best. Kids are from here, every little something. You live like this deal? You do it going what? You get cookies. Very good. Now here's the deal. Você me foi. Where are you? Você não diz isso daqui, eu estive. Você não tem o banco lá, não? That's it. That's it. Você disse isso. Então, manipulate your institution, whatever the word is. Aqui over there, aqui quando eu get you up to there, over there, actually, I can explain who's including você, tem banho da língua, vai ser powerful, but this is safe. And I go, can't eat, sabe disso without this. No, you're right. First, I think powerful, the mile of time, then you're right, it's not about the human being, the way to get there. Today also business. You got the restaurants and down. But you know, that is more inclined to going to work. So tomorrow, maybe drinks, maybe they didn't. You drink the air over there. You want a nice deal, every little like
was every possible relationship was based on genuine affection. Yet there is no doubt that she also benefited from it politically. The two nations of Alexandria, the 13th BC, and the lavish titles of Syria which towards the extent of her ambitions. However, ultimately, her luck ran out. In Octavian, she and Nero faced a figure that to a significant degree was actually shrewder than Caesar himself. After biding his time, he convinced Caesar to wage war on Cleopatra in 32 BC and defeated them in a swift war. It seems likely that Cleopatra, faced with the possibility of being brought as an imprisoner to Rome after Antony's death, decided to take her own life. What do you think about Cleopatra? Was it possible that she genuinely thought of relationships with Julius Caesar? She simply seduced him. She convinced his people that she was a virgin and to marry him.
Drinking water, stam yain, but that at that point in time in history, it wasn't also here. Maybe the fact that he ate is a raya that maybe I could say that by a Zara, once you do one thing like a Zara, it's also for your deed. You always say, it's impossible that he just drank. If you think about it, it's not such a Jewish thing just to drink. Why they go to a party, they can spend 3-4 hours to drink. It's not such a, maybe I'm making this up. I don't know people that just drink. Before you say more, we'll just finish this. Like you stop, you say what it says. He shechted and he convinced him. So he did it. Rabbi side. Have a wonderful day. Welcome to all the guests. A tremendous mazel tov here in MDY. One of the first people to adopt Avi Karyansky, his son, Zev, is part of this year, had his first boy. Today's the tourist. It's Avi's first pinnacle. And we have the Zayda, the Alta Zayda, one Alta Zayda is over here, Avi Karyansky's father, and the second one, so it's a cancer. And we realize the whole, and we have the uncle somewhere. Where's the uncle? Oh, it's a seat over there, Shai. We have Eli, the guy who invented YouTube. היום, איפה זה 30 יום, שהם 4 שבועות, ו3 ימים, או אימר, לא אימר. When we have an opportunity of a lifetime sponsor and Perry for a doc, then the special edition Success Film Volume 2. Only 3 fucking available. Half the documents are already sponsored. The chefs, all those are sponsored. Volume 1 is getting better and better. The good news is that we have permission for Volume 2, which is Daily Traces, to put in all those live pictures from Kol HaShon. You'll see, as you saw yesterday, some of our pictures, the 3D that we're doing. My voice, here we go. He's 10 years old. When he was 8 years old, he thought it was hard.
He swam to the north step by step with charts, pictures, AI videos, and even live concepts that he
That's
lived
a
in the
fucking
Bible.
bullshit.
He even got a wild puppy. And the best part is that it burns like anywhere in the world. Last time it started was now, because this baby now feels like black or something up the road. So you can jump in fast from the beginning and gather everyone.
Fuck her.
If I can do 178,000, you can definitely start with only one. Company, thousands of other individuals such as truck drivers, businessmen, doctors, even SWAT to join the doctor. Let's play Carolina the base on my dash. And let's hope this day comes soon so we get all America bonus. Cheer for us.
All right, you guys, heat. We're going to still put him into the contest. We're going to see more of the contest. For both sides, this is, I forgot his name. Where's Zillow? Oh, another one. What's his name? Yitzi from Southside in Lakewood. Everybody together. First seal in his life, and many other people, first seals. That's our tomorrow. Beautiful. You see? Southside Barbecue in Lakewood. Okay. Did our Chavez see his speech? Toronto, 9th grader, Harry Stroll. Toronto just finished his first cup. The only son joining the wife to go to Toronto, beginning with nothing. So we made a family suicide and created that food to Yosef. Shkoyach, and thank you for inspiring Yosef to grow and the things that turn and important to give you the strength to hide the soul that dear for many years to come with much appreciation. Said, spits. This, what Boy said, was on Friday. It's unbelievable. We had over, well, maybe slightly under 500 people live on Zoom and on, much more than 500 people on Zoom. There was 250 on YouTube, 250 on Zoom, but check this out. Some of the Zoom, each Zoom, look at this. Bnei Brak, Haifa, these are all different satellite locations in the live. Beitar, Jam-packed, they had over 40 people in Beitar, he said. The Big Apple every night looks like that. Tel Stove, Ashdod, what? Erev Shabbos, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tveria, Hassim, one of them here. This Rabbi side, they got a big round of applause. Eilat, check this out at Eilat. It's unbelievable. Tell Tito needs a little help. This Rabbi side gave me chills for a second when I heard it, so I'll share it with you. It's very quick and. Seriously, I don't remember what it was. What was it? Do you remember? Just tell me something. Cedarhurst Satellite Seal and Film.phase Learning Satellite location in Cedarhurst. Happy birthday to Harry Blumenthal, a special gift from Lefebvre of the Cedarhurst Satellite Team, custom art picture of Harav David Spiegel, the rock of the Stiebel in the 5,000 was recently lifted. Spiegel's shows were rebellion show to Shabbos in October. Yep. Flatbush Seal. Yeah, the MDY coffee. So the boy said to new people, when we get to the MDY coffee corner and the committee, that the guy on the left, Shamshi Schlossberg, who dropped us, abandoned us for 2 weeks. Hajim by 11-year-old Yankee Kamarsky, crazy, 11-year-olds are doing. Here he is again. So here it is. Flatmishkaver, Vivaldi, Paris within. Bad news with Paris within. Your spindle thing that does the loom, unfortunately. What? Let's show your loom. We're gonna be us. We're gonna be Lakaya. It's one of your best friends that broke it too. Get over here, best friend. No, it's okay. We'll tell you later. The force had Martin viciously, but I'll tell you, listen. It's 18 Bavanim, literally 18 Bavanim. Spirits are Amer, the force had Martin viciously, the official edition of the White Shock, the entire reception by Zev, Eyal, Shoha, the Perek by the Benedict family. The Daf Gimel, Joel and Rachel Gedalius, the memory of Mary Gedalius, Mariam Bas, Chaim Zalman, Allah Shalom, he also sponsored that phase. David Salomon dedicated the Masechta sponsors. David Salomon dedicated memory of whoever murdered small bar for times to his life. I don't want to confuse the two things. There's the blue Gemara that MDY puts out. It's called the official edition. Then you have the general Masechta, this that we're learning right now. Such Masechta sponsors David Salomon, the small bar for times to his life. The Polish Panel Foundation, look who came back. Rabbi, you see who came back over there? The cheetah guy. The Polish Panel Foundation of Gratitude, the Consortium, and the Alliance and all the youth sport at PY. Anonymous had Slucker Brooklyn and the guys from they get the Chief Benny. One day I'll have to explain what the cheetah is called. The new guys, Anonymous for Cleveland for Schneeman and Reconciliation for Leah Esther. Here we go. 12 sponsors. Month. HYK Ventures. Are you Simon? I don't see who I don't know how to handle it. Before Slam up your murder for Miriam. Weekly sponsors. You try to speak it. Moishe Rookie Markovich, proudly supporting the Dafyomi in Spanish in honor of our parents and family. It's very exciting. Let's see where it goes. It's going to lead to a lot of things, I think, including Yiddish. Zelig and the Zeitlin family, Mazel Tov, Ethan Zelig, 15, and Hunter Zeitlin, 14, on their 500th daf. Halfway to MDY, 1K status. Michael Wimheimer, 1 year down, 365 block learned, 23:46 to go. Okay, we don't have to like 12 and 13. Yeah, but Losing style against him tonight, what's the Shabbos? And okay, here we go. We're going back. Oh, we skipped. Before I saw your name and I went by. Yisrael Alfred, my mother, Allah Shalom, Boyer Bashlim, not Boyer Allah Shalom, the devoted Hebrew teacher in New Haven, Connecticut, over 60 years in the Shulchan Aruch and Aliyah. Leah Michael Bernstein, Yishmat Zelda Bashlim Bernstein. MDY Kids Sponsor Monthly Innovation Dog says it's close back to Simcha Vega and Ricky Yulis Batsabakaya. MDYR. I didn't see the coffee corner. Do you do coffee corner? Oh, so I lied to everybody. Stuff. Okay. What say? Somebody came over to me and told me, first of all, when Menachem Coker brought over 200 people to the top just by putting it in the status, he saw they came to his link, over 200 people. But he says in his status, he says that food is one of the hardest receptors. And no, it's not going to be hard, Yad Hashem. And somebody came over to me after she says, wow, this is a lot easier than the rest. So nice. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? From? Shalom Aleichem, Rebellion. What's your name? From Spring Valley. And you? Yeah. I know you. You sit next to me in Chok. What's your name? Ah, very good. You're a good learner. Very good. Okay. Who else do we have here? Who? It's actually very heartwarming. Stuff in the back. Go ahead. So what do you think? Okay. Yeah. Let me stand right over here. Stand in the hot seat. Very good. You ready to go? The boys say, Daf. Today, Daf Gimel. We're going to start from the bottom. So this is what we had yesterday. It's very clear. The first 4 words of the Mishnah, Hakol Farifim, Ushkitasan Chera. So the first 2 are in green, the second 2 are in red. First one green is go. It's the Chachila. In the first place, these people could do Shkita, which doesn't change it after the fact. Don't really do this usually. No, everybody thinks I did that noise. Great. She doesn't share it after the fact. So what we need to figure out is who could do shkita in the first place, and who can only do it after the fact. We have six shitas, and we're holding all the way on the bottom of the base on base. 2 lines from the bottom. Shita number 1 was Rabbi, who says that we're talking about somebody who's coming and he's trying to share Rabbi. Here, let's see. Oh, you guys who weren't here last night. There's a sheriff. Leitar, he's the number 1 Tomei thing in the world. Everybody thinks it's a rat. No, it's this guy right over here. He's the number 1 Tomei. You can see the skin to have on the long night. So Rabbi, that's Rabbi. Look at Kilo. Someone is coming. The chef. A regular animal. What's the Kiddush? The Kiddush is because he's mocked it as if it's a carbon. Why? He wants to get used to dealing with carbonates, eating carbonates when he's tar. So even though it's tough and he accepted it upon himself, not and you can't check the carbon when you're telling me that for sure, you can't touch it. So he's look at Kilo. He's called look at Kilo. If he uses the long knife, go ahead and check. Make sure you don't touch it. Go ahead and check. Look at Kilo the first. So what did he have it? He's actually shefting touching. He's not supposed to chef touching. But after the fact, he shefted this $5,000 animal. He goes to the rabbi, what did I do? I was pumping. And I brought his carbon and I shefted it. So the rabbi says, did you touch it? He says, 100% I didn't touch it. Nah, without it. So then we say, okay, after the fact, the rabbi's going to say, it's a good carbon. Throughout the sukkah, you're going to have to see these 3 things. What's the Shakil in the Mishnah? What's the B'di'evet in the Mishnah? And then the next slide was too much to shock. The good news is that the Gemara repeats itself 6 times in a row, 30 words. What's the full shashaktu? It can't mean the Torah showing the covenant that we just mentioned a second before, but then it would say within. And if these Torah show the covenant, so what's the floor? It must be what we're talking about. But like usually, it's within what that cheat is. So right now we're talking about Tamei or touching. Oh, the club's a shashaktu. If they shafted touching. And somebody saw it. We have to put the word there. And they saw it. And they saw it. Somebody was watching, and the shark ran away. So we asked the guy that saw it. You see if he touched the animal by mistake? No, he didn't have time? Okay, then it's kosher. That's the kosher shot. Okay, so that's the first one. Now the Gemara asks, what kind of tumah are we talking about? What are you all seeing in the video? Did he touch a sheriff? Why did we see the video of the sheriff? Maybe he touched a dead person. So for that, we're going to see a beautiful halacha. Another Kiddush Gavos. Every day we learn new Kiddush. The way it works is, and this is of course for the new people, guys that were here for a year or so, know this inside out. And this is second nature. This is the chart of Tumah. It goes in levels of Tumah. The worst is Aviyah B'Yisrael Tumah. Then it's Raps, Avaku. So, a dead person is the worst of the worst. You can't get any worse than that. A sheriff is 1 step below. It's only Avaku. A person who touches a dead person, who goes to a funeral and touches that person, he's only a habit. He drops. That person that touches food or another whatever it is, Caleb, it drops one level per region. A region, he touches food, it drops the shade. Okay. So, if a person went to a funeral and he, after the funeral, he decided to touch this knife, you guys need a knife for this? You have a small one. You do. Show me your salad. It's also you were going to talk now. See blood. Okay. Let me ask you something. Person went to Lavaya. He's an Abakumas. Touches this. What does this become? It should become a Rishon. It should drop one. No. Big Kiddush. This becomes what I am. If this touches a dead person, this becomes a dead person. This becomes a Via Vesakuma. So if a person who's an Abakuma touches this, so this becomes an Abakuma. Ask the Gemara, this is Abakuma, and then you slice the animal with this, you do shkit with this. So what did the animal become? One step less. One step less of Abakuma is what? A Rishon. So we came to Kame, what did you gain by a long knife? He said, oh, if you use a long knife, it's great. But you're coming, and you touch the knife, and the knife is like you. In fact, the same question can happen even if the knife is not like you. The knife is you is better, but let's say it still will be as shady, so it's no good. So we're a Rishon, we can get it to be a Rishon, even if it drops level, it can still be a Rishon. A hope on him. So that's the first question. I told me what happened? How exactly is it going? Now, this only applies to boy side. That's the finish of today. Another finish. This, how long I just told you, is only when it has to do with dead people. But when a sheretz touches a knife, the knife doesn't become a sheretz. It doesn't become a avakuma. It actually drops one to Rishon. A dead sheretz. Always a dead sheretz, yes. Always a dead sheretz. No. There's a puddle of blood. That's why I did a puddle of blood, yes. There's a little thought here. Let me show you again. I hear. We don't want to gross people out with dead shrutzim, so here, look, check this out. He's in a puddle of blood. So he's showing, it looks alive, but that's why I put a puddle of blood. Fine, next. That's the Gemara. Hi, Tommy, the time of my, how did you come? If you touch the dead person, or let's say a person that went to Lavaya. So a person that went to Lavaya is the Abakum. But the knife has the same halacha as the dead person. Avakumu. So he's an avakum. He becomes avakum. The time of the sakin. So then, if you can mix the sakin and the knife, avakum. Then the knife goes and touches the meat. So the meat will drop one level from avakum, will go down to a rishon. So he's a rishon. Hello. A lot of people get so nervous when they hear the whole thing of Tumah Tire. That's it. That was the whole. That's basically it. And it's a dropping level, and that's it. There's a few little variations and stuff, but that's the basic Tumah Tire. A lot of people are not familiar with. Hello, says the Gemara. The time of the sheretz. The sheretz is a and the knife drops down to a rishon. Before you say Malay Long, the time of the mix. Right. The person, no. The person, right. The hungry people. The person touches a sheriff. The person becomes a rishon. Thank you. The person himself, the avatuma, the sheriff is the avatuma. Anybody touches the sheriff, drops a level. Becomes a rishon. Before you say we can say that he touched the dead person. We're not dealing with this kind of knife. And that's the question I asked yesterday. What if you do shkita with a plastic knife? Are you yotzim? Yes. You'll be yotzim with a rock, with a piece of glass, whatever you want. Well, the time you make, get your brother permission to show him. The sign about culture, the famous sorry with a rock. Famous focus. The shop brings down that it used to be the minute that everybody used the rock. Sipar used the rock. Use the rock. Until David Melech threw a stone at the yes. And the rock asked permission from the metal to pierce the helmet. So the metal said, "What are you going to give me?" So he said, I'll trade with you. You let me go in now, and then you can use knives for Mila. The what brings it down? The Krisha brings it down. You know, it's Mila. You know what you got to upon it? Sign the one that okay? Huh? Mila, that's not important. Yeah. So just a review of that video that we had the other day. Here we go. Just this part. And this explains the end of that video. If he stands far away, it'll be dark. There's wood, and there you go. You think the logistical AI can make me look better? I guess it's difficult. All right. Zok the Early Gemara. Tell you a real quick story. I just heard it, so I'll share it from Rabbi Haber. He gave a Russian class to the women from the UI. The story that's Nagia to the Tower Parrot. There's a boy who went for Fahar in Philly, Rabbi Space or another Rabbi. He went with his father, and they come to the Fahar. Rabbi Space asks him, "No, what are you learning?" He said, "I'm learning Kulin." "What parrot?" So the father says, "Hashayfet." So not Hashayfet. So Rabbi Space opens up and asks him all these questions on Hashayfet. And the boy doesn't know a thing. Zero. He got a 0 on his test. Reminds me of the Yaman Klein, no? The guy from the dentist from New York. What's his name? Ben Klein. Ben Schwartz. Ben Schwartz. I'll tell you this story, Ben Schwartz later. So the father can't believe it. His son is like a big kid. He's a massive. He knows his stuff. Okay. He went to the car. I said, "What happened over there?" He said, "You heard me on the wrong parrot. You heard me not sure." He says, "So why don't you say something?" He says, "Because you said I showed it. I'm not fooling my father. My father says I showed it, I do show it." He says, "Well, you're not going to get the food." He says, "No, I don't want to embarrass the cow. Something new." So the father calls up. He calls up and realizes he's not going to leave from Shiva. His son didn't want to embarrass him. Because the terror's only wrong food. So everybody's face said, "Okay, he's such a kid. That's the type of kid I need." Now, of course, some of you are thinking, of course he learned that shayk. He just didn't know anything. It was a great. So, have a PK. I accept this guy because he came with such a beautiful cow. The kid with a name and this. Just for that alone, you have to accept him into the thing. That's what this cappuccino. All right. What happened to Ben Schwartz? All the way in the beginning, he's with us. He's one of the miyazim of the shir. He sends him an email. It was Mamish Harder. One of those first emails that were wow. So he went to a brand new yeshiva, and his father said, "Okay, we'll get you a tutor to help you out and do well." And the tutor, they learned the whole daf Gemara. He was so pumped. He's Fahar. He's going to ace the Fahar. And he gets the Fahar, and him and the tutor, they learned the wrong daf. So he fills in whatever he can fill in. And the next day, the Rabbi gives out the test. Finally, he gets to this test, and he says, "Whose test is this? He got a 0." And he looks around and says, "Oh, it's the new guy." And then he's in a brand new yeshiva. He doesn't know anybody. And the guy embarrassed him in front of her, and he didn't know where to pay himself. He said he never opened up a Gemara. 30 years, he didn't open up a Gemara. Today, he found the yeshiva Baruch Hashem. Today, he has an hour a day where his wife doesn't let anybody in the office. There's a sign on the door. Do not disturb from 1 to 2, whatever it is. You can't. That's his field. No matter what, he's learning the daf. So, Zok daily Gemara. Being by you say etc. Again, we're trying to figure out 3 things in the Mishnah. The first 4 words. Hagel Shurkin seems like in the first place, which she doesn't share, seems only after the fact. But then we also have the third thing in the Mishnah, what's going on with if there's a Eidecha that watches, it's kosher, what's going on over there? Says Rabbi, and Rabbi Rothschild said basically the same thing with a small variation, so that's 2 for 1. Rabbi, we're talking about a kusi. A kusi is a person who became, there's a whole nation that came to Klal and they became Gerim. And there's machlokes and shas, whether they are Geri Emes, do they really become Gerim? But later on, they became a little bit more relaxed, but it's too late once you become a Ger Tzedek. So that's it. It's like a regular Jew, so if you become relaxed, you're relaxed. You're going to be so before they're fakers. They only wanted to be part of the Jewish nation, but they were forced by the lions. The lions were killing them, so they said, "Oh, we better do tshuva. We better be." They pretended to be gay. They weren't real gay. Abai is always with the shida that they're gay rabbis. Gay rabbis would say that they are 100% gay, and if they do shkita, we will eat from the shkita. Says Abai l'chakil in the first place, on condition that somebody's watching it. Why? Because they are makbid in their races. They're makbid on shkita. They won't touch someone that didn't have shkita. The problem with them are that they're not makbid on the rabbis. They don't have a problem with Neiv L'Sidim Mitchell, because what Neiv L'Sidim Mitchell means, don't put a stumbling block. So they don't put block in front of people. If it's not a block, if it's a pillow, they do put it. It says in the Torah, don't put a block. They don't have a problem giving people trace. So, Hagel Shurkin, in the first place, Rabbi Lakusi. Why does we get evidence? It's only when a Jew is standing right there.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. It's Zoo. Big Dog. How did stand-up go? How are things with the chick?
That's not acceptable.
Yeah. She was busy, so she didn't watch the movie, but we talked.
Are you fucking serious? I thought she was gonna do it today.
She was going to do it yesterday, and then she had to work from it, and she's going to do it this week.
Alright, did you tell her that she's a bitch?
No.
Alright, that's good.
No, he's a bitch.
That's a good move. I understand people get busy, but that's some bullshit.
Do you know who is a bitch?
Yeah, I do. You want to know who the bitch is? Her name is Chelsea, and she sucks.
Yeah.
Why do you think she's a bitch?
I don't exterminate. I just spray water.
Because
you spray water, you're a Ghana, but you're not exterminating. So the guy was in the forces. Oh, it's water.
Because James McKeon was there at the open mic, and she took my spot, but then she asked James McKeon to go on the radio station with her, and to be her first interview.
That's actually a smart move of hers. So you didn't get to go up yet? Wait, what'd you say?
Yeah. And then, yeah, but yeah, took my spot. She didn't do that well. She hasn't written any new jokes in a long time. It's just the same material.
Wait, so was James McCann there?
Yeah.
No way. So he could have seen you just stand up, but he didn't get the chance?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. But that's okay, too. So she's a major bitch. Did you approach her afterward and be like, well, yo, ho, what the fuck is up with your problem?
James McCann is back in that light. He's going to come back next week. There we go.
Well, that's a smart move of her. So is he going to be her first interview?
Oh, by the way, I think that's also pretty good stuff.
All right, you're looking at him right now, but who else?
This is what we're going to have today. This is also, we have a special artist.
Have you followed James McCann on Instagram and saying Darcy?
Is she hot scale 0 to 10?
How's the guy?
Oh, no.
So
I
now
don't know
you
who
get
that
that where
is.
it's possible
Nobody.
it's covered, and you cannot distribute it covered.
He
So my plug is
was
covered
this guy that Joe McCann found on the street, bought a podcast, and he just randomly was just like, last night I'm going to do stand up for the first time, and Joe McCann filmed it. Like, and like his content wasn't great, but his stage presence was amazing. Where he's like, even towards the end, you just realized like towards the end, he just started like the crowd loved him towards the end. And his content wasn't as good. It was just his stage presence which the crowd loved the same.
Did he have any stand-up material on Tweety Bird? Yes or no? I'll wait. All right. So, you think this guy Darcy's gonna be big time?
Yeah.
When you say he found him on the street, do you mean the guy's homeless, or what do you mean?
He was just doing it. He was just, it's 23. He was just like interviewing people randomly. He was just on the street, just interviewing people. He comes across Darcy, like all James McCann's fans love Darcy, and now he's doing stand up. This guy's like, he doesn't do anything else. And yeah, it is cool.
Do you think he's scale of 0 to 10? How funny is he?
This guy's a goosey.
Like right now?
Yeah, right now.
I mean, if he watches it, if he still watches, that's okay.
A free, but like he's
a free?
Yeah, it's like stage presence where like the crowd just love him. Like people just love him because he sounds James McCann, which is good maybe to start.
Right. You should have told James McCann to find you. You should have told James McCann to find you.
Next week, if he's there next week.
Did James McCann say that he would be on the radio with Super Bitch? Did he say yes?
Yeah. How about checking it in?
Dude, I don't want to look at fucking stuff. You know how I am. I hate everyone and everything, dog. Everybody. Dude, if this isn't the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life, I'm gonna be pissed. Dude, that's baller. That's baller. You did it, dude. Why aren't you smiling in either picture though?
Yeah, but even he's smiling. Dog, that's amazing. Did you send it to Riser?
Yeah, he does. You didn't even know who James McCann was before I told you. Now he's the biggest fucking deal in your life. Did you tell him how you found out about him? No, you didn't.
There's a computer technician that went to fix on his computer, sitting at his desk, fixing his computer, and so he stood up.
What do I look like? A fucking calendar? In the United States, it's the 14th of Tammuz, 5786, Monday, June 29th, dog.
This is the first time I went to somebody's history and it's clean. I was clean.
That means what?
I don't know.
What?
So that means it's June 30th.
Okay. Maybe. Dog, you got a selfie with fucking James McCann. That's the most baller shit of all time. Congratulations.
I'll show it, but this is an older one.
Was he cool?
This is a good.
I got to say Darcy.
Guess what? Nobody gives a fuck who Darcy is. When Darcy's on Kill Tony, then people will care who Darcy is. But in the meantime, you should have told James McCann he got fucked out of Guest of the Year last year. That it's great that he won Set of the Year. but he was guest of the year. He's the people's guest of the year.
So that's actually what the Gemara is going to answer later on. That what's wrong with being a riot?
Do you think he knows that he's the people's guest of the year?
A slice of the knife, and he has just the chef. Maybe he'll mess up.
Did you send that picture to Riser?
Says Gemara. Say anything about.
You did?
If he did it and he left it going by himself, don't say you should leave it. If you left it by mistake, the evidence that it's okay, we'll let you use that one. I'll have another guy is that witness the United States is okay.
Dude, that's so baller. That's so baller. Did you post it on your social media? Dog, that's so baller. You and Jason McCann are friends. I'm going to even write that. That period is period. So period baller. Period. That is so baller.
No, I'm saying that it's talking about a Jew that goes in and out.
Dog, that is so baller.
And you found out the Tutsi didn't speak up. What do? Fight the guy's busted us. Well, you look in the taste test. If you can eat it, if he eats it, great. So let's see what you did here. We have Rabbi now. He's living on the ice.
Do you want an update on the fighter and the kid, aka Brendan Schaub?
Okay. So Rabbi just changes a little bit. It's not that the Jew is standing there. He goes in.
No, wait, you want an update? Okay. Allegedly, he re-signed 2 months ago with his Podcast One, which is like one of the biggest podcasting agencies in the world. So it seems like their podcast is going to potentially continue. And he moved from a $3 million house to a $1 million house. He got rid of all of his cars except for like 3 of them. He got rid of his kids' 4-wheelers and his kids' electric bikes and his kids' electric scooters. He got a mural in. He moved studios. They were in a first floor storage space, and now they're in a 3rd floor storage space. He got murals for the podcast that are okay. And he hasn't done the podcast in 2 weeks, but he's transitioned to doing live YouTube streams. So now you can spend $5 a month to be a part of, it's called Big Brown Club, and that gives you the opportunity to be able to chat with him in live streams. And then his partner in crime, Brian Callen, was on Uncle Laser's podcast, and they basically talked about the good old days, and that's a pretty good update. Was that fascinating to you? Let's hear it.
So they say unless you're gay, which is pretty obvious unless you're gay. If I was gay, I would have a small dick. I would have a
Okay, well that's all right. Not bad. I do. It means that you have a big dick, so you'd have to go to the opposite. Somebody with a small dick. Anybody with like a 3-year-old brain can figure that out. My friend, has anybody ever told you that you look like an older Jack Doherty? Well, you do. Nobody knows who that is. That guy sucks. You don't look like him. But you do look like an older Jack Doherty. Did you know that? Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. But that's a good thing, Zoot. All right. So that, what did you talk to that girl about? How she didn't watch your movie and what else?
I told her terrible jokes and shit.
That's the older one that a burger.
All right.
$3.99. But a kosher burger.
So are you gonna go with that joke? People say opposites attract, but that's not true if you're gay. If it were and I were gay, then I'd have to date someone with a little dick.
Yeah. Yeah. People say opposites attract. Like, no shit unless you're gay. You know?
No, don't add you know. Don't ask questions to the audience. Just say it the way that I said it. Say it the way that I said it. People say opposites attract, unless you're gay. If I were gay, that would mean that I would have to date somebody with a little dick.
Yeah.
Okay. It's definitely not your worst joke ever. It's probably in your top 15% of all your jokes. So I think it's okay. Zoot, you met James McCann.
The second time. Okay.
But you got two shitty selfies with him, which is amazing. You could have AI adjust those so you're smiling, no big deal. And then you post them on social media, and then you get some poontang.
It's just 2 months. So see if it's
Does Chelsea not like you?
No, this is also bad. Passion is bad. Don't say what it is. Just say pussy.
Aside from being a huge bitch, yeah, she's all right.
Oh, I left it as a passion. So this actually.
Did she take calls on her radio show? Yeah, she will. When she does, you tell me when she does. I will call into that bitch, and I will say, listen, honey, you banned me on Instagram. I was your biggest fan. I guessed your name out of the blue, just knowing that it potentially could start with the letter C. And then I followed you on Instagram, which is what your fans should do, and you banned me. And now I bash your stupid, bitchy ass all over the fucking internet. So unban me so I can continue to speak positive of you, you super bitch.
What are you doing? I'm a runner. He says, you know, Rabbi comes to him and says, you want to put on film? He says, get out of here, I'm running. Get out of here.
Zoot, I have a question for you. Do you want to hear the life story of Cleopatra? Yes or no? I'll wait. Do you want to hear the life story of Cleopatra? Yes or no? I'll wait. Okay. Did you know that she was Macedonian and not Egyptian? Yeah, it's the most baller shit I've ever heard. All right, Jude. Are you going to bed? Do you consider yourself a gearhead gone wild? Yes or no? I'll wait. Why not?
Now here we go.
A gearhead? What's a gearhead in Australia? Oh, it does?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. It's not even like a real term. Like it's not like a term that's been around that long, at least in the United States. I thought it meant something like that. That's the crackhead who shows their genitalia to people. That's fucking hilarious. That's so funny. If I could post on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, I would post that. But unfortunately, I can't. It's Blockbuster. I have a question for you. Did you watch? Do you know who Tim Dillon? But you didn't 2 weeks. Yeah, exactly. And he was on Joe Rogan, and he's potentially a top 3 comic in the world at this moment. Dave Chappelle. Tim Dillon, Shane Gillis, arguably 3 of the biggest comics in the world right now.
Slight variation in Rabbi. So there's 2 things.
Do you want to lose?
This is a shortcut. This is a shortcut. It's a loincloth in halakha. You know, all halakha inside out.
Okay, dude doesn't want to lose. Dude's just jerking himself off. Okay, that's cool, dog. Whatever floats your boat. Okay, big dog.
And then there's a muksa, a guy who.
All right, well, take care, big man.
At least 3 died.
We enjoyed having you here.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between the 2 rabbis. One is starts off with tequilas on a person.
What's the other big thing, big dog?
Another one is a muksa. Let's see. You know, all the halachas you could check in the first place. And even though you never proved yourself, you never checked it in front of us. And we don't know if you faint or not. I gave him a hair and he knew everything well. But if he doesn't know, then he should
She said you
that
girl sucks.
You have to know what's left for me to when you give me the hair.
That doesn't mean she doesn't suck. Okay, here's my next question for you. What happened to that girl who was sleeping on her friend's couch? All right, why don't you send her another message and just be like, hey, hope you're doing well. Hit me up when you want to fuck. Your ex-girlfriend was in there? Your ex-girlfriend was there?
No, not there.
I started a diet this morning. I've got to lose this gut after all the food that goes.
That one who was milking you for money?
Yeah.
What's she doing now?
Okay.
Where's the other spot? I know.
There's a rhino room, and then it's called like the Laugh Lounge or something.
No, they're all like he
Remember
joined.
Mordecai, the guy from Texas that I ruined his cowboy hat? If you showed a little blood,
Oh, she went to. She was at the adult theater?
Make sure you don't faint.
You work there.
Oh, no way. That's how you met?
No, whatever.
So you get chicks jobs at adult theaters?
It's essential.
Dog, this girl is freaky. So you went there yesterday?
Yeah.
Did you get some poontang? Okay, no, you didn't.
It was just like, oh, I'm gonna see you here. Yeah. That's cool.
If a guy shoved it 3 times in front of him, he didn't faint. This guy, this tough guy. Don't forget, you're not allowed to faint during this cheetah. But you're a tough guy. I'm certain you'll succeed.
Was it the greatest story of your entire life?
Then here, I bought you a brand new cheetah. Good luck. Hey, we're gonna laugh at him on this. gotta be careful, maybe you'll fake. Talking about my brother between the Salafi. If a person, it happened to be in Manchester, I was walking in O'Neill's airport, the floor is like stone, like a cement. And two people
Take care, big dog.
One guy just stops, pauses, falls backwards. This guy just hits his head in the concrete. I thought he died, whatever. 3 seconds later, gets up and continues walking. So like, sir, I think you hit your head on the concrete. He had no idea what I'm talking about. No clue. He came to, he's on the floor, so he decided to pick himself up and start continuing walking as if nothing happened. Over here it says, well, he was Barry also. Barry, at least, I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't faint. I just saw your head crack the concrete. No. Even sugar. I thought that was nuts. She doesn't share that. That guy is in this chair. What's my hair? Trying to cut him. I feel the other nami like. Oh, now it's freaking again. No, it's unbelievable. The Gemara does this again. Shema Yidruzu, Shema Yaklidu, Kevin Gabi, Shkidis Passes, they could pass it. You do to shop Playa, highest, we have to know what the third line in the Mishnah is. You name my parents, the Python, I like we're talking there. There's something in my brother, just say different word. Ella Hashem Zokim. We're talking about somebody who didn't do it 3 times in front of us. That doesn't make sense because you said that if he says, I know for a fact that I'm good, I know for a fact, it's enough. So the more the lesson come on the Shaila, we can't ask him. So now the Gemara just goes one by one. Let's see. What's Rabbi 2? I didn't see this yet. Oh, Rabbi 2 means that he doesn't faint. But he doesn't know that Allah is upside down. Allah is he's looking at the book. Allah is okay, fine. So let's see this whole thing. What's what? I don't know. Oh, here. So now you have the whole thing together. I don't know if it'll help or not, but Rabino is the one that says, we just finished Rabino, we're talking about Mumcha. He's a Mumcha, he knows Allah, doesn't know Allah, he faints, he doesn't faint. The first shot that we're talking about in the first place, somebody who's coming. Abai, Rabbi, and Rabashi, they don't say like Abai. Abai and Rabbi both say what? We're talking about a Kusi. Rabashi says we're talking about a guy that went off there. Why? Because the Kashilu. Bechulam. Now, Bechulam. How do you explain the Bechulam? Nobody had a good answer for that. Kulam to Rabbi Barullah, how come no one says like the first shot? We're talking about in the first place, he's Talmud, he's Shepard Kulas. After the fact, the Eved. I didn't realize that. I'm saying Mazda. He's here on the morning of his kid's bris. It's a big thing. Seriously, that's not beyond me. My first kid, right, the dress is very busy all night. This, that, the bris, what I say, prepare speech. Learning was one of the last things I was doing about that. Okay? Shkoya. New generation, Zevi, Kakafar. Okay, so if you remember, we even mentioned it today in the morning, right when we started. There's 2 shitas. 2, maybe we didn't. I don't remember anymore. What our Mishnah talks about Kameh when the Mishnah in Zvachim talks about the same exact case. So it's 2 shot. The Mishnah in Zvachim is the main. Over here is just the Baga. Or our Mishnah over here is the main, and that's their Baga. That thing was either one you do it, and that's why they don't like that shot of the King's Kameh. The one, Lakish and Amos Hafek here, that our Mishnah is the main source of the halachas. It's full of the Kolam, the Shkita, so we just spoke about the Kameh. Other Rabbi Hasamaker, over there is the main part. Over there we're talking about touching, and we're talking about someone who's coming, checking touching. Lakish and Amos Hafek, we say that Zvachim is the main part. But over here it's only there because you said, Chulis, we're talking about Kodesh. Coming with the Kodesh, you can lay. This whole thing is wrong. Why? The whole shot is because a person who accepted upon himself to treat mundane things like something that's Kodesh, it has the Allah of Kodesh. But I don't hold that. I hold that if you try to treat it, you can't treat this Gemara like touching. It doesn't work. So you can't treat a full animal like touching. I mean, everybody doesn't agree with the rabbinic shot. We're talking about somebody who knows the Allah as well, or somebody that did it 3 times. Not person in the first shot in Rabbina that we're talking about in the first place. If somebody knows that Allah, even though he didn't prove himself, he gets checked. Shem Mumkim, like, right between the Shkita Mumkim, because anybody that deals with Shkita knows his stuff, he knows how law is, and you don't have to give him a test. Listen, I'm talking in, if you say in Ravina, we're going about somebody who didn't faint 3 times. Now look at the we're not so concerned about people fainting. How come Rabbi doesn't say like a Baya that a Kusi? We're going about a Kusi and it's Oymid Akaba, this guy standing there. He Kushi, because he proved that you don't need that if a person is Nichas V'Yotze, that's good enough. A Baya Lama Karava, that we're talking about a Kusi that's Nichas V'Yotze. Also, don't prove to me from the wine that takes 2 hours to seal and then what's the word? And you're gonna use that hair dryer and all. And it's a big process to get the seal good. And then he's worried that someone's gonna walk in on it. Hakanaga. So also over there, the guy doesn't have a shoes to touch the wine, and he's scared he's gonna get caught red-handed. Hakanaga over here, he has permission to do this shit. Eventually over to the Ravashi, who says that we're talking about a mummer, he doesn't say like a Bayer Rabba. There's some person get out of all the Bayer Rabba are talking about Kusim. Kusim are not real Gerim. They don't have the right to share. Bayer Rabba, Ravashi, Rabbi didn't say like Ravashi that he's a mummer. What?
You consider Rothschild doesn't hold because Hachanaga, and he doesn't hold us as a audience, he pushes. What has to push on the cross?
Okay, but he does. It's much easier. You're making an offer that Kusim are Gary Emes. You don't have to. Maybe throughout shots he hopes that. I don't know. By the way, Rav actually wrote this. He knows what he's talking about. Rav actually wrote this. I hope Kusim Gary Reyes. I'm telling you, he wrote the Gemara. Abaye lo yom Ravashi. And Abaye doesn't say like Ravashi, we're talking about a mummer, like Sphere, like held the Rabba. Because he doesn't hold that a mummer to check. El Rabba, my time, but why did the Rabba hold that a mummer could check? Why did he say that? He says 100% he does. Rabba is going to say that shot. That we're talking about a mummer. Look how he can check if you're standing there. And so why did he say something about a Kusi? Because we're on the Abaye Klamar. He's just trying to fix a Abaye. You Abaye say it's talking about a Kusi. Don't say it's talking about Oymel Gaba. It's talking about it because he likes it. It's really, he doesn't know that. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
Meredith Scots is spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Who else? Anybody? Very first five? Okay, this one. send them videos and all sorts of things. I'll show you tomorrow. I want to take the time that I usually read emails and that sort of thing to discuss some very important. First of all, I want to remind everyone to say spiritual alert. I want to welcome. I know the number of you. I know that in Hebrew, over 2,000 people join the Hebrew Shia. Usually, English is more, but this time I'm not sure. I didn't get any number. They didn't give me any numbers in Americans. I don't know. In the hundreds, over 1,000. I don't know. It's a lot. A lot of statuses. Respect those who hold that send statuses. We did a big campaign. Different people, a lot of people send statuses. We had over here very strong. We had Michael Cook, which is very famous famous personality. There's a lot of the status. And then you have somebody like Kobe Sell, also a very powerful person, a media person. And basically, he sent me a message. I'll just say the message like this. He says that a guy came over. I would say, show you this video to see it. Maybe as I'm speaking. There we go.
Here,
This is like this. Very important. This guy comes over and says, no. But because of you, I'm making my very first scene on the sector. They brought him a bottle of wine. And he jumped up. And he forgot to ask the guy his name. So when it says, he's got a wife. He looks at him and said, what's his name? She looks. He says, a singer from him. And then the guy said another basically something a written text message. And over there he said, I should really read it because it was beautiful. It says, this is how you change my life. I love to mention the things much of function back then. Today, I don't speak during college because of this year. Today, I say Shnai Mikra. Today, I do this. Like, you give them a list of 3-4 things that his life has changed. So, wait no Chevy. All the new guys, you'll see that this year has the ability to change your life in small ways. Those little things we add up, become big. Someone mentioned that during the seal, no one is speaking during college. 600 people in some of the college, and they cry. I don't know for that, even just that. I'm very excited. A good friend of mine, trying to get him to cheer for a while, and he promised me, so before we come around, I'm going to join the cheer. And I said, we don't do like that. You have to join me on the night. He's a good friend of the cheer, and he's a good friend of Friday show. So I'm happy that he's joining, and if you know him, give him still a push.
All right, Rabbi, this is going to be fantastic. So Hashem, forward to it. I was there with you guys, and I said I'm going to join the group. So I got to get it together and add it to the repertoire. Why? This is it. Women's about to begin. We got to keep our word. The shear, join the shear, Hashem, the shear, always the sense to my head. Enjoy, learn,
All right, so you know football for a while, really. And
that was me.
Somebody just told me that he's a great guy. I never knew this. It's another. Yeah, that's how I made my one and only sugar. Alright, so I do this every December, and I gotta do it again. This field, this is it's good for the people that are here since the beginning, and it's good for everybody. But if you know this inside out, you can start learning the traditional. But we gotta talk about this. The pros and cons of Yomi, and why a lot of people don't learn that Yomi, and how we can can overcome those times. They say it's too fast. This truth is very fast. They say it can't be paced. The truth is so fast. It goes in one ear, goes out the other ear. But I can tell you, over time, even people like myself don't have great memories. There's so much about it, so much repetition. You see the same song over and over. We learn about human power today. We learn about certain things that a lot of people don't know. Like people that are here in the show, it's cool. It's so fun. It's simple. And this is a big one. A lot of guys that came out of yeshiva, they're stuck in English. So stuck. It's a good thing to learn English. It's the best way to learn. For all of us, who doesn't learn the whole day, we only have more time to do this. We don't find the producer, whatever it is. So my experience, every single person I ever had, see how producer moves and how we're going. Not bad, not bad. How many days a week do you learn the producer? It's supposed to be 5 days a week. And top list? No, we're good. We do 1 day. 2 days a week. If you're lucky in the beginning, it's better for cops and I just have this, that. It's great. It's not consistent. People learn after a while, but it hurts. Hey, listen, I only do it. I can't do this to kids. They're nice at the end of the day. They realize they do something different. They haven't learned to do it. I took the Shabbos. I saw a guy, regular, didn't open up state once. Why? He's not used to it. He's not like a Friday in this set. So Shabbos comes, Shabbos goes. You don't feelings. You learn every day. You put up 4 days, you learn every day. It shouldn't be a thing that you go all day without learning better. I keep falling behind. That's a big problem that many people miss it out. And they become discouraged. They miss the breathe out.
Oh, really nice for sure. I love it. Fine, but this is it's 14th of 10 minutes, 57 minutes, 6 minutes, June 29th. I'm doing this bitch for 180. 5 days, 42 days a week.
A little procedure, like hospital, a little cataract, whatever it is. You don't miss it down. No one uses it. And the trick is, this is the biggest number one trick. You don't make it up. If you can get that into your head, you'll win. If you fight it, because a lot of people fight it, but at the end they come back and say, you know what? Sure, listen to me. I thought I was smarter. I'm a perfectionist, and a perfectionist is not skill. I'm not a perfectionist. And I learned it on myself. The only way to be successful and not fall is to skip. And the best way to skip is to write it down, write down which job you skip, and be a prideful. That's one of the beauties of that for your enemy. All the prideful is good as that. If you're in Mexico, and if you're wherever you are and want to say Shalom Aleichem to the guys, maybe you have a clip. Or the Spanish speaking, you have to say Shalom Aleichem to them. Well, they're actually doing it more than you do, yeah. But they're starting today. They're starting to go everywhere. All Panama, where else they speak Spanish? I can't even pronounce it. Spain. They speak Spanish in Spain. Oh, and you're right, you're not joking. In Miami. They speak Spanish in Miami. Yeah, a lot of Spanish people. So that's the number one trick. Great. One of the positives. It's not about the job, it's about the yoga. Okay, so what does that mean? People say it, you know what it is. It's not about the job, it's about the yoga says that this is probably one of the biggest reasons why God changes so many people's lives. And they're writing all these emails on a daily basis because this is the dailies, the treatise of the 365. Not what you learn, not what you remember, not what you understand. It's that you're learning the book is failure every single day. No matter what. You're on a trip, you're on. People say it's the first time in their life they went out and trip with their wife and they brought a Gemara. And they actually, before they went out on a do that day's tour, whatever it is, they learned to that in the morning. Yeah, that's what makes you different. Once you're 50, you're learning about what you think about the rest of the God. I'm calling money. On the Shabbos, we had here over a whole week in this room. Every single day, Shabbos, 10:30, we're sitting here, and the next year is coming at 11:15, and they're not going to get out of here until 12:30. Whether you have a child that day, whether you're making a bar mitzvah, you are doing the daf every single day. The mitzvah is on. You can't believe it. You do this every single day. I've never seen it. No, this is what they're doing. And if I can do that, you do a lot of other things. You create yourself. Including remittance, including usually yoga. Start adding little things you love. You realize it all starts with the daf. And to the new people, I understand it takes time to create a new habit. So once you create a new habit, it takes 40 days, 60 days, 90 days at most. When you get into that habit, nothing in the world will break it. Nothing. A lot of people that come to the night shift here, they don't really want to do it. Unless it's like a little daughter, something like that, they won't go to the wedding. Seriously, they go at 10, 15 minutes and in and out. It's like in New York. It's not so ingrained in you. It's nothing that can stop you. Nothing. Everything like, what's going to be done? I'll do the talk. We're at the wedding in the morning. I don't know what. You stop. The one thing I discussed that in Zealand, and again, not here. I don't give an entire writing book. You're not going to get married. I'm telling you. I'm pro-learning. But I'm anti not learning at all. And this is the best solution we have. And that works for people that are in as well. About that, they don't learn from the starting. Some people do. But the most of them do something. So believe me. How many people in this room raise their hand, know what? I love it. I love it. Did you learn that already? Yeah. Okay, so you know. So two, three people that know. And after my third grade raised hand, I'm not going to fat you know who this is. So you have 4 people, little 5 people maybe. You 6 people. I grew up. You know what I grew up. Shia, people say, I don't know. I kind of know what she is. So just know something that we learned today. Today, on day 1, and we didn't know yesterday. Wow. Just tell you're so full of ideas and concepts. So don't go with that. At least you know, at least you learned that the Shemaim, you get to learn it again. You didn't learn this world, everybody's going to be coming out of drama. You had it. It's another one. You don't belong here. You didn't learn it. Come back a different way. All right. The fact that everyone's family, I'm not going to get into it. It's a beautiful thing that people help each other on all sorts of levels. And with money, time, with rights there, how people sleep at each other's homes. And the guy goes to America and there's 100 people in the building, people coming off the airport. Or the showing the time over there. Everyone's family in many, many ways. People help each other learning. They help each other out to see if they're doing the job, give them a shot, find a papusa, mishpacha. And that's how I'm mishpacha. Because mishpacha is going to bring Mashiach. Why? Because if you look around in this room, you look around everybody else. A variety of people, from Hasidim to Litvak, to Eitan G, to Eitan G's. A year ago, he didn't know what Kukus was. He says, Kukus. And now he finished 9 weeks of the cargo from beginning to end because he's sick. And you have Hayalim here, you have Hayalim with guns. Where's your gun? He's a rocket scientist, but he's in the, seriously, rocket scientist, and he works for whatever, you know what I'm saying, some of the technology that help find this world. This is company, this is going out. But he's a professional name, he decided to show him. We have that, and then right next to him, All right, the kids are, we have children that are 11 years old that don't experience. We'll talk about them tomorrow. And we have 90 all kinds of healing. And we're all friends. We all respect each other. At Tziyun, we dance together. And that will bring the shit up to Be'ezer Hashem. But all right. Message to rebellion and everyone. This is an honor of our parents, our children, and grandchildren. This is an honor of very special day, true from true. We began in December 2024 with a conversation with rebellious parents about bringing up young Spanish-speaking community into become a reality. Together with Mayor Plunkin and King Number One, we work to make this possible. Today, we begin filling that phase, bringing the share from Yerushalayim, or the Chamas, the Spanish-speaking communities, Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Uruguay, Uruguay, Panama, Miami, and beyond. We thank Hashem for allowing us to reach this moment of hope. This is just the beginning of something meaningful for many. Moshe Rupi Markovich, you should pray out. It's a tremendous course to spread prayer or that flying straw. This was what? On Friday. Afternoon. Packed like sardines sitting on the floor, sitting standing in front of the face over there. Okay. Rabbi said, serious sorry, man. We're going to jump into it. But first, I have one of the digits, quick, this is my root, so I'm going to as we push later. Official edition MDY shop from Septa, Zep and Yao Shohar. So we have a brand new sponsor. It used to be the Irani and Joey Levy family, and now this one is Zep and Yao Shohar. Zep, which one's a Rabbi? Nachman, Leo Shohar, Hello Shohar, Tzvi, you guys have been showing you the father. In honor of our children, grandchildren, I'm not sure I'll say all this every day. See, Eric, the Benedict family, Shkoyach, Dov Bays, Joel, Rachel, Gedalius, the memory of Jack Gedalius, Yaakov, and Ari, the brother of the girlfriend, big sponsor of the cheer. David Salmon, dedicated memory of Mary Septa. We have fewer Septa sponsors this Septa, so go quicker. The small farmer, kind of speed, Deutsch, drop off, the Patrick family, the nation, grandchildren, the consortium, and the alliance, and all they do is support the White House. I said, Ruben, the gosh, cheated man is back. I'll explain it tomorrow. He's running out of time. If I remember, thank you to Chief Betty. Anonymous for computer for Slamer, Larita Silk, the Leah Bass Esther. 12 sponsors month. HYK Ventures. Irene Simons, monthly sponsor with first name of the Murray Buckner area. Weekly sponsors Moshe Ruki Markovich in honor of our parents and family proud support that learning Spanish, reaching Spanish-speaking communities and beyond. Being sponsors of the Europe Ambassador. It's Ivanville, no? Gratitude to all MDY, Belgium, Papua, an amazing seal. The syndicate, Mazel Tov, Yosef Frank Pressman, 12 years old, and made his fourth seal. This is all the adults, and the children can do it, the girls can do it. Different cop. And on an extra cop, 11 years old, who learns it out every day, Mazel Tov on your seal. Saving Ron, in honor of my grandson, Svi Kagan, upon his engagement to Tommy Lipensky. Mazel Tov. Or his family, is a big person, like the smoke, parents, like Gertrude, Blue Right, Zip, the government, Shema, and Aliyah. It's a shot, meditation, for the Yitzi Sabbath, who carries his name, and I'm spoken all by Israel. Happy Grossman, L'chaim, Shemur, and Gidi Feldman, I'm joining the MDY family. Welcome. There's a Brian Pressman, Master, the double president on the seal of Mesechus Menachos. Relations LC, MDY Kids Sponsor. The month, as a sponsor, to be sick of a vague on me. Every few years, that's high on me. Baby, Harry Davis, Master, Yaakov, Harvey's dual perfection on the birth of the grandson, Master, and the heart of the Lord. Which never be on a Tanaitim, the Shepherd Rafa, and you can claim on board the Esther, the Fulis Hayela, Daniel Zeb, Ben Hayela, Esther. Rabbi side, here we go. By the way, I have to just throw it out there. It's a stuff like Moed Pata, which people, there are some of them to fast before you start learning some say, because you point on yourself, on your neck, some cervix, some people say, you learn your prayer, prayer about your matzo. Best thing is to get a little vodka and Hashem, we learn every daf. B'shas B'ez Hashem, and that's what does it for you. Your tzedakah, do that. Anybody know what Kulin Shanaso or Paris Kodesh is? Kulin Shanaso or Paris Kodesh. No? I'm sure there's a few people there. Just as we try. Another thing we're going to learn today. Another must. I call Shuraki, which the Tasa, so we're going to be talking about Shkita. Not so much with Harina, with George Shkita. So Baruch Hashem, got some knives here. Now I have them in my collection. I want to open up a fresh one I've never. It's almost the same size. This one is in the plastic still. It's very scary to use. But I want to do it for sure. It's the real deal. This one is $700. This is another, $500. It goes up from there. This shkita, you do shkita with a knife. Question. The voice a question. You do shkita with a plastic knife. Anybody just, if you think not, raise your hand. If you think yes, raise your hand. Yes, plastic yes, raise your hand. Plastic, you know, raise your hand. Where's everybody? I only see 5 and 5. Again. Everybody has to raise your hand. You don't raise your hand because people have to leave your seat. Hold on a second. You ready? No plastic. Raise your hand. No plastic. So I see 10, 15 people. No plastic. Yes, plastic. So most of the group says yes, plastic. Okay. Some don't know. If you don't know, raise your hand. The answer is yes, plastic. Why not? You love it. You love to use plastic. Don't say anything for it. Okay. 1 minute, kids. Time out. You grow your own things. You try to help. Hold on a second. Benny, where's my stuff? My pipe. No, it's not inside. Okay, go by the side. What can take off yours? Okay. This one by the side is the tongue. We have a trachea and esophagus. I say tongue in trachea. This is the windpipe. As a matter of fact, when it's swell, they take these out of the animal, they make air conditioner out of it. There we go. This is what it looks like. Exactly. That's cartilage. That is hot. So if somebody punches you in the neck, you can continue breathing. Because if it was like a muscle, it would collapse. You know, it'd be hard. It'd be like mush. This one is the esophagus. This is where the food goes down. And it's flexible. It's the muscle. So when you're looking at the animal, they run behind the other. And shkita means they have to cut right through these 2 pipes. 2 simons, 2 pipes. The trachea and take the knife and you go like this. Where else do I have to go? You're going to first pick this guy, and then you're going to go through this one. That's what we're looking about. Looking at levels. What's bad, what's good, who can do it. How about something? Anybody can check, even they done G. Anybody can check. What does that mean, anybody? Even a woman can check. Now, it's a question why doesn't, because it says the spirit of blood, the faith, is the enemy is that they don't check. Well, most of the reason they don't check. I go certain things doesn't change. Whoops. Now, if you just look at these words, this is what we're doing with these words in business. Today and tomorrow. The first four.
Coffee, coffee. What happened to you? Are you fucking serious?
So I also think seguir overall. Also, you look at the means in the first place. Everybody check in the first place. Don't stop it. What's some share is after the fact. It's only going after the fact. In other words, we're talking about two different situations. You have to see what they are. The 6 ways that we're going to teach. Don't give them that. You know this people.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the way we have it, or Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development, from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully it will help you to dive into the primary text, or admitting as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on its playlist, Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava, or Heschel mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly, because in some ways they're going to link us to the topic we're going to be dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being. But proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis, did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, well, not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint the broad brush, or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkaba and Shirkuma businesses were popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything on rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. Though there's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hexalogical Merkaba literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and decoder rings, and not really decoder rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what now called a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine, like, when you were a little kid, you would sit in the big kid chair. You would sit in like the big people table like chair, and you'd be like real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's like a really worn out, like 3D recliner that's super comfortable that your like granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. How you want to do that, I don't know, but you could, right? And Enoch, of course, is a quintessential version of someone who, according to the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you could do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring, right? And you measure it in this Parasong version unit, 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. This is that eyebrow, right eyebrow, left ear, right ear, all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although it's very bizarre form of literature, very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that Maimonides actually might be arguing against the Merkaba Shior literature in the Guide to the Complex. That might be the
brings it back to life.
At least some of his analysis in the Guide to the Complex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, I think Malcolm Fowler makes a really great case that it is. That means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated, underplayed. I think that's incredibly important if it's true. And I happen to believe that it's true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. I think these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe only outside rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah. And this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam as a C student and asks to see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam. Right? It's like, they're that guys. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel helped them with their rabbi test, or their calculus test, or their German test, or whatever test they had to take. I will say, however, that if I could just learn a little more about summoning an angel, I would have done that. And so clearly I did. Just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts survive. Dozens. Right? History is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little survive, right? When you write them all down on papyrus in Egypt, the odds of it surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted in Europe, surviving in the Middle Ages, in the world of the Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German pietists, we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means at some level they were popular, they were copied, they were popularly practiced. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hekala literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hekala literature appearing in the New Testament, which I don't have to remind you is a Jewish text written by Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hekala literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what might be called quasi-magic. I say quasi-magic because the Psalm Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. And when I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being to magically teach you stuff rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head, downloading the information. The Sar Torah somehow has the ability to do that. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed and links for us, at least at some level, the distinction between Merkava mysticism, where you descend into the chariot, to the Sar Torah literature, in which you're bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are what we're going to move tonight. We're going to move in the direction of Jewish magic. So just 1 second, I'm getting a bunch of emails which tells me that there might be something amiss. So let me see, just check those real fast and before we jump right in. So I want to make sure that I'm not missing something in the wrong or whatever. So 1 second, folks. Sorry again. No, okay, we're good. Great. Just when I hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly, it's better just to check and make sure I'm not on the wrong room or some other kind of mistake. Let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? There present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic, the concept of magic, is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple of hundred years, maybe more than that, really more than that. Because the problem with magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin, right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural beings. Well, what about prayer, right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic. Here, Defining Magic. It's 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature of about 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So scholars even today are throwing ink, trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to need magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice, right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practice. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. They said, the Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do weird, we do real religion, but those Persians, they do magic, right? They're magic users. So, right did it right with the witches, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles. What do witches do? Well, they do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines of control about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle, what's not, what's sorcery, what's legitimate religion, the line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control and who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does. The bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now, in the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Germans, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about today. So I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic because you can't. It's much more problematic. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradiction in terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in and what's out, what's licit and what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is, kinda it does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. Their practices are really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right? I've left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterator here. So it reads Deuteronomy 18, there will be found among you one who passes his son and daughter through fire. This is probably an indigenous Canaanite practice. A kosim of kosamim, a me'onen, a menachesh, a mechasheth, and a chaver of chaver. A one who asks of an oath or a gidoni, and the one who seeks the dead, dorish mate. Right? Now, what you see here, right, is I've maintained all the Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are. We don't know what any of them are. Right? A me'onen might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word anan doesn't mean cloud. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff. Right? But what they do, we have no idea. Mechasheth, right? This might come from the word, for snake, right? Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. Baal and a Gidoni, again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. How do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Sanhedrin in the Babylonian Talmud, is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed and what's supernatural causation which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous condemnation in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus. And that line, and I have to say, this line, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages in the early modern period, specifically women. This famous line reads, female magic doing person, don't let them live. Right? That's literally, and of course you probably know it more famously in the King James Bible translation, suffer not a witch to live. Right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their deaths in the early modern period in the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people mostly were executed during the witches. And that line, justified, they lean heavily on that line. Like, it's so brief and so terribly profound. Now, of course, we have this line, hey, by the way, you'll notice for folks who don't understand this is Hebrew, it's in the feminine form, right? It's specifically targeting women. We do see other texts like Machashev, right? The masculine form over there in the book of Deuteronomy, you can see it there. So it does contain both female and male magic users, but the line in Exodus is specifically targeting. So at any rate, what do we do with this Machashev, right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible which seem perfectly at home with supernatural causation. The two most famous examples are divination. You're perfectly allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called Urim. Right? This is some kind of divination device. I don't know exactly how it works. We don't know. There's a lot of speculation about this at the moment. I say it worked. It really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sotar ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery. Notice there's no male version of the Sotar ritual. There's no man suspected of adultery. I'll go through this. In which a woman is forced to consume a rock made of sand, ash, and things, and drink this, assuming that she's committed adultery, when folks her stomach become upset. And she would tune in. So the Sotar ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation that are allowed in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's an entire tractate of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to the Sotar ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being an onan or a menachesh, those are forbidden. So, what do they hold me? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great keys of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distinct cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are the jam of any linguist, right? Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right? If you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle High German what the Old Gothic word might mean. And it's just fantastic. This is a great thing. So, ditto, right, we find the Akkadian word, for instance, kishbu, which does mean evil magic word. And look at that, right? Look, find, right, with the word Shaifa, right? You can see, the Hebrew, right? You can see the exact same root word, right? The ka, the shah, right? The kusab, of course, is equal to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic word. This is important, by the way, because if we read the Septuagint, the Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word Shaifa as poison, pharmakeia, right? It translates it as poison. So they kind of translate it to make it a bit more rational, but it's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word does, in fact, indicate a specifically female magic doer person. That's a really, really bad translation, but you get the truth. Now, does the Torah condemn all magic? As we've seen, kind of not. It depends on what you mean by magic. You may remember this is an image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Ketef Hinnom amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put the priestly benediction in a grave? Well, they might put it in a grave for magical purposes, to protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites were ancient Near Eastern people. They incorporate practices from the wider Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural aim is that this document is some kind of amulet to protect the dead, perhaps from evil spirits. Well, if that's true, I think there's no reason to believe that it is. That makes the earliest section of the Hebrew Bible ever recovered an amulet, and therefore a magical object. Now, just let that settle in for a moment. That would me that the earliest example of the Hebrew Bible that's ever been recovered is a magical device. I think that's profound thinking about the history of magic. That means magic predates, at least in terms of material culture, everything else we know about it. And I find that to be profoundly interesting. Profoundly interesting. Now, does that mean that the people that put those amulets in those tombs were allowed to do that? Does it mean that they were operating within the normal limits of what was acceptable at the time? We have no idea. What we do have is a material history. We have to deal with that as such, right? It's not for me to judge yay or nay. All I can say is, someone wrote a blessing that eventually became part of the Bible on a silver amulet and put it in a tomb. And anywhere else you would see something like that, you would jump to the idea they were magic. Why not just let that evidence speak for itself at some level? So, it's clear, right, that what the Hebrew Bible is worried about, what the Israelites are worried about when they condemn magic, is less practices. They're worried about differentiating themselves from their neighbors. Right? These people do this, we don't do that. Right? These people do this, we don't do that either. Right? These people do these practices, and we don't want those kinds of people in our community. So notice that the condemnations here in Deuteronomy, they're about being people. Don't be a kesef, don't be a Nahum, don't be a Menachesh, right? Don't be a Chover of Chesed. Don't be a person that does that. It's not a condemnation of the practice per se, it's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And that's in just a minute, right? Many Israelites, one Israelite, famous one, had to consult one of those people. So again, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically, but condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically threatening. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your wheelhouse, and you're moving in the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like a NASA down the road, or Saba down the road, and they can like monkey around with reality and like bring people back to life, or cook crops, or make people fall in love with each other? It seems like they have access to supernatural powers over and against the supernatural powers of your God. And that's a worry. That's a theological worry. Because if your God is the only God and the only one really in control, who are these people? And what are they tapping into? How do they have access to these weird powers where they can make someone fall in love with someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead? That's all very anxiety producing. If monotheism, strict kind of monotheism, is ultimately where you're going, where God and God alone has those kinds of powers. Of course, you'll see that same society played somehow later in, for instance, Christianity. Christianity has an easy answer to that. Their answer is they're working with the damn devil, right? And if they're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, at least the Israelites, once they adopt monotheism, don't have that answer, right? And so this is a much more complicated problem for them, at least, or at least at this point, prior to the apocalyptic that later on saw all kinds of bad stuff, as you can see early on. The clearest account of natural practice among the Israelites is to be found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible. So where else is it found? And that account, of course, is to be found in the story of the Baal oath. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an oath or being an oath back in Deuteronomy. But here we have a person with a title, Baal oath. We don't know her name. But we do know her title. She is a mistress of the oath. Now, Baalat is relatively clear. It just means Baal means master, so it's one who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew, Baal, right? This is the one that's in control. Whatever. Aside, the Baalat oath here, she is a she, at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking, is of the oath. It seems possible this word is related to it may be roughly related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors, and therefore we might translate this word as something like a person who has access to the ancestors who are dead. Right? Now, that's a really clunky translation. The typical translation we use for that now is something like necromancy. Right? Necromancy is manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, or specifically predicting the future. That's exactly what we have here with the Bala. Oh, we don't know what this word "oath" means, but I do think it's probably related to the word dead ancestors issue. Is there special people that have access to those dead ancestors? So, you may know the story, right? Saul is in a war with the Philistines. King Saul, first king of Israel, is in a war with the Philistines, and it's going bad. Well, not only going badly, God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to the legitimate forms of divination, the Thummim. He consults them, and, well, God doesn't pick up. Right? So when you, I don't know, you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up, well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to an oath. Right? He goes to one of these people, the oath, and he consults with this woman, a woman character here. And she does successfully summon the ghost, the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. And she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as an Elohim. Right? She's terrified of that. And she says, I see an Elohim coming up from the earth. Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in the Akkadian text, in the Rabbinic text, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elohim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for dead ancestor spirits in Hebrew, the Rephaim, who also seem to be sort of alive in the afterlife in some kind of weird way. Exactly what the Rephaim are is mysterious. In fact, a new monograph just got published on the Israelite conception of the Rephaim, and I am really interested to read it because this is a very mysterious problem. Sometimes the Philistines are referred to Rephaim as giants. This is a really mysterious term. At any rate, the Bala of Endor does successfully summon the ghost of Samuel, Samuel, and of course, like all prophets, as you probably know, they have bad news, because prophets always have bad news. Never go to a prophet to get good news. They don't got it. If you go to the prophet bank, go to the good news section, you skip it. It's all full of bad news. And the bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, and he's going to die tomorrow. And guess what happens? God abandoned Saul, he died from his death. In fact, he committed suicide, dreadful, on the battlefield. So the Bala Oath is a clear example of an Israelite narrative where magic works. Right? There's no question. The text never says, and the Bala Oath was formed, and she was a liar. In fact, it paints her very, very nicely. She's always depicted as very good for them, being very conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, that he's outlawed this practice, that she doesn't want to do it. He has to force her to do this, and she obliges him. So the Bala Oath is nothing like the crooked-nosed evil witch of Hansel and Gretel tales, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people. Saul goes to her. She refuses. He insists. She summons the ghost. And then afterwards, when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with food and drink out of her own commissary, right? She's a relatively poor person. So the image of the Bala Oath, and sometimes this term is described as the witch at Endor. I really don't like the translation witch at Endor, because the term witch is so loaded and imaginary that it summons an image of this woman utterly unlike how she's presented in the text. So I think we should call her what the text calls her. We should call her a Bala Oath, because it indicates that she's an expert. Right? She's an expert at this. Right? And clearly she was also Star Wars fans, right? You'll recognize the name Endor. Endor in Hebrew, of course, becomes Endor in Star Wars. And there's a lot of weird Star Wars stuff in Star Wars. So anyway. So the Bala Oath of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of at least that text of the Hebrew Bible really believes in the power of the Bala Oath. We don't learn anything else about her. She comes into the story, she gets a few verses, she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of weird Right? A lot of weirdos, right? The Bible's full of weirdos. The most weird perhaps are Elijah and his student Elisha. And these two guys are associated with all kinds of miracles. As you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day. They're called Ish Elohim, men of God. That's a weird specific term for folks who are able to not only do prophecy, but also do miracles. And the only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected are always in relationship to Elijah and Elisha. That's the only time in the Hebrew Bible. That's amazing, because the dead being resurrected is a big deal. Because typically only God has power over life and death, and Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead, at least those recently dead. In fact, people can be thrown into a grave and jump out alive. It's really spectacular. By the Second Temple period, King Solomon, the son of King David, is also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control demons. Again, remember in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they hadn't previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled through various magical means. And one of the magical means that we learn about early on, as early as the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way, and also Josephus and Philo both recount tales in the first century of the ability of Solomon to control demons. Specifically, demons were used in the construction of the first temple. That's interesting and weird, because you have a king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? Specifically the demon Asmodeus. He's actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian deity, a Persian demon, not an Israelite one, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of the Babylonian exile in the Persian period. So Solomon has the ability, at least early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, you probably already know there's an entire branch in the Western magical tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea forward to this day. There are people out there to this day, like I say, variations of Solomonic magic that survived all the way back to the Second Temple period, that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly contiguous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period and the Apocalyptic period. And we see it again as early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm, attributed psalm to Solomon. Demon, right? Demon, right? Would you go to a demon rodeo? I would go to a demon rodeo. Alright. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the First Temple and the Second Temple period was kind of jumping, hopping with weird dudes who could do miracles. You may know Sonny the Circle Maker, right? He was famous as, I think this is my partner, Rabbi Albert's favorite rabbi of all time, is Sonny the Circle Maker. We have the great privilege of davening at his kever, his tomb in the Galilee. Sonny, as you may know, is famous for forcing God to make it rain, but not make it rain a lot, right? Somebody said, I'm going to stand in a circle, and God, I'm going to stand here until God makes it rain. Eventually, God made it rain, but God punished Sonny, made it torn. And Sonny said, that's too hard, God, turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch and made it rain normally, and Sonny left his circle. This almost led to the excommunication of Sonny. The idea here was that Sonny was using God. That's how cool is that? Of course, the other guy that we know from this time period, the famous exorcist, the Messiah, his name is Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus, although they call him Josh, fine with him, and his name is Jewish there, the Aramaic word for Joshua. Jesus also engaged in a great deal of miracle making, predominantly exorcism. Jesus, if he were not known as the Messiah and the central cord of Christianity probably be known as a pretty famous Jewish exorcist. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did involved exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Chaim ben Dosa. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also teleporting, flying around. Yeah, Chaim ben Dosa, according to the Talmud, could teleport and fly around. He also engaged in nightly duels with the queen of the demons. The demons have a queen, they have a king as well. Lilith is the queen, Ashmedai is the king, depending on what text you look at. But Chaim ben Dosa was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with the Roman emperors along supernatural lines, as well as great stories in the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the sacred Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah. We'll look at that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the impiety of the people around him that fire shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized that his powers were too strong and he had to restrain them. And so he retreated back into the cave to wait it out. So we have something like Jewish Superman. All of the guys that think that Superman were Jewish, so I don't know, maybe the laser eye thing they learned from Seder. I have no idea. I'd like to believe that Superman's laser eyes are attributed to Shimon bar Yochai, but I'm just going to believe, go believe that they're derivative of Shimon bar Yochai, but I don't think that's true. The image here, of course, is Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism, the Gerasenes demoniac. Jesus famously threw into a bunch of pigs and ran them off a cliff. There's a really great anti-colonial read of this exorcism ritual that I think is really important. That may be a story for another day. Now, you might just think, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those cats run around with him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, including things like adjuration. They're magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons in the Talmud. The Talmud is full of demons, specifically disease-causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud of lucky and unlucky numbers. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is in Pesachim, the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because that attracts demons. And if you drink wine in pairs, right, that can attract demons, and that's bad. So why don't we do 4? Well, you can't do 4. You have to interrupt every single glass of wine with a unique action that interrupts them, so you're always drinking the wine odd numbers, 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, by the way, if you've ever wondered why we say on Pesach, welcome to everyone who wants to come, they can come in to eat, we always say that in Aramaic. Why do we say in Aramaic, not in Hebrew? Well, the rabbis say the demons don't understand Aramaic. They do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic, so the demons will get invited to our house, eat our food. Not kidding you, that is a belief within Judaism about why we welcome people into our home on Pesach in Aramaic, not in Hebrew. Demons don't understand Aramaic. I don't know why they don't take a Bible class or do a legal class to learn it, but maybe the demons are very busy. Further, the Talmud is filled with astrological speculation. There are amulets and incantations, specifically, for instance, one against blindness. There's a pretty famous one there against blindness. There's also a really famous one where you kind of engage in a duel with a demon and causes the demon to blow up if you do it correctly. There are also even the accounts and the tractate Sanhedrin of the creation of artificial people and animals. These are typically referred to as golems, and we will be spending some time talking about golems here in just a bit with the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all of that stuff I just mentioned is considered completely allowable in the Talmud. You can do astrology, you can make artificial humanoids, you can banish demons, you can do all kinds of stuff, right? There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic in the rabbinical imagination, but what's really clear is that not everything is allowed. For instance, we read in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah, right? The more flesh, the more worm, possessions, the more worries, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more uncouthness, and the more servants, the more theft. The famous line from Perga Evo. But again, the more women or the more wives, the more witchcraft. Of course, this is clearly misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? Again, the link to women. Again, what we have here, right? What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons and making things, that's okay. It's when women do stuff like that. That's witchcraft. You see it? The othering, right? When men do it, yeah, we can get by. When women do it, it's witchcraft. And this again, here's an example of what seems to be patently a form of magic, right? This is from Tractate 18 of Babylonian Talmud. 18 has to do with divorce. The rabbis taught, on coming from a bathroom, a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk half a mile. Why? Because the bathroom demon is with him for that time. And if he does have sex, his children will be epileptic. So we have a theory of epilepsy. Not a very good theory of epilepsy. But what's the reason? If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features prominently in the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you, and they follow you for at least a half a mile. But I guess after half a mile, they go back to the bathroom. And so if you have sex with the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children may become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, they don't do it until magic gets here. It looks like magic to me, right? Superstition, magic, religion, the boundary between all these things is incredibly vague, right? The boundary between all these things is vague. Now, if you're curious about if I'm just listing a couple weird things, I'm listing the least weird things, folks. There are far stranger things in the Babylonian Talmud about demons and magic that I have not mentioned here. And I've done an entire class for the Federation, in fact, big class just on Jewish magic. So you're getting basically the Spark Notes version tonight. But I can guarantee you, if I can fill a 8-week class with Jewish magic, I guarantee you there is a ton. So after the time period of the apocalyptic, Jewish magic really goes international. That is to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. I may have to speed up a little bit just to make time here, but if I go a little bit over, please forgive me. In the early common period, Jewish were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements were all muddled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language. And an enormous amount of magical devices were attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek magical library, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that have survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you would cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Defixiones, right? Defixiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people. You see amulets here that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that is survived from the late classical period or the medieval period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the 3 skull devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. The skull incantations we have, I can pull it up for you later if you want to read the entire incantation. But 3 of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient late classical world. And these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is completely unimaginable. The use of a skull to write an incantation on to harness some kind of magical powers would fill many ancient Jews with shock and disgust. And yet, there's no denying that all these forms of magic were being practiced by Jews in the ancient world. And I say all of these practices, if you look at Roman, Greek, Egyptian, other practices in the ancient world, you will find the exact same forms of magic being practiced by them. Lead tablets, magical amulets. The skull thing is kind of weird, but magic love spells, right? In fact, you cast a still of fire, and it says, if as this burns, may the heart of Rachel burn. For me, we even have Rachel's name written on there. I don't know who Rachel was, but some Rachel. Think of Rachel, any Rachel. But also we have named people here in this curse as well. So, needless to say, right, looking at this on the screen, people would say, Jews don't practice magic. That's not a thing we do. Well, you got some archaeology to do with, like, really? Like, you got archaeology to do with. There's a lot of this going on, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this would survive, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there must have been a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there are spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device was made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make it work. This is being sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shoe or whatever in the market from a ritual expert, and they would call people, curse people, or call people to flourish or whatever. A very popular form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also a popular form of Christian, Mandean, and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our earliest depictions of the demoness Lilith are found in these incantation bowls. They would be, they would draw an image of the demon that you want to bind. You can see that these demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, they're bound with chains. And then an incantation will be written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl will be buried upside down, right, concave part down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in will be captured by the bowl, right? This is sort of like a glue trap, like you would use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice, that's really, really cruel. But kind of like a glue trap, but for demons. For demons. So these bowls were meant to trap evil spirits you may enter your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Of course, mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they're in order, to make sure that evil spirits didn't enter the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Kelsey Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Kelsey Museum on display. There's an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl for my Michigan people. Get down, go to the Kelsey Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrew. Vaguely. Well, not everyone can read. So, if you could read, you might get the wiggle bowl. But if you could read, you would get the real incantation bowl with the real incantation written around it. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are with pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who these are meant for because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews, the Mandean ones are the Mandeans, the other ones for Christians or whatever. So everyone is using these. There are thousands of these. If you get your chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole wall of them. So if you really want to get your fill of demon bowls, go to the Royal Ontario Museum and see them. I also say that one day if we ever do Tizia arts and crafts with little kids, if they're going to do like Play-Doh, they should make demon bowls. It's a completely authentic Bubbies and Vodka day. They're going to make anything. Let them make these little demon bowls and paint the inside with monsters or whatever. It's a great way for them to put it under their bed to like deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentically Jewish way of dealing with fears about monsters and demons, allowing kiddos to make these bowls and maybe have a bit of catharsis in trapping the demons in the bowls. So anyone who says again the Jews don't do magic, well, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls that you gotta do with. Just as a bit of wrapping up, folks, I want to go through these a little more rapidly. We're coming close to time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books we might call grimoires. These are books of magic. One of the more famous, very early ones is called the Sefer HaGazim. I've done episodes on my new Esoterica channel on almost all of these books. So if you really want to dig deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of these I've covered in depth, 20-minute episodes or so on my channel. So we have this is a book called the Sefer HaGazim that was recovered in fragments in the Cairo Geniza. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries. It could be perhaps earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. The magical symbols here we'll see all throughout Jewish magic to use this magic to get what you want, whether it's winning horse races or gaining love or turning invisible or whatever. The Sefer HaGazim has a spell for you. It uses these various magical, manipulates angels by using various kinds of magical symbols to get them to do what you want. Remember, the Torah literature does something similar. It allows you to rapidly learn rabbinic lore. Here we're having it used to do a lot more wider things, including things like turning invisible and healing people of sicknesses, and also cursing people with sicknesses because it goes to be insulting sometimes. Another famous text from around the 10th century is the Sorba de Moshe. This is an Aramaic magical book that uses a first section, which are long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you would extract out of those long strings Hebrew or Aramaic letters certain sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things, and you would use those sections along with a magical spell. And those magical spells would empower those code words, and those code words would do all kinds of various things, like turning invisible, making people fall in love with you, cursing people, and turning invisible, the same kinds of things that most magical spell books actually do. They're pretty repetitive once you get into it. So this one's interesting because the Sword of Moses is that long list of seemingly random Hebrew letters, which are then extracted out and used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what is going on. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of it for them so that they could use the magical power as well. And then convict the Jews of witchcraft and kill them. But hey, history, dangerous place. Some of the famous texts are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMalbush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magic on certain kinds of days so that you can focus your magical power using astrology. Again, anyone who says that ancient Jews don't do astrology, well, again, got some text for you to deal with. Of course they did. Everyone did astrology. So we have a magical text that uses angel magic and astrology to manipulate various forces of the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course we have the Sefer HaMalbush, which allows one to make a special kind of cloak or garment inscribed upon with various magical names of God that allow you to do all kinds of things. For instance, summon an invisible army, which doesn't want to set a nation army. Whatever, right? You're Jack White, quote, right? But you can use the Sefer HaMalbush with a garment to do all kinds of magical things, and you write upon this garment with various kinds of magical names, name of God, and you fast and this sort of things as well in order to enact the magical power. I picked this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So I just find this image interesting because he's forced to wear an identifying marker, but it's not the star of later periods, it's the circle. This is also in Germany, so the horrifying harmony of things to come. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic in history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMalach, which is still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions that you can carry it around your house or put it in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Razio. These devices are meant to allow you either kamayot or amulets, which guarantee you various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So in here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the Greek magical empire of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year long process of practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, but like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is, as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. Then I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the sparring. So this book, the Sefer Razio Hamalach, is said to have power even just having it. In fact, I have several copies lying around. And so here again, we can see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, and it continues to be reprinted in modern books of witchcraft, and modern witches continue to use these magical images today. Jewish magic alive and well. If you go into any bookstores, you will find books on Kameot and Sekudot, books on amulets, books on magical psalms to recite for various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books in the most extremely orthodox communities where I go into Brooklyn and Borough Park. I go into the very, very extreme Orthodox Jewish bookstores because I can blend in. I go in their bookstores and I look at shows. I find books of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, sacred mazalot. In the Haredi world, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and those books are being practiced all the way down to now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world, for instance, in the Kohenet movement. The Kohenet movement, as you may know, is a revivalist, quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestesshood, and magical practices in that world are also incredibly popular. And so in that world, in the most sort of radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing world of Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there, in the Isabel Freeman Center, right? All the way to the Neighborhood, where they are publishing books of magic, Jewish magic in the Haredi world. Jewish magic's alive and well, folks. It never went away. It's always been there, right? It's always been there. How do we know? Because the Bible has to condemn it. Condemnation is always proof of practice. It was being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it. Well, it didn't work. The prohibition almost certainly made sure that it continued to be practiced. It's been practiced all throughout time. The earliest part of the Hebrew Bible we have is probably a magical amulet. We have evidence of Jewish magic reaching back to extreme antiquity, to the very beginning of the Israelites. We have evidence of it being practiced in the Haredi blackout world and in the leftist Jewish world of the Kohanim. Jewish magic has always been here. It is here, and it will endure. It will no doubt endure. I have some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books by Rothschild and Hariri. The Hariri text, by the way, is published by Wayne State Publishers, so shout out to Wayne State Publishing here just down the street from me. So if you want to take a look at those books, I can't say they're terribly expensive, but they're really high quality scholarship. And if you want to learn more about the history of Jewish magic up until the rise of the Kabbalah, those are both excellent texts to consult. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work by providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Most likely born early.
Turn up the heat with Culver's new
What the fuck is this bullshit?
It is 323 BC. Alexander the Great, who has, over the last decade, 323 BC. Alexander the Great, who has, over the last decade, carved out one of the largest empires in human history, is dead. With no mature heir, wars soon erupt as Alexander's commanders and relatives fight over his crumbling empire. One of those commanders, however, does not see an end, but a beginning, and after being made governor of Egypt, eventually proclaims himself pharaoh, founding a Hellenic dynasty that will rule Egypt for 300 years, ending with the life and reign of Queen Cleopatra. The man's name, Ptolemy the first pharaoh of Ptolemaic Egypt. The man known to history as King Ptolemy I, Soter of Egypt, was most likely born in 367 BC. We have no clear record of his birth, but an ancient source called the Macrobii, traditionally attributed to the 2nd century AD writer Lucian of Samosata, claims that Ptolemy was 84 years old when he died in 283 BC, which would mean that he was born around 367 BC. He was born in the kingdom of Macedon in northern Greece, which was in the process of emerging as the dominant power in the Greek world at the time of his birth. Ptolemy's father was most likely a Macedonian named Lagus, who came from an undistinguished family in the region of Aeodia in western Macedonia. Despite his humble birth, Lagus married Arsinoe, a Macedonian noblewoman who was related to the royal family, the Argead dynasty, which claimed descent from the legendary hero Heracles. There is another theory concerning Ptolemy's parentage, though. The Greek geographer of the 2nd century AD, Pausanias, writing in his famous Description of Greece, a travelogue of the Greek world of the Eastern Mediterranean and of its many temples, history and law, refers to a tradition which indicates that Ptolemy's father was not Lagus, but was instead King Philip II, who rose to become ruler of Macedon in 359 BC. According to this tradition, Arsinoe, Ptolemy's mother, was one of Philip's courtesans and was already pregnant by the time she married Lagus with Philip's child. However, the claim that Ptolemy was Philip II's illegitimate son, and therefore Alexander the Great's half-brother, was probably invented by Ptolemy much later in his life, when he was trying to establish his claim to succeed Alexander after the latter's premature death. Had Ptolemy really been Alexander's half-brother, the latter would almost certainly have considered him a dynastic rival and a threat to his position. Alexander might well have had him murdered, rather than promoting him to become one of Macedon's most powerful generals, as we will see he did. Instead, Ptolemy became one of Alexander's friends and advisors. Ptolemy is known to have had a brother named Menelaus, who served as a general in Cyprus and later as a priest to the cult of Alexander in Alexandria. But no other siblings are mentioned in the historical records. At the time of Ptolemy's birth, the kingdom of Macedon was emerging as one of the major powers of the Greek world. The ruling Argead dynasty had held dominion over large parts of what is now northern Greece and North Macedonia, going back to the early 7th century BC. But the Macedonians were viewed as a rustic, semi-barbarous people by the more civilized Greeks of the city-states of the Aegean Sea and the Peloponnese. They fought differently too, often relying on cavalry divisions in their wars, unlike the infantry hoplite soldiers of the Greek polis. But eventually, the culture of city-states like Athens, Sparta, Thebes and Corinth diffused north, and the Macedonians became more entrenched in Greek culture and society. What was more, the rich Greek city-states to the south of Macedon were now ripe for conquest. In 404 BC, Sparta had finally triumphed over Athens in the Peloponnesian War, a power struggle for hegemony over the Greek world that lasted 27 years and exhausted all sides. Spartan dominance over the Greek city-states came to an end in 371 BC, when their armies were defeated by the Boeotian League, led by Thebes at the Battle of Leuctra. When King Philip II became ruler of Macedon in 359 BC, he was determined to establish Macedon as the new great power of the Greek world. He built a fearsome war machine by establishing a professional army and adopting new tactics. He developed the formidable Macedonian phalanx, consisting of rows of men armed with a shield and a long spear, known as the sarissa, giving them a range advantage in close quarters combat. Philip also established the elite companion cavalry, a unit made up of high-ranking nobles and close friends of the king, which often proved the decisive factor on the battlefield. After establishing his authority over the tribes of the southern Balkans, such as the Thracians, through military aggression and diplomacy, Philip turned his attentions southwards, and in a series of wars such as the Olynthian War and the Fourth Sacred War, replaced Thebes and the Boeotian League as the dominant power in central Greece and the Peloponnese. This was the political and military backdrop against which Ptolemy grew up. Like other Macedonian boys, he would have learned how to ride and hunt. He would also have learned to read and write in Greek. It is probable that in 353 BC, when he was 14 years old, Ptolemy was sent to become a royal page at King Philip II's court in Pella, the capital of the Kingdom of Macedon. It was certainly not as cultivated a place as Athens or Corinth. The Macedonians were known for their heavy drinking and tough upbringing, and many of their customs and traditions appalled the rest of the Greek world, particularly that of polygamy, as Macedonian kings married multiple wives to strengthen alliances at home and abroad. Though the Macedonians spoke Greek, they were called barbarians, perhaps because their accent was difficult to understand for Greeks who lived further south. Here, Ptolemy would have continued his training in the military arts, and by the time of his late teens, may have served in the army during Philip's campaigns of conquest. Though this is not explicitly stated, over time Ptolemy became a close companion of Philip's son Alexander, who was born in 356 BC and who would have been only 3 years old when Ptolemy first arrived in Pella. Around 343 BC, Philip hired the famous philosopher Aristotle, the great intellectual successor to Plato, at Athens, to come to Pella and tutor the teenage Alexander. Ptolemy would have been in his mid-20s at this time, and while there is no record of him studying with Aristotle alongside the Macedonian prince, learning and scholarship would be a key part of Ptolemy's legacy as king of Egypt. Aristotle's arrival to power also points towards the manner in which Macedon was becoming the center of a more cosmopolitan kingdom at this time. It is worth briefly pausing here to assess exactly how we know anything at all about Ptolemy and where the gaps in our knowledge lie. The foremost primary source for the first half of his life, down to the time of the death of Alexander the Great, when Ptolemy was in his early to mid-40s, is the analysis of Alexander, a lengthy account of the conquest of the Persian Empire by Alexander the Great, and his campaign into Central Asia and India, written by Arian of Nicomedia, a Greek historian of the 2nd century AD. An analysis is an ancient Greek name for a lengthy campaign or expedition. Ptolemy necessarily features in the work. In fact, Arian used Ptolemy's writings as some of his own source material. In his later life, Ptolemy became a historian himself, though unfortunately, virtually everything he wrote has been lost, with only fragments of his texts surviving second-hand in the writings of later scholars like Arian. A contemporary of Arian in the eastern Mediterranean, the historical biographer Plutarch wrote a life of Demetrius, one of Ptolemy's rivals for power in the decades following the death of Alexander and the fragmentation of his empire. Ptolemy appears regularly in this biography of Demetrius. Closer to Ptolemy's own time, Polybius and Diodorus Siculus, two Greek historians of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC respectively, both composed universal histories of the world, in which the conquests of Alexander and the wars fought by the rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms, which followed therefrom, are discussed. Again, Ptolemy and his family are discussed therein. Numerous other ancient texts shed light on his reign in Egypt and events there, some almost incidentally so. For instance, the 2nd century BC letter of Aristeas to Philocrates provides one of the most informative accounts of how Alexandria, the capital of Ptolemy's kingdom in Egypt, emerged as a great center of learning in the 3rd century BC. Finally, as with any ruler who reigned for the better part of 40 years in ancient times, there are many inscriptions on temples and civic buildings and other archaeological sources which can shed light on Ptolemy's reign. Still, it is a great pity that Ptolemy's own histories, like so many other works from the ancient world, have not survived. Back in the middle of the 4th century BC, when he was a young man, Ptolemy began his ascent through the ranks of the Macedonian army in 339 BC in response to a demonstration of Athenian and Theban resistance against Macedon's growing influence over the Greek city-states. King Philip marched on southern Greece. In the summer of 338 BC, the Macedonians faced a Greek coalition force at Chaeronea near Thebes. The 18-year-old Alexander commanded the left wing of the Macedonian army. Ptolemy may have been one of the officers at his side. During the battle, Alexander led the breakthrough against the Sacred Band, a 300-man elite Theban infantry unit. The following year, Philip summoned the Greek states to Corinth and forced them to swear oaths to each other and him, establishing himself as the hegemon of the Greek world. Ptolemy was around 30 years old by then and was a trusted courtier to both Philip and Alexander. However, in 337 BC, he temporarily lost his court position. At that time, Alexander planned to marry the daughter of Ixodorus, the satrap or governor of Caria, in what is now southwestern Turkey. Ptolemy was among 5 of Alexander's advisors who supported the offer against the king's wishes. The furious King Philip responded by banishing those involved from Pella. It is unclear when Ptolemy Ptolemy and his comrades went, but they may have been back in the capital by the time Philip was assassinated by one of his bodyguards in October 336 BC. The circumstances of Philip's death were murky, and it may have been the result of a palace coup. Following his father's untimely death, 20-year-old Alexander became King Alexander III of Macedon. His military exploits would soon earn him the epitaph, Alexander the Great. Young king almost immediately faced a revolt from the southern Greeks, but he quickly defeated these opponents and re-established the League of Corinth. In 335 BC, while consolidating his power at home by purging potential rivals, Alexander led campaigns against the Triballi and the Illyrians to the north and west of Macedonia. Ptolemy is likely to have accompanied Alexander during these campaigns, since he described them in his histories, and portions thereof ended up in Arians and Abysses. While Alexander was fighting the Illyrians, he received news that Thebes had once again revolted. He thus marched south with a force of 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, according to Ptolemy's account, again transmitted via Arian. The Macedonians took the city with heavy casualties after the general Perdiccas, who commanded the vanguard, attacked without awaiting orders from Alexander. Diodorus Siculus does not mention Perdiccas launching his attack prematurely in his account, and it is likely that Ptolemy was seeking to denigrate Perdiccas, who was later one of his major rivals in the bloody civil wars that ensued following the death of Alexander. After capturing Thebes, Alexander brutally ordered the city to be razed to the ground. It would not be rebuilt for another 2 decades. Alexander then turned his attention towards the invasion of Asia, which his father Philip had been planning before he was assassinated. After leaving Greece in the hands of a loyal veteran general named Antipater, in the spring of 334 BC, Alexander led an army of at least 35,000 infantry and cavalry and sailed across the Bosporus to Asia. He then united his forces with 10,000 men under the Macedonian general Parmenion, who had been in Asia Minor since 336 BC, preparing the Macedonian forces there for the coming campaign. Ptolemy served with the infantry in Alexander's army, but his precise rank and role is unclear. Alexander, Ptolemy, and the Macedonian king's other close companions were now setting off to conquer the Persian Empire. Asia Minor, the ancient name for what we know as Turkey today, had been ruled since the middle of the 6th century BC by the Persian Achaemenid Empire, a vast realm ruled by the Persians. The group who had emerged out of Iran or Persia in the 550s BC rapidly conquered most of the known world. Their empire extended across the modern-day nations and regions of Iran, Iraq, Turkey, the Levant, Egypt, parts of northern Arabia, the Caucasus, and even into parts of Central Asia, in Afghanistan and Pakistan, an area then known as Bactria. The Persians had even tried to conquer mainland Greece, though famously repulsed during 2 invasion attempts in the early 5th century BC. Now, after 2 centuries of rivalry between the Greeks and the Persians, Macedon had emerged as a power that had united the Greek city-states, making them a power to rival Persia. Alexander consequently embarked in 334 BC on a campaign, or Anabasis, as Arian would call it, to conquer Persia, an idea his father had contemplated before his premature death. This would involve clashes with local satraps or governors.
minor kings who ruled the provinces of the Persian Empire on behalf of Darius III, the Persian king of kings, who had just succeeded to the throne far away in the Persian capitals, Susa and Persepolis in southern Iran. After crossing the Bosphorus, Alexander's army was confronted by an army raised by the local Persian satrap Arsetes and the river Granicus. The Macedonian phalanxes easily overwhelmed the lightly armed Persians, and the Macedonians and Greeks won the first major victory of the campaign, but would take Alexander, Ptolemy, and many others to the edge of the known world. Alexander's initial successes alarmed King Darius III, who began to raise a large army in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, to meet the Macedonian threat. As the Persian king marched north to confront Alexander, the two sides clashed at Issus in southern Turkey in November 333 BC. While Alexander's army was around 40,000 strong, ancient sources suggest that the Persians had up to 500,000 men, though modern estimates hold that the figure was more possibly closer to 100,000 men. Again, while Ptolemy left a detailed description of the ensuing battle and would have been a participant, there is no information about where he was deployed, whether he had any men under his command. Knowing he could not engage the enemy in a conventional pitched battle, Alexander led his cavalry straight to Darius's position behind the Persian center. Although the Macedonian infantry came under heavy pressure from the Persians, Alexander did not allow himself to be distracted from his objective and continued his charge towards Darius. As the Macedonian cavalrymen cut their way through his bodyguard, Darius panicked and fled from the field. As Alexander had anticipated, the sight of their king fleeing caused the Persians to lose heart. With the Persian infantry and cavalry retreating in disorder, the Macedonians advanced and slaughtered many fleeing enemies. Although Darius had escaped, Alexander managed to capture a substantial number of the royal entourage, including Darius's mother, wife, and two daughters. Alexander demonstrated his magnanimity towards his royal captives and promised to protect them in Darius's absence. After marching south into Syria, Alexander's next target was to neutralize the Persian fleet anchored at the port city of Tyre. The city was located on an island around half a mile offshore, a natural defensive point. In order to besiege it, Alexander ordered the construction of a causeway to enable his men to attack from land. The Tyrians managed to hold it out for 6 months until the summer of 332 BC. Alexander eventually captured the city by attacking on both land and sea. Alexander continued down the Mediterranean coast and captured Gaza after a brutal 2-month siege. His next target was Egypt, then a province of the Persian Empire, governed by the satrap Arsaces. Although the Persians had ruled Egypt for almost 2 centuries, Persian rule remained unpopular, and Arsaces knew he could not resist.
Bless Hashem, all the sons of Hashem. I am the Beis Hashem Bamilos. Those who stand in the Beis Hamikdash at night. My Bamilos. The avodah, the main avodah is during the dates. What kind of avodah do we do at night? All my Rabbi Yochanan. Elu Talmidim HaChamim Moitzim B'Torah B'Layla. Ma'ale Aleim HaChazak Kila Sukim B'Avodah. The Lord who learns Torah at night, it's as if they are doing the avodah. Loyalom, Zoysal Yisrael. Abraham, keep going around. Zem is back on it. You hear this crazy. This Mizbeach was created in the Sol side, God on the Sol Anala. Oymed, Makir Volov Karma. Makir Korbanos. What is it, Makir? So there's a wild places over here. When the Sol side, God will let me Makir Volov Karma. Midrash is Chalukas. Let me Look, our bodies in the mouth. He takes them, shove up and stop it, and smack them out of it. It's crazy. You ever know my time not from last? That's us. We just finished it off. But when you're icing and looking up, when you're dealing with the big stuff, the avoidance for this and Migdosh, Nala Leva, because of people, we just be amazed. The famous Gemara, the Rothschild brings it that when you, it's a Migdosh is not built in your lifetime, it's as if it's a Migdosh is destroyed in your lifetime. It says the Gemara over here, no to learn the halachas of a mincha. What shaykhs do we have to a mincha? When are we ever going to use the mincha? We're not doing a mincha.
And duly surrendered to Alexander at the ancient capital of Memphis to the south of present-day Cairo. Alexander was careful not to make the circus's mistake and treated Egyptian customs and religion with respect. Alexander gained popularity by restoring old Egyptian temples, and although he was not formally crowned pharaoh, he made sacrifices to Egyptian gods and assumed the titles and responsibilities associated with kingship in Egypt. Alexander was determined to make a visit to the Oracle of Amun-Ra in the Siwa oasis, situated hundreds of miles to the west, near the border between modern-day Libya and Egypt. As Amun-Ra was the creator god of the Egyptian pantheon, the Greeks associated him with Zeus, their most important deity, and called him Zeus Ammon. Ptolemy was among the group of companions whom Alexander chose to accompany him on his journey from Memphis to the Siwa oasis. The party took a circuitous route via the Nile Delta and the northern coast of Egypt, where the king founded a city named Alexandria. After marching west to the vicinity of what is now El Alamein, they turned south and made for the oracle. After consulting the priest, Alexander announced to his companions that he was the son of Zeus Ammon. All of this was Ptolemy's first experience of the land. He and his family would come to rule for a period of nearly 3 centuries. While Alexander was in Egypt, the king of Persia had raised another large army to confront the Macedonian conqueror. When the two armies met at the Battle of Gaugamela, in what is now northern Iraq, on the 1st of October 331 BC, Alexander was once again heavily outnumbered and employed similar tactics as at Issus. On this occasion, he ordered his right flank to fall back, enticing the Persian cavalry commander Bessus to launch a premature attack. Bessus left a small gap in the Persian line, which Alexander immediately exploited, leading his cavalry towards Darius. As the Persian king turned to flee once again, Alexander and his horsemen set off in pursuit, but soon returned to the battlefield at Gaugamela to relieve Parmenion on the Macedonian left, who had been struggling to hold back the numerically superior Persian infantry commanded by Mazaeus, satrap of Babylon. By the time Alexander returned, the crisis was over as Mazaeus' men realized their king had abandoned them once again, giving Parmenion the opportunity to counterattack. Following his victory at Gaugamela, Alexander marched south to occupy Babylon, where he decided to maintain the satrapy system and confirmed Mazaeus in his office. He then proceeded southeast towards the Persian heartland of Persis, taking possession of the royal capital of Susa in December. Alexander's next target was the city of Persepolis. As Darius attempted to raise a third army, Ariobarzanes, satrap of Persis, defended a pass over the Zagros Mountains, known as the Persian Gates. Confined to a narrow defile, Alexander's men were cut down by the defending Persians. Alexander's progress was stalled for a month until a local shepherd informed him of a mountain path that would enable him to circumvent Ariobarzanes' position. Ptolemy claimed that Alexander gave him command 3,000 men to attack the enemy in the center of the pass, while the king marched his men behind Ariobarzanes. However, Marianne suggests that Ptolemy was deployed further in the rear and entrusted to prevent any Persians from escaping. But in January 330 BC, Alexander's army arrived in Persepolis. Alexander ordered the destruction of palace buildings associated with Xerxes the Great, the Persian king who had invaded Greece a century and a half earlier, during which the city of Athens had been sacked. According to one account, the destruction of Persepolis was encouraged by an Athenian woman in the Macedonian entourage named Thais, who would later become one of Ptolemy's wives. After 3 months in Persepolis, Alexander continued the chase for Darius, who was now seeking to raise a new army in Central Asia. Darius' string of military failures encouraged a rebellion by his commander Bessus, who had the King of Kings killed before proclaiming himself as King until Xerxes V. Cautious of irritating local sentiment, when he arrived in Central Asia, Alexander ordered Darius' body to be buried in Persepolis with full ceremonial honors. As Alexander prepared to take on Bessus, he was himself the target of an assassination plot instigated by a friend named Dimnus. Although the plot had been known to Philotas, Parmenion, son and commander of the companion cavalry, he did not inform Alexander about it. Once Alexander learned both of the plots and Philotas' knowledge of it, he eliminated the conspirators and executed both Philotas and Parmenion for treason. Alexander's primary motivation for eliminating the pair was probably because they had criticized the king for his growing adherence to Persian customs over Greek ones. Alexander responded by promoting trusted friends to senior positions. His closest companion, Hephaestion, became one of the commanders of the companion cavalry, while Ptolemy obtained a more senior position. By now, in his mid-30s, Ptolemy had played a role in the commanding of Macedonian forces throughout the campaign to conquer the Persian Empire. However, it is difficult to be sure exactly how senior his position was during these years. The sources we have available focus, for obvious reasons, on Alexander, even where they are derived from Ptolemy's histories. Furthermore, even where they do mention Ptolemy, it's debatable how much one can trust them. Ptolemy would have been keen in later years to stress his own seniority amongst the companions of Alexander, and any source like Arian would have relied on his own writings might have fallen prey to believing Ptolemy's own exaggerations. These issues aside, it does seem relatively clear that Alexander's elimination of Parmenion and Philotas enabled Ptolemy to rise to a more prominent position within the Macedonian leadership in 330 BC. In the months that followed, Alexander's army braced the difficult conditions to cross the Hindu Kush in the winter of 330 BC and 329 BC, forcing Bessus to retreat to Sogdiana in what is now Uzbekistan. After taking the city of Balkh, Alexander prepared to cross the Oxus River, now known as the Amu Darya, into Sogdiana. Although Bessus managed to destroy the boats on the river to prevent Alexander from making his crossing, the latter issued a message to the remaining Persian armies, offering friendship with anyone who could bring Bessus to him as a captive. Two Sogdian chieftains named Spitamenes and Anaphanes duly informed Alexander they had arrested Bessus. The king gave Ptolemy his first independent command by sending him at the head of some 5,000 men to take Bessus into custody. Ptolemy delivered the Persian usurper to Alexander, who sent him to Balkh, where he had his nose and ears cut off. before being executed the following year. Despite surrendering Bessus, Spitimenes and Datafernes soon turned against Alexander and began waging a guerrilla war in the mountains of Central Asia. Alexander responded with a brutal pacification campaign, in the course of which he appointed Ptolemy as commander of one of the detachments which worked to restore order in the region. In the meantime, Alexander continued to be criticized by his companions for his embrace of Eastern customs and his insistence on remaining in Asia. Many of his followers wanted to return home. They had marched east to conquer the Persian Empire, but now, having done so, their king seemed to be intent on wandering even further east, to lands few Greeks or Macedonians had ever heard of, let alone visited. The growing resentment boiled over in the summer of 328 BC, when Alexander's old friend Clitus, who had saved his life at the Battle of the Granicus River, launched into a drunken rant targeted at Alexander and the companions like Ptolemy, who sycophantically praised his exploits. As the furious Alexander rushed up to Clitus, Ptolemy intervened and dragged the latter out of the room. But as the king continued to shout his curses, Clitus broke away from Ptolemy and ran back to continue the argument with Alexander. The king immediately grabbed a spear from one of his bodyguards and killed Clitus on the spot. As the unrest grew towards Alexander's actions, it is very possible that Ptolemy's stock grew in the king's eyes, as he established himself as an unflinching supporter of Alexander's plans. This would leave Ptolemy in a good position, but the time came a few years later for a successor to emerge. The campaign against Datafernes and Spitimenes was otherwise coming to an end in Central Asia. Alexander's men performed an extraordinary feat in capturing a fortress known as the Sogdian Rock by scaling up a sheer cliff face under the cover of darkness. Ptolemy played an important role in the siege of the equally formidable rock of Jorienes, protected by a deep ravine which Alexander sought to bridge. Ptolemy was one of 3 men responsible for the night operations which enabled Alexander to build a wooden bridge and deploy his siege machines. In the spring of 327 BC, Alexander married Roxana, the daughter of a Bactrian nobleman. The decision caused further dissension among some of Alexander's friends, who wanted him to marry a Greek woman. Ptolemy seems to have acted as intelligence for Alexander during this period, bringing information to the king about potential plots against him. Despite the unrest, Alexander was determined to march further east to India, and in mid-327 BC, he divided his army into 2 columns and marched towards the Indus River. Ptolemy accompanied Alexander as he led his column through the Swan Valley, where they faced formidable resistance from the Aspasian peoples. During the next phase of the campaign, Ptolemy led Alexander's left flank at the siege of Rhegium, while Leonatus, another of Alexander's bodyguards, commanded the Macedonian right. In Ptolemy's later account, Alexander and Leonatus swiftly overcame enemy resistance, but he himself faced a tougher challenge before he eventually prevailed. During the final stage of his march towards the Indus Valley, Alexander besieged several fortresses belonging to the Assassine people. During the siege of Massaga, the Macedonians killed the local king and prompted the queen to offer her surrender. Ptolemy played a prominent role in the final siege of the campaign against the mountain-top fortress of Aeolus. He was stationed at a summit on the opposite side of the ravine. Alexander bridged it in order to take the position. Alexander quickly moved on towards the Hydaspes River to do battle with Porus, a neighboring Indian prince who resisted Alexander's rule. Ptolemy accompanied Alexander as he led a detachment on a flank attack, but the movement was poorly executed, and Alexander found himself facing the entire enemy army. Nevertheless, he won a decisive victory, captured Paris, and made him his vassal. Although Alexander continued to push east, his men were no longer willing to follow him, and he was finally persuaded to turn back. Alexander wanted to reach the Indian Ocean and build a fleet at the Hydaspes, but after the fleet was damaged in a storm, he decided to besiege the city of Mali in the Punjab. Alexander and a handful of senior officers scaled the wall of the enemy citadel, but were soon stranded when the ladders collapsed beneath them. During this engagement, the king was struck by an arrow in his neck, and he was shielded by an officer named Eucastus, while the rest of the army stormed the gates and massacred the garrison before they could inflict further damage. Ariane refers to accounts of Ptolemy being the man responsible for shielding Alexander. It was from this that he allegedly acquired his nickname, Sota, meaning savior. He has become known by this ever since, establishing the name Ptolemy Sota. It also set a precedent whereby members of the Ptolemaic dynasty he founded in Egypt acquired cognomens that were added to their regular name. The acquisition of the Sota name was one of the last actions of the India campaign. Not long after this, Alexander, Ptolemy, and the other Macedonians turned back westwards for Persia. Back in Persia, at Susa, in the early spring of 324 BC, Alexander organized a mass marriage ceremony between his senior officers and companions and numerous Persian noblewomen. The idea here was to mingle the Macedonian and Persian nobility in ways which would create a more homogeneous empire over the coming decades. Alexander himself married two Persian princesses, while Ptolemy married Artakama, the daughter of a Persian nobleman named Artabazus. Ptolemy does not appear to have been very fond of his Persian wife, and may have quickly divorced her after Alexander's death. Matters deteriorated further thereafter. In the summer of 324 BC, after the king had dismissed his veteran army and allowed them to return home as they had hoped, Alexander suffered a personal tragedy with the death of Hephaestion. He responded by indulging in even heavier drinking than he was already used to. Alexander appointed Perdiccas as his new second in command and sent him to convey Hephaestion's body to Babylon, where a grand funeral ceremony was held. In early 323 BC, Alexander went to Babylon and prepared to lead a campaign into the Arabian Peninsula. While Alexander had suffered several battle wounds, some of which threatened to kill him, he had otherwise been healthy, but in mid-323 BC, he suddenly fell ill and died in mid-June, a few weeks short of his 33rd birthday. While Alexander had a 4-year-old son named Heracles, born to his Persian mistress Barsine, the young boy's illegitimate birth excluded him from the succession. Alexander's Bactrian wife, Roxana, was several months pregnant, but there was no guarantee that she would give birth to a son who would live. In any event, there was no way that the enormous empire which Alexander had built over the preceding decade could be held together during the long minority rule of a child that was not even born yet. The question of how to reach a political settlement following Alexander's suspicious death would frame the rest of Ptolemy's life. During his illness, Alexander summoned Perdiccas to his side and gave him his signet ring to deputize for him. According to Ptolemy's later account, as Alexander's condition deteriorated, his generals gathered at his bedside and asked who would succeed him, to which the king answered, quote, "To the best." He died shortly thereafter. This prophetic anecdote has been challenged by modern historians, who note that Alexander had an elder half-brother, Arrhidaeus, who could be expected to continue the Argead royal line, although he suffered from some form of mental incapacitation, which meant that he would only be able to execute royal duties with the regency. Due to his position as Alexander's deputy, Perdiccas took charge of affairs and chaired a meeting of Alexander's generals and bodyguards to decide on the succession question. With himself in mind, Perdiccas proposed a regency which would last until Roxana's child, presumed to be a son, came of age. Others put forward their claims to act as regent. Ptolemy spoke against all the proposed candidates and suggested a council of equals who would work together to govern the empire as satraps. This and other plans were rejected until one of those gathered spoke in favor of Arrhidaeus, upon which an officer named Meleager brought Arrhidaeus into the meeting and proclaimed him as King Philip III. Eventually, the parties agreed to a compromise in which Arrhidaeus would be king. If Roxana subsequently gave birth to a son, the two would be joint rulers. Perdiccas would remain as second in command, but Meleager would serve as his deputy. Almost immediately, Perdiccas disregarded the arrangement by sidelining King Philip and eliminating Meleager. He then declared himself regent to Philip III and agreed to Ptolemy's proposal to divide the empire into satrapies, which he believed would allow him to isolate his rivals and eliminate them one by one. As part of this arrangement, Ptolemy became satrap of Egypt. Ptolemy had suddenly emerged as the ruler of one of the richest and most cultured parts of Alexander's recently assembled empire. The River Nile ensured that Egypt was a fertile land, one which had been the cradle of one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. At the same time, the surrounding desert and the marshes of the Nile Delta made the country easier to defend. Here, Ptolemy would be able to build up his power in the months and years ahead, as his rivals inevitably came to blows elsewhere. Wars were not slow in breaking out. Following Alexander's death, the Greeks almost immediately rose up against Macedonian rule, prompting Antipater and Craterus, two of the other former companions of Alexander, to join forces to defeat the uprising and impose direct rule. Perdiccas was alarmed by the army that Antipater and Craterus had under their command and prepared to do battle with them. Ptolemy remained in Babylon with Perdiccas for several months, during which time Roxana gave birth to a son named Alexander, who was duly proclaimed as King Alexander IV, alongside his half-uncle Philip III, in accordance with the earlier agreement. Ptolemy probably arrived in Egypt in 322 BC. As ruler of Egypt, Ptolemy followed Alexander's example and promoted the traditional religion of the country. Ptolemy initially governed Egypt from Memphis, but would later relocate to Alexandria, which was still under construction at the start of his reign. To strengthen his position on the Mediterranean coast, he formed an alliance with the people of the island of Cyprus, and also took advantage of a political dispute in Cyrenaica, in what is now Libya, to bring that region under Egyptian control. In the summer of 321 BC, Ptolemy received information that after spending
I think you're calling Ptolemy. Yeah, dog.
You have to bring korbanos. These three korbanos. You have to shlom and moila. You have to take care of yourself. You can't say all these korbanos are without a price. Hello, I'm a Rabbi. Says Rabbi, you got it wrong. He didn't do an oila. He didn't say I'm going to take upon myself an oila. He's talking about a gift to Hashem. It sounds like an oila. It's like an oila. It's not an oila. It's a way of saying a gift. I'm bringing a gift to Hashem where Chicago. So there's no books in the Beit HaMikdash over there. It's not even an island. It's not an animal. And it's over. Like a gift. Not even double to the Beit HaMikdash. And there's other in a different sense, like an Obama. Like, I'm just giving a market to Alexander. I'm bringing something to Hashem. Like I'm making a proposal to cover Hashem. I'm just putting this for Hashem. Nothing to do with the Beit HaMikdash. It's not a fight love. What? He wasn't Magdash. It's not hectic. Yeah, it's the Hebrew, the way I can describe it is oil. It's not an oil. It's over offer. Up until the third is coming. Oh my. It says to himself, exactly it's funny for Africa. We get there, I'm very close, I live in Iraq, come right through by Egypt, just bring it over there. I'm not going to read all of these lines. I haven't seen the left food, more than that I don't want to tell myself. Look, and I mean, at the same thing for people, look, I got this food, take on the father, and try to give himself some food, tire himself, get a papara. What's going to be mean to bring a papara in this stuff? He's talking, it's funny, like you get there and stuff like Europe, and it's funny, right? And what's that? Adam sauce, shucks and animal like that. You're not high first. It wasn't exit. Ramuna Omar, not the cameras, when we were through from luxury. Oh, look, I'm not slow style of Bruce Omar. Not with straight dealing over here. The Nazir is, he didn't mean at all. The Nazir, what the hell? I look to the street part. He didn't mean to make it a part, but he said, I'm not going to have a pass. You asked me, but the Nazir should be the same thing. No, not the same thing. He's a gangster. Nazir, he didn't mean it for real. So therefore, if you cut his ear off skin, Alexander is not worried about any corruption. But I don't know what the real Lord just the type of Lord that would be the other thing that he kills it, he doesn't have to do another one. Because if you don't know some of the other ones doing it, also on with this one. I don't know. I realize, the cream of their strong. If you shut it in their strong, not so, but on the part. How do you get part? But it's a real horrible.
In 10 years preparing a fabulous casket and carriage, Perdiccas was preparing to finally transport Alexander's body to Macedonia from Mesopotamia. In September 321 BC, Ptolemy executed an audacious plan to steal the king's remains at Damascus and justify his action by claiming that Alexander's final wishes were to be buried in the oracle of Zeus Ammon in the Siwa oasis, which the great king had visited while in Egypt back in 331 BC. However, after seizing the body, Ptolemy made no effort to take the late king's body to the oracle, and instead placed it in a temporary tomb in Memphis before transferring it to Alexandria to strengthen his legitimacy. Ptolemy's kidnapping of Alexander's body was an open challenge to Perdiccas' authority as a regent, and he responded by launching an invasion of Egypt in mid-320 BC in the name of the two kings, who were part of his entourage. Although his army began to melt away almost immediately after crossing the Egyptian frontier, Perdiccas made his way towards Memphis and attacked the nearby fort of the Camels, but Ptolemy proved equal to the task and defended the fort from its walls. Perdiccas then marched directly on Memphis, but his men struggled to swim across the Nile, and many drowned in their heavy armor. After, Perdiccas ordered the men to withdraw. Those who had already swum across to the far bank noticed the plight of their drowned comrades and took off their armor to swim back. Many of them were allegedly eaten by crocodiles. With his army in disarray, Perdiccas was soon stabbed to death by two of his subordinates, Seleucus. But his men struggled to swim across the Nile, and many drowned in their heavy armor. However, after seizing the body, Ptolemy made no effort to take the late king's body to the oracle, and instead placed it in a temporary tomb in Memphis before transferring it to Alexandria
To strengthen his legitimacy, Ptolemy's kidnapping of Alexander's body was an open challenge to Perdiccas' authority as a regent, and he responded by launching an invasion of Egypt in mid-320 BC in the name of the two kings who were part of his entourage. Although his army began to melt away almost immediately after crossing the Egyptian frontier, Perdiccas made his way towards Memphis and attacked the nearby fort of the Camels. But Ptolemy proved equal to the task and defended the fort from its walls. Perdiccas then marched directly on Memphis, but his men struggled to swim across the Nile, and many drowned in their heavy armor. After, Perdiccas ordered the men to withdraw. Those who had already swum across to the far bank noticed the plight of their drowned comrades and took off their armor to swim back. Many of them were allegedly eaten by crocodiles. With his army in disarray, Perdiccas was soon stabbed to death by two of his subordinates, Seleucus and Python. Ptolemy treated Perdiccas' men magnanimously and presented gifts to the joint kings Philip and Alexander, which led Philip III to confirm his status as satrap of Egypt. Ptolemy was offered the regency, but refused and remained in Egypt with Alexander's body, while the two kings departed for Macedonia. Following Perdiccas' death, Alexander's surviving successors met at Chaparadessus in Syria in 320 BC to work out a new arrangement. Alexander IV was still an infant, and Philip III was not considered capable of ruling in his own right. A new regent was needed. The meeting was chaired by Antipater, a grand old man of around 80 years of age by then. It was agreed that he would become regent, but this was only a temporary solution given Antipater's age. His ally Antigonus, previously only satrap of Phrygia in northern Asia Minor, inherited Perdiccas' armies in Asia, while Perdiccas' assassin Seleucus was named satrap of Babylon. Ptolemy was confirmed as satrap of Egypt and strengthened his ties to Antipater by marrying his daughter Eurydice in 320 BC. 3 years later, Ptolemy would also marry his Berenice, as he firmly adopted the polygamy that Alexander had promoted. Ptolemy seems to have had at least 4 wives at various times. The following year, the elderly Antipater died. His son Cassander would eventually emerge as his successor, as regent in Greece and Macedon, who soon seized Olympias, Alexander the Great's mother, and executed her. He also placed the infant king Alexander IV and Roxana under house arrest, while publicly presenting himself as their protector. Philip III was also killed during these events. Thus, in the early 310s BC, the former companions of Alexander and other figures like Cassander and Seleucus were not really known the Macedonian king, but were now emerging as powerful figures in the Civil War. Dispense with the pretense that they were trying to govern Alexander's empire as custodians of it until his son came of age to succeed him. They were clearly all trying to acquire their own slice of the empire to rule themselves. The civil wars which began during this time are known as the Wars of the Diadochi meaning successors in ancient Greek. These wars would last for 4 decades, the entirety of the rest of Ptolemy's life. In the years that followed, Antigonus took control of Mesopotamia and Syria and adjoining lands, forcing Seleucus to flee to Ptolemy for protection, warning him that Antigonus planned to become sole ruler of Alexander's empire and was planning an invasion of Egypt. In response, Ptolemy formed an alliance with Cassander and Lysimachus, satrap of Thrace, in 315 BC, and demanded that Seleucus be reinstated in Mesopotamia. It was probably at this time that Ptolemy moved his capital from Memphis to Alexandria,
which was more strategically located in northern Egypt. While Antigonus attempted to use diplomatic means to undermine Ptolemy's allies in Cyprus, in 313 BC, an Egyptian fleet led by Seleucus defeated Antigonus's fleet and gained control of the whole island. In late 312 BC, Ptolemy fought a battle against Antigonus's forces near Gaza, during which Ptolemy effectively neutralized the enemy's war elephants by attacking them from below with javelins, adopting a tactic Alexander had used against Indian war elephants at the Battle of Hydaspes. The victorious Ptolemy captured 8,000 enemy troops and soon retook Gaza. These gains were short-lived, as Antigonus prepared to join forces with his son to take their revenge on Ptolemy. Rather than risk a battle, Ptolemy retreated back to Egypt. By 311 BC, with all the combatants exhausted, Seleucus was able to retake Babylon and declare himself general of Asia in opposition to Antigonus. Following a new round of peace negotiations, Antigonus lost much of his territory. A temporary ceasefire obtained thereafter. As none of the Diadochi wanted to give up their lands, there were no complaints when Cassander arranged for Alexander IV and his mother Rothschild to be poisoned in 310 BC. With Alexander IV's death, the Argead dynasty, which had ruled Macedonia for over 3 centuries, was extinguished. The Diadochi, like Ptolemy, were now free to give up the pretense that they were merely ruling their territories as satraps that would one day hand over power to Alexander IV when he came of age. With this, we can consider that Ptolemy had emerged fully as King Ptolemy I of Egypt. His regnal name is usually given as King Ptolemy I Soter, using the cognomen he had acquired years earlier for saving the life of Alexander the Great. Everyone understood that the peace agreement of 311 BC was merely a temporary lull, as all parties prepared for the renewal of conflict. Ptolemy was secure in Egypt, and he promoted his cause as Alexander's successor by placing Alexander's remains at the center of his new capital of Alexandria. After its foundation by Alexander in April 331 BC, the city was being built according to the designs of the architect Tanocrates of Rhodes, who connected the new city to the nearby island of Pharos via a causeway. The early building work was primarily focused on defense and trade. After taking Alexander's body to Alexandria, Ptolemy built a mausoleum known as the Sema and set up a religious cult to honor Alexander as a god. This structure was replaced a century later by a new mausoleum built by Ptolemy IV, which was integrated into the palace complex and served as the royal tomb of the whole Ptolemaic dynasty. Ptolemy would also found the city of Ptolemais near Thebes, which served as his capital of southern Upper Egypt. Together with Alexandria and the nearby trading port of Naucratis, Ptolemais was one of 3 cities in Egypt which enjoyed the status of a Greek city-state and had its own elected officials. While Alexander the Great had ordered the building of dozens of cities called Alexandria while he was undertaking his campaigns, the Alexandria he founded in northern Egypt would grow to become the most preeminent of these urban centers under the patronage of the Ptolemaic dynasty. While he would build Alexandria into one of the greatest cities of the ancient world, Ptolemy's ambitions extended far beyond Egypt. In 310 BC, after a period of consolidation, during which he solidified his control over Egypt and Cyrenaica and strengthened his armies, he resumed hostilities in the wars of the Diadochi. He sent his forces against Antigonus, though with mixed success. The following year, 309 BC, Ptolemy personally led an army to occupy the western coast of Asia Minor, and the following year he was challenging Cassander in Greece, seeking not only to bring the League of Corinth under his control, but to conquer his native Macedonia. And around this time, Ptolemy circulated a document he claimed to be Alexander's will, which stipulated that his former sister Cleopatra should marry Ptolemy. Cleopatra accepted the proposal, but was soon put to death by Antigonus before she could do so. It has been speculated that it was only after learning of Cleopatra's demise that Ptolemy came up with the idea of claiming that he was a son of King Philip II of Macedon, and thus a half-brother of the deceased Alexander. Moreover, his decision to launch a campaign against Cassander in Greece and Macedon indicates that he aspired to unite all of Alexander's former empire under his rule. Despite these claims, though, Ptolemy found little support among the Greeks and returned to Egypt, where he remained in partial control of the key city of Corinth and had strengthened his dominance in the eastern Mediterranean. For the next several years, centered on the eastern Mediterranean and control of the territories in the islands of Rhodes and Cyprus, the latter of which Ptolemy had established control of early on in the wars of the Ionian. For instance, Antigonus sent his son Demetrius to try and take control of Athens in 307 BC, and then later to attack Cyprus. The latter expedition proved successful, and Ptolemy temporarily lost control of the island. Fresh from his success, in 306 BC, both Antigonus and Demetrius assumed the title of king. The likes of Ptolemy and Cassander had also been de facto kings, and so Troy suit and began circulating coins with their likenesses. Despite his defeat at the Sea of Cyprus, Ptolemy rallied and set up his camp at Elysium, near present-day Port Said, where he awaited a large invasion force of more than 80,000 men under the joint command of Antigonus and Demetrius. The combination of form and Ptolemy's tactic of encouraging enemy troops to defect by offering them bribes forced Antigonus and Demetrius to turn back. It is possible that it was at this time that Ptolemy began formally using the epithet of Soter that he had acquired years earlier, though it is more likely that Ptolemy began using this name officially in the 304 BC, after he helped to defend Rhodes from invasion by Demetrius, following which the thankful Rhodians set up a religious cult in Ptolemy's honor. After his failure to take Rhodes, Demetrius strengthened his position in Greece at the expense of Cassander. Ptolemy, Lysimachus, and Seleucus renewed their alliance with Cassander and attacked Antigonus in Asia Minor, forcing Antigonus to recall his son of Greece, while Ptolemy recaptured Syria and Phoenicia. In 301 BC, Lysimachus led a coalition army to victory against Antigonus and Demetrius at the Phrygian town of Naxos, during which Antigonus was killed. Ptolemy, Lysimachus, and Seleucus, who by then were the only three survivors of Alexander's original successors, amongst whom Seleucus had only ever had a tenuous link to the dead king, proceeded to divide Antigonus's vast domain among themselves. Lysimachus received the western half of Asia Minor. Seleucus took over the remainder of Antigonus's territory, extending all the way to Central Asia. Ptolemy's gains in Syria and the Levant were not his relations with Seleucus were strained by a dispute over possession of Phoenicia, in particular the wealthy cities of Tyre and Sidon. During the ensuing diplomatic reshuffle of the early 290s BC, Ptolemy established marriage ties to Lysimachus, while Seleucus reached out to Demetrius. Not long afterwards, Seleucus and Demetrius unexpectedly sought a reconciliation with Ptolemy. As part of the deal, Demetrius sent his ally King Heraclius to Alexandria as a hostage for his good behavior. Ptolemy and Demetrius were soon at war again following developments in Greece. Cassandra had died in 297 BC. He was succeeded by his eldest son, Philip IV, who ruled for a few months before his own death, leaving the kingdom jointly ruled by Cassandra's younger sons, Antipater I and Alexander V. Ptolemy responded by restoring Pyrrhus to his throne at Epirus, which he had lost after the Battle of Ipsus, located in what is now southern Albania. Epirus bordered Macedonia to the west, enabling Pyrrhus to intervene on behalf of Macedonia. Demetrius would also become embroiled in these conflicts, eventually emerging as king there in 294 BC. By this time, the internal wars of the Diadochi were entering their final stage. There was only so long that all parties involved could maintain large armies for, and new concerns were emerging in the west, where Pyrrhus and Epirus would soon be drawn to defend the Greeks of southern Italy against an emerging Rothschild, the Roman Republic. For his part, Ptolemy took advantage of Demetrius' absence in Macedonia by taking control of the eastern Mediterranean. He captured Cyprus, which would thereafter remain a Ptolemaic possession until the 1st century BC. Ptolemy also took control of the Cycladic islands in the Aegean Sea, who honored him by establishing their own cult of Ptolemy Soter. And around the same time, he seized the rich trading cities of Sidon and Tyre in the Levant, as well as parts of Asia Minor that remained loyal to Demetrius. After a couple of years of relative peace, Demetrius built up an army of some 100,000 men to invade Asia and was ready to strike by 288 BC. In response, Ptolemy invaded Greece, while Lysimachus and Pyrrhus launched a two-pronged attack on Macedonia from east and west and divided the kingdom between each other. Although Demetrius took control of the Peloponnese and laid siege to Athens in 287 BC, Ptolemy and Pyrrhus supported the Athenians and expelled Demetrius from Greece. Demetrius crossed into Asia Minor and seized a few towns, but was eventually defeated in battle in 285 BC. He sought refuge with Seleucus, but was imprisoned by him and died in captivity in 283 BC. Thus, the wars of the Diadochi came to an end in the late 280s BC, with Ptolemy having carved out a position as king of Egypt, who also controlled Cyrenaica in Libya, the island of Cyprus, the Sinai Peninsula, large parts of the Levant, and some of the other islands of the Aegean Sea. The other two great successor states were the dominion of Seleucus, which became known as the Seleucid Empire and covered Syria, Mesopotamia, some of Persia, and Asia Minor, while the kingdom of Macedon would survive as the weaker of the major successor states. Many parts of Alexander's fallen empire became independent again, notably the kingdoms of Central Asia and the Greek city-states of the mainland. By the time the wars of the Diadochi were winding down, Ptolemy was around 80 years old and in declining health. He had spent much of his career following Alexander's death in conflict with his rivals, interspersed with very brief periods of peace and tranquility, lasting no more than a couple of years at a time. Nevertheless, while the ancient sources offer little information as to how Ptolemy approached state administration, the kingdom enjoyed stability and prosperity during his rule. Ptolemy was careful to balance the interests of the Macedonian, and the native Egyptian populations. While he moved his capital to Alexandria and founded Ptolemais to extend his influence further up the Nile Valley, he recognized that he had to respect Egyptian traditions and made sacrifices to the Egyptian gods. He developed the cult of the god Cerberus as a dual Greco-Egyptian deity in particular. This was symptomatic of his entire method of ruling. Ptolemy established a dual Hellenistic kingdom where Greeks and Macedons intermingled with Egyptians. The Greeks were quite clearly the ruling elite, because the arts and architecture of the Ptolemaic era makes clear they adapted to local conditions. As a result, we find many friezes on temple walls, statues and death masks from the time, which depict Ptolemy and his successors in the traditional guise of the Egyptian pharaohs. Nevertheless, Greek was the language of state administration. Greek and Macedonian officials held the most important offices, and during his wars, Ptolemy tended to favor Macedonian and Greek troops over native Egyptian soldiers. Alexandria became the symbol of the new kingdom. This was a cosmopolitan city, home to large populations of Greeks, Jews, Egyptians, and other groups from Asia, Europe, and Africa. There is a debate as to whether Ptolemy founded the museum and library of Alexandria, or if this was his son and successor Ptolemy II, born around 309 BC to Ptolemy and his wife Berenice. The library, which was part of the Mausoleon, a complex of religious and civic buildings in central Alexandria, attracted scholars from all over the Mediterranean world. The basis for them was probably laid down by Ptolemy I in the 290s or 280s BC, though they would come to real fruition under Ptolemy II. While Ptolemy preferred to allow scholars the independence to pursue their own research, he made an exception for the mathematician Euclid, who wrote his seminal Elements, one of the foundational texts in the field of geometry and mathematics, while living in Alexandria around 300 BC under the king's patronage. Construction of the library remained incomplete at the end of Ptolemy's reign, and it was up to his son Ptolemy II to supervise its completion and organize the institution as the scholarship in the known world. Ptolemy I was also responsible for the construction of the Pharos lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The completed structure stood at over 110 meters tall, the tallest man-made structure in the world at the time, with the exception of the pyramids of Giza, equipped with a reflective mirror at daytime and a burning furnace at night. The light was visible up to 40 miles away, enabling approaching ships to enter the city's harbor safely. In wartime, the structure could also be used to serve as a warning for approaching enemy ships. While Ptolemy was responsible for the design and construction work may have started in 297 BC, it was also unfinished at his death and completed by his successor. Ptolemy was around 84 years old when he died, but as he used 2 different dating systems for his rule, it is unclear whether he died in 283 BC or 282 BC. He was succeeded by his son Ptolemy II Philadelphus, then in his early 20s, whose brother Berenice was Ptolemy's 4th and most influential wife. Ptolemy II may already have been installed as his father's joint ruler in 285 BC, not long after displacing his elder half-brother Ptolemy Coronis, the son of Eurydice, as Ptolemy I's preferred successor. At the time of Ptolemy I's death, his role was at its greatest, but those of the successors had completely over. So this is death in 281 BC, marked the end of the wars of the successors. Although years after Alexander's death, in 276 BC, Demetrius' son Antigonus Gonatas, grandson of the first Antigonus, defeated the Gauls and established the Antigonic dynasty, controlling Macedonia and parts of Greece until its conquest by Rome in 168 BC. The Seleucid Empire lasted until 63 BC, when it too was conquered by the Roman general Pompey the Great, leaving Ptolemaic Egypt as the longest lived of the successor states to the Empire of Alexander the Great. Its demise is well known, with Queen Cleopatra becoming the mother of Julius Caesar and monarchy in succession as she sought to manage her kingdom's relationship with the now all-powerful Roman Republic.
Really?
Her demise in 30 BC, following the civil war between Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's successor, ushered in the birth of the Roman Empire. Thus, the Ptolemaic dynasty that Ptolemy founded was bookended on one side by the demise of the short-lived Empire of Alexander the Great, and on the other by the birth of the Roman Empire. Ptolemy I Soter began his long life in the remoteness of Western Macedonia and ended it as King of Egypt. His connections with the Macedonian elite through his mother enabled him to become an important player at court and a trusted friend of Alexander the Great. But while he served as Alexander's bodyguard and saw action in most of his battles, it is debatable how senior his position was during Alexander's lifetime. He may have exaggerated how close he was to the king in later years, and his propaganda was then absorbed by writers like Arrian, who used Ptolemy's own histories when writing their accounts of the conquests of Alexander. Ptolemy came to the fore following Alexander's death, firstly by proposing the division of the empire and claiming for himself the satrapy of Egypt, before defying Perdiccas by stealing Alexander's corpse, which he used to assert his claims as the great king's successor. It was probably at this time that he invented the spurious claim to be Alexander's half-brother in order to galvanize his claim to the throne. He proved to be a successful military leader who orchestrated the demise of Perdiccas and managed to hold his own against figures like Antigonus, Demetrius, and Seleucus for several decades. He established control of the key islands of Cyprus and Rhodes, but was unable to fulfill his ambitions of becoming king of his native Macedonia. However, beyond the failure of any one individual such as Ptolemy to win the wars of the Diadochi, Ptolemy's work laid the foundations of a dynastic state in Egypt that lasted almost 3 centuries. Most importantly, it was under his leadership that Alexandria began to emerge as the greatest city in the world for a time, a utopian center of learning in the ancient Mediterranean, and a city which, even after the rise of Rome, remained the intellectual center of the Eastern Mediterranean. What do you think of Ptolemy I Soter? Should he be regarded as an effective military and political leader who left behind a stable and prosperous kingdom in Egypt to his successors, or was it only a partial success in the context of his claims to be the legitimate successor of the Empire of Alexander the Great? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
That is not called the pathos, and it does require a final. And Menelo, so it looks so possible that the leftovers of Menelo is spoiled. Says the Mishnah, Shor ze oilo in a style. I tricked the oil on the reboot. I want to see if I can trick you guys. What if a person says, array a lie? Array a lie oil. and then if something happens to it, does he have to get stolen? Does he have to bring another way? And if he says already zoo oil, so some of the Israelis didn't get the whole zoo thing. They know love is zoo, but they didn't know how real life. Like they were confused by they knew one part of it. They weren't so good at it. Zoo is midaf, a god, yeah. But the Mishnah doesn't say. The Mishnah says Harei short zeh. So what does that mean? He points at the actual zeh. Zoo zeh shaper. Oila. So Mela in his style and he's got a norm. So what I'm not going to know? It's not your responsibility. It's not. You said zeh. So something happens to zeh. He drops that this. Now try to bring another one. Maybe that's a more. That's the point. So the Mela, if you go ahead and sell it, the money has to do so. But you can do whatever you want with the money. Yeah? You're not locked into this animal. This animal is gone. You sold it and the money has to do so. Okay, that's going to do the original. You're not going to bring the original. So you want to trade it and take with the money. Do something else with it. In Rothschild, you've done it, Stein. You bring two instead of one. Snakeshwar made the law. He did the same thing. Pointed at these two options. These two should be an item. And in the style.
Yo, what the fuck is this bullshit, dog? Yo, no. This ain't gonna happen.
What's better? Two or one? One animal that weighs 1,000 pounds or two animals that weigh 500 pounds? What's better? Huh? Two one. Anybody with the two? Anybody with two? Two. Rashi says two is always better than one. Rabbi's always says, Rabbi says you gotta stick to what you say. Talked on the Havi global, if he's promised to bring a 10 pound, they brought 1,000 pounds, which is 990 pounds more than what you promised. No good at it. It's not enough. Rabbi always said, really, Rabbi's only always said, with a kilo, and some Rashi, it's okay. Same thing. You sit on the ram. This particular one is on the side. I got to move more. In roughly up and double canvas if you want. Now you go from a larger sheep and a mature one to a baby. Kevin's oil on this side. What if you pointed at a baby and you said this sheep and it has a look and roughly up and double, you can go large. You're Rabbi Yosef, because Rabbi says what? Possibly level is so good. Professor base. Average ratio. We learned in the ratio short of mono yesterday. Short of mono, baby, Schneider mono. If a guy promises he's going to bring one animal worth 100, and he goes and he buys two animals worth 50, 50 plus 50 equals 100. Way up. What's the obvious answer to this question, Rabbi side? No. Much better answer. What? Concentration, short of mono, baby, Schneider mono. Last week, not today. We looked yesterday. The guy promises an animal for 100 and buys two. History as Pharaoh Argonaut. Then he goes worth 99. Two 99ers are not worth one. Was certainly in the 1360s BC. That you can take one animal worth 100 and then sell it off and buy two. Many years prior to this. With 1368 BC or 1367 BC being plausible candidates for the year of his birth. His father was the pharaoh or king of Egypt, and the note of the third. Akhenaten was named after his father when he was born, and while he is known to history as Akhenaten, for much of his life he was called Amenhotep. Akhenaten, as we will see, was a name he took himself later in his life. Amenhotep III had been overthrown for around 2 decades by the time Akhenaten was born. Having come to be pharaoh in the early 1380s BC, it is not known where Akhenaten was born. Some Egyptologists have speculated that he may have been born or raised in the ancient city of Memphis, near Heliopolis, a city which had a strong cult of worshipping the
some group. Others contend that he was born around the city of Thebes, the lost capital of the Egyptian kingdom in the 14th century BC, approximate to modern-day Luxor. There, a major royal palace had been constructed at Malkata by his father, and it would probably make most sense for him to have been born there. Akhenaten's mother was Tia, the great wife of Amenhotep. Egyptian rulers practiced polygamy and had numerous wives, some often being close relatives or even sisters. Amongst these multiple consorts, there was typically a great wife, and the pharaoh's successor would normally be chosen from amongst the sons born to this chief consort. This placed Akhenaten in line to the throne, but he had an older brother who was also born to Tia, Prince Tutmosis. Beyond these, Akhenaten had a very large number of siblings and half-siblings, owing to the polygamous nature of the royal court. The boy that would become Akhenaten one day was born into a part of the world which already had a very long history. By the 14th century BC, Egypt had emerged as far back as the 4th millennium BC as one of the first major centers of Neolithic and Chalcolithic settled civilizations, as people began farming in great numbers along the shores of the River Nile. In ancient times, and indeed prior to the building of the Aswan Dam in the 20th century, the Nile flooded every year. This annual inundation deposited rich alluvial soil onto the banks of the river, several hundred meters inland, allowing people here to survive out of the agricultural products grown on these floodplains in an otherwise arid desert environment. Based on this, an advanced culture with a writing system, industry, and other economic elements emerged. And by the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, the pharaohs or kings of the Old Kingdom were in a position to deploy resources capable of building the Great Pyramid on the Giza Plateau, next to modern-day Cairo. Unsurprisingly, a complex religious system also developed, one which lionized deities like Osiris, the god of the River Nile, on which the people were so reliant for their subsistence, and Ra, the sun god, who was so central to the lives of people who otherwise lived in the midst of the Sahara Desert. This pharaonic society had peaked early in the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, as the rulers of what is termed the Old Kingdom built the greatest of the pyramids. Thereafter, we went through peaks and valleys. For instance, the 22nd and 21st centuries BC were turbulent ones of unrest in Egypt, but thereafter the Middle Kingdom was a new period of growth. A fresh bout of chaos came in the 17th century BC, when a people called the Hyksos descended from the Levant into northern Egypt, conquered the Nile Delta and much of the north of the country from the Egyptian kings. For a period of a century and a half, Egypt was divided and harassed by the Hyksos. Yet they too were conquered over time, and in the 15th century BC, Akhenaten's great-great-grandfather, Tutmosis III, had overseen Egypt's rise to a position of unprecedented national power and wealth. Ruling for over half a century, he reunified Egypt fully, extended its power further down the Nile to what we now call Sudan, and also conquered much of the Levant into regions approximating today with Palestine, Israel, and even towards Jordan and into parts of Syria and Lebanon. Trade flourished across the eastern Mediterranean, and an ambitious building program was initiated. This period of immense Egyptian power, which Tutmosis was the greatest ruler of, is called the New Kingdom period of Egyptian history. Akhenaten would benefit from succeeding to the throne, as Egypt was in such a propitious position of power, but his reign would also stand as a period of turmoil within it. As the shadowy details of his birth would indicate, there is almost nothing known about Akhenaten's early life, but such is the interest in the reign of one of the most unusual and significant of ancient Egypt's rulers, that many theories have emerged over the years. One holds that he was raised to a significant extent away from the royal capital of Memphis in the north, near where Cairo stands today. Here it is posited that he was a high priest of the god Ptah, the god of workers and industry in the Egyptian religious system. We know that his older brother
I feel Hanami. They play well. This one. Why? The other stars are up on the little top. You already told me you could bring a small one instead of a large. And you already told me that you go from one type of animal to another type of animal. If you go from a large to small, from two animals to one, which is large to small, and you can go from a cow to a goat. So bring one goat instead of one cow. What's the difference? You go from large to small, and then you go to different men. So let's replace one whole cow with one idol.
Served as high priest of Utah as well for several years before he headed south to begin training as his father's successor at Thebes. The suggestion is that Akhenaten succeeded him in that role afterwards, and it may have been this time in his youth as a high priest that imbued Akhenaten with strong religious sensibilities. Other theories concern his education, with several well-known scribes at the time being suggested as possible tutors of the prince. We can be certain that one of these, a man named Baranifa, did indeed tutor young Akhenaten in his childhood years, as this Baranifa was later honored with a major tomb, where an inscription notes his role in educating the pharaoh. Baranifa would also go on to become the senior-most minister in Akhenaten's government in later years, and seems to have been a major influence on Akhenaten's life and reign. Some great activities possible when it comes to Akhenaten's wives and children, though there is still a lot that remains speculative even in this area. One thing is for sure, his great wife, or chief wife, was a woman by the name of Nefertiti. They were married at some stage in the 1350s, and so she and he were most likely wed when they were little more than teenagers. They may have been closely related, with some Egyptologists claiming that she was the first cousin of Akhenaten's, or some other near relation within the Egyptian royal line. She was quite possibly a few years older than him. Nefertiti is one of the most famous royal women in the entirety of Egyptian history. This is based on multiple developments. The first being her position as chief wife to Akhenaten, who would become one of the most notorious of all ancient Egypt's pharaohs. Secondly, she is famous for her remarkable bust or statue of her head and neck that has survived over 3 millennia. This painted limestone bust was created around 1345 BC by a famous royal sculptor of the time by the name of Tutmosis. Discovered in 1912 during archaeological work at the city of Amarna, it presents one of the most vivid portraits of any Bronze Age woman to have come down to us. Finally, Nefertiti is well known for most likely being the mother of Tutankhamun, the pharaoh's gold death mask discovered by Howard Carter back in 1922 has become a defining symbol of ancient Egypt. Beyond this, she is also a good example of a royal consort who appears to have held a position of extensive political power in New Kingdom Egypt. Akhenaten had several other wives beyond Nefertiti. One was Kia, a name which is believed to have been a shortened version of the Tetuanui. If so, she most likely was a princess of the Mitanni royal family, the people who ruled an area named Kurdistan today, where the borders of Turkey, Syria, and Iraq meet. Accordingly, her marriage to Akhenaten would have been political to cement diplomatic relations between Egypt and a near neighbor. Other scholars of Akhenaten's reign argue that Kia and Tatukiba were two different wives. Kia was nevertheless most likely of foreign blood, as she is described in some inscriptions as being Akhenaten's favorite wife, one who evidently could not rise to the position of great wife, as she, unlike Nefertiti, was not of Egyptian blood. Akhenaten also possibly married a daughter of the ruler of Babylon in Mesopotamia, though her name is unknown. While there is speculation that he was married to an unidentified sister of his, from amongst these marriages, Akhenaten had many children. His marriage to Nefertiti resulted in 7 or more children, most of them daughters. There were numerous other children from his other unions, though the exact details of these cannot be reconstructed from the available evidence, and there would doubtlessly have been some who died in infancy as well, for which no record of their existence has survived. Akhenaten's earlier years were lived in knowledge that his older brother, Prince Tutmosis, was their father's designated successor, and so he would succeed as pharaoh upon Amenhotep III's death. But Tutmosis died sometime in the early to mid-1350s. With this, Akhenaten became the new heir, and so from the mid-1350s, by which time he was most likely only just entering his teenage years, he began to co-work with his father, an arrangement which was usually established to train in a successor in the key elements of government and the religious obligations of the
Yo.
pharaoh. There would also
Rabbi.
No way. Look who I don't even need to be told. This is Fleck.
Black. Yeah, Rabbi. What's up, man?
Yeah, how you living, Flex? What's good, son?
I'm just chilling. That's the injecting out Rabbi for a little bit.
Good, man. All right, you ready for an update?
Yeah, man. What's up, man?
I've been on like pretty close to 20 podcasts in the last month or two. And yeah, I've got 2 scheduled this week, maybe more, talking about everything interesting from futurism to clandestine projects to advanced propulsion to the idea of getting off world to life extension technology, mind uploading technology, revivification technology, you name it. I've been talking about it. I did an hour-long one on Friday, a 3-hour-long one on Thursday. I had a 2-hour one published on Tuesday. I did another 2-hour one last Monday. So I've been rocking it, my man.
It's good to have, man. Keep doing your shit. I fuck with that.
Word, dog. How about you? What have you done recently?
I just I just streaming. I mean, like, just doing my thing. I'm doing some stuff. Like, I mean, like, just, I've been solving the world. I mean, like, very busy.
Okay. How many hours a week are you streaming?
I don't even know. My last year was kind of short, but I did like 15 hours.
50 an hour the other day? Oh, that's good. Word, dog. Yeah, I've got a good group of people who live in here with me. That's what I was told on Thursday. And I think I will, but not yet necessarily. But especially with AI, what might have taken 2 to 3 years to write as a book, you can do in a month easily. And
what do you think about AI?
I think it's a tool that can be used for either good or bad, positive or perhaps negative, just like fire or the wheel or steam or electricity.
I feel like AI is slowly destroying the earth. That makes sense.
All right, well, you can believe anything that you want, big dog. Right?
Yeah, that is true. Like I saw things I imagined type shit.
Word, dog. Have you been staying out of trouble?
Yeah, I've been not bad in a minute. I'm not bad in
Therefore, you should bring everything that is typical of that, such as screened out.
You see my chat right now?
Oh, baby, I'm doing my own thing. I don't need chat. All right. Have you talked to Eddie Craven recently?
I never had a conversation with him.
Is he dodging you?
Nah, it's just like I've never had like an opportunity or like, hey, what's up, man? Like I never like get this stuff.
Okay, why do you think he's dodging him?
No, I don't think he's dodging it. It's like we just our path just never
Okay. Now let me ask you this: what are your thoughts on clavicular being on the front page all the time?
Shit, I don't know. You understand?
So again, I just want to be clear. A lot of people.
I got like split wicked that. Yes.
Dude, he sucks, and Kick sucks, and Kick sucks for letting him be on there. He shot either with a gun, a dead alligator, or a dying alligator. That's like promoting violence. I don't understand why they ban him for one day and then let him come back. I don't get that. I know he brings a lot of views, but he bots himself. He's like maybe the most notorious botter in the history of the platform. In my opinion, Kick's all about money. That's all they care about, and they don't care about consistency. I'll just lay it to you straight. I spam Kick for a long time, but then I stopped. And about a year went by or so, maybe 6 months, and I hadn't spammed anybody. And somebody came in here, a big streamer, top, let's say 100 streamer on Kick, and they were like, you know what, Rabbi, it's been long enough. Have you contacted Kick and asked them if you can come back? And I was like, no, I was going to wait a little longer, but they're like, you should do it. Like, what you did wasn't that bad in comparison to what some of the other people have done on the platform. So I'm like, fine. I emailed them. I'm like, hey, I haven't done anything wrong. Can I come back? You let Jack Doherty come back. You let all these other people come back. Like, Jack Doherty was texting while driving on your stream, promoting, like, not good things, and could have killed somebody. And you let him come back. They told me no. I said, okay, well, can I come back in a year if I don't spam anybody? They said no. I said, what about 5 years? They said no. I said, what about 50 years? They said no. So I said, you left me no choice than to just spam everybody because you're obviously not caring if you recognize that I either will spam you or you let me come back. Like, if they would have said, come back to us in a year, we'll think about it. And even if they had no intentions to let me back, well, then I wouldn't have spammed them. But the fact that they were like, no, in 50 years we won't let you come back, well, then F you, dog. I'm going to go and I'm going to create more clips on individuals than have ever been created on your platform. And if you go to any streamer who is like a small streamer and you go to their clip page, it's just Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, every single one. Because they don't get a lot of people clipping their stuff, so it's free advertising for me. And for like a big streamer, I don't do it as much because they get clipped more often. But small streamers, I dominate those. And then they come in here and they're like, hey, you clip my friend or you clip me or what's the deal? And it's free advertising. But I told Kick in an interview with Ori. Do you know Ori the Kid? Yes, you do. Ori, O-U-R-I. Ori the Kid he's at Ori the Kid.
I need to see his face on something. I'm not good off like him.
I know. Just type into Kick, O-U-R-I.
Why am I typing it?
O-U-R-I. I believe he's Ori the Kid. O-U-R-I.
Yeah, I got it. Is it just Ori or Ori the Kid?
It's Ori the Kid. O-U-R-I-T-H-E-K-I-D.
Now, Rashi seems like he's talking about the
No, you're not. Spell what you're spelling to me. Read it to me.
O-U-R-I-D-A Kid.
No, T-H-E. Ori the Kid.
Oh, T-H-E. Yeah, he's not really popping up on my account.
Yeah, he's not on mine either. Go to. Hold on a second. Did somebody steal his name? Go. Oh no, he got just Ori. Ouri. Just go to Ouri.
They had, a problem with the second base. The first base in English spaces, there's a lot of issues, so they didn't have the first job. But in the second base, the pros, I guess they're no pitching because if you were pitching, you get caught.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Okay, that's all right. He streams a lot. And I was in one of his streams, and I was showing him how Kick had something broken on their end, and we basically wanted to send it to Kick, the video to Kick, so that they could see that basically they had an issue on sign up. When you tried to sign up with a new account, it would reject you and it wouldn't tell you why. And I was showing this to him, and we sent it to Kick. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Kick found out about it. They removed his video. Fortunately, I was able to record it, and I sent it to Eddie Craven, and now he and I are friends on Discord. So I know, at least he appreciated me telling him how to fix his platform. But for the other people, Eddie Craven, the owner, what'd you say?
Yeah, no, I said W Eddie.
Oh yeah, W Eddie, exactly. So 100% on that. But yeah, in terms of Kick, I don't know how much you think it's growing. I don't know if you feel like it's growing, if you think it's plateaued. I feel like it is plateaued. I feel like Rumble is plateaued. They're just they're not getting a huge amount of growth. I mean, do you think that they're getting a lot of growth?
I mean, in the greater nature, Ball be doing their thing. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I feel like any other positions too.
Dude, but do you ever go to botted.wtf and it tells you how many people of those are bots? It's like 99%. 99%. Their whole front page, 99%. It's just bots.
That's like that on Twitch too. Maybe
There is one on Twitch. It does do Twitch.
Oh,
It does both sides. And the top 100 people who are streaming, 99% of all their views are botted. They're only of maybe the top maybe 200 people on Kick or Twitch. There are only maybe 5 people who have legitimate, they don't bot themselves. It's really just who can bot themselves the most.
Have you been on Twitter recently?
Yeah, dude. I had somebody retweet me yesterday for an interview that I've done. Yeah, I've been doing some Twitter spaces, but that's another kind of dying. I don't know if it's dying, but it's not seeing the growth that it once was. However, when cryptocurrency is popping, Twitter Spaces is popping. It's giant. But the crypto market, I think Bitcoin's under 60K now, has just been depressed, and not a lot of people are doing it. So the big one that I've been doing is podcasts, and those have been great. I've been on a lot of panel podcasts. I did an AMA for 3 hours on Thursday, and what I've done, I've created robots that go through all of Spotify and all of iHeart and get any publicly available email accounts, and then they put them into a spreadsheet for me, and then every day from 4 different accounts, I email 30 people. So that's 120 emails that I'm putting out a day. And then of that, I'll get 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, people who email me back saying, hey, I see what you're doing. It's really cool. Would you like to be on my podcast next week or whatever? And I found a lot of fortune with that. It's a good strategy.
Good shit. Good shit, Rabbi.
Absolutely. So that's what I've been doing. You said you're moving. Where are you moving? Tahiti?
No, just
Very well. Are you excited to move? Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm a bit excited. I think that's what I started.
Okay. Have you done any gambling on steak recently? Good for you, dog. Okay, in terms of the World Cup, have you been watching it?
I watched a couple games. I watched the Brazil, Japan.
All right. What are your thoughts on the World Cup thus far?
Pretty cool. I like that guy. Like the statues.
Yeah, that is cool. That guy's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know how he gets started for so long.
100%. That dude, that guy needs to be on the Tonight Show. They need to interview that guy. Like, how did he get so? Yeah, well, it's like, how do you figure out that you've got that gift? Is it like, you just, when you were little, were you able to just stand still really well, or is it something you developed? I'd love to interview that dude. Okay. Who's going to win the World Cup?
I don't really know. I don't know too much about it. Like that. Like, I don't know. But I think France winning the fish.
100%. Potentially. France looks good. Argentina looks good. Spain looks good. Germany was losing earlier today to Paraguay, which is, I'm going to check the scoring. Big time, big upset. So we're going to check the score right now. It's tied in the 17th minute, so we'll see how that one goes. Brazil won. They beat Japan. And a full breakdown. I'm going to give you a full breakdown right now. So you better keep your pants on. Hold on to your hat, because here we go. This is Rabbi Rothschild's 2026 World Cup update. So Paraguay, Germany 1-1. Brazil beat Japan. Tomorrow, or later today, we've got Netherlands, Morocco. That's a big game. Tuesday, we've got Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, and Norway. France and Sweden. That's a big game. Mexico, Ecuador. That's a big game. Then on Wednesday, we've got England, Congo, Belgium, Senegal, and USA, Bosnia and Herzegovina. How do you think the USA is going to do?
I don't know, but they may do a good ass show, obviously.
They lost Friday to Turkey. They lost 3-2 in the 98th minute. Yeah, it was tied for like most of it. All right. On Thursday, we've got Spain, Austria, Portugal, Croatia. That's a big game. Switzerland, Algeria. And then Friday, Australia, Egypt, Argentina, Cape Verde, and Colombia, Ghana. And then Saturday, Canada's already made it to the next level. So they play somebody. So that's what we've got. It's a round of 32. Canada beat South Africa, and they're going to play the winner of Netherlands, Morocco. Germany's tied with Paraguay right now. They're going to play the winner of that plays the winner of France, Sweden. We've got Cote d'Ivoire playing Norway, and they're going to play Brazil. And then we've got Mexico, Ecuador playing England. They're playing Congo. And we've got Belgium and Senegal playing USA, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Spain, Austria playing Portugal, Croatia winner. Argentina versus Cabo Verde, Cape Verde versus Australia and Egypt. And then we've got Switzerland, Algeria versus Colombia and Ghana. And that's the round of 16, and then the round of 8. Canada's already in, and Brazil's already in. And the final takes place July 19th and noon. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts is I'm waiting for the real football season.
That's what I get. All right, do you do fantasy football? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Oh yeah, I do. I do fantasy football.
All right, who are you looking to draft this year?
The first pick,
Yep, we're giving the first pick to Flax.
Bijan Robinson.
That's a terrible pick. Why wouldn't you pick Christian McCaffrey? Doug, he put up like twice as many points as any other player last year.
Yeah, but like he always like one time I drafted him, he got hurt for like most of the season.
Yeah, that happens. But he's worth it, dude. He's like far and away the best player. So long as he stays healthy.
Yeah, he's good on fantasy for receiving yards and like rushing yards too. But like my concern with him is like his ability to stay on the field.
Agreed. All right, now here's my question to you. Who are you going to draft at quarterback?
Who am I going to draft by quarterback? Either Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen.
Lamar Jackson sucked absolute dick last year. I drafted him. He was gone half the year. Take Josh Allen all day long. Okay, who are you taking as your receiver?
Oh, Justin Jefferson.
All right. Okay, who are you taking at tight end?
Tight end. I'm not really good with a tight end. Who would I drop that tight end? I'd probably go with. That's a hard one. The tight end for the Falcons. Like everybody's doing.
Okay. Who are you going with as your defense?
Yeah, I know the Rams.
Yeah, they should be Myles Garrett this year.
Yeah, they got Miles Garrett.
Who are you picking at kicker?
Whoever's left.
All right. Who's that guy for the Cowboys? He's really good. Brandon Aubrey. That guy's really good.
Kicker for the Jags is pretty good too.
That guy kicked a 61-yarder or something really long kick.
Yeah, I think he broke the record.
But it was preseason, so it doesn't count as much. But yeah, that was giant. He kind of had a disappointing year, though, considering like he did that in preseason. All right. Who else are you picking at running back?
Running back. Devon Achane.
That's a good one for Miami.
Yeah, I'm a Dolphins fan, so I'm gonna get him.
Okay, and what about a receiver?
He's probably gonna be long gone.
Oh yeah, definitely. Is Tariq Hill done?
Yeah, I think he might be done.
Dude, I've taken him the last 2 years, and the last 2 years he's been really disappointing. He got hurt in like September, October last year, and he tore his ACL, his MCL, everything.
Yeah, I rushed that live.
That is terrible. Okay, let's see what's going to happen to him this year. He was released by the Dolphins.
Yeah, we released it.
Did they consult you on that move?
Nah, they didn't. They just do what they want to do. They blew up their whole team. I think the Dolphins went over the record next season.
Who are you going to play at quarterback?
We just signed the Humble Brothers name. Malik Willis.
Is he going to suck?
I don't want him to suck. I want him to play pretty good. You know, maybe not to be our future quarterback. He was
All right, now here's my question to you. If you had a spot on your roster, an extra spot, would you take Tariq Hill?
Nah, I think he's done.
Okay. I'm with you on that. He just lost his speed. Yeah. And I've always mad respected him for buying the Twitter handle Cheeto. I think that's baller as fuck. Dude, and then he, on the first game of the year, he was in handcuffs. Do you remember that?
Yeah, they arrested him for like no reason. Like he came back and still played for them.
Yeah, he did. That was such bullshit. All right. What are your thoughts on ETN?
Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
I just don't hope he gets hurt. Like, you know, like he did really good last year, but he has a long practice with him.
All right. What are your thoughts on Zay Flowers of the Ravens?
Zay Flowers.
All right. How about would you take dude, the Baltimore Ravens in the first game of last year looked like the best football team that has ever played football ever. They had Derrick Henry. They had Lamar Jackson balling out. Zay Flowers balling out. Everybody was just playing like amazingly. And then it was all downhill from there. But I remember watching them like, this is the best team that's ever played. They were so good for like a quarter, or like for like a half. It was unreal. They just looked. Everything was amazing. All right. Would you take Sam Darnold in the draft? All right. Would you take Derek Charbonnet? Nobody does. He plays for Seattle. So. No, he won a Super Bowl. You're heading out. Okay. All right. Well, as the football season gets closer, come back and we'll review your projected picks. Let me know what number you're at in terms of your draft, and best wishes to you. Thanks for coming in, Flax. Shout out to a Flax Life, everybody. Shout out to a Flax Life. Shout out to a Flax Life. Everybody follow Flax Life on Kick. Take care, big dog. Absolutely. Take care, big dog. Shout out to Flax Life.
Perhaps did not have long left to live. Statues and other visible depictions of the pharaoh dating to the 1350s depict a ruler who looks to have been aged and sick, while DNA evidence from his mummy indicates he may have been suffering from obesity and arthritis, though he was still only in his 40s. Incidentally, contrary to some popular views that the Egyptians had very effective forms of dental care, Amenhotep was also suffering by the time Akhenaten became co-ruler from teeth that were plagued with cavities and which would have caused him serious pain. It was this obese, arthritic, pain-ridden figure who managed to rule down to around 1351 BC, though perhaps as late as 1349 BC. Upon his death, Akhenaten ascended as pharaoh in his own right, initially with the regal name Amenhotep IV, though he would soon change it to Akhenaten. The first years of Akhenaten's personal rule were distinct from what followed. The 4 or 5 years in question, down to 1346 BC, have been termed the Karnak years by some Egyptologists to indicate that he was still continuing to walk in a regular fashion from the seat of God near the temple of Karnak in the capital of Thebes, of course, the Nile in central Egypt. He was most likely crowned here, though possibly in Memphis, the ancient capital of the Old Kingdom. There are also inscriptions and other documentary and material evidence in the early 1340s which point towards Akhenaten continuing to worship multiple ancient Egyptian gods such as Ra, Amun, Ptah, Hathor, and Amenhotep. While textual inscriptions also refer to the gods in plural. He also continued to develop the city of Thebes, a metropolis which was at the heart of a rich and energetic kingdom. The late Bronze Age was a period of immense vitality and wealth of the kind, which would not be seen again until the Greek culture of the 6th and 5th centuries BC. Thebes was at the very heart of this. A bustling city where industries like stone cutting, painting, glass making, pottery making, and other crafts, as well as professional schools for scribes, medics, and other skilled workers flourished. Furthermore, with a possible population of between 80 and 100,000 people, there is a chance Thebes was the largest city in the world at that time. Life here in the first few years of Akhenaten's reign would have appeared perfectly normal. Few could have predicted what a strange turn things were about to take. Another feature of these Karnak years was Akhenaten's completion of some of the building projects, which his father had initiated during his long reign of some 4 decades. This focused on the mortuary site which Amenhotep had developed at Kom El Hedon, across the Nile River from the city of Thebes. The majority of the mortuary temple here has been destroyed over the centuries, but the layout of it can be reconstructed. It would have consisted of rows of pylons, indoor sanctums, and outdoor sound courts, so that there was an interplay of light and dark along the walkways. This was a standard practice of ancient Egyptian religious buildings, and if rituals were held here at specific times of the day, the shafts of light penetrating through specific parts of the building would have made a deep impression on participants in rituals here, particularly where gold objects were used to refract the sun's rays in different ways. It all points to why the sun was already central to the Egyptian religious system, and provides a backdrop to the religious changes Akhenaten was about to undertake. Elsewhere in the building, 2 gigantic statues were erected, known today as the Colossi of Memnon. These 60-foot-high stone monuments loomed over the western bank of the River Nile, and could not have failed to impress people voyaging up and down the river on boats. The building work on the temple and the carving of the Colossi was also completed around 1350 BC, most likely just after Akhenaten had become pharaoh in his own right, and he would have overseen the rituals, which no doubt accompanied the solemnizing of the new temple structure. The first years of Akhenaten's reign were normative in other respects. He continued to add to the great temple within the city precinct on the right bank of the Nile in Thebes. Here there is even an inscription depicting the new pharaoh making offerings to the god Ra, though elsewhere there was a subtle profusion of shrines and other religious spaces dedicated to the sun god Aten in the early 1340s. Elsewhere in Thebes, Akhenaten oversaw a said festival in the 2nd or 3rd year of his reign. This was in itself a rather peculiar move on his part. Said festivals were the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a royal jubilee. They were typically only held after 20 or 30 years of the same pharaoh being ruler of the kingdom, and then every 3 or 4 years thereafter. In calling one within a few years of his succession, Akhenaten was indicating his willingness to break with tradition. His motive in doing so may have been a desire to establish continuity between his own reign and that of his father, and it is noted that the date of it may have fallen around the 40th anniversary of Amenhotep III's succession. If this is so, perhaps Akhenaten felt some vulnerability about having been a younger son and only emerging as the heir and then pharaoh in the course of the 1350s. The said festival may have been organized in an effort to proclaim the legitimacy of his reign and cement his status as the new pharaoh. While there were normative elements to Akhenaten's reign during its first years, it would soon take a dramatic turn that has created an infamous position for the pharaoh within the history of ancient Egypt. The shift came in 1346 BC, though for how long Akhenaten had been considering this new cause, or why he decided upon it at this time, remains a mystery, with no clear answer. This all centered on the deity Aten, also spelled Atum, Atum, or Eden, in various other references to him on temple inscriptions. The word itself derives from Old Kingdom Egyptian and refers effectively to a disc or sun disc. Therefore, in its earliest incarnation, the name Aten was used simply as a noun to refer to the spherical or disc-like appearance of the sun when viewed in the sky. Over time, the term Aten became one which was used to refer to a sun deity or god. Martin was just one such sun god. The most popular and important of these was Ra, one of the most important of all the Egyptian gods and goddesses, one who was said to travel through the sky in an ark every day, bringing light to the world. While in the evening he retired and night fell, Martin was just one of over a dozen deities which emerged around the worship of the sun, day and night, in Egypt over the centuries. These practices of multiple forms of sun deity were reflected in a great many other ancient cultures of the Chalcolithic, Bronze, and Iron Ages. What is unusual about Akhenaten's actions is the fact that Aten was still a relatively minor deity by the 14th century BC. Although there is evidence that the importance of the sun deities was growing in the Bronze Age world of the Eastern Mediterranean around this time, Akhenaten now went one major step further. For reasons which will remain elusive, he decided to proclaim the worship of Aten as a form of state religion. In this new religious system, the personification of the sun as a deity became central, stripped of many of the complex mythological elements which pertain to the worship of the sun through Ra and other all-knowing sun gods. Although much of the material record of the worship of Aten was subsequently destroyed and wiped out by his successors, it is clear that temples were built only dedicated to the new god by Akhenaten, and inscriptions were set up on altars and worshipping sites to the new deity. The pharaoh even changed his name. It is from around this time, at the end of the 1350s BC, that he began being referred to as Akhenaten or Ekhenaten, meaning something akin to effective Aten, or one who is dedicated to Aten. The latter decision was not entirely unusual. Egyptian rulers and nobles were often named after different deities. Ramses, the name borne by many of Akhenaten's successors, includes the name of the sun god Ra. Thutmose III, Akhenaten's Greek forebear in the 15th century BC, was named after Thoth, the god of wisdom and magic. The traditional nature of naming oneself after a god aside, the move towards active worship of just one deity was quite unusual for the time, one which effectively leaned towards a form of monotheism. Though, as we will see soon, there is a major debate amongst Egyptologists about the nature of the new religion. Before turning to the specifics of the new religion and how Akhenaten sought to expand it, it is worth trying to reconstruct the philosophical basis for it, a task which is made difficult by efforts to destroy the theory of Akhenaten's new religion by his successors. Firstly, the worship of Aten was perhaps derived in large part from outside influences. Whether from the Levant, the wider Middle East, or further afield, there are Semitic aspects to it. In this sense, Akhenaten's decision to adopt it as the state religion points towards the growing prosperity and cosmopolitan nature of the late Bronze Age world, one in which ideas trafficked between cultures over hundreds of kilometers. Secondly, it was something of a more personal religion insofar as it involved a more direct communication between the individual worshipper and the sun deity, whereas Egyptian religion in the main used intermediaries, priests who received the offerings of lay people and then offered them to the gods for them. One of the reasons why Akhenaten's innovations were possibly so violently reacted against after his death was that he was alleged to have attacked the privileges of the powerful priestly classes. These were some of the core traits of the new religion, and we see inscriptions from the time and images which show people making offerings directly to Aten without priests and temple officials involved. There is, as we have already noted, a wide-ranging debate amongst Egyptologists and historians of Akhenaten's reign over how we should classify this new system. The traditional view, back when the details of what Akhenaten had attempted, and as modern Egyptology developed as a discipline in the early and mid-20th century, was that it was effectively a form of monotheism. This is the idea that one god should be worshipped exclusively. Christianity, Islam, and several other modern religious systems are monotheistic. By way of contrast, ancient Egypt, and indeed most other ancient religious systems, such as those of Babylon, Greece, and Rome, were all polytheistic. That is, they worship multiple gods, or a pantheon of sometimes hundreds of gods and goddesses. While it is tempting to see the brief experiment in the worship of Aten as a form of monotheism, it seems more plausible to describe it as a form of monolatry. This is where the existence of a wide pantheon of deities is still accepted, but one is now placed in a position of singular importance. The idea here is that Akhenaten was not trying to disavow the existence of the other gods and goddesses, but that he was proclaiming to his people that Aten should be worshipped above all others. There was also a form of syncretism involved, the borrowing of other cultural practices and incorporation of them within one's own system. The belief is that Akhenaten proposed affording Aten a position of singular importance within Egyptian religious life, influenced by outside ideas from the Middle East and the Mediterranean world about the importance of some deities. Some have argued that this cult of a powerful sun deity might have origins in the religious systems of the Semitic people of the Levant and Middle East, and that Akhenaten was influenced by ideas which entered Egypt from this region as the new kingdom expanded there during the reign of Thutmose III and his successors. One of the other core components of the new religion was to proselytize or spread it by acquiring large numbers of adherents. This is an issue which is concerned Egyptologists greatly, as they wonder if Akhenaten simply established a new cult and hoped it would acquire followers over time, or if he aggressively attacked the cults of other gods. The picture presented from the evidence of inscriptions and other material which has been recovered is complex. It is suggested that initially in the late 1350s and early 1340s BC, he began to introduce a new cult of Aten alongside other gods. But over time, this was expanded to favor the new cult of Aten when it came to royal patronage. Then, towards the end of the reign, there might have been a watershed moment at which it became much more aggressive and actually began trying to actively undermine the cults and temples of prominent deities like Ra, Thoth, Seth, and others. In particular, there was an active campaign of attacking worship of the god Amun, who had become, along with Ra, the most preeminent deity within the Egyptian pantheon by the 14th century BC, and who had an especially strong cult following in Thebes. As such, Akhenaten does seem to have actively tried to undermine the worship of other deities, but the degree to which he did so, and whether or not it was evenly distributed amongst all the other gods and goddesses, is a matter of debate. Another key aspect of Akhenaten's religious revolution was the establishment of a new capital dedicated to the worship of Aten. It is not surprising to learn that ancient Egypt had different capitals at different times. When we consider the enormously long span of ancient Egyptian history, one which would eventually play out over more than 3 millennia. In its earliest days, the capital was located in Venice, a city which we still don't even know the location of today. Around the 27th century BC, the capital was moved to Memphis. This was located on the banks of the River Nile, just south of the Delta and within the southern suburbs of modern-day Cairo. Not long afterwards, the pharaohs began building up the Great Pyramids, and the Giza Plateau not far away from this new capital. Memphis remained the center of power and governance down to the end of the Old Kingdom. The capital then moved around at various times, spending nearly 3 centuries during the Middle Kingdom period at Ichtawi, but increasingly became fixed during the New Kingdom period at Thebes, much further down the River Nile at the site of modern-day Luxor and near the Valley of the Kings. The reasons were twofold. On the one hand, a more southerly position allowed the pharaohs to govern their new territories to the south and Sudan or Nubia more effectively, while Thebes' position was solidified during the period when the north was ruled by the Hyksos. Thebes had become a flourishing economic, commercial, and religious center by the time the north was recaptured, and had remained the capital down to Akhenaten's time. He would briefly interrupt this primacy during his reign. Beginning around 1346 BC, Akhenaten initiated the construction of a new capital city 100 kilometers north of Thebes, on the right or east bank of the River Nile. Today, Today, we know the site as Armana, though in ancient times it was called Arcadata, meaning the rising of the Arta, a name which indicates the choosing of the location as a place where the rising sun coming east over Egypt could be seen with great clarity. This was compounded by the fact that the city was centered on an acropolis or hill, known to Egyptologists today as the Royal Body. The city was to be a dedicated governmental and religious center for the worship of art, and was to function as the seat of the royal court. This was largely a virgin or greenfield site, which had little settlement on it prior to the beginning of the project, beyond a small village which might have been in the vicinity. Tens of thousands of laborers would have been deployed here in order to speed the construction work along, and large sections of the Egyptian economy must have been turned over to providing building material and other goods in order to erect a city out of nothing. And not a considerable project given the resources available to Egypt states. The city, which emerged in the incomplete form by 1341 BC, if the dedication inscriptions on some buildings here are accurate, was spread out along a 13-kilometer stretch of territory on the east bank of the River Nile. It was divided into a north and south city. The north city was centered on a royal palace and mortuary area, which were to be the heart of the government or administrative zone. The south city encompassed more the village of the workers who erected the buildings, and would doubtlessly have become a residential area once the building had been constructed, if the city had remained in use as a capital for longer than it ultimately did. To the east of this was the Acropolis and the tomb of Akhenaten, an elaborate mortuary building, which it is assumed was intended for the pharaoh. Finally, between the north city and the workers' village, in the center of the development, there was the great temple of Aten. This elaborate temple complex of fine stones, statues, colonnaded arches, and other religious edifices was to be the heart of the worship of Aten in Akhenaten's realms. But it was elaborately designed. Many reliefs and wall drawings have been recovered, which point to an extensive and refined level of building work here in the 1340s, replete with hundreds of altars for worshippers to make offerings to the god. The building work at Armana and the art and architecture which began to emerge in Egypt more generally in the decade between the inception of the cult of Aten in 1346 BC and the end of Akhenaten's reign in the mid-1330s BC is very distinctive from other ancient Egyptian art. Indeed, some idiosyncratic Egyptian scholars talk of the Ramada style during the reign of Akhenaten. Statues become markedly different, with people depicted with much thinner and more austere faces, with an almost feminine image. These are distinct from the fuller, more regal-looking faces of nearly all other pharaohs. There was also a tendency to depict the royal family in a much more intimate way, with Akhenaten and Nefertiti presented together on reliefs and in statuary objects. Similarly, the headdresses and clothing worn were somewhat distinctive. Nefertiti's head gear in the famous bust of her is indicative of this, with Akhenaten's wife wearing a wig in Nubian style. When it came to the temples and other religious spaces at Armana, a marked difference was seen in the urban nature of these sites. The high imposing walls and punctuating sun courts, which were typical of ancient Egyptian religious buildings, were abandoned in favor of temples with small enclosure walls. The courts where the religious ceremonies were carried out and offerings made were now out in full view of the sun, so that worshippers could be in the presence of Aten entirely when attending his great temple at Armana. Thus, Akhenaten's radical reforms extended beyond religion to how the royal government was depicted visually and presented itself to the people of Egypt. All of these decisions by Akhenaten have given rise to a major debate as to who he was on a personal level. This is almost impossible to determine when it comes to ancient Rome. Kings and queens 3,500 years ago did not tend to write memoirs or anything of that kind that have survived, which might provide an insight into who they were as individuals. Instead, we are left to reconstruct this from other evidence. Some have argued Akhenaten was a visionary and religious radical. Others have argued he could have been insane or mentally unhinged in some fashion. There really is no way of knowing, though.
This should be my point.
Another theory which has the benefit of being grounded on a vision of him as a political power broker was that he was fostering the cult of the sun deity as a means of aggrandizing himself.
So just like you had in
Courts in
that
the
city,
Kingdom of
this
Egypt
city, that
were no different to more modern
this
courts
flower
and
right over
governments,
here,
with various
this
factions
flower,
and power
and you
groups,
say,
some trying to undermine the ruler. Perhaps Akhenaten decided after years ruling from Thebes or Karnak to begin the worship of Aten and establish a new capital as a radical break from the old political system. The new religion would weaken the powerful priestly class and their followers and would centralize power in Akhenaten's hands. Though in adopting his new name, he was intrinsically associating himself with the sun god. This view of him as a ruler trying to increase his own power by centralizing religious worship around him would also match with his decision to hold a said festival in Thebes not long after his succession, a move which, as we have seen, points towards some insecurity in his position as pharaoh. Ultimately, we can't be sure, but there are many things which might have motivated Akhenaten on a personal level. While Egyptologists and commentators on Akhenaten's reign have, for obvious reasons, commentated primarily on the religious innovations he introduced, there were other things occurring in the 15 or so years between his adoption of Aten as the state god and his movement of the capital to Amarna. Most of this centered on foreign policy matters. While Egypt had risen to a position of unprecedented power and prosperity in the Bronze Age world during the reigns of Thutmose III and his successors, the kingdom did face opposition from various fronts. There were numerous other strong powers in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. Generally, Egypt maintained good relations and extensive trading ties to the Greek powers, such as the Minoans of Crete and the Mycenaeans of the mainland, the latter of which had largely subjugated Crete after a devastating natural disaster around 1500 BC. But in the Middle East and Anatolia, it had rivals in the shape of the Hittite Empire and the Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians were based out of Mesopotamia, right in Iraq today, and around this time were undergoing a major resurgence in their power under their ruler Ashur-uballit I. The Hittites were based out of Anatolia in modern-day Turkey, and ruled southwards into the northern parts of Lebanon and Syria. During the late Bronze Age, they were a perennial rival of Egypt in this contest in the border zone. Beyond these, Akhenaten's government had to contend with raids out of the western deserts of Egypt, and also the perennial possibility of the Nubians trying to free themselves from Egyptian domination down the River Nile in the Sudan. We are fortunate when it comes to Akhenaten's foreign policy to have a major source of information of an unusual nature for a period of time 3.5 millennia ago. These are known as the Amarna letters. They are a series of 382 clay tablets which were discovered accidentally by some farmers in Amarna in the 1880s. They are unusual insofar as they are not written in Egyptian hieroglyphs, as one might expect, but rather in cuneiform writing, the type of script which was favored in the 3rd and 2nd millennia BC by people like the Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians based out of Mesopotamia. The tablets nearly all date to Akhenaten's reign and record his diplomatic agreements with Assyrians and others, and shed some light on his foreign policy. There are also numerous letters between the pharaoh and local rulers of parts of the Levant, some of whom were ostensibly vassal subjects of Akhenaten's in Canaan and other lands there in the mid-14th century BC. Interestingly, these vassal kings addressed Akhenaten as the son, my lord, perhaps indicating an awareness of the new sovereign religion Akhenaten was promoting at home, whereas the kings of Assyria and other large states addressed the pharaoh as a brother and equal. The Amarna letters and other evidence offer an interesting insight into Akhenaten's foreign policy in the Levant and wider Middle East. When it comes to the Assyrians, Akhenaten was primarily caught up in a diplomatic dispute between them and the Babylonians, a declining power that still controlled land in southern Mesopotamia towards the Gulf of Persia. Despite the fact that the Assyrians had long since emerged from underneath the control of the Babylonians and were now the dominant power in the region, The Babylonian king Boreas II wrote to Akhenaten on 2 occasions, inquiring as to why the Egyptian pharaoh was entertaining diplomatic envoys from Ashur-uballit of Assyria. He would have received short shrift from Akhenaten, who presumably was negotiating an accord with the Assyrians against the Hittites. The latter, under their ruler Suppiluliuma I, did make raids into the Hittite-Egyptian border zone in Syria and Lebanon during the 1340s. Though there was little of significance achieved by these, this perennial border conflict between the Hittites and Egyptians would continue for decades to come, peaking in the reign of Ramses II a century later, when one of the most significant engagements in ancient history, the Battle of Kadesh, was fought between the two. The Armada letters are nevertheless a very useful window into how diplomacy worked here in the Bronze Age, particularly on the nature of the vassal city-states and principalities in the border zone, and how they communicated with the pharaohs in Egypt. A more significant military campaign was launched by Akhenaten to the south of his central kingdoms in Egypt. This occurred sometime in the middle of his reign, though the dating is not perfectly clear. Akhenaten did not lead the army himself, but ditched his viceroy, the Merovingian Nubia, a man named Amosa, to head southwards and plan a revolt against the perennially unruly Nubians. It was not enough for a pharaoh to command to lead such a military game when it came to Nubia. In any event, Tutmosis treated the campaign as a routine military exercise, and such interventions large were by that time quickly bringing the unrest to an end. In the aftermath of it, several victories stealing or stone pillars were set up in parts of Egypt to commemorate the victory. Some Egyptologists have argued that there were other campaigns that Akhenaten might have engaged in, but all the evidence for these is very speculative. At the same time, we can probably dismiss the idea, which was favoured a century ago, that Akhenaten was some sort of pacifist. The reality is that Egypt was in a strong position in the front when he ascended the throne, and the Hittites made little effort to reclaim lands in Syria and Lebanon during his reign, beyond a few border incursions and skirmishes. In such an environment, the pharaoh judiciously negotiated closer diplomatic ties with the Assyrians, kept his vassal rulers Levant pacified, and shored up Egyptian control over Nubia. This sensible foreign policy left him free to dedicate his time and the state's resources to his grand construction work and religious project in Al-Mahra. In the end, Akhenaten's great enterprise was scuppered by ill health and mortality. In the 12th year of his rule, that is around 1340 BC, not long after the initial phase of building work had been completed at Amarna, and the new city was opened, so to speak, a major festival was held there to celebrate Akhenaten's 12th year on the throne. This saw emissaries, perhaps even some rulers, arriving from neighboring countries, but also from the vassal principalities and cities in the Levant, to pay homage to the pharaoh. This was quite possibly the source of the plague which struck Egypt in the early 1330s BC. A deadly plague or disease outbreak of some kind definitely occurred, and it may have been brought to the capital by these visiting dignitaries. Whatever the source of it was, the result was no good for the royal family. Several of Akhenaten's daughters were seemingly killed by it, three of which, Menkhetetem, Nefer-Neferure, and Setepenre, were daughters from his marriage to his great wife Nefertiti. Others still may have been impacted. One theory which has also emerged in recent years is that the plague was ravaging Egypt years earlier, that it may have actually been a cause of Akhenaten's religious reform program, the king having decided to embrace a new religion and God as the disease ravaged his country. This remains a hypothesis only, and there is little evidence to suggest the plague outbreak preceded the raising of the cult of Aten and the construction of Amarna.
If you take this pizza,
What Akhenaten told from himself is not known. There is, of course, a possibility that the plague took him when he died at some stage between 1336 and 1334 BC. It could also be that he was suffering from a lifelong illness. Egyptologists have long noted that on statues and other monuments and walls, he was typically depicted as being a much leaner and gaunt figure than other pharaohs of the New Kingdom period. Maybe this was how he wanted to be depicted, but it could also indicate he was suffering from something like Marfan syndrome or Froelich syndrome. Both are complicated conditions which are related to the endocrine system and other parts of the body. They would also both result in a long drooping face and jawline, such as the one Akhenaten was presented as having. At the same time, there are contradictions to such diagnosis. Froelich syndrome, for instance, usually makes men sterile, and as we have seen, Akhenaten clearly did not have any problem having children. Given this, the more likely conclusion is that the unusual depiction of Akhenaten was wholly owing to his eccentric personality and the unusual art at the time, not related to any illness of any kind. If this is the case, then his death in the mid-1330s BC at a relatively young age, perhaps being little more than in his mid-30s, was quite possibly owing to the plague that was coursing through Egypt at the time. He was buried at the royal tomb he had built at Amarna, though his mummy and sarcophagus were soon seemingly removed from there and perhaps taken to the Valley of the Kings near Thebes for interment next to his ancestors. The argument for Akhenaten having been ill for some time prior to his death is strengthened when we consider that there was a co-regency or co-rulership being developed in the last year or two of his life. The co-rulers were Nefertiti at one point, and at another Smenkhare. The identity of the latter individual is unclear. He may have been a brother of Akhenaten's, or one of his sons of an unclear background. This is significant when it comes to the question of who succeeded Akhenaten. Having died a relatively young man, his children were very young to succeed him in the main, and this Smenkhare, if he was a brother of the pharaoh, may have been chosen as a temporary successor due to being older. Yet the chronology is deeply confused and unclear, and Egyptologists debate whether Smenkhare was dead himself before Akhenaten. What is clear is that Tutankhamun, the famous pharaoh whose gold death mask has become synonymous with ancient Egypt, succeeded around 1332 BC, just a short while after Akhenaten's death. He was a boy of no more than 9 or 10 years at the time, and is understood to have been one of Akhenaten's sons, though his parentage is debated. Though suffering from a genetic illness himself, he would live and rule down to the late 1320s BC, long enough to leave his own mark on Egyptian history. During these years, Tutankhamun saw a violent reaction against the unusual religious system Akhenaten had inaugurated. The worship of Aten was broadly abandoned, although the worship of some deities, of course, remained central to the restored polytheistic system. The capital was also returned to Thebes, but things went much further still. A wave of iconoclasm ensued, in which efforts were made to erase any memory of Akhenaten and the religious aberration he was perceived to have overseen. Amarna was abandoned, its temples and grand buildings were literally dismantled and paved over, though in doing so, the destroyers did a great job of preserving the city under the sand, and it has been possible for archaeologists to retrieve much of it in recent decades. Inscriptions on public buildings, temples, and monuments dating to his reign were erased. Statues and tombs which had been erected were defaced, often with the physical features of statues chiseled off. Official records were also evidently destroyed. This amounted to a concerted effort to destroy any memory of Akhenaten and the cult of Aten. So comprehensive was this campaign that it destroyed many records of Akhenaten's life and reign, and one of the reasons why we have such a limited knowledge of the circumstances of his early life and reign is owing to this effort to erase him from the historical record by his near his successors. The campaign was quite effective. By the time of the long reign of Ramesses II in the following century, Egyptian society had largely forgotten the aberration Akhenaten had introduced. As successful as this campaign of destruction was, it did not stop the emergence of new forms of monotheism in the Near East in the centuries that followed. Judaism in its full form emerged in the Levant by the 11th century BC. Not long afterwards, the Persian philosopher Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, as 19th century German philologists like Friedrich Nietzsche termed him, established Zoroastrianism as a new faith in Iran and Iraq for centuries to come. The religious system of the Greeks was clearly polytheistic, but some local cults to deities like Apollo and Athena were so powerful that scholars argue they constituted a form of monolatry. The entire system rested on the belief in Zeus as the alleged king of the gods. Christianity emerged later out of Judaism, but incorporating significant elements of the Hellenic system, with many scholars arguing that the ideas of Zeus as a cloud god who ruled over the heavens was a major influence on the early development of the Church of the Followers of Christ. Other quasi-monotheistic sun deities, such as Elagabal and Helios, became prominent under Roman rule in the 3rd century CE, before being overtaken by the rise of Christianity as the state religion of the late Roman Empire. Thus, by the time of the rise of Islam in the 7th century, monotheism was the rule, rather than the exception to the religious life of Europe, the Maghreb, and the Middle East. Akhenaten, rather than being an aberration, was something of a prophet of the future shift from polytheism to monotheism. Eventually, despite the best efforts of his children and other descendants to excise him from the historical record, details of Akhenaten's reign and religious innovations began to re-emerge. This began with the realization by 18th century European Orientalists visiting Egypt that there was a lost city on the site of Amana, some remains of which were still visible above the sand. Archaeological excavations were undertaken there spasmodically in the 19th century, before the uncovering of the Amana letters in the 1880s led to a more sustained interest in the Amana site. Extensive studies were carried out here between the 1890s and the 1930s, and with this the story of what Akhenaten had attempted began to reveal itself after millennia of obscurity. In the process, Akhenaten has become one of the most studied of all ancient Egyptian pharaohs, as his rule was so unusual. There nevertheless remain unresolved issues surrounding it. For instance, in 1907, a tomb codenamed KV-55 in the Valley of the King's Rest of Thebes was discovered and was soon identified as the tomb of Akhenaten. A mummy was located here, and as recently as 2010, scientific studies began to appear, suggesting the mummy was most likely that of Akhenaten. Other Egyptologists sought to right at these claims, though, arguing that Akhenaten was buried at Amarna and would hardly have been removed to the Valley of the Kings if he were considered such an abhorrent figure following his death. As with much else concerning his reign, there are more questions than answers, even after centuries of historical inquiry. Akhenaten is one of the most well-known of the Egyptian pharaohs today for one reason: his efforts to establish a new religious system in which the sun god Aten would have a position of primacy. This was not simply a personal religious preference on his part. The pharaoh was so dedicated to the god that he tried to establish him as the preeminent deity across Egypt, changed his name to acknowledge the worship of Aten, and built a new city to honor the deity. This might not have been strict monotheism and should be described more as monolatry, where the other gods and goddesses were still acknowledged, but made peripheral by comparison with the paramount god. It still seemed like an aberration to Akhenaten's subjects, and after his reign, his successors did their level best to eradicate any record or memory of what he had done. Yet it would be wrong to see this as an indication of insanity in Akhenaten. He knew what he was doing and deployed vast state resources to try to make it happen.
So
In the end, what we might suggest is that his establishment of the cult of Aten was indicative of the changing religious and intellectual world of the cosmopolitan late Bronze Age, one in which outside Semitic influences concerning some deities were influencing Egyptian culture. And in the end, he was ahead of his time. Over the centuries that followed, there were numerous monotheistic faiths which emerged in the Mediterranean world and that of the Middle East. Though it would take another 2 millennia for it to occur, eventually they would conquer all before them. What do you think of Akhenaten? Was he something of an aberration, or perhaps insane, as some of his contemporaries seem to believe? Or was he simply a visionary who predicted the general drift from polytheism to monotheism in the ancient world? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
And I could just bring one example. Those are the use cases. Really, sorry. Let's do this again. I never said how many vessels. She did destroy noise, but she demanded that, and I could just bring 60 different vessels. How do you know so we either review the argument on this and says no. If I say mincha, you can't bring any one of the 5 you want. There's a default, there's a reductive value, and the default is silence. Oh no, what's the question? The review says, oh, it's Shehimi Hedesh of Menachos. It's the most important one. Why? So maybe the shot is starting off saying, oh, the first mincha mentioned, the Torah is mincha silence. No me ato, wait a minute. What the first is first is the most important. And then every time a person says oila, I'm bringing oila, you must bring a cow, which is super expensive. If he says, so in Yobi Kevin, you can't bring a goat, you have to bring a sheep. Why don't you bring a goat? He mentions bird. When he says, I'm going to bring a bird, Yobi Kevin, you should bring a bird, not a goat. Not a business oil, what do I have to kill? That's first requirement. Well, the fact is, I want to not. I realize this is law. You can bring a sheep, not a cow. According to what you're saying, you should be a cow, because it's first requirement. Well, there's a tired than you can bring whatever you want. They call your reviewing reviews with an argument. So we have to take a shot. When he says in the Mishnah, but the reason why I bring a silence is because the Ted is special. But it might be because it's not right. But let's say, Shane Levad, it doesn't have another name, like somebody said, I'm doing the daf. Doing daf. What does daf mean? Daf means daf yomi. It doesn't mean any other kind of daf that you have in a soil, you have in a school, you have a daf cashier, you have a daf this, daf that. No, it's one thing. Check this out. Typical look in the culture is called minchas markeshes. How does the third call a soilus? It's not called minchas soilus. It's called minchal Hashem. Soilus here for the it's not minchas soilus. It's by itself. It doesn't say the word soilus. There's nothing accompanying it. It's by itself. So when they go when it brings it to mincha, you mean soilus. So the problem is, what kind of audio you guys must do from my you said the reason is because it refers to the process of in other words, the main reason is because it doesn't have an accompanying name.
The man known to history as Tutankhamun was born in the middle of the 14th century BC during the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt. Although we cannot be sure of his exact date or even year of birth, it is generally agreed that it occurred sometime in the late 1340s BC. Tutankhamun's parentage is disputed, though his father was most probably Akhenaten, who ruled Egypt as Amenhotep IV before he established a monotheistic religion known as Atenism, focused on the worship of the sun disk Aten. Beginning about 5 years before Tutankhamun was born, around the same time, he changed his name to Akhenaten. Akhenaten had at least 6 daughters with his great royal wife, Queen Nefertiti. It is possible that she was also Tutankhamun's Tutankhamun's mother. Alternatively, his mother may have been the wife of Akhenaten's, known only as the younger lady. At the time of his birth, Tutankhamun was given the name Tutankhaten, or the living image of Aten in honor of the sun god. Despite being one of the best-known pharaohs or kings of ancient Egypt, as a result of the discovery of his tomb and famous death mask by Howard Carter in 1922, details of Tutankhamun's short life and reign are still being pieced together by archaeologists and Egyptologists using artifacts from his tomb and other evidence. He is likely to have been born in Amarna, the modern-day name of Akhetaten, the short-lived capital city founded by his father on the eastern bank of the River Nile, around 200 miles to the south of Egypt's modern-day capital of Cairo. The young Egyptian prince was born with a club foot on his left leg, forcing him to use a walking stick throughout his life. He was brought up by his wet nurse, a woman named Maya from his father's harem. Among the artifacts found in Tutankhamun's tomb are toys he owned and played with as a child, including an ivory monkey with moving arms and a small wooden bird. At around the age of 4, he learned how to write, starting with a cursive hieratic script used on a daily basis before moving on to the formal and sacred hieroglyphs found on ancient Egyptian monuments. Tutankhamun learned to write by copying out ancient texts, which also offered political wisdom for kings and princes preparing for kingship. He would also have studied administration, geography, history, diplomacy, and religion, as well as the theory and practice of warfare, which included chariot riding and archery. Tutankhaten grew up during a revolutionary period in Egyptian history, driven by his father's religious changes. The traditional Egyptian polytheistic belief system involved the worship of many different gods, amongst whom the creator god Amun and the sun god Ra were most prominent. However, Akhenaten had introduced the cult of Aten, a sun god depicted as a golden disc with rays of light radiating downwards in a fan. While Akhenaten allowed his subjects to continue worshipping the traditional gods, only stipulating that Aten was the supreme god. By the 9th year of his reign, a few years before Tutankhamun's birth, Aten was increasingly portrayed as the preeminent deity. Under the new religion, the Aten was regarded as the creator of the world and everything within it, and each morning at sunrise, the king would make offerings to the Aten at the temples he built in his capital. Akhenaten identified as the son of Aten and served as the chief priest of his cult, and it is possible that Tutankhaten received his religious instruction directly from his father. During his travels with his tutors across the country, the prince may have seen the names of the old gods being removed from the monuments, even while many people continue to worship them. The boy may also have noticed the different artistic styles in the old temples and the new civic buildings rising up from the desert around him in Akhenaten. Around the 14th year of Akhenaten's reign, when Tutankhaten was around 6 years old, the latter's sister or half-sister, Princess Meketaten, died at the age of 10. While her cause of death remains unknown, a plague had been spreading throughout the eastern Mediterranean world. In any case, an infectious disease is a likely explanation, as Neketaten's youngest sisters, Neferneferu and Sintepedra, also died around this time. Older female members of the family followed, including Tutankhaten's grandmother, Queen Tia, and Akhenaten's secondary wife, Queen Kia. Following these deaths in the royal family, Akhenaten hoped to secure his succession and the continuation of his religious reforms by naming a man named Smenkhare, possibly a relative of his, as his co-regent. This Smenkhare was responsible for the construction of a great hall in Akhenaten's royal palace and was expected to be Akhenaten's successor, but died after a year or two. Akhenaten died around the same time, in what was possibly the 17th year of his reign, at around 1336 BC. Following Akhenaten's death, the throne possibly passed to Smenkhare for a brief time, before his death, and then appeared appears to have passed to a king named Nefer-Nefer-Uaten, who may have ruled as co-regent alongside Tutankhaten. The new king is believed to have been a royal woman and may have been the eldest daughter of Meritaten, or more likely his great wife, Nefertiti. King
Showing up the gang sign pictures.
developed the cult of
Showing
Aten, but was prepared to reintroduce the cult of Amun and the other gods in order to appease the followers of the traditional faith. She abandoned her plans to build a tomb at Akhenaten and instead ordered craftsmen to build a tomb and mortuary temple in the Valley of Kings near Thebes, modern-day Luxor, the traditional capital and royal burial ground for the kings of Egypt in the 2nd millennium BC. The Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass theorized that Nefer-Nefer-Uaten also moved her capital to Thebes, but Shaw suggests that she remained in Akhetaten in a palace she shared with her late husband. However, she would only live another 2 years, leaving the throne to the 10-year-old Tutankhaten. By the time he ascended to the throne, the 10-year-old King Tutankhaten was still a child receiving his education and could not be expected to exercise royal power by himself. He was therefore advised by courtiers and officials much older than him, who had served his father, Akhenaten. His most influential advisor was Ai, a relative who may have been the brother of his grandmother, Queen Tai, while a man named Mea controlled the treasury. As for military matters, the young king relied on the advice of General Horemheb, commander of the Egyptian army. Although these men had dutifully promoted Artemism during the previous reigns, the calamities of recent years, including the plague and the deaths of royal family members in quick succession, were interpreted as a sign of divine punishment for neglecting the worship of the old gods. With Akhenaten and Nefertiti gone, Tutankhaten's courtiers now had the opportunity to educate the new pharaoh in the old religion and persuade him to return to the old ways and restore divine favor to the realm. Although the king's advisors wielded considerable power and influence, Tutankhaten would have been required to perform ceremonial tasks and to announce important decisions in person, even as a child ruler. As with all Egyptian pharaohs, he had important religious duties as chief priest of the state religion. As part of the coronation ceremony that marked his assumption of royal authority, the young king was transformed from a human being into a living god. The rituals were conducted according to the old traditions, with offerings made to Amun, his wife, the mother goddess Mut, and their son, Khonsu, god of the moon. Priests and priestesses represented gods and goddesses who placed various crowns upon the king's head, including the red crown of Lower Egypt, the white crown of Upper Egypt, and the blue crown worn by 18th dynasty pharaohs or kings during war and religious ceremonies. The king was then given his crook and flail, symbols of royal power in Egypt. According to Egyptian royal tradition, the pharaoh would have chosen 4 extra names to reflect his personal qualities and regal majesty. Of these 4 royal names, only one is known. His throne name, Nebkeberure, meaning Lord of Manifestations, is Ra, while Tutankhaten still used his birth name when he assumed the throne. Afterward, the Aten in the king's name was replaced with Amun. Thus Tutankhaten became Tutankhamun, the living image of Amun. King Tutankhamun would have been crowned alongside his wife and half-sister, Ankhesenamun, one of the daughters of Akhenaten and Nefertiti. The marriage of siblings in this way was commonplace amongst the royals of ancient Egypt. She was a year older than Tutankhamun, and the two had already been married when the latter became king. Ankhesenamun appears to have been his only queen. The 18th dynasty was known for its powerful queens, and Ankhesenamun would have learned about the deeds of her illustrious ancestor, Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh who reigned a century and a half earlier and built a grand mortuary temple in the Theban necropolis near the Valley of the Kings. She had also just seen her mother, Nefertiti, rule Egypt as King Nefer-Nefer-Uaten. Accordingly, Ankhesenamun was present alongside Tutankhamun Tutankhamun, throughout his reign, from royal ceremonies and audiences, and corresponded with foreign rulers in her own name. Her most important duties included serving as the manifestation of the Egyptian goddesses during religious ceremonies. Of course, as in almost all other monarchies, the Queen's main task was to continue the dynastic lineage by bearing the king's children. Ankh-Senamun was pregnant twice, but on both occasions her daughters were stillborn. Early in his reign, Tutankhamun's advisors persuaded him to move his capital away from Ankh-Tatan, with power being returned to the cities of Memphis in northern Egypt near the Nile Delta and Thebes in the south. Memphis had been the capital of the Old Kingdom of Egypt in the 3rd millennium BC, when the Great Pyramids and Sphinx were built on the Giza Plateau near the city. Thereafter, Thebes had become the capital, following the establishment of the 18th dynasty in the mid-16th century BC. Memphis regained its importance as a political center, while Akhenaten built a temple of art in the city. From Memphis and Thebes, Tutankhamun and his advisors embarked on a complete reversal of Akhenaten's religious reforms. The king issued a royal decree which stated that during the previous reigns, the old gods had been neglected and withdrawn their divine protection. As a result, Egypt was in chaos and its armies had been defeated on the battlefield. The text adds that after Tutankhamun came to the throne and moved his court to Memphis, the old gods were venerated once again and prosperity was restored to the land. The proclamation was inscribed into stone stelae in prominent locations around the country, such as the Temple of Karnak in Thebes. Although the text of these restoration stelae claimed that all was well once again, in reality, the process of restoration was just beginning. Tutankhamun had been brought up at his father's court in Amarna, surrounded by depictions of art on palace walls, and witnessed his father taking part in the elaborate rituals of worshipping the sun disk every morning. To issue a proclamation discrediting the belief system he grew up with must have been a difficult experience for the young king. The king's closest advisors, Eye, Maya, and Horemheb, had risen to positions of influence during the reign of Akhenaten, and had tombs made for them in Amarna with artanist inscriptions. But they formed the vanguard of the move back to tradition. Eye is believed to have been the power behind the throne. By the end of Tutankhamun's reign, he may have assumed the office of Grand Vizier. Treasury Chief Maya was also responsible for oil construction projects, and it was he who began the work of restoring the temples to the old gods. While Akhenaten had ordered the destruction of images of the old gods, in particular Amun, Tutankhamun ordered his chiefs Kapta, Ushat-Hatir, to repair the images or to make new ones from scratch. Meanwhile, Horemheb personally appointed men to fill the priesthoods that had been left vacant during Akhenaten's reign. Interestingly, though the temples of Aten in Amarna were closed, the temple of Aten in Memphis remained open. Around 2 or 3 years into Tutankhamun's reign, with the revival of the old religion very much underway, the former capital of Akhetaten was being abandoned by its inhabitants, taking the bodies of their relatives with them. King Tutankhamun followed suit and decided to exhume the tombs in the royal cemetery to the east of Amarna and transfer their contents to the Valley of the Kings, which had served as the royal necropolis for the pharaohs and their family members from the reign of Tutmosis I at the beginning of the 15th century BC until Akhenaten's move to Amarna. Tutankhamun ordered a new tomb to be created in the Valley of the Kings, in which he placed the body of his father Akhenaten in a coffin, originally intended for Queen Kia. The body of Tutankhamun's grandmother, Queen Tia, was buried in the tomb of her husband, King Amenhotep III. As part of his duties as high priest, Tutankhamun traveled across the country to attend religious festivals. As he lacked familiarity with the complex old rituals, he relied on assistance from his chief advisor, Eye. Every year, Tutankhamun would celebrate the Ebed festival in Thebes. The ceremony began at the Temple of Karnak, where the king stood before 3 golden birds carrying statues of Amun, caused,
So this
and
video,
Khonsu,
believe it or
the
not,
three gods known
as silly as
collectively
it is,
as the
it's
Theban
really going to
triad.
explain the Sugi beautiful.
After
Well,
making
one
offerings,
beverage
the
flower,
king
and I said,
led
you
a
know what, I don't
procession
need
to
to,
the Nile,
because
followed
this
by
guy
the
did a very good
priests
job
carrying
already.
the boats on their shoulders. The king, queen, and effigies of the three gods would then travel up the river to another temple, while
Basically, think
soldiers
about
and
it.
courtiers
Going to
marched
be
along
kicking
the
after doing a
riverbanks
beverage
to the
flower.
sound of religious hymns, sung by priests and accompanied
Where
by
am I doing
royal
this pizza from?
musicians. Once inside the main temple of
I'm making it
Thebes,
tonight.
Tutankhamun and his priests would proceed into the
I
inner
decided
sanctum
to bring
to
half and
reenact
half,
the
half
coronation
college, half
ceremony
this.
and
So
renew the
half should
king's
be
divine
some measure,
power.
half should be in the
While
double, half should make a
construction of the
condition.
Luxor
I'm
temple
bringing
had
10
begun
loaves
during
of
the reign of
olives,
his
10 loaves
grandfather,
of Rikikin, and I start making conditions. If I said 8 and 2,
carried on
so the 8
building
and
work in the
2 to
temple
be my
and
real
at the
thing, and the rest to be
decorated
underdog.
with
And
images
if
of
it's
him
5
and
and
Anchor
5,
Solomon
the 5 and
taking
5 should
part
be
in
my
the
real
Apep
part.
festival.
But I have 2 separate bags
In
of stuff.
addition to restoring the
I made
images
my
and
house out of
monuments
one
of the
bag of
old
flour,
gods
and I
throughout
made
the
my
country,
Rikikin out of one bag of flour. How
Tutankhamun
am I doing my
initiated
pizza?
building
How am I
projects of
mixing
his
it?
own.
Here, check this out.
Aside from the colonnade hall in the
This
temple
might
of
explain a little
Luxor,
bit better than
he
I
ordered the
tried.
construction of a Sphinx Avenue at Karnak. Near the pyramids of Giza, Tutankhamun built a small palace for himself, which served as a hunting lodge. In his day-to-day activities, the king was assisted by his palace administration, headed by the High Steward of Memphis, E.B., who had formerly managed Akhenaten's palace at El-Roi. After E.B.'s death, his office was assumed by India, who had previously worked as a scribe for Maya at the treasury. As in modern royal households, a team of servants was responsible for the royal crowns and the king's vast wardrobe, which included outfits for every possible occasion. Tutankhamun's kingdom extended beyond the modern-day borders of Egypt. To the south, Egypt ruled Nubia in what is now Sudan. To the northeast, the Egyptian pharaohs vassalized the rulers of the Levant. The eastern Mediterranean region, including Israel, Lebanon, Palestine, and Syria. Many of these conquests were carried out by Tutmosis III, the stepson of Hatshepsut, who ruled a century before Tutankhamun and was one of the greatest military commanders in ancient Egyptian history. Accordingly, Tutankhamun held audiences with his vassals and with foreign rulers, during which he would receive expensive gifts. Many of these gifts would have been given to the temple as offerings to the gods, but the king would keep some for himself, which were later found in his tomb. General Horemheb played a vital role in these meetings, transmitting messages between the king and his foreign visitors via an interpreter. As commander-in-chief of Tutankhamun's armies, Horemheb was also responsible for putting down a Nubian uprising in the 1320s BC. While Horemheb campaigned both in Nubia and in the Levant, it is unclear if the king himself was present at the battles. Although there are depictions of Tutankhamun firing arrows from his chariot, these were most likely idealized images, as the king's youth and disability would have hampered his ability to play an active part in battles. The Nubian territories were administered by a cabinet official with the title of Viceroy of Push. Tutankhamun appointed as his viceroy a man named Hui, who eventually married to the chief of the royal harem. Hui supervised the collection of tribute for the king from the Nubians, including vast quantities of gold, ebony, ivory tusks, and other artistic objects. A few years into Tutankhamun's reign, Hui returned to the king's court with the tribute, accompanied by a procession of Nubian princes and prisoners of war, perhaps captured during Horemheb's campaign. After a decade of hardship, the attendees at the ceremony welcomed this sign of a return to prosperity. The old gods had been returned to their rightful places. Memories of the Atomist heresy were gradually fading away, and the abandoned city of Amarna had been systematically dismantled, and the remaining traces of it were being covered by the desert sands. The teenage Tutankhamun seemed secure on his throne and could be expected to exercise power in his own right within a few years. Perhaps a new golden age was imminent after the heresy of the reign of Akhenaten. During Akhenaten's reign, the Egyptians lost control of the Levantine city of Kadesh on the border of Syria and Lebanon, a major trade hub at the time. The Hittites in eastern Turkey were expanding their empire into the Levant and captured Kadesh, replacing the Egyptian vassal Shutantara with his son Adikara, who supported the Hittites while publicly maintaining his allegiance to Egypt. Though Akhenaten sent a military expedition to Kadesh, it failed to retake the city from the Hittites. Late in Tutankhamun's reign, the king sent Horemheb with an army aiming to retake Kadesh and reverse the humiliation suffered during his father's reign. Horemheb's campaign was commemorated in war scenes commissioned by Tutankhamun. But there is no further detail on how the campaign transpired. The city of Kadesh stood in the middle of a meander of the river Orontes, with trees all around. Terrain that was unfamiliar to the Egyptians. Although the depictions of the campaign show Horemheb returning to Egypt with Adikama as a prisoner of war, along with Egyptian soldiers successfully storming a fortress, the Egyptians failed to recapture Kadesh, which remained in Hittite hands until the Egyptian king Seti I briefly reconquered the city in the early 13th century BC. Even without achieving the primary aim of taking Kadesh, the Egyptian depictions of the campaign, which could be pure propaganda, show the Egyptian commander parading Hittite prisoners in front of Tutankhamun. The king merely provided Horemheb with rich rewards before going to the temple of Karnak to deposit a share of the spoils of war for the gods. Some of the prisoners captured by Horemheb may have been executed as a sacrifice to the gods. While Horemheb was away on campaign, Tutankhamun presided over the celebrations of the New Year festival. On the first day of the New Year, Tutankhamun sat on his royal throne as gifts from the royal workshops and foreign dignitaries were laid down in front of his feet. These gifts would be meticulously recorded by scribes, and the king would distribute a selection of them to his courtiers. In the evening, Tutankhamun and Ankhesenamun invited their courtiers to a banquet. The guests ate bread along with duck, ox meat, and goose, while the king was given food that had been purified at the temple fit for a god. The New Year celebration was accompanied by large quantities of beer and wine from royal vineyards. The king and his courtiers may have ended the day's celebration by playing one of the board games that was found in his tomb early in the 20th century. The popular game was Seven, played on a board with 30 squares and at least 10 counters. While the rules of the game have been lost and may have evolved over the centuries, the game is likely a variation of the royal game of Go, the oldest board game in existence, dating to around 3000 BC, where players threw dice on local bones and greased their counters to the end of the board. Two of the game sets found in Tutankhamun's tomb were designed for travel and contained small drawers to hold the counters, and the king and queen may have kept themselves entertained with this during their travels across the country. Around the time of the New Year festivities, the abbess bull in Memphis had died. The bull was worshipped as an incarnation of the god Ptah, a creator god whose worship was centered in Memphis. After the death of each bull, the city priests would search for the next incarnation with the same characteristics. A black bull with a white diamond on the top of its head and an eagle pattern on its back. Before the priests could begin their search, Tutankhamun presided over the burial ceremony for the bull at the Serapeum. The burial site for the sacred bulls in the ancient royal necropolis of Saqqara, which may have been founded by Tutankhamun's grandfather, Amenhotep III. The king would have hoped that these rituals would bring his armies glory in the Levant. As he shouldered more of the burdens of command in his late teens, Tutankhamun enjoyed the opportunity to relax by going hunting. While the most common hunting weapon was the bow and arrow, the king also hunted birds from a boat using a curved throw stick, much like a boomerang. For close combat, he had his choice of clubs, maces, or swords. The young king enjoyed hunting while riding in a chariot, firing arrows from his bow, while the charioteer steered the horses. Among the items found in Tutankhamun's tomb is a wooden chest illustrated with hunting scenes, depicting the king in his chariot with his bow drawn, targeting the mass of fleeing animals about to fall prey to his arrows. Yet this taste for hunting would prove fatal. During the 9th year of his reign, Tutankhamun was out hunting when he fell from his chariot. As the king fell to the ground, he broke his left leg and lay bleeding. His servants carried him back to his palace and onto his bed. With Anchor at his side, the injured king was attended by the royal doctors and the priests of Sekhmet. As the doctors examined the wound, they realized that little could be done to save the king. Nevertheless, they did all they could in the circumstances and wrapped the king's leg in linen, soaked in oil and honey, to hold the leg in place and stop the bleeding. Despite their best efforts, the king's leg became infected, and within a matter of days, the 19-year-old king Tutankhamun was dead. After just 9 years on the throne, there would be no long and prosperous reign, and the Egyptian kingdom was in turmoil once again. With the death of her husband, Anchor appears to have been the remaining survivor amongst Akhenaten's children, and ruled as regent in the absence of an obvious successor. While it would have been possible for her to follow in her mother's footsteps and rule in her own right, the court decided she should marry a man who would become pharaoh. The pharaohs of the 18th dynasty were accustomed to marrying their own family members, but there were no close relatives left. As Anchor insisted on marrying a man of royal status, she took the surprising decision of sending a message to the Hittite king, Sabilu-Yuma I, explaining the situation in Egypt and asking if he could offer a solution in the form of a son who would marry her and become pharaoh in place of her late husband. When Sabilu-Yuma received the letter 2 weeks later, he could hardly believe what he was being offered. He had been fighting the Egyptians in the land for decades, and now he had an opportunity to incorporate Egypt into his empire in an instant. Nevertheless, he remained cautious and decided to send an envoy to Egypt to find out if the offer was genuine. Or if Tutankhamun was alive and well, and the whole scheme had been an elaborate Egyptian ruse to cripple Hittite power. Anchor was not pleased to learn that the Hittite king had not immediately accepted her offer, as she was in something of a race against time. Traditionally, a pharaoh would be buried 70 days after dying, but the late king could not be buried without a successor in place. Without carrying out the necessary rituals for his burial, Tutankhamun's passage to his eternal afterlife would be blocked. With winter approaching, there was no chance that Anchor would get an answer from the Hittite king within 70 days. Nevertheless, the royal artisans hurried to prepare the items for Tutankhamun's tomb that would help his journey into the afterlife. Egyptian kings typically had their grave goods made far in advance, but Tutankhamun had reigned for only 9 years and died unexpectedly when still very young. While for most of his reign, artists and sculptors had been busy restoring the temples of the old gods, rather than producing his funerary goods. No matter how fast they worked, the royal artisans could not be expected to make an entire assemblage of grave goods for Tutankhamun within only 70 days. But they could repurpose those prepared for Nefertiti, which for some reason or other remained unused. The most spectacular object among these items was a golden death mask, which the late king's goldsmiths changed to bear his likeness, while replacing the name Nefertiti with Tutankhamun. In addition to the items intended for Nefertiti, the artisans selected hundreds if not thousands of the items unearthed by the late king, kept in the palace storerooms. Also intended for burial in Tutankhamun's tomb were the mummified remains of his 2 stillborn daughters in tiny coffins. Although work had started on a tomb for Tutankhamun, it was by no means ready. As Maya and other officials inspected the Valley of the Kings near Thebes for an alternative tomb, they decided to use the one being prepared for Ai, the late king's chief advisor and distant relative. The undecorated tomb was not yet suitable for Tutankhamun, and the craftsmen were ordered to excavate a new chamber that would become the king's burial chamber, together with a small beyond it as the treasury. The 2 existing rooms in the tomb would later be known as the antechamber and the annex. After excavating the burial chamber, the royal craftsmen painted the walls, transferring existing designs from papyrus prepared during the Amarna period. In accordance with the traditions of the time, Tutankhamun had the mortuary temple built for him in the Theban necropolis, where priests would make offerings to keep his spirit alive in the afterlife. The late king's body was taken nearby to be embalmed, preserving his body as a vessel into which his soul could return to rest. His brain and internal organs were removed, including his heart, which was typically left inside the body. Traditionally, the internal organs would have been placed in canopic jars, but Tutankhamun's were placed in a chest, divided into 4 compartments, protected by the goddesses Isis, Hephaestus, Neith, and Serket. The king's body was covered with natron, a salt used in the mummification process to dry out the body and stop it from decaying. After 40 days, the natron was removed, and the body was wrapped in linen bandages, interspersed with various and other pieces of jewelry, while 2 daggers were placed on his body. The king's hands were crossed in front of his body, holding his crook and flail. On Tutankhamun's head, the palm was placed on a monumental skull cap, and all over it, between ears and bandages, all covered by the golden death mask, defining the most spectacular Viking mummy. Early the next year, the Hittite emperor was able to return to Sicily, his capital, into Israel, central Turkey, alongside an Egyptian envoy, bearing a letter from Ankara. The queen is outraged that the Hittite king had not believed her and repeated her offer once again. Samiluiola continued to have his suspicions, but was persuaded by both his own envoy and the Egyptian messenger that the offer of the Egyptian queen was genuine. He dispatched his fourth son, Prince Hamza, to travel to Egypt to marry Queen Ankara and become the new pharaoh. When Hamza died en route to Egypt in unclear circumstances, his father accused the Egyptians of murdering him. But on the death of her prospective husband, Ankara decided she had no choice other than to marry the elderly boy, her granduncle. The king in his correspondence with his Hittite counterpart, King High acknowledged that Hamza was dead, but denied any wrongdoing. Samiluiola responded by launching an invasion of Egyptian territories in Levant, only for the captured Egyptian prisoners from the plague, which had been troubling Egypt for many years, to have to serve. A disease outbreak which killed the Hittite king. With Ai in place as Tutankhamun's successor, the late king's funeral was scheduled for the end of March, 7 months after his death, much later than was typical. The artist ceremony painting a figure of Ai, performing the opening of the mouth ritual, his predecessors poetry, a ceremonial band symbolizing rebirth in the afterlife. This ceremony was typically led by the crown prince, strengthening Ai's ties to Tutankhamun's throne. There was no tabernacle separating the burial chamber from the antechamber, so only 3 halls were decorated for the time being. The scenes from Tutankhamun's burial ritual had already been painted on the walls of his burial chamber before the ceremony had taken place. The king's mummified body was presented with food and drink before being placed on a sled and dragged across the sands above the slopes of the Valley of the Kings into the tomb that had been prepared for him. Before the body entered the tomb, I performed the opening of the mouth ceremony by gently touching Tutankhamun's lips with her hands, allowing him to speak in the afterlife. With his body carried by priests, the late king entered the darkness of his tomb and was placed into 3 nested coffins inside a red sarcophagus. The innermost coffin was made of solid gold, while the outer 2 were made of wood and decorated with glass and jewels. After the lids were placed on each of the 3 nested coffins, they were sealed with resin. The heavy granite lid of the sarcophagus cracked and had to be repaired. The wood then discovered the lid could not close properly, as the feet of the outer coffin were too tall and had to be filed down before the sarcophagus could be sealed tight. The workers then put together the wooden panels from the 4 shrines that covered the king's body, but in their haste assembled the shrine the wrong way around, swapping east and west and north and south. In the meantime, Tutankhamun's canopic chest was placed in a shrine on the east wall of the treasury, with a box containing the remains of Tutankhamun's stillborn daughters placed nearby. At the entrance to the treasury, a shrine containing items used in the king's mummification was guarded by a jackal. representing the god Anubis,
four
the god
out
of
of the five
funerary
funerals
rites.
and the
After
rest,
the funeral, the
you
artisans built the fourth wall of the burial chamber, decorating it with a scene of Tutankhamun in the afterlife, in the traditional artistic style. After their work was done, the entrance to the tomb was blocked, covered with plaster, and stamped with official seals. Several months later than anticipated, Tutankhamun could begin his journey to the afterlife, where he would be engaged in a daily cosmic battle alongside the gods against the forces of evil that threatened to disrupt the earthly world. Yet the late king's continued existence in the afterlife could only be guaranteed if the priests at his mortuary temple continued to utter his name, and if his tomb and body were to remain undisturbed. After King I assumed the throne, Tutankhamun's prospects for an afterlife seemed bleak. Although he acquired Ankh-Salamun to legitimize his authority as pharaoh, I quickly elevated his existing wife, Tay, as his great royal wife. Ankh-Salamun was not featured in any of his royal inscriptions, and disappears from the historical record. As far as Tutankhamun's spirit was concerned, worse was to follow when his tomb was broken into twice within the space of a year. The thieves who may have been artisans who had worked on the tomb and knew the layout, and they carried out various small precious items that could not be traced back to the tomb. While the authorities made some attempt to tidy up the ransacked tomb, not everything returned to its original place, and the tomb was simply resealed. Within a year of Tutankhamun's burial, a heavy rainstorm broke out over the Valley of Kings and deposited a meter of rubble over the entrance of the tomb, ensuring that the tomb of Tutankhamun would remain undisturbed for over 3,000 years. After reigning for around 4 years, the elderly King I died. His designated successor, General Magdalene, who may have been his son, died shortly before him. Since Ankh-Salamun was either already dead or in any case out of the picture, the succession was claimed by Horemheb, the highest-ranking courtier. As Tutankhamun had been buried in Thai's intended tomb, I chose to take over the tomb in the western Valley of the Kings, originally intended for Tutankhamun, but not finished before his death. Unlike I, Horemheb had no royal blood whatsoever, though his great royal wife, Menedjed, may have been I's daughter. While he continued his military campaigns against the Nubians and the Hittites, the new king considered it his primary duty to restore political order at home. While Horemheb continued Tutankhamun and I's work to restore the old religion, he decided to erase the memory of his immediate predecessors, replacing their names on temples and monuments with his own. By doing so, he not only consigned their names to oblivion in the mortal world, but extinguished their spirits in the afterlife. Not only did Horemheb order the desecration of I's tomb and the possible destruction of his mummy, he also usurped his predecessor's mortuary temple. He took credit for Tutankhamun and I's construction projects at the temples of Luxor and Karnak. All over the country, Horemheb replaced Tutankhamun's imagery with his own. He would undoubtedly have done the same thing to Tutankhamun's tomb, but it was more difficult to access after being buried under rubble. As Horemheb had no surviving children of his own, he named as his successor a senior official named Parantu. After a reign of 14 years, Horemheb and his successor assumed the throne as Ramesses I, the founder of a new 19th dynasty. The second and third pharaohs of the 19th dynasty, Seti I and Ramesses II, the latter of whom is more widely known as Ramesses the Great, were warrior kings who helped to restore much of the prestige lost in the aftermath of the Amarna period. Horemheb's efforts to erase the memory of this period had been so successful that over time, memory of King Tutankhamun faded away. In the mid-12th century BC, around 200 years after Tutankhamun's burial, the men working on the tomb of Ramesses VI built their huts directly at the rubble that covered the entrance to Tutankhamun's tomb. Over the course of the following 3 millennia, Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Caesar, Saladin, and Napoleon Bonaparte all conquered Egypt without ever hearing of the existence of the pharaoh named Tutankhamun. It seemed that memory of his reign had been almost entirely lost to history. When Napoleon Bonaparte led his expedition to Egypt in 1798, he was accompanied not only by his officers and men, but also by a large team of scientists to study the artistic legacy of the ancient Egyptians. Egyptian artifacts, including the Rosetta Stone, were brought back to Europe for further examination. In the 1820s, Jean-François Champollion successfully deciphered the hieroglyphic script of the ancient Egyptians using the Rosetta Stone. This initiated the modern study of ancient Egypt, or Egyptology as it is known. Over the course of the 19th century, Egypt fell under the influence of British and French officials. The European interest in Egypt was partly economic, motivated by a desire to link the Mediterranean and the Red Sea by the Suez Canal. But interest in Egyptian heritage also played a part. Although officially part of the Ottoman Empire, Egypt was effectively ruled by the British from 1882 onwards. Wealthy aristocrats and businessmen from Europe and the United States flocked to Egypt and applied to the Egyptian Antiquities Service for permits to carry out excavations. These wealthy individuals financed the archaeological digs and hired Egyptologists to carry out the work, laying claim to a share of the finds. By the end of the 19th century, archaeological activity was underway at sites throughout Egypt, which would have been familiar to Tutankhamun, his father's capital of Akhetaten, the ancient capital Memphis, the monumental religious buildings of Thebes, the mortuary temples and tombs of the Theban necropolis, and, most importantly, the Valley of the Kings. The concession to dig in the Valley of the Kings was considered the most prestigious among the archaeologists working in Egypt, who all aspired to be the first to discover an intact royal tomb. As most of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings have been plundered by grave robbers, either in antiquity or in more recent times. Between 1905 and 1914, the concession was held by American businessman Theodore Davis. In February 1905, the intact tomb of Unia and Thuya, the parents of Queen Tia, and accordingly the great-grandparents of Tutankhamun, had been discovered intact by James Quibell, a British Egyptologist sponsored by Davis. By this point, Tutankhamun's name was known to the archaeologists working in Egypt, as his name appeared on the inscriptions of tombs of officials. But otherwise, his life and reign remained a mystery. Over the course of a decade, Davis had financed the discovery of more than 10 further tombs in the Valley of the Kings, including a small chamber containing gold foil depicting a king on a chariot, bearing the names of Tutankhamun, Menkasalem, and I, which Davis identified as the tomb of Tutankhamun. By 1914, Davis gave up his concession and declared that the entire valley had been exhausted. Between 1905 and 1908, Davis had been assisted by Howard Carter, a British archaeologist who had previously worked as an inspector for the Antiquities Service before his resignation in the summer of 1905, several months after an incident involving Egyptian guards and French tourists caused him to be reassigned. By 1909, following the recommendation of Gaston Maspero, director of the Antiquities Service, Carter began his collaboration with George Herbert, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, who began to visit Egypt every year to help his recovery from a car accident. When Davis gave up his concession for the Valley of the Kings, Carter and Carnarvon believed that there were more discoveries to be made in the area and successfully obtained permission to dig. The outbreak of the First World War disrupted their plans, as Carnarvon was unable to travel to Egypt, while Carter worked in Cairo as an intelligence officer and did not have the time to carry out any new excavations. Yet, in his spare time, Carter continued to examine the map of the Valley of the Kings and focused on the Central Valley, the region where the tombs of Horemheb and the reburied Amarna royals had been discovered by Davis. He was not convinced that Tutankhamun's tomb had already been found, and theorized that the king's tomb still awaited discovery. By 1917, Carter was able to begin work to test his theories, but after 5 years of excavating, nothing of real significance had been found. Certainly not any intact royal tomb. By 1922, Lord Carnarvon had lost hope and informed Carter that he was withdrawing his sponsorship. The archaeologist urged his patron to give him one last chance, pointing to the group of workmen's huts near the tomb of Ramesses VI, which had not been cleared to the bedrock. Carter was even prepared to finance an extra season of digging himself, so long as Carnarvon authorized him to carry out the work under his permit. Impressed by Carter's determination, he agreed to sponsor all farming work. On the 1st of November 1922, Carter's team began to remove the workmen's huts. On the 4th of November, the team stumbled upon a single step before uncovering a doorway leading to a sealed tomb. Although the tomb did not look like a royal tomb, and he could not make out a name, he excitedly sent word to Carnarvon announcing the discovery of a tomb with its seal intact. Carter reburied the steps until Carnarvon's arrival on the 24th of November. The steps and doorway were uncovered to reveal the name of King Tutankhamun. As the excavation continued, Carter could not yet be certain that it was a tomb, and not a cache of funerary goods from different kings, and he was disappointed to see signs that the tomb had been broken into before it was resealed. By the 26th of November, the entrance corridor had been cleared. Accompanied by Carnarvon and his daughter, Lady Evelyn Herbert, Carter poked a hole into the antechamber and asked for a candle. As he peered inside, he saw a glittering collection of golden treasures and could hardly believe his eyes. Carnarvon broke the silence and asked Carter if he could see anything, to which the archaeologist replied, "Yes, wonderful things." The following day, accompanied by an Egyptian official, Carter and Carnarvon became the first people to step inside Tutankhamun's tomb for well over 3,000 years. Carter and Carnarvon found signs that the burial chamber had been broken into, and in order to reassure themselves that the burial was still intact, they are alleged to have broken through the same opening before resealing it. An official opening of the tomb was then held on the 29th of November. The discovery was reported in the Times of London the following morning. As the man who discovered an intact royal tomb in the Valley of the Kings, Carter knew he had a great responsibility. He installed a steel gate at the tomb's entrance to bolster security, and he decided to document each item from the tomb in its original location and after it had been taken for examination. In this work, he was assisted by the chemist Alfred Lucas and the photographer Harry Burton, while the nearby tomb was commandeered to serve as a laboratory for the conservation and documentation of the artifacts. By the 16th of February 1923, the antechamber had been emptied of its contents, and work could begin on the burial chamber. A number of factors hindered the work on Tutankhamun's tomb, including the attention of the world's press and the arrival of thousands of tourists and dignitaries keen to catch a glimpse of the golden treasures Carter had uncovered. Work was further delayed by the death of Lord Carnarvon after a mosquito bite on his face became infected. Lady Carnarvon was allowed to keep her late husband's permit, but work stopped amidst disputes between the Egyptian government and the Carnarvon estate over the distribution of the fines from the tomb. When the press claimed that Carnarvon had succumbed to an ancient curse, an irritated Carter insisted that the tomb was safe, and no such curse existed. It wasn't until September 1925 that work began to remove the pharaoh's body from his coffins. After the lids of the first two coffins were removed, the golden innermost coffin was revealed in all its splendor. As the two inner coffins were stuck together by the resin used to seal the coffins, they were brought to the antechamber where the lid of the golden coffin could be opened, revealing the mummy with its famous gold death mask on its head. Since the mummy itself was stuck to the golden coffin, Carter's workmen carried the two coffins into the laboratory. Unable to separate the mummy from the coffin, Carter decided to unwrap Tutankhamun inside his coffins, an operation carried out by the anatomist Douglas Derry and an Egyptian assistant. As layer after layer of the linen bandages were removed, the amulets and jewelry were collected for further analysis. By the time the king's corpse was revealed, it was found to be in very poor condition. In order to remove all the items found on the king's body, Carter's team had to dismember the body until the decapitated head remained still covered by the golden mask. Perry eventually separated the mask from the head with heated knives, revealing the face of the king whom he had just cut to pieces. It was not until 1932 that conservation work was finally completed on the tomb, but Carter's discovery had elevated the status of a relatively minor pharaoh, one who was recorded for 3 millennia, to become the most widely known of all Egyptian rulers. A replica of the tomb's antechamber was made for the British Empire exhibition at Wembley Park in 1924 and 1925. All shops in London were full of merchandise bearing images of artifacts from the tomb, most notably the golden mask, which was first exhibited to the public in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo in January 1926. Carter reassembled Tutankhamun's body and returned it to the outermost coffin and the sarcophagus in the burial chamber. Carter died in March 1939, shortly before the outbreak of the Second World War. It is believed that during the war, the tomb was broken into and the body disturbed, and a team of researchers in 1968 found that the body was no longer in the position Carter had described when he returned it to the tomb. In January 2005, Tutankhamun was taken out of his tomb for CT scanning. In November 2007, Tutankhamun's body was moved into the antechamber for better preservation in a climate-controlled case. Pending the discovery of any new royal tombs, he is the only Egyptian pharaoh to be resting in his own tomb. In recent decades, researchers have used the data collected from Tutankhamun's body to draw conclusions about Tutankhamun's life and death. The theory that he had a club foot is supported by what appeared to be numerous walking sticks found in his tomb. But it is possible that his remains were damaged either during the embalming process or by Carter's team, and that these sticks were actually used as symbols of royal authority rather than to help the king walk. Similarly, there are competing theories about the cause of his death. DNA testing suggests that he suffered from malaria, while a dislodged piece in his skull has fueled the belief that he was murdered, challenging the idea that his death was owing to a hunting accident. The absence of Tutankhamun's heart and damage to his rib cage points to a traumatic wound to the chest, though this may have been the result of damage to the mummy, which occurred during the break-in during the Second World War. Although Tutankhamun's body remained in Egypt, the artifacts from his tomb have been exhibited abroad on several occasions. Beginning in 1961 with a tour of North America, accompanied by a campaign to raise awareness for the conservation of archaeological sites impacted by the construction of the Aswan High Dam in Egypt. During the late 1960s and early 1970s, the treasures traveled to Europe, including London, Paris, and throughout the Soviet Union. Since the 1980s, Tutankhamun's famous gold mask has remained in Egypt, where it is expected to stay forever, but other items from the tomb have been exhibited internationally since 2004, until the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. The whole collection of artifacts from Tutankhamun's tomb, over 5,000 objects in total, is being prepared for display at the Grand Egyptian Museum, newly built near the pyramids of Giza. Over a century after Howard Carter's discovery of his tomb, the story of Tutankhamun's life is still being re-evaluated. New technology and scientific methods may uncover mysteries surrounding the brief life and reign of the pharaoh, whose successors attempted to erase him from history. Likewise, there are many details about Tutankhamun's family members from the Amarna period that remain unknown, and the young pharaoh's parentage even remains a matter of debate. Thus, King Tutankhamun, despite being the most famous of all Egyptian pharaohs, whose death mask has become a symbol of ancient Egypt, remains something of a mysterious figure. He grew up in Akhenaten's court of Amarna, where he witnessed the establishment of the cult of Aten, the memory of which was later obliterated by his successors. After spending the first decade of his life accompanied by religious upheaval and political disorder, Tutankhamun came to the throne and began the process of restoring the old gods and disestablishing the cult of Aten, abandoning Amarna for the traditional political and religious centers of Memphis and Thebes. After his death at a very young age, his legacy as a man who began to restore the old religion was usurped by his advisors and successors, Horemheb in particular, who sought to erase Tutankhamun from history. For more than 3,000 years thereafter, Tutankhamun remained unknown and undisturbed, until Howard Carter's discovery of his tomb elevated him to a degree of international fame that easily eclipsed the significance of his own brief reign. What do you think of Tutankhamun? Was he the tragic boy king who spent most of his short reign controlled by his courtiers? Or should he be recognized as an important historical figure in his own right, responsible for restoring a degree of political and religious order after the upheavals of Akhenaten's reign? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
There's something called Boys Watching Vision. It's a listen to all the time. A guy contradicts himself. He says, listen, so do I take this the first part of the sentence? I realize info, period. Siren, bananas, listen. I don't, everybody knows you don't make a milk out of banana. So that part I ignore. Or perhaps no. The guy was saying, I realized all of a sudden, wait a minute. Driving now all the way to the place. Bananas. So I'm going to erase what I said. If I said shtosim, that's going to erase it. So it's my point. To be calm myself. Do I go back to the first? Do I go back to the beginning or go back to he messed up. He contradicted himself. I want a miracle, but I want it out of barley every minute in the world. And out of wheat, besides two that are not again today. The other are not eaten. He said he meant to bring a miracle. Sorry, I don't argue. What if he says, Kema, I want to bring it out of flour again? Only a slave to bring Kema. Everybody else brings slaves. You bring it like a man. And he says, but like Shannon of the Lay Levine, those of us who work democracy, what miracle does not have oil? You know how the Israelis remember? It's in many areas. They all remember that. They remember how. Why a guy that doesn't sin, he should gain and shouldn't have to pay the $2 that the oil costs. That's what you remember. A Chayda does not bring oil. He messed up. The only people, he's not bringing a middle because of Chayda. He's not bringing a middle because he's a Saita or a Shaita. He's bringing a middle because he wants to bring a middle. So he messed up. We ignore it. The second part of the statement, disregard. First part of the statement, I really bring him in, like a man with Levina, with Slave. What if he says, Hatzi Sar? He has it. We all know a Mincha must be at least one Isar. He ignores it. Rabbi Isar and Shaleh, we ignore him, and he brings a full Isar. Isar in that, this is a good one. What about Isar in that 1.5? The Shim's 1.5. Reb Shimon Poiter, which says every case in this Mishnah, awful. If a guy says, I want to bring a mincha made out of barley, he doesn't have to bring anything. So it's not in there, but it's not in, because that's not how he say it. So if he said it the wrong way, that means he wanted to erase his initial comment. Instead of just saying, no, he says, sorry. Sorry means nothing. Never destroy
History as Ramesses the Great, known simply as Ramesses in his lifetime, was born in the late 14th century BC. Scholars tend to hold that he was most likely born in the year 1303 BC, as there is no extant information as to his exact date of birth. His father was a member of the leading aristocratic and military family, which hailed from the northern part of Egypt, probably from one of the several fortified centers of the Nile River Delta. His original name was unclear, but he would later become known as Seti I, as we will say.
Ramesses' mother was Tulia, the daughter of a military officer named Raya, and so a member of the Egyptian military nobility herself. Ramesses was born into a world that had been going through one of the first golden ages of ancient times. This was the height of the Bronze Age, and powerful centralized states had emerged in many parts of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. The Greek world was dominated by powers like the Mycenae on the mainland and the Minoans on the island of Crete. And throughout this time, complex literary and artistic societies were beginning to emerge in ways which would shape the ancient world for centuries to come. In what is now Turkey, the powerful Hittite Empire had emerged, centered on the city of Hattusa. Shortly before Ramesses' birth, it had begun conquering parts of the Levant and Mesopotamia, and was effectively Egypt's most significant rival for power in the region. Further to the southeast, a number of significant states existed in Mesopotamia proper and Persia, notably the Babylonian Empire and the Assyrian Empire. Each of these polities was wealthy, had complex bureaucracies, and was engaged in extensive trade across this Bronze Age world. For instance, a trader or merchant in a city like Tyre or Sidon in the Levant in the 14th century BC could purchase pottery from Knossos in Crete and oil from Athens in Greece, papyrus from Egypt, and textiles from Mesopotamia and Persia, all bought and sold in copper, gold, and silver. In places like Western Anatolia under the Hittites' control, gold and Cyprus, a major sector of copper mining, a necessity in order to make bronze chariots, weapons, and other utensils. Egypt itself was no exception to this story of prosperity. This was an era known as the New Kingdom period, one which had begun in the 16th century BC, and which would extend beyond Ramesses' own time. The term New Kingdom is a relatively modern construct, having been coined in the 19th century, but it is typically accepted by Egyptologists as accurately describing the distinct period of Bronze Age culture in Egypt, which was more prosperous than anything which had preceded it there. Even the Old Kingdom culture of the pharaohs who built the Great Pyramids at Giza a millennium earlier. During this New Kingdom period, the pharaohs developed a powerful government overseeing by viziers and many scribes. A large military was also kept at the ready, powered by new technologies such as chariots and weapons made of bronze. With this in train, the pharaohs were not only able to collect a greater amount of taxes and govern more efficiently at home, but the New Kingdom Empire expanded in all directions, with outposts being established further down the River Nile, ever before into what is now Sudan, but which was then known as Nubia, and a growing amount of territory being acquired on the Sinai Peninsula and northwards into Canaan and Lebanon. This empire had reached a particular peak in the 15th century BC during the long reign of Pharaoh Thutmose III, whose conquests extended the Egyptian kingdom northeast into parts of modern-day Syria and north of Iraq. About the specifics of Ramesses' childhood, but the political developments of the time were extremely significant. At the time he was born, Egypt was ruled by Pharaoh Horemheb, member of the 18th dynasty of Egyptian pharaohs. Horemheb is one of the heretics known to suffer out of stability to Egypt's domestic politics after the Ramesses period, during which the Europeans and attempted to establish a concrete cult replacing the traditional religious and military structures of Egypt. This caused enormous unrest within Egypt and led to its decline as an international power. Horemheb reversed many of these decisions, and before the unrest, Akhenaten had created along the course of the River Nile, but he appears to have had no surviving sons and no biological successor. As such, he decided to designate the head of his cohort, the Grand Vizier Paramesses, as his successor. Paramesses was Ramesses' grandfather, son from the descendant of the 19th dynasty of Egyptian pharaohs. Paramesses became the pharaoh, adopting the name Ramesses I. around 1292 BC, he ruled for just a few short years before his death, at which time Ramesses' father succeeded him as second pharaoh of the 19th dynasty, a nickname setting forced him on his search for the Egyptian gold. Ramesses was now the heir to the throne of the new kingdom Egypt, as he was soon appointed as prince regent by his father. Ruling for just over a decade, during which time he began to re-establish Egyptian control of some of the territory which had been held to the northeast in Canaan and Syria under heavy Rothschild. Rothschild III, which had been lost as a result of the divided state of the kingdom during Iran and religious reforms. Ramesses doubtless accompanied his father in some of his campaigns northeast of Rabat and gained valuable military experience during his time as Prince Regent. He would soon need this experience as he ascended to the throne as a relatively young man. He is known to have become pharaoh on the 27th day of the season of the harvest in a particular year of his father's reign. One which he believed to equate to an accession date of the 31st of May 1279 BC. He would reign for the next 66 years. He was typically accounted as the significant reign of any Egyptian pharaoh, adopting the form regularly. Some factors heavily frequently the Egyptian sunlight is powerful. I am chosen of Ra, which is Ramesses' first major act as king. Egypt was to give birth to right which had been growing in the palace of the king for several years. Even before succession, it's known as the Shemdan Empires, immigrating to the coast of the kingdom into the River Delta from the eastern Mediterranean. This was one of the most prosperous and important parts of Ramesses' kingdom, and it was following the pace of periods restored. Thus, beginning in the second year of his reign, he began establishing forts on the northern coast of the kingdom and northeast coast and Canaan. New ships were also constructed to control waters of the eastern Mediterranean, and boarding posts were set up to signal to purchase allies when raiding parties were making their way towards the Egyptian kingdom. This culminated in a major siege. The Ramesses had achieved victorious as king, still celebrating this at Tanis in the northeast of Northern the southern kingdom of old times. Provides evidence of this victory today. The exact details of how it occurred, or was it important, whether the Ramesses scored an early victory, remain unclear. Having stabilized the northern shores of Egypt and the Nile Delta, Ramesses' primary aim became to restore Egyptian control over Canaan and other parts of the world as had existed in earlier times. This was a paramount concern, for Egypt itself was an African land based on indigenous agriculture, and as nations of the tributary empires, cities like Thebes and Memphis were the most affluent cities in the late Bronze Age. Cities like Tyre and Sidon, which were at the crossroads of Mediterranean empires, and major trading centers at the resort. Consequently, Ramesses was anxious to restore Egyptian rule over the region as had existed 2 centuries earlier, most of the third. However, there was no state or army sufficient to withstand Egypt invading, and these regions of the world was also coveted by Hittite empires throughout. Culture Ramesses ruled by usurping the controls in this region and stave off attacks by the Hittites. Also, conservative Ramesses Ramesses' first action in Spain in his reign was to construct a new campaign east of the Nile Delta and between British Egyptian Guard in the east into the Levant, the capital of former Egypt, and lived around 12 centuries, instance in ancient times during the Old Kingdom period, when Memphis, near what is now Cairo, however, the capital during the late Kingdom period was typically located down the river Nile, or was more northeast.
which
First of all, when you saw him go on a full minute, the second part is not one this one is essentially not to not to be a shaking for it. This one is like on my play. You can see the movie yes, we do. So I mean, we do there because it's trying to stop away. I would know. I was even on my movie started message. It said the word uniform, and it said the word sorry in the episode. The word uniform is sorry, and the next is nothing. I might maybe say why did you say it? Well, I was basically like I've been trying to so now he did say that. But only on one of the two words. He came to the waste of time himself. He said, if you don't say the word uniform, if you don't say the word uniform, you have to bring it up. So when he says uniform, he's sorry, but that's it. So the uniform is going to go on the sorry part. And on the first thing, he never said uniform. So he can bring it up. You might be right. He did say 1.5, he said a half and 1. And the word, look what the word does. We don't know what you think. We keep going right now, real life, have to start this out. Yeah, we keep going on with it. You know what uniform. So the word uniform, right there and then, means a full sorry. Uniform. Because actually, I realize you got one is sorry. You got to explain what he's trying. You got to well, I'm sorry. When it says I want to be a half, we're going to put on the half part, we're going to disregard completely. And then the other already sorry, makes the same thing on you. So he says uniform, that's 1. He says Patsy, that's 0. And then it says, we're sorry, that's the number. 1 plus 1 equals okay. But if he really says uniform, then it's missionary. Y'all feel it too. Like it's because you tell me the first stage part of the home. Okay, so he said over here, so why did he say uniform? He said a real uniform. So he said to be, you should have to bring your son. I'm not. We have first of all, we have and then we have a sheet that combines the two. So if you say so there's a here, we have to disregard everything. We have to consider every statement that he says. So we're going to consider the first statement and the second statement. Put the fact with each other. So that's why we didn't get anything.
Whatever the control of this region, Nazis was able to establish in 1275 was ephemeral. No sooner had he withdrawn without paralysis at the end of the campaigning season than Egyptian influences began to infiltrate Canals, and then Hittites were able to reimpose themselves. Between the Egyptians and the Hittites at this time has become widely renowned for battle, which is generally accepted account of the advanced developing sea. This was the Battle of Kadesh, in the city of Kadesh on the banks of the Euphrates River in western Syria. The Battle of Kadesh was clearly a highly significant one, involving armies of a very substantial size. The stands of the late Bronze Age would also be regarded as a unique or significant event by the parties involved. It is, for instance, the best documented military encounter of the second millennium BC, both sides making extensive records concerning it in years to come in the form of tablets, paintings, and inscriptions throughout Egypt and other parts of the late Bronze Age world. Thus, the Battle of Kadesh was a rationally documented to have been a near-defining military engagement. The background of the battle was Ramses' new campaign into Syria in 1274. You see, as with the previous year's campaign, his goal was to extend Egyptian power further north into Syria at the expense of the Hittites. Ramses led 4 divisions of troops to Canaan from their north on Syria and these were named for Saladin paramount Egyptian deities. And consisted of perhaps as many as 40,000 men with 2,000 chariots also provided for the campaign. These were augmented by thousands of Canaanite mercenaries who joined the Pharaoh's forces. These forces were deployed at Kadesh, and it seems probable that Ramses' forces did not exceed 30,000 men in total on the field of battle. A raid against him was Tali's army of somewhere between 25,000 and 40,000 men. Several thousand chariots also crossed into Syria. Consequently, the armies of the two sides were relatively evenly matched. The striking aspect of the engagement was the number of chariots deployed, with many Egyptologists and Hittite scholars speculating since that this was the largest chariot battle in history. In its initial stages, Ramesses was caught off guard in Kadesh. He received false intelligence about the location of the main Hittite army from Tyre, whereas in fact, Muhammadi's armies were stationed to Kadesh, not far from the Egyptian advance party. As a result, the Hittites attacked. Some of Ramesses' main troops were frozen sands and could not be moved into the field. As a result, the whole division was scattered by Hittite chariots. Assaults in the villages of the battle near Kadesh. However, this is the point at which Ramesses' leadership is believed to develop a system of the division of his troops and counterattacked against the Hittites, breaking their chariots but also laying the Hittites, believing that their initial attack proved conclusive and stopped to halt baggage trains and goods from the division, leaving them exposed to Ramesses' coordinated counterattack. Thereafter, his troops to retreat towards the Orontes River. Later Egyptian accounts suggest that the entire division now arrived to Kadesh and hampered the Hittites. Ptolemy, overthinking the counterattack, led by his chariot divisions. This was unable to break the Egyptian advance. Eventually, the Hittites were forced to flee towards the overflowing river Orontes. In many cases, throwing their weapons and armor aside in order to swim through the river to safety. It is unclear exactly how conclusive the alleged Egyptian victory at Kadesh was. Some Egyptologists believe the battle was a major military victory for Ramesses. He certainly depicted it as such. For the rest of his long reign, Pharaoh Khufra erected stelae and had inscriptions and paintings placed in temples and in his palaces, depicting Kadesh as a great victory for Egypt in Syria. These include the Kadesh inscriptions or bulletin, the monumental prose account of the Egyptian victory, which is repeated in some temples over the course of the river. The poem is extant in 8 different places. The bulletin is to be found inscribed in 7 different locations around Egypt. Consequently, it is clearly something which Ramesses tried to establish as the official version of his alleged victory at Kadesh. But other scholars of the late Bronze Age world are more skeptical, some arguing that Kadesh was probably more of a stalemate than a victory for either side. Certainly, it cannot have been the full, comprehensive victory which Ramesses attempted to depict it as. The battle did not lead to any major shift in the strategic situation in Syria. Rather, the Egyptians and the Hittites continued to contest the region for many years to come. The Battle of Kadesh did not bring the war between Egypt and the Hittite Empire to a complete conclusion, though it did signal the end of the most intense initial period of clashes between the Egyptians and the Hittites, to continue for years thereafter. For instance, in 1209 BC, Ramesses launched a new campaign into Syria, during which he conquered the city of Dampur. However, the pattern during the 1260s was that Ramesses was able to briefly acquire control over parts of Syria while he campaigned personally there, but longer-term control over the region could not be maintained once the major Egyptian military presence was withdrawn. In recognition of this situation around 1259 BC, the Egyptians and the Hittites agreed to what is variously called either the Egyptian-Hittite Treaty or the Internal Treaty or the Civil Treaty. This was signed between Ramesses II and Khufra. It succeeded as one of the Hittite Empire and signed to the 1260s. The Internal Treaty effectively brokered a lasting peace, allowing which the two powers agreed to cease hostilities, as it was costing both governments exorbitant amounts of money and achieving thus Syria was to become a sphere of Hittite influence, with Egypt largely confirmed in its control of Canaan and other more southerly parts of the Levant. Once were agreed and plans were made, because it looked as overseers of the eternal peace. The Eternal Treaty is one of the most famed international agreements made in ancient times. This is owing to the highly unusual survival of multiple copies of the text over 3 millennia later in different languages. Copies of the text of the treaty in Egyptian hieroglyphics were found inscribed in 2 separate locations in Luxor in central Egypt in the first half of the 19th century. Then, in the first years of the 20th century, a German archaeologist Hugo Winkler uncovered a copy of the text in the Akkadian language, the lingua franca of the Hittite Empire, and other states of the Middle East in the 13th century BCE, as part of a cache of approximately 10,000 tablets, which was discovered while excavating the ancient Hittite capital at Hattusa in Turkey. Thus, we have a remarkable example here of an international treaty being copied out and deposited in wall archives and temples in cities 2,000 kilometers away from each other over 3,200 years ago. As to the motives of the respective parties, it is clear that both Ramesses and Hattusili had both come to believe that peace and the fostering of trade in the Levant would be more beneficial for the continuation of their rivalry, while both states were quite likely wary of the rise of the Assyrian Empire to the east in Mesopotamia and believed the united front against this unseen power was better than ongoing warfare in Syria. The signing of the Eternal Treaty also provided a respite for Ramesses in order for him to concentrate militarily on matters to the south of Egypt. For roughly a millennium between the middle of the 3rd millennium BC down to roughly 1500 BC, the region of modern-day Sudan had been independent of Egypt. At the time it was known as Nubia and was dominated by the Kerma culture, which produced states like the Kingdom of Kush. However, during the New Kingdom period, and in particular during the reign of Thutmose III, Nubia had gradually been brought more and more under the control of Pharaonic Egypt. As with Canaan and Syria, Egyptian control declined here as a result of the unrest created by Akhenaten's rule in the 14th century BCE. Ramesses was now in a position to reverse this situation. Early in his reign, he had already campaigned south of the first cataract of the Nile. These cataracts are a series of locations along the course of the River Nile, where the floodwater rapids predominate and were used at the time as intermediary points where Egyptian armies were extended as far as was possible in campaigns against the Nubians. By the 1260s, Ramesses had effectively extended Egyptian control as far as the second cataract, which lies south of Abu Simbel and Wadi Halfa in what is now northern Sudan. But the period following the establishment of the Eternal Treaty with the Hittites provided a major respite which allowed Ramesses to send forces further south again to the third cataract. This lies well to Sudan, the northern margin of the Dongola River. Here, Ramesses was able to establish a southern military colony at Bombos, as evidenced by the discovery of Pharaonic Angkor inscriptions here in tombs built at the height of the New Kingdom in the 13th century BC. Thus, by the 1240s BC, Ramesses had effectively brought a significant amount of Nubia under outright Egyptian control. Ramesses was soon campaigning westwards as well. Our knowledge of Libya in ancient times is surprisingly limited for a region which was in close proximity to major centers of civilization, such as Egypt and Crete. Generally speaking, the main settlement points here, the cities of Bronx and Oases, along the north coast or slightly inland, proximate to the Mediterranean Sea. And here was known as Jahan to the Egyptians. Libya is a name derived from later Greek descriptions of the region. Despite the lack of historical knowledge about the society that existed here in ancient times, there was significant contact between the Egyptians and Libya throughout the New Kingdom period, mostly in the form of Berber raids into the western branches of the Nile Delta and Egyptian efforts to establish coastal colonies on the north of Libya. Ramesses attempted to further this effort by establishing new forts along the Mediterranean coastline and reinforcing the fort at Zayed and Al-Bakar, which historians say the first established area of against the Libyans in the region. Also, Ramses' reign, this became a major western extremity of the Egyptian kingdom. Trade centers and vassal states were to be found further to the west in Libya proper. These accomplishments, as with nearly everything else to do with Ramses' military endeavors, were recorded in a series of stelae and other monumental inscriptions in southern and central Egypt later in his reign. These campaigns in Nubia and Libya and the earlier endeavors in Canaan and Syria. By the middle of his reign, Ramses had succeeded in extending the Egyptian kingdom to the greatest point it had been at since the days of the Pharaohs of the third 2 centuries earlier. Beyond the Pharaoh's normal control of Egypt, his forces had moved south along the river Nile, effectively repossessing Nubia after it had partly regained its independence during the period of instability under Akhenaten in the 14th century BC. Elsewhere, Ramses had campaigned westwards into the deserts of the Sahara and along the north coast to bring Libya into partial vassalage. However, it was his conquests to the northeast that were most substantial. Here, Ramses had captured Canaan and much of Syria. It wasn't simply that this was one of the richest parts of the world at the time, with affluent trading cities like Tyre and Sidon, but in order to achieve some hegemony here, Ramses had to defeat one of the most substantial powers of the ancient world, the Hittite Empire. In doing so, he carved out one of the largest territorial empires ever seen up to that time. Thus, in the late Bronze Age, Ramses had arguably transformed New Kingdom Egypt into the most powerful state in the known world, a major achievement after a period of instability that had characterized Egypt as recently as the 14th century. Throughout his military campaigns of the 1270s, 1260s, and 1250s, Ramses was accompanied by an ever-growing number of his sons. This is unsurprising when we consider that Ramses is believed to have had approximately 100 children, of which roughly 300 were sons and daughters. Such a large group was a byproduct of the practice of polygamy by ancient Egyptian pharaohs. Ramses had many wives, the details of several of which are well known. For instance, his primary consort was Nefertari, the first of Ramses' great royal wives. Her background is not precisely known, but some have speculated that she was descended from Pharaoh Ai, who had ruled Egypt 4 decades prior to Ramses' succession. As part of the 18th dynasty, she and Ramses evidently married quite young, as she became queen consort as soon as he ascended to the throne around 1279 BC. They had many children together, and on the strength of the numerous temples and shrines which Ramses had built in her honor, there is no doubting that she was the most revered of his wives. She is also somewhat unique as a queen consort of the New Kingdom period. We have extant correspondence. Nefertari wrote on multiple occasions to King Rothschild of the Hittite Empire and his wife, who had in the 1260s and 1250s, and tablets of this correspondence have been unearthed in the Hittite camp of Hattusa. Nefertari died around 1255, and since Ramses lived for many decades to come, new great wives emerged in the years that followed. Paramount amongst these was Iset Fred. She too seems to have married Ramses before his succession as pharaoh, but she was clearly a junior consort when Nefertari lived. Her seniority from the mid-1250s is attested to by numerous inscriptions and records of her, which appear on statues and temple walls across Egypt. Other great wives of the pharaoh emerged from political arrangements. For instance, as part of the internal treaty of 1259 BC with the Hittites, Ramses took one of the daughters of King Hattusa III and Queen Gadolhepa as his wife, although the marriage to Hattusa was not solemnized until the 1240s BC. Presumably, as the Hittite king's daughter was considered to be too young for the marriage to be formalized in the early 1250s BC. Curiously enough, some of Ramses' other great royal wives, including some of his daughters, Bint Anat, for instance, was born from Ramses' marriage to his Fred before later marrying her own father. Such familial relationships were common throughout the history of pharaonic Egypt, and resulted in significant complications in breeding. Most famous example of which would be Tutankhamun. 50 years before Ramesses' reign, Tutankhamun suffered from multiple physical ailments, the exact nature of which is still debated, but which Egyptologists concur most likely relate to the species of inbreeding that characterized Ramesses II's unfamiliar life in the 13th century BC. This extensive royal family was intimately connected throughout Ramesses' long reign with the cult of Ra, the sun god, and one of the paramount deities in the Egyptian religious system, who was also worshipped as Ra in a slightly different form. Ra, along with others such as Ptah and Horus, were the paramount deities of the New Kingdom. And as we will see shortly, Ramesses' extensive building program across Egypt from the 1260s onwards made continuous efforts to associate the pharaoh with the cult of these particular deities. From the early 1240s BC onwards, once Ramesses had reigned over 30 years, he was also able to become the center of his own species of religious cult shaped on the said festival, Feast of the Tail. This was a religious festival which was held annually to celebrate the reign of any pharaoh. For over 30 years, it was nominally held in honor of the wolf god, Set. The origins of the festival are somewhat macabre. It may have been the case that the Set festival was originally held as a ritual in which a long-lived pharaoh was ritually murdered. The idea being that once he reached a certain age, it was time for him to be removed from power. Over time, the festival changed to one in which the king was honored rather than killed. Under Ramesses, the Set festival was celebrated and the traditional calendar of thieves for the first time in 1249 BC. Thereafter, it was held every 3 years for as long as Ramesses lived. Such was the length of his reign that he went on to celebrate an unprecedented number of Set festivals. If the first half of Ramesses' reign was primarily dominated by warfare and the extension of the realm's borders, the second half of it was remarkable for the extensive building projects which were undertaken by the pharaoh. Ancient Egypt is synonymous with brilliant architectural achievement, but this was achieved at irregular intervals. For instance, the first intermediate period of Egyptian history, which occurred in the late 3rd millennium BC, prior to the advent of the subsequent Middle Kingdom, was a period of lackluster building projects. Conversely, the New Kingdom period, which had begun in the 16th century BC, saw a new age of major building projects commissioned by the pharaohs along the River Nile. Ramesses II was the greatest proponent of this new age of pharaonic patronage of religious and mortuary architecture. In fact, his reign witnessed the most significant building program seen since the days of pharaohs such as Cheops. The 26th century BC constructed the pyramid complex in Giza, near modern-day Cairo, including the Great Pyramids, the only surviving wonder of the ancient world. However, by the New Kingdom period, such monumental buildings as were constructed by Ramesses focused more on erecting great temples, obelisks, and statues to honor the pharaoh and the gods, rather than on giant pyramids to act as mortuary tombs. One of the most significant building projects undertaken by Ramesses was the Thebes, or Luxor, in central Egypt, the traditional capital of New Kingdom Egypt. Here, Ramesses had the Ramesseum built on the Theban Acropolis, an elevated region on the west bank of the River Nile in the city, where many other pharaohs had erected mortuary and religious buildings over the centuries. The Ramesseum took roughly 20 years to complete, and is effectively a temple with several courtyards surrounding it, large stone pylons and gateways lead from courtyard to courtyard, with a gigantic statue of Ramesses towering over the inner court. The temple itself consisted of 3 rooms with columns and terrace-style cells dividing off the sanctuary. Throughout them stand many statues of the Egyptian gods and goddesses, while several colossal statues of Ramesses once adorned the temple. Unfortunately, Several of these were removed from Thebes in the 19th century and are now found in places in Europe such as the British Museum. On what remains, reliefs commemorate Ramses' victory at Kadesh and other accomplishments both inside and outside the temple. What is particularly interesting about the Ramesseum is that there is evidence that a scribal school was established here. On the small royal palace stood next to the courtyard, indicating that this was a site with several other uses beyond its religious. Served as a symbol of pharaonic government in Thebes, where Ramses based off out of the traditional New Kingdom capital. Ramses also ordered some construction work at Saqqara. This is a site not far from the Great Pyramids in Giza, and where the first major pyramid ever built in ancient Egypt, that of Pharaoh Joseph of the Third Dynasty, was built in the 27th century BC. And Saqqara remained a major center of monumental building work over the centuries. Ramses decided to make his own contributions to the complexes here in association with one of his eldest sons, Prince Hamed. For instance, the pair had the pyramid of Unas, a pharaoh of the 5th dynasty who had lived in the 24th century BC, repaired and added an inscription to the southern facade of the edifice to indicate that they had overseen this restoration work. Ramses and his son also enlarged the temple of Serapis, or Serapeum, at Saqqara, a major center of the cult of Apis, the bull god of Egyptian mythology, who is believed to be the physical manifestation of Ptah, the Egyptian god of crafts, merchants, and the dead. Recent archaeological discoveries at Saqqara have also unearthed the tomb of Ptah, who served for a time as Grand Vizier and treasurer in the government of Ramses II. His was not the only tomb built at Saqqara for senior government officials of Ramses' reign, and the site at Saqqara highlights the esteem such bureaucrats were held in at the height of the New Kingdom in ancient Egypt. One of the most significant aspects of Ramses' building program was the manner in which he used grand temples and buildings as a way of expressing the extension of Egyptian power into regions which had largely become independent of the Roman. In the 14th century BC, this was particularly the case to the south towards Nubia, along the course of the River Nile. Ramses had many temples constructed here, on the way to what is now Sudan, as an expression of the rejuvenation of Egyptian rule here. One of the most impressive was the temple of Beit al-Wali, which was built on an island in the middle of the River Nile, just a few kilometers from Aswan in southern Egypt. This was dedicated to some of the foremost Egyptian deities of the New Kingdom period, Amon-Ra, Re-Harapti, and Anuket. It is notable for having some of the best preserved and most impressive wall painting reliefs from ancient Egypt, many of which depict Ramses' campaigns into Nubia and his subjugation of the region. His campaigns into Syria and Libya are also depicted. Over 100 kilometers to the south, on the west bank of the River Nile, Ramses had two temples of Wadi Es-Sel were also constructed, renovating one earlier temple in the process. The site here was used as a stop-off point for boats traversing the Nile to and from Nubia. Ramses thus had the temples constructed in a location where many people visited and dedicated their both to himself and God. Perhaps the most striking architectural feature here are rows of sphinxes, which depicted Ramses as individuals entered and left the temples. Perhaps the greatest building project undertaken by Ramses, though, lay far to the south of Luxor, near what is now the border between Egypt and Sudan, at the second Nile Cataract. This was the temple complex near what was then known as Istanbul, and which we know today as Ramses. Here, Ramses initiated the construction of two temples back in the mid-60s. They would take 20 years to complete, but eventually resulted in two large temples carved in the sheer rock face near the village. One of these was dedicated to Ramses himself, and the smaller one was in honor of his primary consort, Nefertari. When it was completed in 1244 BC, the great temple described as having been built on support the temple of Ramses, beloved of Allah. It consisted of a grand entrance which led into a temple dedicated to several of the major Egyptian deities. Sculptures and reliefs adorn the interior. It is also believed that the temple was built in such a way that the chamber flooded with sunlight on the 22nd of October and the 22nd of February every year, illuminating the statues here. It is speculated that these dates are significant, as possibly being the dates of Ramses' birth and coronation as pharaoh. Moreover, the reliefs and sculptures are celebratory of Ramses' reign, with his military campaigns and his victories depicted on the walls, notably the Battle of Kadesh. While the interior of the Temple of Abu Simbel is impressive, the most notable aspect of the temple complex is the series of colossal statues, which were erected on either side of the main entrance outside the temple. At the Grand Temple, there are 4 such colossal statues, 2 to either side of the entrance. All 4 of these depict Ramses and stand approximately 20 meters tall, making them some of the largest pharaonic statues ever carved during the 3 millennia of ancient Egyptian history. It is difficult to get a precise idea of how vast these statues are from looking at photographs, but if one stands next to them, an individual only reaches up to the pharaoh's feet, with the remainder of the statues towering well above. On each statue, Ramses was depicted wearing the dual crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt. A statement here in the border region between Egypt and Nubia, that the pharaoh was lord of the land of the river Nile, looking to the south and the north. Thus, the temple of Abu Simbel was meant as a statement of Ramses' power over Egypt. The proclamation assumes to those south of Abu Simbel that the pharaoh's reign here yet again. Abu Simbel is the pinnacle of Ramses' building program. Ramses' reign is notable for its length, having most likely succeeded his father in 1279 BC. He is believed to have ruled for over 65 years. However, what is somewhat unusual about this long reign is how unremarkable the second half of it was, and in particular, the last 2 decades or so of Ramses' reign. All of the notable events of his time as pharaoh, from the Battle of Kadesh to the internal treaty and the campaigns west to Libya and south into Nubia, all occurred in the first 20 or so years of his rule. Even the monumental building programs, which had been done at Abu Simbel, Thebes and elsewhere, though many of them took upwards of 20 years to complete, were generally finished by the early 1230s BC. By way of comparison, the last 20 or so years of Ramses II's reign are something of history. There is little evidence of major events or what he may have been doing. This is quite possibly because the pharaoh spent many years ill towards the end of his life, and with his health declining, scientific analysis of his mummy in recent times has revealed that Ramses suffered from a range of ailments in old age, including arthritis, osteoporosis, and severe dental issues, but he survived for an immense amount of time despite these illnesses. Such evidence as we have indicates Ramses II did not die until 1213 BC in the 66th year of his reign, probably aged around 90, an extraordinarily long life by the standards of the time. He was originally interred in the Valley of the Kings, where many pharaohs were interred in the hills outside Thebes. Below the graves here, his body was moved on several occasions. Like all the ancient pharaohs, he was mummified, meaning that his body was partially preserved across the centuries. Ramses was succeeded by his son, Mentor, who took the regular name Ba-en-Re-Meri-en-Jeru, which means the son of Ra, beloved of the gods. This Mentor is believed to have been the 13th son of Ramses, development which should have placed him well down the pecking order of possible successors to his father. However, Ramesses had lived for so long that a huge number of his older sons had died. Indeed, Neptune was probably well into his 60s by the time of his accession, and his reign would only last 10 years. The most significant development during his reign was a victory which he won over the tribes of Libya at the Battle of Perea in 1209 BC. Thereafter, there was a quick succession of pharaohs before the 19th dynasty came to an end, with the dying out of Ramesses' direct line of descent in 1189 BC. Thus, the dynasty lasted for just over a century and was completely dominated by the reign of Ramesses II. However, in recognition of the extraordinary reign of Ramesses the Great, many pharaohs of the 20th dynasty adopted his royal name. In all, there were eventually 11 Ramesses, the last being Ramesses the 11th of the 20th dynasty, who died around 1077 BC. In death, Ramesses II has acquired an even greater historical fame over the years, as it has been regularly speculated that he is the pharaoh of the story of the Book of Exodus in the Old Testament. This is one of the earliest sections of the Old Testament that is central to both Judaism and Christianity. In it, the story of Jews who are effectively living as slaves in what is termed the land of Goshen, but which is Pharaonic Egypt, is related. This picks up from the book of Genesis, which had related how Joseph, the son of the Hebrew prophet Jacob, had been tricked by his brothers and sold into slavery in Egypt. Over the next several generations, a large community of Jewish slaves came to live in Egypt under the subjugation of the Egyptian pharaohs. In Exodus, we read the story of how the Jewish prophet Moses is placed in a reed basket and sent down the river Nile by his mother Jochebed, after the pharaoh had ordered the murder of Jewish children following concern about the number of Jews or Israelites that were then present in Egypt. Moses is subsequently found and adopted into the pharaoh's household, where he gains the affection of the Egyptian king, but Moses clashes with the pharaoh's biological son. Eventually, he realizes he is one of the Israelites and leads his people out of Egypt by parting the Red Sea as the Pharaoh's forces attempt to chase him. The debate on Ramesses is whether he could be identified as being either the ruling pharaoh of the Book of Exodus or his biological son who becomes Moses' rival. There is really no substantive case, however, in either instance for speculating to this effect. The Book of Exodus makes no effort to identify the historical figures who might have been involved in Pharaonic Egypt at the time, and the historicity of the events of the Old Testament are, of course, open to speculation as well. Consequently, different writers have speculated that a wide range of pharaohs dating from as early as the 17th century BC and as late as the 12th century BC may be the pharaoh of the Book of Exodus or his biological son. An unusually high proportion of people have been anxious to suggest it was Ramesses II who was the pharaoh at the time, with this line being favoured in one prominent Hollywood treatment of Moses' life, notably The Ten Commandments of 1956, in which Ramesses was depicted by Yul Brynner. These depictions are largely due to Ramesses being the most prominent pharaoh of this age. His reign was lengthy, and he was involved in military conquests in the Levant, which were filled with oppression of the Israelites. These things aside, though, there is no historical basis for suggesting that Ramesses II is the pharaoh of the Book of Exodus. Indeed, the Ramesses should be identified with the biblical pharaoh of Exodus is perhaps fitting. After all, much of the tale of Moses portends doom for Egypt through impeding the destiny of the Israelites to return to their ancestral homeland and establish a new kingdom there. And there is no doubting that New Kingdom Egypt quickly headed towards a period of immense decline shortly after Ramesses' reign. Beginning around 1200 BC, the eastern Mediterranean, the Levant, and adjoining areas were struck by a series of attacks by a mysterious confederation of warlike people who have typically been identified as the Sea Peoples. There is no consensus even today as to who these people were or where they had come from, although it has plausibly been speculated that they came eastwards from the western Mediterranean, possibly from Italy and parts of southern France or the northwestern Balkans. Wherever they came from, what we do know is that the onslaught of these newcomers, along with the arrival of other people such as the Dorians who came from northern Greece around this time, was an immediate threat to the late Bronze Age world and began to destabilize societies such as those of New Kingdom Egypt in the decades that followed. What followed is typically referred to as the Late Bronze Age collapse in the historiography of the ancient world, as the powerful states which had dominated the region for several centuries either declined dramatically or collapsed. The Hittite Empire split into several smaller states during the course of the 12th century BC. Bronze Age by Sinai and the Minoan civilization of Crete were almost entirely destroyed. New Kingdom Egypt also entered a period of pronounced decline. Though it survived as a substantial polity, albeit much weakened internally, divided by civil wars and reduced in terms of its territorial expanse. This reflected much of what occurred elsewhere. Trade collapsed across the Bronze Age world for the space of 2 centuries or more, and the economy was so impacted that whole cities were abandoned, and famines struck many regions, such that many historians of the ancient past refer to this as being a dark age of the ancient world, similar to what followed the collapse of the Roman Empire nearly 2 millennia later. What is known as the Third Intermediate Period of Egyptian history followed the end of the New Kingdom, as new regional powers began to dominate what remained of pharaonic Egypt, some hailing from Nubia in the south. Ramesses II's tomb was discovered during the late 19th century. This was a time when Egyptology, the study of pharaonic Egypt, was entering its first golden age, following the deciphering of Egyptian hieroglyphics using the Rosetta Stone. The Great Pharaoh's tomb was discovered at Deir al-Bahari in 1881 near Thebes, within a wider cache of Roman tombs dating to the New Kingdom period. Ramesses II, like nearly all other pharaohs, had been hinted at some stage in the past and revealed nothing to rival the riches of that of Tutankhamun, which would be discovered 40 years later by Howard Carter. However, Ramesses II is nevertheless significant, particularly a series of inscriptions on the sarcophagus which listed Ramesses' various names and titles, and also provided an inventory of his burial goods. The inscriptions also indicate that Ramesses was not immediately interred at Deir al-Bahari, but rather he was first laid to rest in the tomb of his father Seneca I. He remained there for the next 80 years, until such time in the mid-12th century that his tomb was relocated. What is especially strange about all of this is that Egyptologists now believe that the wooden and painted death mask and sarcophagus used in Ramesses' new tomb were actually recycled from the tomb of one of his new successors, Horemheb, the last ruler of the 18th dynasty. It is also evident that renovations were carried out on Ramesses' tomb in subsequent years, indicating that the ancient Egyptians did not simply seal the tombs of dead pharaohs for all time when they were laid to rest, but viewed some of these tombs as shrines, which were to be maintained and improved where possible. Unsurprisingly, given the extent of the building programming of the school, Ramesses II has continued to feature regularly in studies of ancient Egypt and new archaeological projects. Indeed, the King's of Abu Simbel, his temple here, was central to one of the most extraordinary relocation projects ever undertaken. In the 1950s, the new government of General Abdel Nasser, who had seized power in Egypt following the Egyptian Revolution of 1952, determined to build a vast new dam at Aswan in order to henceforth control the annual flooding or inundation of the River Nile, on which so much of the country's agriculture depended. The resulting flooding and the creation of what was to be named Lake Nasser in dam submerged Abu Simbel. Accordingly, in 1959, the Egyptian government applied to UNESCO to move the temple. This petition was granted, and over the next several years, several Swedish engineering firms undertook the project for the Egyptian government. The work involved was highly complex, as Abu Simbel was not constructed out of prominence of stone, but was carved into a cliff face. Thus, the temple was rescued by effectively making a giant incision into the mountainside and then transplanting the temple piece by piece to a site several hundred meters inland and much higher above ground. Thus, Abu Simbel now overlooks the river Nile, much as it has for over 3 millennia, but from a different vantage point and site. Owing to the length of his reign and his significance, Ramesses has also featured extensively in modern popular culture. For instance, Monteval's Ancient Evenings, published in 1983 by the American author, was an enormous fictional account of pharaonic Egypt set on one evening in the late 12th century BC, part in which the characters repeatedly discuss the reign of Ramesses II. But Kadesh is a major feature of the book. Ramesses was also the subject of works by the noted historical fiction writer Christian Jack, while he is the central character too of Anne Rice's The Mummy. So too does he appear in many numerous Hollywood treatments of ancient Egypt, but surely the most notable popular cultural reference to the victor of the Battle of Kadesh appeared 2 centuries ago in the romantic poet Percy Bysshe Shelley's poem Ozymandias, the Greek name for Ramesses. Here Shelley used Ramesses as an example of how all great rulers are destined for decline or death. It was meant to be a reflection by Shelley primarily on Napoleon Bonaparte, who had fallen from power in France and Europe just a few years before Shelley's time of writing. But Shelley used Ramesses as his analogy, as news was circulating around London at the time that the British Museum had just acquired all of the colossal heads of the pharaoh from the Ramesseum. Shelley's repetition of the inscription, which also adorned the tomb. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. All my works, ye mighty, and despair, must rank as amongst some of the most famous lines of 19th century poetry. Ramesses II, or Ramesses the Great, was arguably the greatest of all ancient Egypt's pharaohs, of which there were over 170 across 3 millennia. His reign is notable for many things. From a political and military perspective, he extended the Egyptian kingdom to the greatest point it had seen since the reign of Moses III 2 centuries earlier, the point at which Egypt reached its greatest extremity by conquering much of Levant and Syria and parts of Mesopotamia. Ramesses did this primarily by defeating the Hittites in his nation's ongoing struggle with them for hegemony over the rich coastal cities of Canaan and Syria such as Tyre and Sidon. The peak of his success in this respect was victory at the Battle of Kadesh and the Internal Treaty of 1259 BC. But it was not just here where Ramesses was militarily successful. He also campaigned against the Egyptian and sea pirates early on in his reign, which had been plaguing the northern coast of Egypt for many years prior to his accession, and later campaigned westwards along the Mediterranean coast towards Libya. Finally, to the south, he extended the Egyptian kingdom's influence much further down the course of the River Nile to what is now Sudan, but which was then known as Nubia. This new kingdom empire of Ramesses II was one of the most formidable empires of ancient times. However, there is also the distinct possibility that Ramesses has been according the prominence which he has in studies of ancient Egypt and amongst Egyptologists attains global self-promotion. Ramesses was one of history's first great propagandists. There was no success which he achieved on the battlefield or aspect of his reign that he did not commemorate in stone in such a way as it would be remembered for centuries or even millennia to come. Thus, for instance, we find him setting stone stelae and other markers in the Nile Delta and the Levant to proclaim his victories over the Hittites and the Shaddad sea pirates there to the world and to future generations. But it was his building program in places like Luxor, Saqqara, and above all Abu Simbel, way down the Nile near Aswan, which afforded him his greatest legacy. Here in stone he proclaimed to all his magnificence as a ruler, his ties to the sun god Ra, and his many military accomplishments. Yet while these building works may have been acts of propaganda, there is no denying their brilliance. Accordingly, from the perspective of the
21st century, surely Ramesses' greatest accomplishment was inhabiting these magnificent temples, statues, and obelisks erected across Egypt nearly 3,500 years ago. What do you think of Ramesses the Great? Was he ancient Egypt's greatest pharaoh, or is the greatness of his legacy partly due to a shrewd policy of propaganda concerning his building projects, as well as his promotion of his military victories? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Opinion only in an animal, not in a bird, and certainly not in a Shara. Omar Shmuel. Shmuel says this that you can take flour and redeem it, and take remove the kedusha from the flour and place it into money, and use the flour for whatever you want. Not feel like to hire nifty. The Gemara is going to go to the town and Shmuel, hire him out. Happen to be, it's impossible, but that's what Shmuel says. Shmuel says our Mishnah is not literal. It's not in the word that became comment that there's a problem, and only because there's a problem you do it. No, you don't need a problem. Anytime you have Kedusha stubborn, and that's Kedusha, I can go redeem it. Feel stubborn, my time, probably catch it, big, Kedusha stubborn. As long as you didn't put it into a plea, it remains just a very lower level of Kedusha stubborn. Kedusha is stubborn, what's the problem? I can redeem it, Kedusha stubborn. I understand that it's a kata, it's strong, Kedusha, you can't reduce. But you have also pedagogized, you have a lot of stuff that people donate to the upkeep of the base of people. You can redeem. So it's a similar level. You know, different not everyone can ask the question. The third word in the Mishnah says that something happens to him. That's why you redeem. You can't comment. No, I forgot to learn it. Well, you don't need it. Right? The Kabbalah is the same from touching the Kli and then redeem. Once it goes to the Kli, says the Mishnah, it goes to the Kli, can redeem it. See, I feel a little now, Lord. Even in a very severe case where it became common, you're not permitted to redeem it. That's a big difference. It's in the Kli. That's super crucial. That's it. It's locked in. You can never redeem it, even if it's common. So come out and raise too much like country. So the limit, the safe, we say in the ratio that it's common, but it's locked out. Now, if it's in the Kli, there's no figure of so you might know, I would think that it's in the Kli and how the future, and it can't come with the Kli. Why? Something like that, he's coming down to the Hit the fire on, you know, it's in two fools. Something that has the morning. So you know what's the version. Something that's coming, almost. So it's the same thing. If you're about to be a public, if you're coming, you know what I'm saying? The same category. So it's totally, it's ridiculous. Coming from, what woman can come? So, we need, not like the college, she's a girl, she's never been good, you know, the famous, I'm not going to show it really. This is the short version of Kevin's life. Even if an animal has a girl, it has a picture, and it has a come on. So tell me something anymore. What's the difference in a broken bone or the can't call me? Or the can't put it in his bed. I know the difference is the old beginning from last one to Rothschild coming out of money about one. No, it's not what the pirate told coming about one. You can show the agitated with this. Once there's a few shorters involved over there, you can have a review. So it's actually an unbelievable thing. I don't know, I think it's a fittest level that maybe we call the finish of the game. This after our reader saying, not because it's too short, but people don't hear about it. They don't think about it. Even about books, not because it's too short. But the only reason that as he says, the night, you need to know that there's a few shorts. Then go to that. It's a finish. Why? To me, it's a finish. It doesn't have a piece of keyboard. It's not a Kli. It's like a stupid Kli myself. Anyway, it's a Kli.
Great news, everyone. You have a chance to see Kill Tony live on November 13th and 14th in Las Vegas, Nevada. Get out of the stormy, cold, blistering weather wherever you are and take a nice little weekend trip to Vegas to see two brand new live episodes of Kill Tony November 13th and 14th. Tickets go on on sale tomorrow morning, July 7th at 10 a.m. Pacific time using the promo code KILL26 at Ticketmaster.com. That's Las Vegas, Nevada at the MGM Dolby Live Theater, November 13th and 14th. Tickets on sale tomorrow. The special pre-sale code is KILL26. Don't miss this opportunity.
That's how the cookie was located.
Michael Gonzalez, Dutchman's Bill Grande, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, and that is T-Madness live in the flesh. Great John Bees on the road tonight. Robbie make his storm into a memory. Even though he's alive and well. T-Madness with extra real. You're not missing much. You're not missing much. Yes, you are blind. All right, well, I know what you was meaning. Let's go. All right, we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. This episode of the number one live podcast in the world is brought to you by Shopify Tacoma's insanely. How exciting is it to have insanely joining the first one? Here's a little bit more from all the amazing sponsors that make this show possible for you here right now.
Redemption for animals, not for birds, even though they have the same level of
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? What an episode we have for you, ladies and gentlemen. One of really two of the best comedians in the world. One of my best friends is here with us, and a first-time panelist that we're very, very excited about. One of our very funny friends from New York, and one of the newest great residents, Austin, Texas. Two of the best. Make some noise for tonight's guest, Joe DeRosa and Manoia, everybody. Hell yeah! How exciting! Joe DeRosa back again, a guy that people say I book too much. Really? This guy's got no other friends in the world other than Joe DeRosa. Joe DeRosa.
That is true. You might be my only friend. What do you think that says about me?
Okay, we'll make it a good
We're gonna have some fun. Mike Manoia, welcome, welcome. How are you, brother? Everybody say hi, Mike. Mike's everyone. It's gonna be a lot of fun, Mike. It's your first time on. Joe's done the show 1,000 times. But Mike, you need special size one. There's over 200 pencils that signed up for tonight's show. They get 60 seconds to uninterrupt, and you know the time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. Means they have to wrap it up. That means they bring up the behavior is really fair. Once you interrupts, there's a set. And then I become the nice interviews to find out more about them. Anything can happen. Maybe it's a crazy personality, it's a genius. We found an all out this weapon. Look at this guy whose eyes are way too close together, full of everything. Out of the bucket, they might have an operation for that, sir. His wife is patting him on the back. She knows it's true. You look at those things, it's almost fucking cyclops. Certainly when you just did it, he just laughed like that, and his fingers were so close together. You're picking up to me. unbelievable what my fan base looks like.
Monsters that I created. That's real.
We're having fun here tonight. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show, or what? We'll be over here first.
Yeah. You know, if you someone that's real, what are you gonna do?
The Goldman single winner is going to do a brand new 60 seconds for you. We don't get to see this guy that often. We are excited that he's back. Make some noise for the return of Mason Bird, everybody. Our first guest tonight, Goldman single winner, Jason Bird.
I guess the one that's hard to come by. Not so LA. This is a lot of streets. I mean, not true. Streets are real. Large streets are
I'm
real.
working on it. Like I learned how to make Caesar dressing from scratch the other day. What you do is you take green dressing, you stir it in the bag 23 times. If you don't get that,
Even on my mind.
you're fucking stupid. Idiot.
Malaysia is like last also got a new style.
That was a lady, you know,
It has a word. It's also a new style. There's a lot of most streets have words.
she's
The
like,
word
hey, man,
and therefore it's something to consider in the
that's so
family.
unfair. I can't
Ahora,
believe
papá,
you
sí,
would
papá. Take care of me. Run your fingers through my hair. If I have
That'd be a very
flowers that are something
inappropriate
wrong
thing to
with
say
it,
to your mom in your
it's not being
20s.
cut on me. I just feel like I need to redeem it. Why? I want to make a pancake right now with this flour that I said. And my wife doesn't
Something I
have
suggest you
flour.
don't do.
So I'm going to redeem it right now.
Unless you want to find out how much pussy you
And
don't
you
get,
know, they go to
bitch.
store and buy more flour.
That's a big
Says your papa, you would free. This thing is a check. Why? I'm not giving you any kind of a person that's perfectly
Is it true?
and it's good. For the medical advice. I'm donating it for the leader of the wall.
I fell in love with a lesbian.
For the wall here.
She got fucking back
And repair.
then I moved to
Why did I
Texas.
put earlier?
You guys were dating.
Then the money must go directly to
Found
his
a
back,
place
not
that
to
was
the
supreme,
back.
that was for
Why?
rent.
No, I
For the
worked with
right
this
to his back,
lesbian.
and the other to his back. If you have something that's a
She
big
let
to
me
his
be
back,
great
it
roommates.
can
I
never
was
become
like,
cool.
yeah.
Big
Where are you
problem.
guys working now?
But
A
here you have
bar, I
someone
was a coach, she
that's
was a waitress.
something
Did
that's
she
working
think
with
you were a
that
lesbian?
flower.
It's like
That's
a
going with that. It says
Did
no,
you have
it's
the beer
redeeming
back
for
then?
nothing.
No.
So my wife said,
Yeah,
over here it says, you have an animal that's big on his back.
Yeah, you would look
Even
like
if I
that
redeem
without
it,
that.
Yeah.
the money is not foolish. The money I can't do that along with it. I can't.
Did you ever express your love for this lesbian? Oh,
Now,
yeah,
the
it
other
was
day,
so bad.
you would have
Early on or after you guys lived together?
It was after we lived together. And
It was not
Such a
true.
lesbian thing for
He
even,
was
it's so
taking back.
amazing.
We
You
learned
guys
it
moved
over.
in,
He knows
and then
about it. And he doesn't think
slowly
about
but
what.
surely.
About the talking.
that's such a lesbian thing to do.
You already explained
Yeah,
everything
I
you
gotta
were
look
going on. If you started as the one that the Paul weird, guess what? A normal animal. Normal is not the norm, right?
She had sex with
That's
like two
the
women
norm.
that night, so.
Find a normal human
So
being,
they would
right?
just be
But
in
not
the
even
other
a
realm.
woman.
Oh yeah, it's just chaperone and finger
Since
butts.
there are a lot of different
It's
things
just
that
LED
put
lights
units
that
for an
are
animal here like this,
playing
you
Fortnite.
can lift up
Wait
your
a
hand.
second.
Very trouble, puddles,
Yeah,
the
everything's
lesson,
great. Yeah.
Dono, the Bella.
And a
How
good
many
thing
have
going
gone
and you
up
fucked it
more?
up. Yeah, and just listen to lesbians and have sex all night. Jerk off in the quiet of your own fucking room, and then you come watch it. I love you. And pull the whole fucking thing up. And you know, like, I don't do this show too fucking much. I wasn't ready for that. When I walked in here, I do this show too much with this guy who will fucking go off. You're bringing me away, Captain Wheat. By the way, this is who you invited me to do it today. He texted me, he goes, buddy, can you paddle tonight? Everybody is out of town. So take care.
I thought I had Mr. Beast. For some reason, I had Mr. Beast and Mike Fenoya in my calendar the whole time. I texted Rogan. He's like, nah, it's in July or something. I'm like, oh, fuck. Put it in the wrong month. Like, do you have a contact for Mr. Beast? Since you guys are that close, I mean, Mr. Beast. You said you have Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, yeah.
You fucking pig.
Wow.
Hey, Mason Bird's still here.
Suddenly, he wins the lottery. He wins the lottery. You have to decide to take it. Now, you have to be an animal. What is the flower? What do you do with the flower?
So how did the lesbian roommate situation end? I know there's so much other stuff.
What about
So
that?
intriguing.
Yeah.
He's
So
super
we worked
wealthy,
together.
and he invested in some stock.
I was like a sous chef, and there's a waitress.
He invested
She
in
was
pie.
actually the owner's little sister.
He bought,
And I threatened to shit
he was
about
a
her
nice
for
business.
and
Then he
she
becomes
moved
super
out.
poor. What does he do? In general, buys
I
flour.
didn't take much
No.
of it.
No.
Everything says you're the
I helped her.
any normal
sure
carbon,
comes out
any
my
can
own
redeem. But there's one exception
I'm
to
a nice
this.
guy.
That serious foundation, look at Spiker. That flour, in this
What else is
particular
going on,
case,
Mason?
of a partner who became wealthy,
What's
or
going on?
wealthy
My
than
sister
you
had a
before,
baby.
that you could redeem.
My
Other
older sister had a
stuff
baby.
is there to
She
cover
didn't
the
know she was pregnant the whole
make
time.
that custom.
Oh, one of those, huh?
Yeah.
Bigger one, bigger lady.
You're allowed to
No, that's the thing is,
I'm very excited.
but she's
Now,
not fat enough for that to be the case.
he's spacing it out. Time to wake
Her
up.
baby daddy's name is Blue. He's a black guy.
Successful become can become
Black
something.
Blue. How did she not know
One
she
of
was
it's
pregnant?
food
I think she's lying.
no one can eat. Food that no one can eat. Carla, you can't even give the guy. You can't give to your kid.
Is this supposed to be like, how can your sister not know she was pregnant?
It's food, but it's not edible to human beings. It's not food.
I
It's
think
not food.
everyone
It's
hated
not a
her.
double tumor. That's
She
one
just
way to
lied
look
the
at
whole
it.
time. And then
So
one day
says
in
him
January, she's like,
Samantha.
you have
He
another
doesn't
niece.
Is that the first
Guys
one?
have been caught.
Kid or the other two are too?
Others are black.
Wow, it's a little gang of them.
Yeah.
Let's
There's
see
a DNA test called Blue's Clues.
outside the lot of time. A lot of okay? You say that we get in a week.
They are your blood
So
now.
therefore,
And your grips.
as soon as you get to know what happened, it becomes awesome. Comes also about enough. Good shit, and it comes to the surface. According to shit, there's no, it cannot be without a woman. Right, so this time, I mean, to accept women.
It's a very patriotic family. You have red, and your sister's white, and he's blue.
Why? Because it's not considered food. Listen now. Carla, the first
Maybe you're
3
simple
years
and your little
of
black
free
babies.
shows
The first two
is
I've
also
been
by law. If you have
Let me calling you and
you have somebody planted
Hey, yo, Uncle Mason, give me out there, motherfucker.
you're trying this stuff. You have a
They're not all just neighbors. You know what I mean? There's some good ones out there.
and now you have to kill it. You have to be shifted. You
Yeah, I
decide
was
it's
pointing
not,
at you.
you know, to go the whole
Didn't get the laugh I thought it deserved.
he loves he shut down. Also, I'm already can't even
Mason,
give it to a
thanks for getting tonight's show started for us. Golden single winner piece of bird. We're moving to the fucking ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, God have mercy on our souls as we find new people. I can tell you for sure that this is the first time this guy's been on. I would know this name, so we're all gonna watch them together. Remember, they signed up for this show. They've been waiting for hours for this opportunity, every single one of them. So I said,
So one
give
of
it up
them,
for the first ever appearance of one man band. Here we
a
go.
little it's beautiful picture right over there. On the stick, you have the white bird and
If
egg.
you
You pick the guy that takes one step, the other one will go.
That's a fact. And if you keep doing drugs,
Who picked the
you're
Hamar?
gonna be like, what the fuck are you still doing? Pick up all these cigarette butts. You got fucking empty beer cans everywhere. Empty fucking everything.
Who did
Get
it
your
better?
fucking life together, dude. Get your life together. Maybe get a job.
It gets there before
No,
you
better
do the firstborn donkey.
Why don't you go down?
That's
Drive 19 hours down to kill Tony.
before you do that, yeah, the Hamar is also the Hamar. Who also follow somebody first.
I gotta wait for it.
And look, the town they do go to the Hamar. Acceptable food. One of these can accept some wine. The way the human wasn't function,
All right, I'm just making noises. Yes, I want you to fucking stop. I see how you ended up in this place in life. It's my bag. You just said you were saying, thank God, when he was talking to you. The drugs, pay him the beers, get a job, turn the kill down. What the fuck's going on, dude? Are you Dan? Yes. All right.
One time.
Dan, how old are you?
Not like we think for a second, like, oh, he looked
What
at
made you
himself
come
and
down
then
here
go,
tonight
he by
to do
himself.
that?
So say, even if
You're a
you
fan?
put them together,
Okay. What made you do that instead of that?
3 hours.
Those are the fans. That's where the fans normally
Why?
goes
Because
out
look
there.
at the opportunity. So even when you're together,
Well, you didn't do any
Yeah,
jokes.
this is together,
You
it's
basically
so
said that
much,
your life was fucked up, and then
So
one
when they
day
were
you got
there's
sick,
a
get off the
moment of
drugs, clean up the
sickness
beer,
like
get a
this,
job, and drive to Kiltonian. There's nothing funny to be said in there.
There's
Did
a
you
moment
notice
of
that
sickness.
on your
There's a
19-hour
phase.
fucking drive here?
When
You
they
didn't think
were
about
it's
what you
without
might
some
say at
food.
all if
The
it
10 minutes
happened.
is food.
I did,
Even if it is
Have you ever done stand-up
even when the
before?
milk and the meat are together, it's food.
So you just
Then
signed
they
up
just
randomly without ever trying anything.
No,
I play music in Wisconsin. Sometimes I mess
Then
up
he's
with
food. Actually, also, just
And
the word
I
that's the
feel
edible.
so-
Actually, offer.
and
Actually,
I
offer.
just
How can I pay for it? Feel so good. The Savior. You could understand the Savior, but you can't. It's not food. Look at the offer. Like, okay, anyway, and you drink football.
Holy shit, I won't kill Tony. What the fuck?
I spent the whole weekend at the Sphere. Had fish on mushrooms. It's the most psychedelic thing I've seen all weekend. Pretty wild. I mean, Dan, it's an absolutely incredible
People,
just
I ruined it. I can't eat this flour forever. The plane had a terrible
man. Yeah, dude, it's a comedy show. The whole point is that people are trying. There's other people. There's somebody over there tonight that signed up right alongside that. Okay, you go ahead, Dan. I bet it did. All right, Dan. There you go.
Let me tell you how crazy it truly is. I've been doing this show for about 10 years. Something happened when he was on stage. He was surprised thing that I've never. He goes,
Before I
drove 10 hours down here. You went,
I know. Normally you don't hear that because there's some laughter happening in the crowd, but at one point I something I stopped breathing during that set. Unconscious from chance to kill myself. Dan, you should know better. You should have written something or tried something. Let's talk about how bad was the drugs and the beer. Did you really change your life recently? There he goes, Dan, everybody. There he goes, everybody. That's fine. Just leave it there. There he goes, Dan. How about a hand for the lonely? How you doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Even though
YouTube adds 3 pounds, so this is what she looks like in real life, everyone. Just one more time, the lonely Heidi. Go to HeidiRegina.com. Check out her new blog. Hello, everybody. Lonely and textural tea today. One's alone without anything.
It's royal should be susceptible to
Meanwhile, customers already moved on and gotten married, started a business, or retired at some point.
No,
Just like,
but
let's
you need it.
fucking
What
go.
the
That's why
budget
today's
is
episode is brought to you by Quote, spelled QUO. The business phone system built so you never miss a call. Great man.
Quick quote, all your calls, texts, and voicemails live in one place, so anyone on your team can pick up a conversation. See the full history and respond fast. Plus, it's super easy to set up our mini device. It literally only takes minutes to do.
Okay,
You
look,
can
listen,
even
I
check
say,
your existing
guys,
number
this
and
is a
add
big
teammates
so
as
the
you
call
go.
you
So
had
there's
that
no
call
IT, no. That's right.
Quote's built-in AI agent handles after-hours calls, answers questions. It even books appointments. You never miss a beat, even when your team is offline. As the #1 rated business phone system on G2, Quote is trusted by over 90,000 businesses that already rely on it to stay reachable and look professional every day. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quote. Try Quote for free, plus get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to quote.com/killtony. That's QUO.com/killtony. All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Otis Hicks. Otis Hicks, everyone. Here we go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
So,
How we doing?
the meat stayed overnight. So it was there overnight.
My daughter was getting cyberbullied.
Yes, no dice schon gar nicht mehr
What cyberbullying was.
Das ist jeden Tag zum Schluss.
There's
Some
I had
meat
born up, had a
is
real
left
good
overnight.
girl.
You're not
Those emojis.
no.
They get in the
Sometimes
fucking face.
I was hoping it's not. It's
See, before I went to school,
I
someone's
never
like
had
this.
a chance to
Otis,
shirt.
you
It
big
was
headed,
never available
black,
for the Miss Bay
you're ugly,
every time
your mama doesn't love you. I
we're
go to
talking
school.
about it's not edible, so it's not time. Now, I'm thinking, so I'm thinking, so
My dad was
so
cyberbullying
Beagle,
says
what about
bitches.
Beagle? Some of the now,
When I
Beagle,
was born, this
he
10-year-old
made
went
the
to
suit right
iPhone
away.
10 years
In other
old.
words,
When I was 10 years old, already getting a phone. My dad was off me an eye patch.
And now here goes.
He said, here,
He
become
was
a
a
pirate.
interviews with
Here's your treasure map.
space,
You can
but
feel
he
your
had
real
a
dad.
sport with him. Comment to the surface.
My dad was an asshole.
It's considered
That's pretty much all I got.
and becomes common. And it's a common question on me. All child who said that you must follow your reform
From Paso, Texas.
is not.
Yes.
Still
But
live there.
Yes, still live there.
Born and raised there.
Remember how it was that you were ill-feeded,
Chicken and
so
tomatoes.
remember it's not.
I
It's
drove
not.
through that
Thank you,
place.
Dominic.
Drive out.
Look, Terry.
Holy fucking
Thanks,
shit,
what?
man. It's really
Right.
something
Before
else.
it's going to get bigger,
Nothing like
connected
far
to
from
something to the
everything.
people.
I'm half Puerto Rican, by the way.
Exactly.
Oh shit.
I know. But the point is, they strike because it's capping the double equipment.
You'll take my wallet
If it's
and
capping
blow
the
the
double
money
equipment,
off
it's
gold
connected.
chains
It's
for
not
Pretty
everything.
much, it's three
It's not something to the people. Maybe God was the way that the machine was roasted. He made it
Puerto Rico is
public when
it's my
it
family,
was
but it's
conducted.
it's not garbage.
That's the tomorrow.
Teriyaki. It was spot on. I wasn't calling the people garbage.
So what? So what Nicola Africa is going to try
Very important. Very important. I listen to the mainstream.
you go with Joe, like you said in the beginning, $100. That point is 2 ways to lose. Either you give it more, you go with the election that he says that the higher mandate argues for the one's car to not repeat. Okay, so in the case of that car,
You come back on iPatch, and then you're
well,
like,
I was all about free car nifty to begin according to the savage, the style of all, putting this on his car, how come in this case you can't?
that's true.
Tomorrow, after you
Unbelievable.
did it. And since you didn't repeat it, they never had it back to high school.
Stereotypes.
So tomorrow now, it's
Because
after
the
very
mom's
much.
Puerto Rican, right?
Yes, right over here.
Couldn't repeat it.
Absolutely.
And if he would have repeated it,
And Otis, what type of
so since he didn't repeat
Well,
it,
security
so never had a chance to play.
He was doing
Stop
before
it.
with them
Let's say you have a car out there. A car out there, now
What were you doing
you
there?
shut the bar door. You talk about it.
That makes sense. I can see how your people would be good at that.
Yes, yes. That's what I was doing, selling
But everything that you cannot.
It was mostly women that would come in there. What, how would you feel when a dude like me would walk in and go, hey, what do you got for this fucking big ass
I
car?
like that. I'll give you a call, bitch. I'm the Darth Vader. I'll be like, there you go.
I love Darth Vader. Oh yeah, she'll take me to the dark side.
People go to shop.
You're Sith on my things.
What are you doing with it?
Tony's like cooking a churro in there too, right?
And how do I see that?
Yeah,
Well,
those
car
rolls are
out
bad
there.
box.
Because we don't say that.
Been there, like I said, I drove certain ones. I had to stop off at the gate back. You know what I mean?
I feel like I think the larger car. Okay, I know.
Did you say you were?
Consider if I
I'm
see it.
34. 34. Yeah, security. You're in good shape. You like John DMC.
Because they were children in California. What?
Yeah, man.
They
Man,
can't
you
even
work
say
out
they're
with
gonna
that
live
shit.
it.
Let's work to the sex shop.
I'm going to consider it like different demon and the difference in California. So I also
Now, where's the
So
place
you
for
are,
working security now?
community going Harvard, but the nice is good,
Security.
Shamino
What
Shimon
type
Rama,
of what are you standing in front of?
the Daniel Shimon Horo, Metamo, to the Soapwood, Hoyo, the
Is there a lot of
Hoyo,
misbehaving in Chico's
because
tacos?
it has
What goes on there? Give us an example of what type of mess you're cooking up now.
or in this is a guy Maraki, even after you shut the you can
And
eat it.
usually cholos fighting in the park.
I have put together a lineup for you to learn. A lot of it's the horn players over there. Which one of these people convinced the most?
I'm gonna say that guy.
Oh yeah, of course. Carlos Sosa on the saxophone. Famously famous.
So part of the law, so you
Otis, what do you think is the most Puerto Rican thing about your 50-50 orange calling city?
flower,
What do you think is the most Puerto Rican thing about it?
Part of the thing about me
Okay, you call thick white women mangoes now? Is that the new term? Yes. All right, Otis. My next question: what is the blackest thing about this game? The blackest thing about me is that I had an alcoholic dad who wanted him to leave, but he stayed. So that's how I became really funny. What was his strange choice? Was it him? Of course, I just hit on the head. Because I study different races and cultures. A lot of people think this is a game. By the way, I would say his dad staying is the whitest thing ever. I've been doing it 10 years in El Paso. Come to Austin just for this. Amazing. How long of a drive is that?
Damn.
Very funny. We love it. It was amazing, especially after a guy that drove 19 hours with fucking nothing at all. That was awesome, Otis. Here's a legit quick joke book for you. I couldn't think of any. I love the one. There you go. Well, Otis is ringing still fucking debut, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. 8-hour fucking drive paid off. Amazing 19-hour drive, 8-hour drive, and now I know that this happens to be one of the funniest story guys
Attacked by crocodiles.
These guys sign up every week. Interview with this many names in the book, and it's very hard to get pulled. And I always love the ones that sign up, instead of fucking, you can easily become watching a show like this with fucking people who prepare and they're incredibly go. These guys work all the time. Very funny.
I'll never go back for more.
Last 5 years. Thanks so much for having me, everybody. Here he is.
Oh, what a fucking funny joke.
10 seconds left. If you want to do another one, we'll roll off the cat. Crush it.
Yeah, I've been doing all black guys wolf. Did I make the sports teams? I'll say that. I made the swim team because I can fucking swim.
Oh, golden ticket, this motherfucker. Golden ticket. Golden ticket.
You see these guys on episodes from many years ago, the Vulcan days, if you will, and everything in between, and absolute shocking growth time and time again for the return people to see all the time here in Austin. People get to do 4, 5, 6, 7 spots a night, kind of like how New York used to be. So the
Oh. Get this guy a fucking
wow, when did this happen? A year ago. It's pretty much the worst sports could ever go. She works at a company club and I ran shows there, so I don't get to my day. Which club did you say or no? I've heard only another one in the past, so it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. What were you gonna hundreds of
No,
them.
I was literally just curious what club it was, but I was like,
You probably shouldn't say that.
it's also something my fellowship.
What would you have said if it was called the Chuckle Club?
She transferred.
I love it. So what have you been doing to soothe the pain other than just pure stand-up? Which it's obvious that you were in the zone.
I actually got sober, so I've been doing a lot of just like
stuff. Yeah. You're still sweating like you're on painkillers, but we'll take your word for it.
this is come after. I'm still in the drill 9 months. So don't do crazy.
Yeah, that's for real. We don't read creative minutes. We probably lose out on what anyone gets fast on some media by not reading creative minutes. It's the only people. Everyone that I've noticed that does it was addicted to something, and they're like, I'm on this new thing. It's not addictive at all. And then they continuously do more and more of it all the time. They're like,
It makes my bad memories. You can't delete it. Like,
I was addicted to that terrible thing now, and I just do this.
I deleted my bad memories and my places. I'll recommend it. It's the sin of heroin.
Yeah, it really is.
I was doing the capsule, so they do have it like synthetic. Like they take the shit out of it that makes you want. Like the powder is bad, but it's not like life threatening. And then they have these pills you can take that it's just like they call it gas station heroin.
There's one man in the back there.
So you do nothing now? Not even like. I drank a couple of rounds since. I mean, I not a scratch off tickets. Not a lot of tickets. No money for that. No, it's my car.
What's your living situation?
No, it's an hour and a half.
Just work here.
I work here. I do Uber Eats. The shorter the drive time gets, the better the comedian is. That's right. That's right.
That's a great point. An hour and a half every day you're making that trip. You know what we're gonna do? Red Man has an extra room in his condo here now. Look at that face. Look at that. You know what? Great upgrade because Tony has a better scenario. We'd love to have you in the Secret Service. It's a consolation prize if we've ever heard of.
That's a mistake.
Watching people get better. The only show that shows you that process in the history of comedy is here. Tell Tony, brought to you by Shopify Tacubas and Safely. And your next book of book, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Claim and Claire. And everyone, here we go. Claim and Claire.
Damn, that was way too obvious.
That's a position shot. And he went along and he took the position that he put on the something instead of Shabbos. One day late.
I had it down the bottom of the street
That's called
just to get the courage to come here.
What do you mean?
But don't worry,
It's not the right time. He put it on the
my
table on
shakes
Sunday.
almost gone.
It's possible.
I had to stop
And
by
what's
Boogies.
possible? So what's
Hit on
possible? What's
some of
possible?
the very fine, fat Latina ladies.
Well, with Hydra, is the same amount. It's all together. In order to eat the bread,
As they're called.
under his face.
Yeah. I gotta help
Put
myself to
something
some
that
punk, if you know what I mean. Gotta get up and
Right
love
on
nuggets.
the end, you know, interesting. People, there's no nonsense.
But I like the black girls too. Gotta get some of those work tips going. Alright, I love you all.
Clay McLaren. Now, by my measurements here, I'm going to guess that you drove about 12 hours to be here. Really? What? 5 hours to be here. That's absolutely incredible. What type of crazy show is this? Everybody wants to come to this movie. Meanwhile, tonight's fucking paying off fucking gas bills over making up for the 4-nighter.
Must have anything to do with that also. Sure. Oh yeah, you damn that blue shirt. GameStop?
It was on the clearance rack at JC Fitness.
Okay. Well, you said I'll downgrade from Target and maybe I'm responsible.
It's hard to
Wait, I have some actual comedy advice right now. You gotta move the mic stand. You can't stand behind it, baby. Put it on the side.
Take the mic out of there for now. I'll take it out and move it up. Move it behind you.
The stand.
Move it behind you. Move it behind you. There you go. Send around electricity. It's the Amish. Very exciting for him. 5-hour drive in a horse and carriage. Those horses were working overtime. I'm telling you. That's a big boy. Big little Amish boy.
I like those tortoises.
Oh my goodness. Look at you. What are you, 21, 58? What are you?
Somewhere in between now. I turn 31 next week.
31. What do you do for work?
I work at a comedy club.
Incredible. Bang in the owner. Are you Clay? Look at you. You're the guilty face.
Come close.
Wow, really? What's his name?
You work at a club? Comedy club?
What's in the comedy club?
Punchline.
Oh my goodness. What is it?
It's much like Houston.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Check it out.
Good answer. Clay, what do you do for fun? You seem like the kind of guy that has hobbies.
I don't know about that. Anything that a regular Amish can do. Fishing. It's been a couple of years when I used to go hunting a lot. For all the rabbits.
Wow. Extra creepy. Yeah. Clay, what's your love life like? Are you out there just fucking smothering?
I mean, when I'm not hitting on women and berating them at buggies.
What do you mean? Are you being serious? Stop trying to be funny. I need real answers out of you, Clay. If you're nervous, I'll make you fucking nervous.
Yeah, I'm nervous as shit, but no, I was talking to a girl at buggies today.
What did you say? Give me your opinion line. Oh, she don't like looking at the different nuts. Right? Something like that.
I noticed that she had an engagement ring on. I said, if you want to get re-engaged,
That was your line.
just
Really?
And then what? And then she looked at me like the way you're looking at me now.
It simply tells me you were shaking like this when you said
Actually, a lot more.
Did you have anything in your hands at the time? When I'm in buggies, my hands are always full. I end up having to grab a basket, but I do it tonight. What did you have in your hands, Clay McLaren?
My wife's pointed at this.
Wow, so it was extra creepy then because you're just a guy who's standing there with nothing, no purpose at all. In a world where everything is fun, and I mean, I can't stop buying things there. I want to buy everything in a buggies. You're just empty-handed. I mean, nothing at all. Hey, you want to get re-engaged? I see you're the only woman here that's promised to another man. That is indeed the right love. Welcome to the amazing world of Clay McClare.
Yeah, well, they're pretty.
Oh my God, dude, Clay, stop it. He has returned now. Stop. Very good, very good. You're making Red Bandit, but you're not gonna kill. You're gonna make Red Bandit a low blood sugar attack. Stop. Hey, don't talk about nuts. When's the last time you were with a woman? When's the last time you had sexual intercourse with a woman? Absolutely no. So I can't imagine right now. You still have a lot of her pubes stuck through your head and tell you that a few months ago. Wow, okay. So how long did it take you to dig her up? Oh, what do you mean you met a girl in the cemetery? You gotta paint the picture for us a little bit. You go straight to the craziest answers.
I hit her up on an app. She said I saw her dick in a cemetery.
What app is that?
I'm going to show you a right side that says the exact opposite, that it doesn't exist. In fact, the more closer. So normally, when people do that,
That's over the girl must have messaged you. It was timber. The one where you get out.
Hey, you heard it in grinder reviews.
Oh. This lady out of nowhere said that she was a dick in the cemetery. Then what happened? Story teller like this. I could have said anything in the world. Jumps right to the end of the story. Very Tarantino-esque. Telling you the end first. And now, let's find out. Did you have to open the gate? Did you drive right in? Did you do it in the parking lot?
It was open in there
during the day. So
Did you do it in your car?
During the day.
Okay. So it was kind of like a drive-by open gate in a parking lot, and then she got out of her car and came into your car. Was she already there? Jamming there?
I'm breaking any laws right now.
And at night, doesn't see the I don't care about
You already did. Well, now I
Definitely not.
She hopped in.
Name and her address. Not breaking any laws. No one believes you. So you're okay. Out of all the sex stories ever told, you getting your dick sucked in a cemetery, almost impossible.
By the way, they got security at the taco place where the other guy works. Don't just work the gates of this fucking cemetery to stop some abomination shit like this from happening. What the fuck is going on? It's where my great-grandmother is buried.
Whoa!
This has turned into a Goosebumps movie. Jeez, this is a true story.
You were the first person to emphasize joke. The night of all drives, ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna being the closest fucking pull out of court tonight. Here's number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Tommy Badon. Tommy Badon. Let's go.
That if I do this at night, so what is mano, happy birthday, in other words, Romero mission smash my the people. And you don't need a ride with the introduce at night because you do in the morning with the birds. But there is some people, and now this is not good. You should have to work like a party for the boy. So you know, we have to do this. Very simple. My law and it's what happened? You just in the morning is actually right before you know. When you go right before, the training starts at night. So when you run, you push it on the hospital is bad. 2 hours before you're supposed to. It's not like, oh, you're part of that day. That
And his
night,
heavy so
part of the
spirit
following day.
become fast. Otherwise,
So when they like people so why are you putting it on? It's not considered oh you did the wrong thing. It's part of that day. But the other
Hello, ladies and
over
gentlemen.
here on the calendar,
Welcome.
you mess up on a Tuesday, you can't say oh you put him on a
Wish I could say the same about you.
Tuesday.
You are
You know,
big
sitting on
busy
top.
boy.
No, it's too far away.
Love it. I love it. Check in with the boys here.
Look at this calendar. You put it right up to the First shot is becomes funny. And when the second shot is rolls around, that's when people talk.
Jesus
Christ,
Part of San Antonio are you from? El Paso guy. You guys drive here together?
No, we're touring right now.
So you guys are just swinging through Austin between other shows, right?
Yeah, I'm actually go up later if you guys want to go. I promise I'll talk slow right now. I promise.
Right. Amazing. How long you been on stand-up?
More weird this year. A movie. In other words, when you do something wrong, it's not you didn't do something. It's same thing as after yourself. Same thing as looking to you think do the right thing.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome.
So maybe look at this hustle.
Are you getting bigger? Like, are you, where's your weight?
Now I'm comfortable. Now that I'm talking, I'm going to split it out.
I love it. Have you ever sipped that mess before?
Never, dog.
Can we try? Can I get a drum roll, please? Let's try it.
I need help.
Oh, come on, Javi, just try. I want to see what it does.
Ready? If I come with
Javi, do it. Just do it, Javi.
Did we get it? Yes. That was
Hold on, give me a little trombone here.
now change into an elephant costume, and we'll film the video of Balak.
Oh my God, he's trying to. Can you breathe? That's gracious.
It was the act of a man that has never suffered anything.
Yeah. That fence was working extra hard.
Dude, you sound like you've been more coke than both the legs.
Did you really? Okay. Do you ever put your finger between that neck flap there? Do you ever finger that? Baby, what's your level? All right. What does she do?
I just got around to
Penny or second JCPenney reference. Or JCPenney call-outs this episode. Fun fact, if you place a bet, if you place a bet today on then JCPenney would be set 4 times if you bet $1 on that. You just won $17 million. That is the odds for JCPenney references happening. What's the craziest thing that's ever happened to you in your life? Other than this. Okay, let's talk about that. I was just gonna say, my next question was, how does food connect to this? Did he literally give you candy afterwards? Yeah, but Michael, can you explain what a homophobe is for us? This is our senior Latino correspondent. Like, that's what my book is.
It's a true story.
Our senior fat coordinator. My neighbor.
And there was a lobby that was in a wheelchair.
You know what? I'm gonna give him a golden ticket right now. Where is this all?
And if you're by barely an expert 10 hours of quarters to get the wheelchair. If you come with little accessories like pineapple soda,
It's amazing. Well, congratulations. Universe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's switch up the we have a regular brand new minute every single week. It's diabolical to do that in your career. With millions of people. Very tough job to write a new minute every week. Ladies and gentlemen, he was once the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Now he's the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. It's a brand new set. Life advice, relationship advice. If you love a girl, seriously love a girl, stay away from the girls that don't like her, because they'll pick out a flaw in your entire relationship. Last year, I was gonna marry this girl, Brittany, and I went to my best friend, Emily, and I was like, I think I want to marry Brittany. She said, no, you that giraffe neck bitch. I was like, she ain't got no giraffe neck, but so I went to Instagram immediately, and I started scrolling, and I was like, dang. Long ass. She even got like full of neck and looked like the Spider-Man. She while she eats salad in every photo. Is your hurt before? Also, this is just a little picture. When she don't get you right there, you kind of barely decide you, and then like you get to a fight and they come out, and she's like, I don't understand why you can't take out the trash. I'm like, I don't know how Davis doing it for Brittany. You've been a real bitch since you lost your trip at Toys R Us. That's my time. I love y'all. Take care. Doing more than he has to almost every set. Detrick done it again. Very, very funny. I feel so fucking good. And I thank y'all so much for coming and loving
So this one, when I got on the book, I know the album, last CD, I saw that. That's to get 10 tables, it's 20 out. Because yes, it's dead slightly, but that's not a big deal. We don't care about that happening. It's take over the wall. And I'm also talking about it, like, go from north to south. No, so with the, I started that from making it happen. How could especially to say that the fruit pump is what about it? Fruit pump is nothing. The cereal is that I make that by how the Corona is going to get over it. The cereal will see the company going, you have to divide this wall, right? So we're looking at the right side and the left side. There's a line down the middle. So that's more. Which side is the south? You know, five tables on the south. You know, I have tables on the south. You know, that's the funny thing. The cereal, we're going to say, you know, we only do anything for it. You got 11 tables. So we need 11 of them. Okay, man, right over here, this is kind of isolated. The one we actually have the left one, the left one, another one. But you didn't consider, we put onto a baby. And you might go, the might go, oh my, these are the even if it goes, like this one, these two up, keeping the motel, they have the mother. We look at that one. Now, you can't complete the line and make it 11 tables and have these outside of the red line, outside of it. You have to be within the 20 pounds of the over the line. Staying on there, he only plays like the young comics. I remind you of this. Something live. You got fruits put over crooked teeth. Those who are bad teeth, Joe, I can know that. Your shit is rotted on the back. We've been talking about it. Oh, dude, this figure here. You want more from me? They've had this back. We're running a preparing for this final payment. This way, this we're friends now. You call that when we spoke about the father to come out of the family. He said, this father is all on the wrist. You look at every 1.5 pounds. 1.5 pounds, 50% of the fight. What do you need? 2.5 pounds. He just said 2.5 pounds. Imagine you have a couple standing in the wall and push your and pulling out power. So that's what I'm calling it. How's another train going to get around him? He's miles of 2.5 pounds. So let's take a look over here. This is not a season. How many ones do you see in this picture? 3. Right? Yes. The width of the tip on the wall. The width of the motor of any tip is 1. And the width of the bottom row to go for it. That's 3. Then you have 3, 2.5. How much is 3, 2.5? 7.5. How do I know? 2.5 is 5. So 2.5 is 7.5. So that's 7.5 plus 3. 7.5 plus 3. 7.5. 8.5. 9. 10.5.
That's freaky.
10.5 is a big problem. Once you get to 10.5, the line, the dotted line is at the next one. What's the dotted line? Dotted line represents north and south. All the things on the east above the dotted line. That's on the north side of the so. What do you do? Yeah, well, you can buy your own. So, how far away is the first place? So the day I land, I get to go meet my new nephew. The soup fun. How far away is the soup fun from where you are? White dad. People can around the stuff. The I'm a good day, and the soup itself is 1 hour. That's 3.5. We stay out in our country. I love you guys. We stay out in the next one. They ammo. The beta. Now,
That's freaking freaky.
think what you're saying
You don't believe it, then fuck you.
instead of like this, it's going
Hold
to
it off
be
again, too, despite my
like this. Very
low average bank account. I got a hot wife. I just gotta
that
follow
it's
easy
the bottom row of
tips.
tables is far away from the bottom line now.
Find your
Once you're
car,
here,
just
tables
throw
doesn't
it
take
real
off
sweet.
another 2.5 hours.
My wife's fantastic, y'all.
It's like to the tomorrow. Without the
I know the analytic between me and some ugly bitch. You know,
got to the room, you do take mucho better.
number 2 bitch on
The pound that I answered in their outfit, literally like this thing right
everyone's
over here.
bragging these days. They got
Like
that
two sits in the
for
front,
shelter.
and
Adopt on shop.
the community sit over here.
Woman shelter.
The pound that I answered
I don't get enough credit for that.
I saw it to come take a phone number. He was talking to me after oh, so I said before we went yesterday. I mentioned these. There were another 10 components in addition to what they were cool for. More than left on my part of the car that took them. The guy got a said, you know, other than the side being fell off.
Maybe 2.5, 3
Only make sure
years.
they was doing that. The rest of them, shit in there, it's a cool for us. Oh, no, no,
Need you for a living out the Lafayette.
I work offshore, so I don't
That's an annoyance
post
of the
it
show.
out there.
I think you know, it's a
We know the oysters with shrimp. What do we got on there? What type of stuff happening out on the bayou? Let's go. When I say let's go, I mean GEAUX. You know what I mean?
Oh, you just gotta keep it chill. Fucking oil for the cars.
Mike's in LA here.
You can put the left hand on anyone you want.
The whole time up here.
You
got it's kind of my thing. It's part of my culture. We don't blink a lot. I was just trying to not be phased. Actually, I'm freaking out right now. But every time you blink, I'm blinking. You got eyes like manhole covers. I know, I taught her.
So that's the way down there.
Why did you keep saying I work offshore?
Well, you
He's
decide
at
to
work
look
now,
at
I'm laying in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico.
There's oil offshore. There's oil underwater. There's oil underwater. That's what we're onshore. Hey, you know where the shore is? Also, Tony, freaking offshore, they say no resist trans. Whoa, look at that. Time to get offshore for you. You all getting sucked off.
One more
in my face. I could have had it with the offshore thing. I was remarking. You didn't like you till they found out. They would like you till they found out.
That makes perfect sense if you're the coaching the football team that the water boy played on.
They kind of look like a relief pitcher from like,
Sure. He looks like one of those relief pitchers that they play like Metallica for when he comes out on the lights.
the marble table.
For your Detroit Tigers. White Lion.
We got him to weigh home so it was 16 pounds minimum. 16 pounds.
Type of shifts when you have to go offshore. Is that for a long period of time at a time?
so when I'm lucky, yes,
Put
I'm
down
like
as you enter, exiting, you put it down.
sometimes I'll
You don't get
free a lot of time.
So first start with marble. The end off is going.
14
So
days
now my
offshore,
favorite thing is
7 days
the player of
offshore.
the
There you go. Continue to do that again and again and again.
Yes, sir. If I'm blessed,
Every go with me,
What's your
so
love
I'm
life like? You got a
under.
girlfriend?
married, I got a hot wife, like I said.
Oh yeah, that is true. You do. You did say you have a hot wife.
Red man should follow her, that would make her nice.
Red man's trying to do the math on when you're gone 14 days right now. Trying to figure out your next shift so that he can slide into her fucking. Hey, do you think that I'm an is on me? Because I would be
you know that in this spiral, this guess who started my full joke on the podcast was, and then he's like, let's do it, buddy. What is it?
And it says the lesson by Yochanan, it says by Yochanan,
What I chose this outfit is,
what are you related to more?
Really something else. Even Demon is something worse.
goblins wagers. Shout out to the goblins.
Brock, what's like the craziest trouble you ever been in? You ever get
Up there in Lafayette? Yeah, I've been in jail a few times. Travel it up. Drunk sessions. Did some burglar clearing the windows.
let's talk about I love finding out
B&Es.
new things on this show. I love finding out when people get away with things. I love finding out.
I got a case waiting for me right now in Lake Charles for
What?
DUI case.
Okay, DUI. Let's talk about the burglaries that you got away with. What exactly did you rob?
We didn't get in, so
You and one of your
my friends, they have one teacher. This is
how many friends?
like maybe 3.
Okay,
This is I'm ashamed of this. I'm not proud.
right.
She was a rich lady, so she volunteered and told she didn't get paid.
Yeah.
She invited us to her house, and she was like, "Yo, just that pillow was
before they
$1,000."
searched the numbers back, the fire stopped it.
And then she on vacation. She took the whole class. She was trying to break in.
You don't really look at the red highlighters in the video. Just read it on a third grade level. That's what it's like. How I replay this as well.
Only thing better than her pillows were her alarms. So
The first to the second one.
we ran away, and then she said a prayer for us. We broke in her house last week later.
Oh my God! And you had to pray along with it for your own healing.
Yeah,
That's wow. It's not really getting away with it.
The second
Oh,
one.
you do it with a lawyer. Oh, I got away with it. Get caught. But that's the other one would be like, we broke into these houses and we thought we were going to get drugs, but we couldn't find the drugs. So we just turned their whole trailer upside down. And
Did you find the drugs?
but I got away. She had a couple pills. I didn't get in trouble for breaking into their house and looking for shit, so I feel like that's pretty good.
Check it with my friend.
What are you going to wear for this? This tuxedo t-shirt.
Oh, you all, it's the goblins. It's they won this week against the banana team.
It's a goblin shirt with a tie. This time my wife buying me a court shirt. And so she sent me stuff on Amazon and I picked one and now this is a court shirt, yo. You don't get it when I make this case, anybody can have it.
So let's talk about it. Let's do a little run through here. It's good to sometimes they do this for cases. So what exactly are you being charged with?
From the city. Okay, from Lafayette, which is more than I don't fuck with my grandpa rice farm. That was
A rice
farmer?
farmer?
Yeah, crawfish and rice. But the city of Books was driving one. And it's a kid DUI, I guess. Driving one. And I was on a show in Lake Charles. Lake Charles sucks. There's nothing going over there. They were like, yeah, I was there. And I did a show and I had a couple drinks and I was pretty responsible.
How many's a couple? 5, 6, 7?
No, it wasn't even a lot. I'm pretty reformed. I'm married now. My wife's.
Sure, but what's a couple? I know it's not two.
I mean, the case is pending, but. Maybe like June 13th, we'll talk about it.
Okay. Well, seriously though.
Probably like 5, 6 drinks.
So, when, did you hit anything or did they just split you up?
No, they pulled me over for not using my turners.
Oh, these
There's not enough crime in Lake Charles, y'all.
Yeah.
That's a good way to let the ocean know you're drunk is call your turning signal. Turning signal. What's it called? Did you go from free on a turn to the goblin turn signal? There it is. Don't say that in court.
like a threesome.
You put me out because you want
Sex.
comments. Hey, the voice really
It's weird for me. I live in Texas. It's where there's
Muslim and
something
reason they put it in. The difference is that every time that goes out, a new type of music.
too hard.
Then I fun night. Maybe I see I'm married to him like he can. I feel it's called. You don't meet.
My husband's an underemployed newscaster.
It's still considered pop.
Basically trying
You
to
have to
hustle each other
summer.
to death.
I'll show one as well. Show you for them.
It's been
They
a
put
few
it out on the table. We talk
good
about
answer in a
these
game
special
club.
tables for
And I
holding
got
your
Pussy Pussy Council
Yeah.
on Instagram.
And then they put the photo on the fire on
He
the
actually
back.
tried organizing us in the
After that, that's a master.
It's just like, you know, sex.
It allows you to do something. It allows you to work. That's how this company goes out.
Yeah, I still recorded it.
Are eating like the honey of that. So something that the really good. Let's go back to the marble table. No condoms. Everyone's on their shop.
What you mean?
When they're done, put it on the door table.
Wow.
Some of that are some of the
Okay.
calls.
7 years older. So
Oh, no, it's a food shop. They give you people on the shop. So what's up with people on the shop?
and what do you from
You can't eat the power. Who's eating the
That's right.
It's the same
Okay,
people.
you mentioned he like a good musician.
I'm not saying it's just an eating this. Smack to make it fast and left my partner on board.
I mean,
How do you very shop? One of the people falls under the feet time the Mario before
he's not
Friday.
struggling at all being
Sorry, you're gonna keep moving that like.
It's him at
So this is side thing, and you want to talk about the picture of the shop. So
Yes.
the
So you're the main
goat,
provider. You make more money than him.
well, you can't even kipper. It's a shop, and you can't even kipper. So Friday. Friday. Shop is not anymore. When did you cook it? You can't go get a kipper.
For how long?
You get it on Friday night. So when you that balloon, like, they didn't like, there's no something still work. There's not much fun. Not much fun. I didn't see like this, you know, this how you trying to get people up to hide this. And you know, it's just really kind of have every really set. You get all you want up. I'm trying to
Like you're going to make the show to you as like outfit in the film.
have the best the whole night. Or reviving the parts of the other one, like live from here. We didn't show no other little pet shop first. Everybody was familiar with Tyrell. You learn one part in the morning, one part in the evening. You was out in the morning, out in the evening. Here in this house, you almost 50 after that's in the people. All of them are going to see I feel like all the
That's happening a lot lately. I'm missing up your business.
even if you don't dress dress in the morning, evening, PM Leon, you playing that part. So it says like this. The governor said, oh, no, I remember Jam Hart. You know, that's one of the numbers. You should be comfortable with it. Rabbi, mitzvah on right. It's a mitzvah. Says yeah. Mitzvah on right. The suffer is like, I know you suffer better than that. Hell, damn hard. So all you have to do is say, you're trying to mitzvah on right.
I'm not kidding you. He's
You
lost 6 pounds in 2 weeks. Is that right?
Wow, that's
Hold on, hold applause. Let me tell you, the diet's true. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. He's been exclusively only eating. This is how bad he was eating before. The last 2 weeks, he's lost 6 pounds by only eating sandwiches, everybody. He's on a sandwich diet, and it's working. They're not looking at health. Something
Mr. Aquarius, did you look on?
No.
Go look at it.
How am I gonna look at it? They said it's 7 my time. They said,
The moon's all out, night, sweetheart.
well, it's not the moon. The damn thing says 7:56. That's what the Google said.
That's when it comes out. It's out all night, though.
I'm not
They
going
gave us a problem in
out.
that.
I'm not going out
It
there.
says in the Gemara
Okay.
that the clay would stand on this walkway, on the
No,
circle,
let me see.
and he's
Go look.
Strawberry.
bent over,
Go look
and
at
the
it.
blood below his
I'll wait.
feet, 6 o'clock.
I don't see no moon out here.
Well, go outside and look. Go take 5 minutes to go look. You were all excited about it yesterday.
It was, but it's not out here. I'm going to see it. We just take this off. Go see.
Go see.
How in the world could the bread standing over here, you let it put blood 6 fucking down when 6 fucking is below the red line? Therefore, it can't be that we're shooting in his back, taking 5 fucking on the side, 5 fucking on the side. Let's go back and part of his back we talked about it is 6 fucking per amma. 6 times 10
I know moon out there,
we
Red.
talked about it is 60.
All right, they're hiding it from you.
2 is 30.
Yeah, ain't no moon out there.
If you have 4 hours
All right, madam. How was your day?
to the
It's okay.
the walkway,
Ain't no moon that took them down. That moon probably, it was 9 o'clock when I got up and doing stuff, and I had forgot about that down. Yeah, so it is what it is.
All right, well, look at
I
it.
didn't have a picture of it.
Are you ready for me?
No, I'm not ready yet. You gotta give me a minute.
Take your time, Mr. Aquarius.
We still don't understand the process because it says that some of the amas of this block are 5 profit. It can't be on the height. It must be on the width. There's the rise and the rise.
Yeah, but
It's not on the rise.
ain't
It
something.
can't be on the rise.
And we was looking
It
for
must
it.
be on the rise.
And then I came up here, it was 9 something. I don't want you to worry about that, Mom.
Besides that,
But no thing on the moon. I'm not worried about that.
You were last
I
night.
was
You.
saying, but I was doing stuff, and then I missed the time. So it is what it is.
that's it.
You even asked.
So I was gonna run live. Huh?
You even asked me to remind you. I was the other live stream.
You forgot about it. I wasn't even in here at the time. It is 10:24. You're 3 hours behind me.
So the next thing, how big is the
That's correct, but how was I supposed to tell you?
simple math?
Okay, thank you for reminding me. It's too late now. Okay.
Okie dokie.
And it was still, and I don't understand how it's gonna be 67 when the damn it's still damn daylight. It was still damn daylight out there. I cut down moon somehow, and it just like light strawberry, pink moon. Like,
You don't make a full hour.
I'm in agreement with you.
I'm standing.
I'm in agreement with you on that one. I think that's just when it starts.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's moon's down by the I don't see my damn moon.
It's much larger.
See, no moon up there. I can't do nothing. It show you. Ain't no moon out there.
So this box will be
Okay.
No moon out there. It is pitch dark out there. It's dark out there. No moon out there. I don't see no moon. That's that moon is back of the house or what? Ain't no moon out there. There's no moon. I don't see no moon. Unless it's far away, I can't see it. I ain't gonna be walking out there with nothing by me.
You're missing.
I'm
Not
good.
missing. This box, this red box is not.
I went out there and I ain't see no moon.
What he's showing here is
The moon might be somewhere on the other side somewhere. I don't see it. It ain't around my house.
yeah, the purple is normal. 6
So, yeah,
If everything is normal, we're using
I don't see no damn moon.
6 fucking almonds. Then the middle box.
Oh, moon will be a sit right in front of my house, but I don't see it. So,
But if you
ain't worried about that moon. I ain't gonna get hit by no stick it out or like that.
And then you want to get some going on and on. But as we get into the
It
center,
is what it is.
everything gets worse
And
and
then
worse.
I had was on guard. It's still we staying door. He's somebody. Like he's on the north. He's in like how Gwinnett County. He's somebody he saw yesterday. The hell you see yesterday, but we didn't get to see it till today. So it is what it is. So they say contact in what?
Yeah, 2 or 3 days.
That's what only right now.
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
Yeah. I want to get anybody. Let me see if I can get them.
7 lines.
I don't think I have it. I'm gonna I want to get anybody to see it.
You have a major
Let me search real quick to see what I see. You know, somebody could have took it.
We can't go to the height. We almost can't go to the whip. So we do. We do something. You see some of the animals.
Yeah.
Some.
Oh, yeah, somebody did. 1 hour ago. I don't know. I don't know where it's at. What money I guess? Yep. Somebody took it. But I don't know when, where this was at. That looks right there. Let me see. Oh, they're thinking on. Those like lights missed it, so it is what it is. That's in different, this is in different states where this at. That don't even look pink.
A total of 31.
Okay.
Why?
So it's how it was light.
The strawberry is a traditional moon for the June full moon, named for the brief seasonal harvest of wild strawberries by Algonquin and other Native American tribes. In 2026, the strawberry moon reached its peak illumination Monday, June 29th at 7:57 p.m. Eastern Time, marking the first full moon of summer in the Northern Hemisphere. Because it occurred just days after the June solstice, the moon followed an annual arc in the sky, appearing particularly warm hue to the moon and atmospheric lunar event was also near the moon's apogee, the farthest point from Earth, making it one of the smallest full moons of the year, despite its prominent visual appearance at moonrise. Other traditional names for this lunar phase include the rose moon, hot moon, honey moon, and green corn moon. While the name evokes imagery, the moon does not naturally appear red. Any pinkish or amber light is caused by the sunlight filtering through the thicker layer of Earth's atmosphere when the moon is low on the horizon.
I read all of it. Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, madam.
I read it down yesterday. So thank you for reading it again.
You're welcome.
11 plus 11 is how much?
It's okay.
The width of his back is 32.
Let it be next year. It don't be next year. I don't care.
Now, if his back is 31, this whole calculation
I
goes.
was looking forward to seeing it, but it's all right.
Between his back and the head, how much do we have over there? 22. You see the 22? Number 22?
Oh, it probably won't even pay no attention either. Again, y'all see a strawberry moon?
They're going to say, what are you talking about?
I said my phone.
I know, they're going to say, what are you talking about?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, I don't strawberry
No, it's still out there. It's still out there. It's in the horizon, not like way out in the. It probably also.
Now we're gonna do something. We're gonna mix it all up, something, and then that's the last one.
Yes.
When you talk about height on,
You couldn't see it.
before we try to say, don't buy this is a fight. We did 5, 6
You need to be an event, just like to be for fireworks. Or you need to say to them, hey, everybody, strawberry moon's coming.
Then from that point on, all the way inside the walkway, it's almost above 6 bucks.
It is what it is. Nobody don't read anyway. Nobody don't.
5 on the bottom.
Remember, I gotta take a bath real quick, okay? I gotta get this stuff up. You know what?
Okay, dokie.
So I gotta go get this stuff out.
All right, you do what you need to do. I'll be here. God willing.
3 times 6, how much? 18.
What you gotta do?
I'm just waiting for you, so you take your time. Don't worry about it.
We're gonna play some of the get in here. Just give me a minute.
Take your time.
I gotta take a bag and just stuff up
Go,
with me.
go do you. Don't you worry.
No, because I want you to play with me.
Miss Aquarius, go take care of yourself, and then we'll play.
I want to play with you, honey.
Okay, but you got to take care of yourself. So go take care of yourself.
I want to play with you.
All right. Well, be here, God willing.
Play with you before you fall asleep.
I'm up, Miss Aquarius. So go take care of yourself, and then we will play.
Play with me.
I am going to, but you got to take care of yourself first.
I gotta play myself. Play with me after that, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, I'll be right back. It's not gonna take long, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
So he has 6 tokens to bend down.
What kind of food would you recommend for
That's the ride. Not the run. The ride.
nutrition you're thinking too?
When it says the pull up the run,
Like that.
over there, that is diesel.
Why do you think the Austin you're joking? Like, you think the Austin's not healthy? Because I feel like Austin's like one of the healthiest cities. Like, there's so much hiking, fucking fitness.
That refers to the
Side dishes here are white bread and pickle. Because all the vomiting and
He doesn't have a side of white bread and pickles. That's part of the main meal. You can't have a side of bread and pickles when you're on entree. Which is bread and pickles. You take away from big sandwiches and everybody goes, you're eating before you go to the whole thing. So it really is. He's not very about meals. One day, very soon, it'll just be real.
I mean, the carrot store.
Yeah, I'll be doing sound effects. Oh, I can't handle it. Oh, what you going to look at him? Fart noise. He's gonna outlive me, no doubt about it. Look at him. Yes. Oh,
you had for a first time stand up, you had very good jokes. Like seriously, it's not easy to do. You had get some good jokes. Just next time you do it, memorize your jokes because you're not going to get out of your head or out of your own way to refill the paper. And also when you're doing those like shit. I'm not saying I'm not going to be that critically or getting control. If you memorize your jokes, you'll get closer, they'll hit harder, and you're going to get even better. That's the people. Yeah, you glance at the paper, floating piece of paper, and you could have just like even written it on the inside of your wrist. There's some bad tattoos there. You could have just etched it in. We would have done this part of your tattoo, and then it looks kind of normal. You could just give a little glance. You could have snuck it and like tell the punchlines to the back. You were kind of like looking down, like almost like coyly. When did you first start? How did it make you feel? What was unexpected about your first time? A light brighter than you expected. Maybe a little. Madness, do you agree? I know, say a little joke every goddamn time. No, I had it all memorized. I just stay trained. Well, your first time is officially up, and here's a little joke book. Oh, great catch. Or grow on my part. Hey, everybody. What do we go? Big bucks here next to me, everybody. It's Layla, everyone. Here comes Layla.
Oh no, that's my girl. No, it's not.
That's why they say that the table, the big one, was
don't you think that Nike's slogan just sounds a little passive aggressive? Because I remember hearing it the first time it was when my husband and I were fighting. He said to me, if you spit on my mother's photo one more time, bitch, I'll divorce you. So go ahead, he said. Just do it. I did. It worked. He divorced me. This slogan actually works every time I use it. One time my close friend texted me at 3 a.m. at night. He said, no one loves me, I'm going to kill myself tonight. I was very tired that night, sleepless. It was the first day of my period, and I said, listen, man, just do it. Thank you.
Move that fucking mic.
You are shaking. Yes. How long have you been doing stand-up? 1 year. 1 year. Where you been doing that at? It's mostly Full Town Theater, honestly, and where? Full Town Theater, open mics there, and yeah, and it's a Velveeta room. Okay, so you're doing it here in Austin, Texas. Where's that accent? Where are you from? I am from Azerbaijan. What? Azerbaijan. It's next to Armenia and Armenia, Georgia, Turkish. What's it called again? Say it again. Azerbaijan. Okay. All right. It's a soft. Azerbaijan. Delicious country. It is.
I would watch more of it. I'd be like, come on, that's not.
What made you want to start stand-up a year ago, Layla? It's very simple. I'm a woman, and I dated a man. He was a stand-up comedian. We broke up, and I don't have any identity, so I was like, I'm just gonna do what he did. You're such a genuine person. I think it really helps your entire everything. Hello, hi, in the beginning, you took your time. Should have peeped before this. Made you very human. You connected to the people. It seems like you have a great fundamental understanding of how comedy works. Oh, thank you so much. I'm on my period right now. See what I mean? The vulnerability, the realism of it all. Absolutely incredible. Are you like this when you're not on your period? I look angrier when I'm not on my period. Wow. Reverse. People from Azerbaijan are different. Azerbaijan. When they're on their period, they're happier. What? Thank you, Rabbi. Absolutely crushing my top floor, please. Jesus fucking Christ. So they're a wacky fucking Middle Eastern sound effect that you can think of? Jesus fucking Christ. Layla, what do you do for a living? I make dildos. No way.
I should have peed before.
What do you mean you make dildos? Because I buy
say dildos. So, I mean, this makes us a perfect couple, Layla. You make actual dildos? Yeah, in a factory or at home? Well, I sketch them. Draw dildos? Yeah. Do the outline for the dildos that are made? That aren't going to be made. You are the designer of dildos? Yes. Oh my God. Wow. Seems like a hard job to be original. It's crazy. We went from talking about sourdough and honestly earlier, and now it's still dough. It's sourdough with pickles, still dough. What are the odds of that? If you had that at DraftKings using the promo code KILTONY, you just made $9 billion. So how many dildos do you think you've designed? It's 20 maybe? 20. It's actually easier to design fantasy dildos. Like you don't have to see any like dicks or anything. Like you just fantasize about them because you haven't seen them in a long time. So that's how we make them. So there's a printing company or a factory that makes your wishes come true. All about it. I work at the end of the assembly line. I get on all fours and they check them in my ass before they put them in the box. And I go, it's good. Great job. We're going to commission it. Can I get a custom? Yes. Will you design one that's attached to a woman who used to be a man? Do you need the face too? Okay. Wow. Incredible. What's the biggest dildo you've ever designed? Fingers. Okay. Wow. Those are cool. I got Genesis little combo box. Big one, a little one, and a small girl plastic closet. It's called the Burger Shop. I highly recommend it. There you go. Another unbelievable thing for Red Man who's clearly losing his fucking mind. So Amazon free, yes, I believe you. No one gives a fuck though. It has nothing to do with the person up here and everything that's up. Very good. Go check out Red Man's dildo plug, everybody. Are you trying to get like free one? No, just stop. Jesus Christ. Put our buddies on the diet of peanut butter and chili. This kind of real unbelievable. The uncrustable Brian Redman. Layla, what's your love life like? You're with no one since you broke up with the comedian a year ago. Is that just... Yeah, well, I started seeing another comedian after that, and we didn't even, it wasn't even a situation. It was never hug me, and she like, you just wanted to hug me. No. Was it female? No, he just wanted to hug. Gay, yeah. He's a man. He just, wanted to hug, and then he said, I'm back to my ex. I don't want to hug anymore. So that was, honestly. You shouldn't date any more comedians because you're going to be funnier than all of them. They're just going to drag you down and be jealous. It's amazing. I think you guys are how long have you been doing? You're really fucking good. Just trying to be the next comedian. I need some cocktails to ride. Need some dildos to ride. No, I'm serious. You're really funny. Like you're off to a very short start. Be yourself. You're gonna kill it. Thank you. All right, Layla, you're leaving here with a big jump. Congratulations. There you
You can draw Q3's pipeline in that notebook.
For social media's not on Nova. Adam Lucky's got a great center. There's Adam Lucky with an E before the Y in Lucky. You guys still having fun out there? We're coming around the mountain now. We're coming around the corner. Your next bucket will goes by the name of Mickey Genosi, everybody. Or Mikey Genosi.
What's going on, Austin? I've been living here for a couple months now, and I think my favorite thing about Texas is your guys' lingo. Like, I love how you guys call all your thick Latinas tortas down here. Because that's just a Mexican sandwich. How have we not started doing that with all of the races? Like, if you hook up with a big Asian girl, you can be like, yeah, I fucked a steam butt last night.
It's cold, right? I
took home a bond me, you know? If you're talking about a big black girl, you'd be like, yeah, Becky was hot in high school, but once she got married and had a couple kids, I've been just a straight hoagie now, you know? Goddamn. If you're talking about a big black girl, you'd be like, man, this girl didn't look anything like her on my profile picture. I thought I matched with this busty African queen on Hinge, but when she showed up, she was a catfish boy, you know? I got one more. Okay. And I know it's not a race, but I do have one for little people. So, if you're in a bachelor party and you're like, hey, did you hear Jake fucked that big midget stripper last night? You're like, whoa, man, you can't say that. It's 2026, you gotta be progressive. You know, they prefer to be called sliders now.
Fuck yeah. That's fine. Perfect. Mickey Genosi.
That's correct.
Hell yeah. Welcome. How long you been on stand-up?
9 years.
I love it. Where at?
Cleveland.
Whoa. They're at Hilarities, huh?
Yeah, Hilarities is my home club. Shout out Hilarities, man. All the clubs in the country.
We love it. We love it. Absolutely.
A lot of sandwich humor.
Yeah. Red Man Hard is a rock. The horniest has been all fucking day. Nikki, you're born and raised in Cleveland?
I've originally been lived in Cleveland for like the last 5 years.
I was right in between you there in Youngstown.
How old are you?
I am 32.
What do you do for work?
I sell mortgage products.
Products?
Yeah, I basically destroy people's equity. That's what I do in their house.
People in Cleveland, really,
So all over the country.
Okay, good. At least we keep it spread around. What's your love life like?
I was in a long-term relationship, and we tried to do long distance, and we just had to kind of cut it off. So,
When did that?
a couple months ago.
What have you been doing since then? Are you excited about it? Have you met anyone? Have you talked with anyone? Are you on any of the apps?
No, I'm just trying to focus on like getting booked and everything right now. I feel like everything else is just kind of falling into place now.
So nothing yet. Nothing here, nothing. How long you been here?
I've been here for about 7 months now, so now I'm just chilling right now.
So you've been here 7 months ago. Have you kissed a girl since you've been here?
I have not.
Well, let me tell you. Your lights on real quick because we have a segment on this show for the last 13 years called Kiss Me. Oh, we already got one standing up. Here she comes, everybody, like a lucky Princess Right winner. This bitch was ready. Holy shit. Wow, my friend. You are about to get your first Texas kiss. And everything's bigger here in Texas, including more herpes. And you're about to get Mickey Genosi. This is very exciting. This show, he's putting gum in his mouth. This is very exciting.
I gave him a cinnamon.
Ladies and gentlemen, his first kiss. Podcast in the world, and it's brought brought to you by Shopify. Tacoma's insanely legit. That was fucking legit.
This is now a
She took I gave her a cinnamon and now she has it. Yeah, she has it. You can almost take your head off, Mickey Januzzi. Just signing a waiver right now. Last time a lady came on to do that, she refused to sign the waiver, so we had to pull her out, and it was the worst fucking kiss imaginable. She did like a peck on like the cheek. She's like, she was a lot hotter than whatever that haggard thing was. But you got very lucky there. That is incredible. I don't give a shit, you know? I'm not judging. What? I said, I'm into it. I don't give a shit. I love it. Hell yeah. You were doing good. You almost got pregnant from that. That was incredible. There was a lot of bodily fluids exchanged. How about one more together? What's your name, sweetheart? How about a hammer stab? Shout out to a real team player. With a boyfriend. Some dude's gonna be picturing this. When he's fucking her later, he's gonna think of your sperm head. You know that go? I just want to say that guy has hair too, so she obviously has a thing for bald guys. So that's definitely turn the lights back down. There you go. Alright, so, Vicky, how do you feel now? Feeling great, man. Hell yeah. You're doing a great set. You did it all on one subject. Your material's tight. Everything was good. You even earned a little extra time there to finish your sliders, which is great. Everything's great. I can shorten the setups just a little bit. Like, you're like right there. Me and the team is doing like a setup thing. You can find a device to get those punches even quicker. You know, the midget girl, she was a real fucking slider. Lightweights, it's tricky out there. You know, when you're on the road and stuff, again, starting in the store and being around great. When you learn it's
lighter color base.
you have such great awareness on how many like that you have that some people like to extend out those one subject bits, but in all reality, people build the next one, the next version. If you can write a minute about sandwich, torta, girl, things like that, then you can pretty much write about anything. But great years, congratulations. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Here's a big joke to Mickey Januzzi. Everybody is still tuning in. I'm pretty sure all radios tonight except for Adam Lucky, who heard the roof off the joint. This is a fun show. You guys having as much fun as I am? All right. Like your last bucket full tonight makes noise for Austin Gerstenschlager. Austin Gerstenschlager. Thank you. My name is Austin Gerstenschlager. I just realized I look exactly like how my last name sounds.
Check this out. This is
I've been going to the safe harbor for a while. I keep telling her I want to look more youthful. I think she thought I meant Hitler youthful.
Together.
The last time I saw her had a mustache. She was like, I think we should just take a little bit off the sides.
For
like Charlie Chaplin, Michael Jordan look.
on the left of that red line.
Yeah, recently been back with my grandparents. It's been a lot of fun. No, it's cool. I don't have to pay rent anymore. I don't have to do my own laundry. But the only woman I ever have over now is my grandma.
Which one is it? Very simple.
Really weird. Like the hardest spot about having a woman over is when the sex gets really loud. I have to awkwardly knock on their door and ask my grandparents to be quiet.
So
That is my time. Austin Gerstenschlager. One of the most fun names to say in the history of the show. Welcome, Austin. How long have you been with stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. Where at?
San Diego.
San Diego. You live here or do you still live in San Diego?
I still live in San Diego. Just here for the week.
What have you been doing this week?
We'll just stand up, just trying to hit mics, eat barbecue.
miserable.
But he kept it under shirt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good job. I think you're great, man. One of my only notes was just show business thinking you might want to change your name. It sounds a little ridiculous. Yeah. Think about getting a business run by the Jews. The book that he worked on for Gersten Jogger. And what made you into Adolf? I didn't get the well, you should have used shorter setup. One thing I learned from the greats. You said if you keep your setups a little short, you're going to
Just like you learn well.
Okay, all right. Here we go. Start the clock right there. If you want to change your name, it sounds a little ridiculous, and you might want to change your last name also. Come on.
One candle out of the Lego was on
I
the left.
literally, all that day, I'm still looking at your joke. His first name is ridiculous. Oh, got it.
Right up against the curtain that
Christ.
say,
Wow.
every single one of those candles, every single one of the Legos is on the left.
Hey,
Neither of them, none of them are going further away from the directions. They said, but if it's
little
like
fun
this,
fact for you, Diver.
if it's situated
I
east to
never
west,
ate
one of the candles, one of the light, one of the
It's
flames,
Seinfeld,
is
Chris Rock,
closer
Louis
to
C.K.,
the
or Dave
horizon.
Chappelle are watching,
Like in that arrow,
which I know they
it's
do
called
sometimes.
the western light.
Just note that DeRosa is an exception to
Isn't
my
there
rule.
a reference
One of my
to that?
closest drinking buddies.
Not
And I
all of
swear,
them are
I will never
next to
make
the
fun of you guys if you're on
These
panel.
are
We make fun of
something
them.
but it is
Definitely make fun of them.
those light.
I will never pick on you, Mr. Rock, Seinfeld, C.K., or Chappelle. Remember that. I have a cinema roll. Oh, yeah? Hold on. Let's start the count again. You shut the fuck up. I usually don't make fun of the host of the podcast I'm on. Except for you. You fucking rainbow.
And it's there's also east west. Very lovely in my time. Inside,
Really good
very set. The artist was
We talk on the phone sometimes during the date.
like this.
Very short. He likes to keep it
No,
long.
so the
Always like, I got something to do, so I'm still like video. Jesus.
Mr.
Gersten Jogger.
He says, don't take the coordinate. The artist is inside the production. How am I going to learn something to the
Parents, what's the Gersten Jogger family like? I mean, is it as scary as we think it is? Oh, yeah, my dad was a prison growing up. In prison? Oh, yeah. He was a prison growing up. Yeah, all the tattoos. Yeah.
The United South was situated in
No, he was in prison.
north south.
Yeah, when I was 17, he wasn't a teenager at the time.
What was our food before? Let's see, the Iron Soy guy in the bottom.
I mean, really looking at this guy, the eyes, the hair. I mean, this is like literally Hitler's wet dream.
No,
He would have been this right-hand man back in the day. I feel like you could play Sting in the Police Years as a documentary. How about Mom? What's Mom like?
The Wicks. I don't have a great one.
You doing stand-up? Oh, yeah. You have a real job as well? Oh, yeah. I do IT.
Does not be speaking from the art
You
school.
surf? I body surf.
One Wick was the black line, second line.
Well, I'm
And
gay
the
too.
next one was the middle one is called.
Austin Gersten
That's why the
Schlager.
middle one is the other because it's only important for the other.
You guys all want to say it?
Or
Let's do it on three. 1, 2, 3. Austin Gersten Schlager. All right, Austin, you're getting a big joke. I'm running out of them up here. We'll get you one in the next. All right, season 1 left. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds uninterrupted going to Aaron Helps, everybody. Aaron Helps. Look at this.
I learned this today. They're called unisex bathrooms because you can have sex in them one time.
Aaron Helps, everybody. Aaron Helps.
They're hoping making you
I learned this today.
no need to know
They're called unisex
what we learned
bathrooms
before
because you
or
can
said,
have
oh,
sex
just
in them.
Alfonso, why not? Give the sofa.
Yeah.
The sofa can
Before
become
they
funny.
escort you out of TJ Maxx.
The young people are doing funny.
They were very adamant about the second time it was a no-go.
Stand in one place, sort of like this table right over here. It's not meant to be moved. It's not a cover. So what it does is,
I'm watching this video, this lady, nice
why
lady,
so comfortable?
she was getting some nice
Diana
things.
will take it out and raise it up. By the way,
At the same time,
yeah. This is
I didn't like it.
just a model. It's about, they say 2
That's just
hours
giving that lady too
long.
much power.
So
At any point in
about
time, she'd be like, you know what?
4 or 5 feet long. Which is much
They
like
know I'm a gay guy.
I don't know why. She's white.
I'm just trying to get blocked out my best friend. Now I'm into something new.
They looked it
So
up
she
and
touched
told
me again.
everybody.
It's like
No,
jumping
it's
people,
not
this hard, that calm.
permanent. Look at it. It says, in the comic book. What
I'm
I
like, I gotta get out of this DJ Max. They already do not like me.
Thank you, go. And go on, you suffer. It's metal. The middle of the comic book. What is the time? Because you look, you know, you look at it.
What the fuck are you?
It's for the comic book because it's good. That's the whole thing.
Aaron, holy shit. Where'd you live? That's where you live? Still? How long you been on stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. Fucking yeah, but shit.
Yeah, you pulled my money, bro.
You guys drove here together. And 2 different people from El Paso also. Absolutely an amazing people. Your trust me to destiny.
He's my best black friend.
Amazing. Aaron, you are so funny. How much material do you think you have on that count?
Maybe you'll tell me, oh, such
We get over our, there's a lot of opportunities. And there is, but we got a couple hours to do, like, we gotta make shape. Like,
Yeah. It's a long trip. How long
And
was
then
the drive?
what the
How long was that drive?
that'll be okay.
What do you do another minute? You want to do another minute? One more minute. Clear it out. I mean, that minute was so fucking crazy. I want to see another minute. We gotta see what's going on.
People like Mr. Gillis thinks we're 15 years old. I'm 37. We're the only people we've ever had sex with. So when it came to sex, we're like school kids. We're making a lot of shit up. So I don't think I should be upside down for this. It feels like it. We're not good every time. Oh, like that scoliosis is terrible.
Keep going, keep going. A little bit more.
And it's
What do you guys think? Should we have him do a little bit more with it? We could have this boring interview where instead of looking at the green, fucking stand up, do stand up. I get to do whatever the fuck I want. I don't really care if you want to clap to be fucking doing it anyway. One more time, here's another minute from Aaron Helms, everybody.
That's the straight is the straightest born. Because, I mean, regular born's 50-50. You get a woman and a man that's 50-50. Trans woman, regular woman, 75%. That's a lot of women. Trans woman, they back to 50-50. You're good. It's like, driving so much. Like, you gotta get used to it. You know, like the titties are on the other side.
Excellent, man. That I mean, you came out so strong of a sucker for like the misdirection joke. DJ Max thing was fucking great. It really was, man. Yeah, and then you just kept getting better from there. And honestly, man, I love that you're like, you're
my short
You're
says
almost
the
like
same
an
thing.
edgier, like Jeff Foxworthy in the
That's a
sense
good
that, like,
part.
you have these, like, edgy jokes, but you say them kind of clean. Yeah, don't lose that. Don't lose that. I'm telling you, do not lose that. The fact that you're saying edgy.
4 walls, 2 for each row of bread.
Rewind. You have a chance. It's Team Kill Tony.
Omar Raftino, Omar Kroba, Sisip, Roisov, Kapoisov, Sosoisov, and Anakiosov. All these interesting words. What does it mean? Roisov's Erutusis. These are the mold, thank you. The mold that will make the bread with. Kapoisov, Erutusis. Those are the spoons that can even show you the revenue
Las
anyway.
Vegas, Nevada. Get out of the stormy, cold, blistering
Okay,
weather.
the
We're
the 2 spoons
You get the gold
full of
ticket.
Lavoino
Yeah,
that
there
are
really is.
on the
They'll be
coupon.
selling more tickets than I do.
Soisov, Elu sniffing. Oh, I see over here the coffee that should be sniffing. We wall inside.
Yes,
This
shit.
is that
You pulled my buddy Brock.
Yeah,
We drove down together.
you guys drove here together, and 2 different people from El Paso
How do you know
also
Stephen?
were
Because
tonight.
it's so
Absolutely an
Coming at
amazing
Yoiso,
night
what do you
for
got?
your trusty bucket of
Hey,
destiny.
He's my best black
Here's
girl.
another rod. After you suffering,
Amazing, Aaron. You are so funny. How much
here,
material do you think you
these
have with that cow?
rods,
Solid tornadoes.
they're like hot.
We gotta
I
work
put a
hard.
bread in
There's
there.
a lot of opportunities. I mean, there is, but we gotta try to find hours to do. Like, we gotta make shake.
Yeah, bamboo,
It's
right?
all
That's
true.
another thing.
How
The
long
ladies
does that drive?
So it's
How do you do another minute? You
You
wanna do another minute?
He's like the tires, the tires is hot. The tires are
From Aaron House.
Look, the
I mean, that
rubber,
minute was so
the
fucking
shooter, I thought
crazy. I have to see it. We gotta see what's
you
going
cannot
on.
remove those rods that hold up the bread. Our job is to remove them and get them out.
15 years
We
old.
saw the title there, right? So I'm not going to shop. If you don't even have to go. Means
We're the only
these
people who've
rods
ever had sex
have
with.
put some for the fire. And when you replace the bread on Shabbos. So do it on Shabbos, do it on Shabbos. Why can't you do it because it looks like cooking and eating the food looks like this? Look at the rock water. I got a rock water, I'm going down there, I'm going to do it. It's not following the people, it's just going to just do it. It's just a little. A lot of people on that face of Shabbos, they do it Shabbos. The families are very like this. Meanwhile, anything you might have to do before Shabbos, you must do before Shabbos. That is not anything that doesn't Shabbos a lot. Time of night. So now Rabbi goes into kind of the cross. He's wearing, he's reason behind the rock. Why is
Boring interview questions. Or we can have a great fucking stand-up. Do stand-up.
The guy's still looking at it, don't worry about it. He's going to do it unless it's Shabbos. That's a few hours of the break on Shabbos. It's not going to be the end of the world. Remove it before Shabbos.
Here's another minute from Aaron Helms, everybody.
It's like, we look for Shabbos, depends on the reason why it's a coupon. Looks like in this picture right over here, you see on the bottom, the rods are under the table, lengthwise of the table, not widthwise. Who knows the Shabbos, midnight, Makira, Rothschild, and Paulo, not going to turn the shell. Basically, you take the power and you lift it up as though no, Jerry, I was good.
Transforming you back to 50-50, you're good. It's like driving in England. It's like you gotta get used to it. You know, it's like the titties are on the other side.
You feel the ride. You feel the ride. Well, good. And you keep. Well, good. You have the ride in Lucky Shabbos. Explain why you do it here. You talk. Okay, very good. When you like pushing it in,
Excellent,
you're
man.
looking it up nice
I
and
mean,
rock.
you came out so strong. I'm a
Put the
sucker
two
for
rods
like a
down.
good misdirection
Put
joke.
the bread down. Lift it up. The other
TJ
side.
Maxx
Come
there
in.
was fucking great. It really was, man. Yeah, and then you just kept getting better from there. And honestly, man, I love that you're like, you're almost like an edgier, like Jeff Foxworthy in the sense of like, you have these like edgy jokes, but you say them kind of clean. Yeah, don't lose that. Don't lose that. I'm telling you, do not lose that. The fact that you're saying edgy shit, but you're saying it in like a friendly, clean way. That's fucking great, man. That's great. Don't lose that. It could just be the Carhartt and the mustache. Making it very fun.
just work for everybody tonight.
Two on top.
You're incredibly cool. And it's like you got that thing where it's like, I want to hang out with this
There's
dude.
nothing else on top
You know
of
what I
it. You
mean?
don't have to
So,
hold up two bread.
yeah, that's
It's fine.
huge.
Fuse it up.
Just don't hang out with Joe.
Two bread.
Chris,
The other one
what do you do for work,
carries
Eric?
a lot of weight to hold his bread.
Wow.
He said that these breads are at least 10 pounds of flour. Plus all the water.
How long you been doing that for?
15 pounds.
10
Your
years.
fish
What's
ain't
the
all that
craziest
much.
thing
It doesn't have that much weight.
that
And
you've seen
a
on firefighting?
as you see right over here, the bottom one just gets to serve like this, not on any
Other
right
than like
at
the
all.
sad like game
Why?
violence stuff, the craziest thing is I saw two
You
drunk
see,
dudes,
Shimonakas out the hurry to shoot on
super drunk.
the bottom
They
is
hugged each
cold
other goodbye
and
and
it gives it enough
and then they got in the same car.
mold. There's a need for that. No, also. All right, wait, so this is it. Here's what you come up. I mean, it's like
Looking at your brother and being like, brother, we just might not make it home today.
Come to smell.
That's
Your
how
mayor
Joe's
and
been
Colorado
started.
told you about me getting killing you. You have 3 ways to count it
Aaron,
on.
I find you
5 chocolate, 6
unbelievably
chocolate,
hilarious.
5 is the least, 6 is the middle, and you have 6 on a finger. And we'll see exactly. Half a finger. So bigger is
Thank
bigger
you,
one.
Josh. A great thing here today, ladies and
Colorado told you about me getting things. I used to when you get some amigos, that's what it's putting in the playoff, that's what it's putting in the soup on, the menorah. What's all this stuff? Good? When the bell is up, the house player,
let's arrive with the Keltoni universe.
the player,
Okay, ready?
Just on my Mr. Pierce.
Multiple
doesn't know
sets.
that it's up.
Ow. Okay, there we go.
This had little horns on top. This is also
I gotta put my stuff on. I just put my leg down.
Is one arm up and one
Mhm.
arm.
I do it after I get through playing. I don't feel like getting up. When I got up, I do it after a while. Tired of getting up.
Video for that. Even though I'm holding it in my hand, I might as well show you this beautiful video. This is again from our artist that does only video stuff full time.
Okay.
So that green thing.
What was you watching, Rabbi? What's the name of it again?
Keltoni. It's the #1 live podcast in the world.
It's like a sidewalk. It's a walkway. Where the players
Nice
walk on the blue thing. And that's what it
documentaries.
does is like, what it does is
Nice.
of how they do the blood of the oil salt.
All right, back up.
And also the contos.
Perfect.
The contos goes up here. And he must stand in his blue
Yay,
walkway.
phenomenal strike.
Okay.
See? I'm playing with Rabbi, and Rabbi's playing with me, right?
Yes, madam. Get it, girl.
Oh,
Ooh, look at you. Look at you. Folks, if you're watching at home, Miss Aquarius just had one of the great strikes in history.
And there's the
Oh, another one.
DJ Khaled.
run. It's another way to say it. There's the rise and the run. So when the divider says that it's a 5 truffle, what is he going to refer to?
Like, I'm not good like you, Rabbi, with that strike.
Oh, Miss Aquarius.
The
Sometimes
rise or the
you
run?
blow it out of the water. You had the high score for many,
You say
many,
run, you say run.
for a long period of time.
There we go.
Okay.
Anyways, let's see. Anyway,
I'm not a pro like you are, Rabbi. Get it.
I'm as been your
Get it.
No,
Garbage.
Garbage.
Garbage. We're going to get these two, though, no doubt.
Yes, you
No
are.
doubt.
Baby, you
No
did.
doubt. No doubt. No, no, no doubt.
No doubt.
We learned that the shulchan
Oh,
Miss Aquarius is making an amazing comeback, folks.
the Bahamas 5 coffee. So spend a couple long.
And again.
I'm trying. Miss Aquarius making an amazing comeback.
Is it 5 token wide or 6 token wide?
It's a big lead, but she is
Yay.
making a comeback.
I'm coming back.
Folks,
No, leave.
Miss
It's okay.
Aquarius is coming back, coming back, coming back, coming back, coming back. Get it. Oh, no way. Miss Aquarius is making a huge comeback. One more. Do it again. 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 Do it again.
Hello.
Miss Aquarius takes the lead Folks, what a lead taker. Folks, if you're watching at home, Miss Aquarius just took the lead, and now she got 85. That was great. What a comeback. What a comeback of Miss Aquarius. What a comeback of Miss Aquarius. No doubt. No doubt. Over 100. Over 100. That's a big score. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Wow. You win, I win. I win, you win. Reload. Word, girl. That was a good comeback. Folks, if you were watching at home, you should know Miss Aquarius came back from like 40 back. It was incredible. And she's gonna win now. That's all right. Just get the spare. It's a tough split though. You can get it though. Hit the right side of the right pin.
I know it's in there. Oh yeah, there it is. If you start from the same
Almost. That was a good attempt. And you got one of them.
Interesting way. Listen, I think
no doubt.
Get it.
No doubt. They should just give me this one.
I know, right?
They should just give this one to me. Oh, just got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
You got it. You got it.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no.
Get something.
Oh,
Wow.
that's something like dominoes.
Yes, ma'am. She retakes the lead, folks. She retakes the lead, and she's gonna get a spare. No doubt. What a beautiful spare. One of the great spares we've ever seen. She was sad, and she ended up getting a spare.
You got it. Show me how it's done, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Yeah, but yours wasn't spread out like mine. Yeah.
So what say?
Knock it down, people. And knock it down.
That's it. Zero. This.
There we go. Get a straight, Rabbi. Get a strong.
You just sound like Cosette. Not Zell, but Cosette like this. Cosette and Colamas came in. Look at this guy. This is one armor.
Got this.
6 of a 5.
No doubt.
All the Caleb in the
No doubt.
are 5.
No
So my point is it down?
doubt.
What happened?
But everything else is
No doubt.
or revision.
Yeah.
I have a general rule.
Thank you,
All
ma'am.
Caleb with his English are 5.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No
Then
doubt.
you use the 6.
No doubt. No doubt. I said no doubt. No doubt.
No doubt.
Miss Aquarius retakes the lead, folks. If you are just following along at home,
Almost.
Miss Aquarius just retake the lead.
Almost. You got this. Let's go, Rabbi. Get it. Strike it.
Miss Aquarius retook the lead, folks.
5 times 6 or 6 times 5.
Yeah.
30. How much is 6 times 4? 4 times 6. 24. That math is
What a phenomenal strike, folks. Miss Aquarius will not give up. Can't stop, won't stop. She's just going at it.
Almost.
She took the lead. She just took the lead, folks. Miss Aquarius just took the lead. If you're watching at home, you should know Miss Aquarius just took the lead. Get it. And she got a spare.
Come on, man, you got this. Let's go, Rabbi. Let's go.
No
Let's
doubt.
go, Rabbi. Let's go.
No
Let's go.
doubt. They want to give me a split.
Yeah. He takes the lead.
Get it.
Takes the lead. Get it.
You win. I win. I win. You win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Good job.
Gang, Rabbi.
Good job. All righty, madam.
Amas that are
You got a big day tomorrow. I've got podcasts that I'm doing. God willing, they both go well. Sweet dreams to you.
What am I gotta do tomorrow? What's this gotta do? Oh yeah, I gotta call the bank and close my
Don't you have to go to work?
and go to work.
There
Yeah.
you go, absolutely. Alrighty.
Okay.
You take care. Sweet dreams
I
to
will.
God
I'll
willing.
be here right now. Sweet dreams.
Thank you,
See you in a
ma'am.
little bit.
God willing.
54 divided by 2 is how much?
God with it.
Wow. Not bad. That's a tough one. 54 divided by 27. This red line on both sides is halfway on this pair. So in other words, it's 27 fucking from the bottom and 27 fucking from the top. Yeah? You with me? You're looking at me like you went to Panovich for that. Right. Very good. Very good. Don't jump yet. Don't. I'm getting there. I'm getting the doc. I'm getting there. So again, from the top corner to the red line is how many fucking? 27. No. From the top corner to the red line is how much? Halfway. 54 divided by 2 is 27. You with me, still, Yossi? You with me? Top to the red is 27. Top to the walkway is how much? Top to the walkway. The walkway is, again, from the walkway to the top is 4 amas, and each amma is 6 tefachim. 6 times 4 is how much? 24. So from the top to the walkway is 24. From the top to the red line is how much? 27. Does anybody know math there? If you take 27, you take off 24 from it, how many have remained? No way. You guys are good. You guys are unbelievable. They're giving themselves so excited. 24 right? So you're not allowed to answer any of these questions. Yeah. So, I have a question for you. If I'm standing on this blue line, I'm a client, I'm standing on the walkway, and I have blood of a katas in my hand, it has to go above a red line. How many tefachim could I bend over and put the blood? 3. And if I did 6, if I bend over and I did 6, I'll be past the red line. That's a big problem. It says in the Gemara that he's allowed to bend down 6 tefachim. So remember, something's off with our math. Because we did something not so geschmack. We said that from here to here, we're going to do amas that are 5 tefachim. From here to here, we're going to do amas that are 6. That messes us up. That means that he's standing at the wrong place. Let's see inside. I'm telling you, it's easy stuff. Here, you want to see all this. We did it. You don't even need it, but here. Check this out. Very, very simple. The purple arrow, oh, you can't see, now you can see. The purple arrow is 6 amas, and each amma is only 5 tefachim, and then we're going to change each amma 6, because there's 2 types of amas. There's a 6 and there's a 5. So if the 6 times 5 is 30. See how it says 30? And then the top part, with the blue arrow, it's 4 amas times 6 tefachim, and that's equals 24. So 30 plus 24 equals 54 in the top. Top to bottom is 54. Halfway is 27. That means from the 27 line till the walkway is 3 tefachim. And that's a problem. Let's keep it over there for a second. So let's see it like this. From the bottom to the walkway, we're going to use an amma of 5. And the rest, you have to stick in it. And the rest are going to be opposite. My take amma, v'amma roitam. What does it mean? Up to amma. The take amma, v'adamma, roitam, v'amma, v'askamisha. Take amma is referring to the yisod. Over in the bottom. Take amma, v'adamma, roitam. To the width, to the walkway. Roitam is a wide place to stand on. The walkway. From the bottom, I'm going to read it in the buses. From the bottom to the right, I'm going to use a 5 amma. That's a total of 30 tefachim. 6 ammas times 5 is 30. Just do Chazar now, because we did this before. The total height of the Mizbeach is how much? Esra. Shis b'nei kamsha. The 6 ammas on the bottom are only 5 tefachim each amma. That's total. The arba, and the 4 ammas on the top of the Mizbeach, the shita. Those are a different type of amma, 6 tefachim. 4 times 6 equals 4. Mizbeach kama havik, kamsha the arba. So 24 plus 30 equals 54. Positive that comment. I couldn't believe it. Everybody knew this. I would have to do the whole thing. This video gonna have a conjure. Positive that gonna have a answer shiva. Half of it is 27. So you gotta have a. So from the top part of this there until the walkway, you know, which has an arbor. 24. We already said. Come a bunch of the positive back. So from 24 to 27, how much is that? The halfway point is that plus it's 3. That's the problem. It's not. So let me show you the video real quickly. We're running out of time. Let those Israelis wait outside for an hour. So this guy is making oil. Unbelievable stuff. He takes that bird, smears that blood on the corner, takes the head. If you were with us, he's often knows what's going on there. Takes the head, puts it in a bunch of salt, puts it under his hair, and returns. Repeat. Okay, but Shreki, you're not going to forget this in your parallel. You know how to do it. Goes back, takes the rest of the bird, throws it onto the flame. Okay, great. Now, there's a red line, Rabbi said, really is bad, just like this, that differentiates and separates the blood that's supposed to go on the bottom. What components of blood goes on the bottom? Besides, 2 that go above the red line, which is the contents of the oil. So you can't mix it up. If you do it below, what's the halacha? Also. Actually, goes up the ramp. He goes to the corner, the southern corner of his office, east, south, southeast, south, east. And he does everything we saw in the video of him. And if he bends over below his feet, he's on the walkway. Even when I'm a 4, I'm a 5, I'm a 6. The problem is, he only has 3 tefachim to go below his feet. And you're telling me he's allowed to go below his feet 6 tefachim. It's a problem. So how are we going to fix the problem? And we'll take so now since tomorrow, the is telling us that it's 5. It's not referring to the rise, to the height. It's referring to the run, the step, the part that you step on. That part is 5 tefachim. So what I'm telling you, and I'll explain that to you. Not that this you saw, this red part is 5 tefachim tall. It's actually 6 tefachim tall. So what's 5 tefachim? First thing is 5. The tefachim is because it's 5. No, the part you can stand on. This part is 5. The slicer is an armor wide. No, it's not a full armor of 6 tefachim. It's only 5 tefachim wide. It's the clean stuff. The stuff that you stand on. And the middle one, now as he works out, get involved in why? Check it out. We're going to do the math now. This is easier than before. If you have, be quiet. The determines how it's called, 10 hours. Each hour is going to be 6, from top to bottom 6. 6 times 10 or 1, you know this one? 60. Half of 60 is how much? 30. Where's the walkway at? What point is the top of the walkway? Is how many spots in? 4 hours, minus 6 tefachim is how much? You're standing on 24. From the 24 point to the halfway point, which is 30. 24 to 30 is how many tefachim? 6. That's what it says. Standing on the walkway, you can bend over for up to 6 tefachim. That works out great. But the other says it's 5 tefachim, something's 5 tefachim. We just made everything 6 tefachim. Okay, the height, everything is 6 tefachim. That's the valve. Now we're going to have to make our gap narrower. We're going to have to make it this way. And the puzzle says some of it is at 5 tefachim. We're measuring 5 tefachim. Now, hello, hey, I'm a Miso. I'm a Miso. The inside is only 5 tefachim. The walkway is only 5 tefachim. Imagine you're fighting walking on a narrow walkway. Up until now, I thought you had 6 tefachim. Now it turns out you only have 5 tefachim. That's super careful. Rule special something, in other words, run the corners on top, Nisa, there, the top is 5. Você acaba so now the murder says exactly what it's about. The total height of the back is 10 Amas times 6 off is sheet and 60. How in his back, how much is half 16, and how much lost is 30. Big brother's back, so it's kind of obviously from the top part, which is 4 ounces to the walk with 4, 5, 6 is out. Big brother, that's going to be out there, it's got 4. Come up onto the positive back from 24 to get the 30 pound muscle. Yep, she's short. Who's not, and that's what I said. So I'm not going to rock well. If you do that, but underneath your feet, I'm going to share it. It's all day. You might think to be decent. So tell me now, the rod that you step on, the step, the tread that you step on, that's only 5 bucks. That's the more you want to be so. Nah, that's what you're stein auf dem Stein. Aber, man kann man so you saw. Nicht so schlimm, was Rabbi said. The bottom one is 32 talking. 32. 32 ounces. Correct. 32 ounces. Then comes another stage. You see over here. The wood, that's round. So how much is that? That's 30. 30. Why? Because if you take off the armor from here, you take off the armor from here, you just pick up 2 armors. So instead of it being 32 by 32, the inside is 30 by 30. All we need to understand is this, and we're going to do this 4 times. But if this part at the top is red, it's not a full armor, it's not 6, it's only 5, because this is red, you can stand on it, you can face. How many couples are from here to the red? 5. So how big is this red square? Not 30. Plus 1 step out on this side. 30 plus 1 side on this side. You gotta take off the whole 6 buckets. If I take off 6 buckets, then this is 30 by 30. But you're just trying to tell me that we're not taking off fucking from the height. We're taking something off from the width. This is the width. I'm showing you it's supposed to be like this, right? The base. This is the base in his back that we just saw them pouring the cement. It's 32 by 32. The white thing that just took off the form is 32 by 32. The next thing that they're going to pour now cement is going to be 30 by 30. But that's not accurate because the base is not a full 6 bucket around and around. It's only 5 buckets. So it's only 5 buckets. You have to add 2 buckets. So now this rib thing just became 3.2 buckets. This square is 32 by 32. If I take off 1 arm out from the top and 1 arm from the bottom, how big? If I make a square inside and I just make it 1 arm smaller on each side, 30. Very good. And what if I don't take off a full armor? I take off a little less than a full armor. Exactly. And that's the only question. I didn't take off the full armor because now I'm playing with the numbers. I'm saying an armor is not 6 bucks. Now it's only 5. Now it's only 5. No, this bottom was made with the 6 armor. It's 32. But it's only the step. This part that I walk on, this is side, is only 5 bucks. So then I didn't make a square that's 30 by 30. I made a square that's more than 30 by 30 because if I take off a full armor, then this square would be 30 by 30. I'm not taking a full armor. I'm taking off a little less than a full armor. I'm taking 5 colors instead of 6 colors. So now this square is 31. We're going to call it 30.2. Is that okay? Okay, good. Now we move on. So the numbers that don't tell me that the middle square is 30 when in fact it's 30.2, 31, or whatever you want. It's larger than 30. Why? Because you didn't take off a full armor all sides. But now, you know, it's like, now, this square, 32 by 32. All the armor, we went up a step, this armor, and they went in. There's a rise and then a run. The run is on the side. That's what we call the base. The red part on this thing. The red part. Now the problem is, you're trying to tell me now that the side is only 5 bucks wide. Means it's much less. So that's why this new square that we're going to create is going to be 30 by 30 because you took off a arm on each side of the blue. But the problem is, once you take fucking out, you didn't take off a full arm on each side, you took off an arm minus a pep on each side. So now you have to add 2 fucking inserts, 3.2 to do all the formation for this armor. So now we're going to do the same thing all over again. Now he goes up 5 armor to get to the walkway. And now he's going to go in, the corner, he's going to do a run, armor. But not a real armor, only 5 fucking. So it's only 5 fucking. The next square is not accurate either. You tell me the next square is 28. Hold on, let's see if I understand. You tell me this real square is 28. How much is it really? Well, you didn't take off a full armor. You only took off minus a tenth of armor. Only 5. So now, this, before you were missing 2 fucking, now you're missing a total of another 2 fucking for this square. There's a total of 4 fucking missing. This part is 2 fucking missing. The red part is 2 fucking. And what it says, that's just one about it, folks. It says it's one about it. 4 fucking out of you, you're missing 4 fucking. You're not counting the payments that you lay out down against fucking leg. You know, 4 is not a big deal. We're not going to discuss 4. What was running up? So you say, I don't care about the 4 fucking. I ran with it out. I told you it's really 28.4. Well, the bird down the zip, you know, back on top. That's where these cords are. The runners. How much is that? That we know is 26. It's not 26 because the parent itself is not really 6 fucking, it's only 5 fucking. Look at those there, the extra 6 on some space. That's the Gemara, but now we have 6 fucking missing. 2 from the bottom, 2 from the middle, 2 from the top. That's a total of 6 fucking. 6 from equal to 1 full armor. So now why is it 6? It should be 27 on the top. Bloody God. Maybe I'll be right and I'll say bloody God. Hey, what is so careful with these numbers? What do I do? Look like I'm dead. Wait, there's another bad top. And that's the 26 box.